The Shitou family has welcomed a new life into their midst. During her postpartum recovery, the mother often gazes longingly at the boundless expanse of the sky above the courtyard. Upon witnessing this, the father chose to name their daughter Shitou Yunming. May her heart possess the lofty aspirations of the heavens and the profound depth of the ocean. From the moment of her birth, Yunming inherited half of the extraordinary talent of her ancestor, Kikoku Genichi. However, possessing a discerning nature, she is acutely aware of the fragility that comes with excessive rigidity, and she learned early on to sheath her true brilliance, revealing only a strength that rivals that of contemporary geniuses. Emotionally, she is endowed with an exceptionally keen perception, capable of discerning the subtle ripples of others' feelings and responding appropriately in a timely manner. Subsequently, she joined the Demon Slayer Corps alongside her two elder brothers, Yuiichiro and Yuiichiro, during a fierce battle with a lower moon demon. While employing the water-breathing techniques, Yunming found herself on the brink of death, and, in that moment, she experienced a profound realization, ultimately giving rise to her own unique breathing style, cold breath. This breathing style embodies the imagery of clouds condensing into rain and rain transforming into ice. Cold also resonates with the sound of zero, allowing for an affectionate nickname to emerge. Meanwhile, her two elder brothers had already ascended to the rank of Hashira, the Pillars of the Mist. Chapter 1. Born into the Shitou family. Deep within the verdant embrace of Jingshin Mountain, a family that makes its living from timber resides here. Shitou Jairu and his wife, Shitou Chiyo, are a loving couple. Their lives were as tranquil as a mountain stream until the arrival of twin boys brought forth a double dose of noise and vitality to their household. The elder was named Yuiichiro, while the younger was named Yuiichiro. 6 months after the twins' birth, on a serene night, Chiyo lulled her two babbling children to sleep, yet found herself unable to succumb to slumber. Leaning against the window, she gazed into the infinite night sky, her eyes drifting into the distance as if attempting to penetrate the layered depths of the deep blue above. Such reveries became increasingly frequent after her subsequent pregnancy. It was only when her husband, Jairu, returned, reeking of sawdust and the scent of the forest, gently calling her name, that she would snap back to reality, pulling her thoughts from the distant sky back to the warmth of home. Jairu, a jovial man with a keen eye for detail, would sometimes set down his tools and quietly approach his wife from behind, wrapping his rough yet warm hands around her somewhat fragile shoulders, speaking softly. "Chiyo, what captures your attention so? You seem so lost in thought that you didn't even notice my return." Chiyo would lean her head against his sturdy shoulder, her gaze still distant, and softly reply, "Jairu, what do you think lies beyond the sky? Each time I gaze at it, my heart feels particularly serene, yet beneath that tranquility, it seems as though I am faintly anticipating something. What that anticipation is she could not articulate." At her words, Jairu would always break into a hearty laugh, dispelling the night's chill with his warmth. "What does it matter what lies beyond? As long as our family is together, that is all that matters. Look, Yuiichiro and Yuiichiro sleep so soundly, and the little one in your belly will surely grow up just as healthy and lively." His optimism shone like sunlight, illuminating the inexplicable fog in Chiyo's heart. Thus, after 9 months woven with anticipation and tranquility, Chiyo successfully gave birth to a girl. The arrival of this daughter bore a touch of the extraordinary. She possessed a rare head of silvery white hair, with the tips tinged with the faintest hint of blue, almost indistinguishable from pure white. Even more peculiar was the delicate, intricately carved cloud-patterned birthmark located just above her collarbone, as if it were a mark bestowed by the heavens. Most astonishing to the midwife was that this child did not emit a single cry upon birth. Instead, she opened her clear, lake-like blue eyes and quietly surveyed this wondrous world, appearing to be in perfect health. Shitou Jairu supported his weakened wife as he gazed at their daughter, who had been placed beside the slumbering twins, and his initial astonishment was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy. He joyfully exclaimed, "Chiyo, behold this child, so serene and enchanting. Does her hair not resemble the hues of the sky at dawn? And this birthmark, how unique it is. It seems as though it has been bestowed upon us by the heavens themselves, a treasure for our family." Initially, Chiyo felt a twinge of surprise and concern regarding the child's hair color and unusual tranquility. Yet upon hearing her husband's jubilant words and witnessing the unclouded joy in his eyes, her unease quietly dissipated. She smiled tenderly and concurred. Indeed, perhaps this child has truly been favored by the sky. Overwhelmed with enthusiasm, Jiro began to ponder a name. What shall we call her? Ah, she is the sister of Yuiichiro and Muichiro. How about Yuna? It perfectly corresponds with Yuiichiro. No sooner had he spoken than the quiet infant on the mat suddenly began to flail her small limbs in a disjointed manner, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, and she emitted faint sounds, resembling a protest, as if she comprehended her father's words. Jiro's eyes brightened, mistakenly believing the child was excited about the name, and was about to finalize his decision when Chiyo, unable to contain her amusement, gently tapped his head, saying, "My dear, she is, after all, a girl. A name cannot be chosen so frivolously." It seems the child is not entirely pleased. Let us think of another. Rubbing the spot where he had been tapped, Jiro let out a disgruntled "oh," his gaze once again falling upon his daughter's distinctive white hair, then drifting to the boundless azure outside. Enlightened, he blurted out, "You often gazed at the sky while carrying her. That infinite blue, vast as the sea yet ethereal as clouds, seems to harbor endless secrets. Let us name her Shitou Unmii. May her heart be as expansive as the sky and the sea, and may she discover her own secrets in the future." Curiously, the infant on the mat, Shitou Unmii, stopped her flailing, and even her expressionless little face seemed to curve slightly at the corners, as if she found immense satisfaction in her name. Chiyo nodded with a smile, softly repeating, "Unmii, the sea within the clouds? It is a beautiful name and quite befitting of her." Just then, the twin brothers awoke, their similar large eyes curiously gazing at the new life beside them. Now 6 months old, they expressed their primitive affection with coos and babbles. Yuiichiro reached out his chubby little hand, attempting to touch his sister's tender cheek, while Muichiro stared with his pure, wide eyes, unblinking and silently observing. The couple, witnessing this heartwarming scene, instinctively grasped each other's hands tightly, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. A few days later, after careful observation, Chiyo and Jiro confirmed that their daughter's hair was indeed natural, and her health was robust, thus laying to rest the final remnants of their initial concern. Once Chiyo's health was restored, their family of 5 returned to the tranquil yet blissful rhythm of daily life. Time slipped by, and 6 years vanished in the blink of an eye. The forest trees on a mountainside had undergone several cycles of withering and flourishing, while the 3 children of the Shitou family thrived like saplings in the woods. The twin brothers appeared nearly identical, yet their personalities diverged increasingly. The elder brother Yuiichiro possessed a sharp tongue, viewing the world with an extraordinary level of caution and calmness, often articulating the crux of matters with precision, much like an unrefined yet keen-edged knife. While the younger brother Muichiro exhibited a pure and clear-minded disposition, his emotional expressions direct and sincere, akin to the clearest mountain spring, where joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness flowed freely. As for their younger sister Shitou Unmii, apart from her gradually changing blue and white short hair and equally clear blue eyes, her facial features bore a striking resemblance to her brother's, albeit with softer and more delicate contours. Her temperament mirrored her name. Calm waters run deep, with a gentle exterior masking a strong core. On the surface, she appeared more subdued than her lively second brother and softer than her sharp-witted elder brother. Yet her family sensed that beneath her tranquil blue gaze lay her own essence. Remarkably, she seemed inherently attuned to the subtle emotional fluctuations of those around her, responding with an almost imperceptible delicacy, whether through quiet companionship or a perfectly timed remark, like a gentle breeze that quietly smooths the creases of one's heart. The 3 children were exceptionally understanding, fully aware of their parents' efforts in maintaining the household, often eagerly volunteering to assist with tasks within their capabilities. Father Jiro frequently descended the mountain to sell charcoal and sturdy furniture he crafted himself, returning home with any spare coin to procure inexpensive primers, teaching the children to read by the flickering light of an oil lamp, letter by letter. Mother Chiyo managed the household, spinning and weaving, and during her leisure, would patiently teach the children characters she recognized by drawing them in the dirt with a stick. One day, as dawn's light began to break, Mother Chiyo prepared to descend the mountain to the village market to procure daily necessities, also wishing to acquire a new hairpin for herself. This time, she decided to take Unmi, who rarely ventured down the mountain, along with her, while the Shitou brothers remained at home to continue chopping firewood and engaging in woodworking. The two brothers have accompanied their father down the mountain on numerous occasions, rendering the village somewhat familiar to them. However, due to her tender age and being a girl, Yunming has often been left at home. This time, she finally has the opportunity to experience the world beneath the mountain. Although she outwardly maintains her composure, the slight gleam in her eyes betrays the anticipation within her heart. Before their departure, Wui crossed his arms and stood before his younger sister like a little adult, his tone imbued with a seriousness that belied his youth as he earnestly advised, "Little sister, the village below is crowded and chaotic. You must stay closely by our mother's side and not stray even a step. Do you understand? Do not converse casually with strangers, nor should you gaze about indiscriminately. Once your errands are complete, return promptly." His solemn expression, combined with his still youthful visage, rendered him somewhat endearing, yet the concern he harbored was palpably genuine. Wuyin then approached his sister, naturally brushing aside a lock of hair that had been tousled by the morning breeze, his gaze pure and warm as he spoke simply and directly. "Sister, be cautious on your journey. We will be waiting for your return at home with father." His worry was unmistakably etched upon his face. Their father, Zilong, upon witnessing this, erupted into hearty laughter, his broad and warm hand instinctively ruffling Yunming's soft hair. "Ha ha, splendid. Our Yunming is finally going to witness the world beneath the mountain. If you encounter anything novel or intriguing, or if you wish for something to eat, remember what it looks like and tell your father when you return. Next time, I shall bring it back for you." Yunming felt the sincere yet distinct warmth of her family's affection, causing a wave of warmth to swell within her. She first nodded earnestly at her elder brother, replying in a steady voice, "I will heed your words, brother, and stay closely by mother." She then turned to her second brother and father, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her blue eyes shimmering with tiny flecks of light. "I will be careful. Father, I do not wish for anything. Merely accompanying mother to see the world is enough to make me very happy." Her mother, Chiyo, smiled as she took Yunming's small hand, bidding farewell to the men of the household, and together they stepped onto the morning dew, descending the winding mountain path. The trail was rugged, and even though they took the familiar shortcut, by the time they reached the village at the mountain's foot, the sun had risen high, and the marketplace was bustling with activity. Reflecting on how their father must carry heavy loads of charcoal or furniture along this arduous path daily, Yunming felt a surge of compassion, further solidifying her resolve to honor and care for her parents. Upon entering the village and traversing the somewhat noisy streets, several familiar neighbors greeted her mother, Chiyo, with warmth. Soon, two young women of similar age to Chiyo noticed Yunming, who quietly followed her mother and appeared somewhat detached from her surroundings. "Chiyo, it has been a long time. Is this your little daughter? Oh my, her hair is truly rare, resembling the clouds at dawn or the snow atop the mountains. It is simply exquisite. She bears a striking resemblance to Wui and Wuyin, truly a charming little beauty," one of the young women exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chiyo gently placed her hand on Yunming's small shoulder, her voice brimming with unmistakable pride. "Indeed, this is my daughter, Yunming. Come, greet your two sisters." Obediently, Yunming slightly bowed, her voice soft yet clear and melodious. "Hello, sisters." She could distinctly sense the pure admiration and kindness in their words, which eased the initial tension she felt in this unfamiliar environment. The other young woman bent down, smiling warmly as she met Yunming's gaze. "What a well-behaved and gentle child you are. Chiyo, you truly are fortunate. Your two sons are so sensible and capable, and your daughter is so lovely and considerate. It is truly enviable." Chiyo exchanged pleasantries with them, then looked down at her daughter and said softly, "See, everyone adores Yunming." Yunming lifted her gaze, looking into her mother's eyes filled with joy and tenderness. The friendliness emanating from the strangers enveloped her like a warm current. She did not say much. However, in her blue eyes, which seemed to reflect the sky and lakes, delicate and genuine ripples emerged, returning her mother's gaze with a reassuring yet slightly shy smile. She tightened her grip on her mother's hand, feeling a newfound curiosity and anticipation for this world beyond the mountains. The days ahead are long, and the story belonging to Shitou Yunming has only just begun to unfurl its unique scroll. Chapter 2. The bald encounter. After bidding farewell to the two amiable young ladies, Chiyo tightened her grip on her daughter's hand, her face still radiating the warmth of their encounter. Lowering her head, she gently remarked, "Yunming, let us go to the market. We shall buy a few things and then return home." Shitou Yunming nodded vigorously, her azure eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation for the unknown market. Her mother's hand felt warm and reassuring, providing her with immense comfort even amidst the throngs of strangers. As they stepped onto the bustling main street of the market, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them. The clamor of vendors hawking their wares, the lively banter of haggling, the laughter of children, and the clattering of pots and pans wove together into a vibrant symphony of everyday life. Various stalls lined the sides of the street, each brimming with a dazzling array of goods that overwhelmed the senses. There were vendors selling vibrant fabrics, stalls displaying an array of farming tools, shops emanating the enticing aroma of food, and general stores adorned with an assortment of trinkets. Yunming's eyes widened in wonder, her little head swiveling cautiously as she observed this unprecedented spectacle of prosperity. She marveled at a sugar artist skillfully crafting animals from sweet syrup, witnessed a juggler expelling astonishing flames, and gazed at a cage filled with chirping chicks and ducklings, all of it so marvelously intriguing. Chiyo appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, deftly navigating through the crowd while holding Yunming's hand. They paused first at a vegetable stall, where Chiyo selected several plump, glistening radishes. Smiling at Yunming, she said, "Tonight, I shall prepare some braised radishes for you. I am sure Ichiro and Nishiro will love them." Imagining her brother's delight at the sight of their favorite dish, Yunming couldn't help but smile softly. Next, Chiyo lingered at a dried fruit stall, weighing out some of Yunming's favorite plums. The vendor wrapped them in oiled paper and handed them over, which Chiyo promptly transferred to her eagerly awaiting daughter. "Thank you, mother. I love you the most," Yunming exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy as she accepted the still warm packet of plums. Unable to resist, she carefully pinched one and popped it into her mouth. The sour flavor burst on her tongue, causing her to squint her lovely blue eyes and scrunch her face, but soon the tartness melted away, yielding a sweet aftertaste, prompting her to smile contentedly with crescent-shaped eyes. With careful precision, she picked up another plum, tiptoed, and held it up to her mother's lips. "Mother, you must try this. It's sweet and sour, truly delicious." Observing her daughter's endearing and thoughtful demeanor, Chiyo felt her heart soften, bending down to accept the plum from Yunming's hand. "Indeed, it is quite delightful," she replied softly. Yunming meticulously wrapped the remaining plums and placed them in the basket her mother was carrying, already planning to share them with her father and her brothers, Ichiro and Nishiro. The unassuming thoughtfulness of sharing warmed Chiyo's heart, making all her struggles seem worthwhile. The mother and daughter continued their journey, halting before a stall selling jewelry and hair adornments. After a moment of careful selection, Chiyo chose a simple yet smoothly polished wooden hairpin, reasonably priced. Then, turning to her quietly observant daughter, she gently prompted, "Yunming, why don't you pick one that you like? A girl should have some lovely hair accessories." She pointed to the array of hairpins adorned with delicate carvings and inexpensive yet vibrant floral embellishments. Yunming's gaze swept over the pins with barely a pause, until it landed on a corner where a collection of plain hairbands lay, one of which was a gentle azure. "Mother," her voice was clear and gentle, "I would like this blue hairband. It will be convenient for tying my hair, and I love the color. It reminds me of the sky." Her tone was mild, yet carried an undeniable conviction, showcasing a maturity beyond her years. Chiyo felt a pang in her heart, realizing her daughter was being considerate of money, not even glancing at the pricier hairpins. "Yunming, why not consider something else? This one with flowers is quite lovely too," she suggested, wanting to persuade her. However, Yunming gently grasped her mother's hand, lifting her little face with eyes as clear as glass, reassuringly saying, "Really, mother, this blue one is perfect. I truly like it." She even held up the hairband, demonstrating how it would look in her hair, flashing a smile so satisfying that Chiyo could hardly refuse. Understanding her daughter's intent, she chose not to press further, feeling a mix of pride and tenderness as she ultimately acquiesced and purchased the simple blue hairband. Yunming carefully placed the hairband away, treating it as if it were a precious treasure. With their shopping complete, the sun began to dip slightly in the sky. Chiyo weighed the not overly heavy basket in her hand, taking Yunming's hand as they set off on the path back home, leaving the market's clamor behind. Tranquility slowly enveloped them, accompanied only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the sound of their footsteps. As they passed a somewhat aged apothecary, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a sudden crash, a basin filled with a strange, murky green liquid splashed out from the window without warning, sending droplets flying directly toward Chiyo. The incident transpired too swiftly for Chiyo to react. In that split second, Yunming, who had been quietly following her mother, instinctively summoned remarkable strength, shoving her mother aside with all her might. "Mother, watch out!" Chiyo stumbled, narrowly avoiding most of the splashes, though a small portion of her skirt became damp. The chilling, pungent herbal concoction drenched Yunming instead, soaking her from head to toe. The little girl was instantaneously doused, her silver hair sticking to her scalp and cheeks, droplets of the eerie green liquid trickling down her face. "Yunming!" Chiyo cried out in panic, her heart racing as she dashed to her daughter's side, desperately attempting to wipe the liquid from her face and hair with her sleeve, her voice trembling. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair and wearing a tattered gray robe, the apothecary, rushed out, alarmed by the scene before him. Upon seeing the little girl drenched in green, resembling a soaked crane, his complexion paled, and he repeatedly bowed in apology. "I am so sorry. Truly. I did not see anyone outside. What a misfortune." Flustered, he stamped his foot, abandoning all decorum. "But there is no time to dwell on that now. Quickly, bring the child inside to wash her hair. This is a potent hair loss remedy I was preparing, and it's still only a half-finished product." A hair loss remedy? Chiyo felt as if struck by lightning. The thought that her daughter's unique silvery hair, which had been as ethereal as clouds since birth, might be in jeopardy, drained the color from her face, leaving her frozen in place, her mind blank. Meanwhile, Yunming, initially stunned by the splash, soon felt an unbearable itch on her scalp, instinctively reaching up to scratch it gently. To her astonishment, a small tuft of her damp, white hair fell away with her touch, leaving her tiny palms speckled with the remnants of the green liquid. Opening her hand, she gazed at the fallen hair, blinking her long lashes still adorned with droplets of water. Rather than displaying the panic anticipated by the apothecary and Chiyo, she tilted her head slightly, a peculiar thought flickering through her mind. If all my hair were to fall out, perhaps it would make chores and washing my hair much more convenient. And thankfully, it was she, not her mother, who had been splashed. Her mother's safety was what mattered most. As Sun Yaoshi beheld the lock of hair in Yunming's hands, his heart raced with urgency, causing him to disregard his own ailments. He bent down and hoisted the dazed Yunming, still dripping with medicinal liquid, onto his shoulder as if she were a mere sack, and hastily staggered, yet swiftly made his way back into the shop, muttering, "Hurry, hurry. We must rinse this off at once." Chiyo, jolted back to reality, saw her daughter being carried away and, neglecting the scattered items on the floor, clutched her skirt and stumbled inside, her heart lodged in her throat. The interior of the shop was dimly lit, suffused with an intricate blend of herbal aromas. Sun Yaoshi had just set Yunming down on a bench when he turned to fetch water from the backyard, but in his haste, he stumbled over a pile of clutter, colliding painfully with a towering medicine cabinet, narrowly regaining his balance. Ignoring the ache in his shoulder, he frantically grabbed a wooden basin, intent on washing the dangerous concoction from Yunming's hair. However, a sudden crash interrupted him. A deep brown medicine bottle, precariously perched above, swayed from the force of his collision and, to his dismay, plummeted directly onto Yunming's freshly damp and itching scalp. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, its cap flying off, unleashing a dark, viscous liquid that exuded an odd odor, akin to fertilizer for saplings, soaking Yunming from head to toe, merging with the remnants of the green liquid atop her head and yielding an even more bizarre hue. Sun Yaoshi stood frozen, basin in hand, aghast at this calamity, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit within. Chiyo, breathless as she crossed the threshold of the shop, barely had time to catch her breath before witnessing this disheartening second wave of disaster. She felt as though struck by lightning, completely petrified, her breath seemingly suspended. Heavens! What calamity is this? After a chaotic and frantic cleanup, the dust finally settled. Yunming's once smooth and lustrous silver hair, reminiscent of newly birthed clouds, now lay scantily upon her head, with only a few stubborn strands defiantly remaining on her barren scalp, evoking both sympathy and a strange, inexpressible absurdity due to the stark contrast with her shiny pate. Chiyo gazed at her daughter's nearly bald head. A tumult of emotions, pain, anger, guilt, and fear, washed over her heart like a relentless tide. Her lips trembled as she sought to speak, but upon witnessing Sun Yaoshi's deep remorse, his fists clenched in frustration. Bowing repeatedly as if wishing to bury his head in the ground, she swallowed her reproachful words and bit her lip, her eyes quickly reddening as she fought back tears. Yunming, perceptive to her mother's overwhelming emotions, lifted her small hand, and gently wiped her palm with the inner side of her still relatively clean sleeve. Then softly grasped her mother's cold, trembling fingers. Her voice remained calm, imbued with a tender attempt to soothe. "Mother, I am truly fine. Please do not be upset. Thankfully, this is not poison, and you were not splashed. Your safety is what matters most." Her words bore no trace of complaint or grievance. Only a pure relief for her mother's well-being. The heartbreakingly mature words of her daughter shattered Chiyo's defenses, and her tears flowed freely like pearls from a broken string as she enveloped her nearly bald daughter in a tight embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "My foolish child. My dear Yunming." Sun Yaoshi, witnessing the child's remarkable understanding and composure, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, his face flushing with embarrassment. He solemnly approached Yunming, kneeling to meet her clear blue eyes, his tone uncharacteristically grave. "Good child, it is I, your grandfather, who has been foolish. I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Tell me, what is your wish? Whatever I can do, I shall compensate you. Do you desire a beautiful hairpin? Or perhaps some delightful treats? Or something else entirely?" He endeavored to offer options that might please a child. Yet Yunming's thoughts were solely focused on comforting her sorrowful mother. She had no particular desires in mind. Gazing at Sun Yaoshi's earnest and anxious face, she simply shook her head and softly replied, I am not quite sure at the moment." But Sun Yaoshi was insistent, as if he could not find peace until he made amends. "Then wait until you decide. Come and tell your grandfather any time. This promise is eternally valid. Do you remember? My surname is Sun, and I am right here in this medicine shop, always available to you." He feared the little girl might forget his words. Seeing his determined sincerity, Yunming obediently nodded her smooth little head and politely murmured, "Thank you, Grandfather Sunday." The more she displayed her understanding and composure, the more Sun Yaoshi felt an inexplicable pang of guilt in his heart. Once Yunming's soaked garments were dried with clean cloths that Chiyo had brought, the mother and daughter bid farewell and departed. Sun Yaoshi accompanied them to the door. Watching the striking figure of the little bald head, slender, yet resolutely straightening her back as she walked hand in hand with her mother, he stood motionless, his white beard trembling gently in the breeze, his heart filled with profound remorse and an indescribable sense of wonder for this extraordinary child. At that moment, as Shitou Yunming held her mother's hand, feeling the unprecedented cool touch of the mountain breeze against her scalp, she pondered, "I wonder what father and my brothers will think upon seeing me like this." Chapter 3. Homecoming and Turmoil. The evening glow resembled spilled warm paint, spreading layers of orange and crimson across the horizon, while the deep blue of night quietly encroached from the opposite side. The forest was tranquil, and the Shitou family's modest abode shone with a warm light. As Chiyo led Yunming through the door, her steps slightly weary, they were immediately surrounded by the three waiting men. The astute and observant Shitou Yuiichiro instantly noticed the tightly wrapped cloth on his sister's head, starkly contrasting with her appearance when they had departed. His brow furrowed in concern, resembling a little detective, as he interrogated, "What happened to your head? Why is it wrapped like this?" His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the fabric, seeking the hidden truth beneath. The straightforward Shitou Yuiichiro dashed forward, his clear eyes brimming with unmasked anxiety as he scanned his sister from head to toe, his voice tinged with worry. "Sister, are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Meanwhile, their father, Jiro, instinctively rushed to Chiyo's side, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his eyes scanning her face with palpable concern. "Chiyo, are you all right? You look a bit pale." Chiyo, surrounded by the caring gazes of her family, felt warmth flooding her heart. Yet it was mingled with a complex array of emotions difficult to articulate. She shook her head slightly, her gaze ultimately resting on her quiet little daughter, her voice catching with a barely perceptible tremor. "I am fine, it is just that Yunming." Her hair, enveloped by the concerned eyes of her family. Yunming raised her still calm blue eyes and spoke softly, as if relaying an unrelated fact. "Please do not worry, I am truly fine. It is merely a temporary loss of hair, yet the paramount concern lies in the fact that mother has returned safely." She endeavored to employ the most succinct language to quell the impending storm. However, the vague assertion of hair loss was evidently insufficient, particularly for Yuiichiro, whose heart yearned for precision and truth. He stepped forward, his diminutive frame exuding an air of urgency, his tone growing increasingly grave. "How much exactly has been lost? What does some even mean?" His scrutinizing gaze, akin to the most precise ruler, fixated unwaveringly on the troublesome cloth. Realizing that concealment was futile, Chiyo sighed inwardly and signaled to Yunming. Obediently, Yunming slowly unwrapped the cloth from her head, as the fabric fluttered to the ground, revealing her closely cropped hair, which glistened under the light. The atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify instantaneously. The warmth that had previously filled the space with concern was abruptly replaced by a profound silence. In the next moment, Which scoundrel did this? Father Jiru's roar resonated like thunder, his veins standing out on his forehead, every muscle taut with rage. The sheer force of his voice causing dust to tremble from the rafters. His usually genial and loving demeanor appeared somewhat grotesque in his fury. Ikaru remained silent. Yet for the first time, a palpable fire ignited in his typically clear and gentle eyes. His small fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening as his body quivered. The words that escaped his tightly gritted teeth were low yet frigid. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Ikaru's gaze sharpened, becoming as cutting as a blade. As he turned abruptly to his mother, his tone resolute and unyielding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Mother, please tell us, who is responsible? Where are they? His calm, analytical mind swiftly zeroed in on the crux of the matter, seeking accountability. Jiru, too, snapped back to reality, ignited like a firecracker, urgently questioning Chiyo. Yes. Chiyo, quickly tell me who did this. I shall confront them at once. His demeanor suggested he was on the verge of dashing out the door. As the fury of father and son threatened to erupt like a volcano, Yunming swiftly maneuvered her petite form, spreading her slender arms wide. Akin to a bird attempting to shield its nest, positioning herself between the agitated men and her mother. Please, everyone, let us remain calm. She raised her voice slightly, though it retained its inherent gentleness, imbued with an extraordinary soothing power. I am truly unharmed. There is no injury. It was indeed an unintentional mistake, not a deliberate act of harm. She deliberately emphasized the term unintentional towards the logical Ikaru, then turned to her enraged father, her tone softening with a hint of pleading. Father, please calm down. Under her serene gaze, the boiling rage of the three men was somewhat subdued, though their chests still heaved with intensity. As the tense atmosphere in the house gradually eased, the night outside had deepened into an inky darkness. Under the flickering glow of the oil lamp, Chiyo recounted in detail the incident that had transpired at the pharmacy, as well as the chaos caused by the clumsy apothecary's son, ultimately mentioning his solemn promise of compensation. Nevertheless, Jiru remained disgruntled, fists clenched, his voice heavy with indignation. Even if it's apothecary's son, this is outrageous. Look what he has done to my daughter. Ikaru, arms crossed over his chest, bore a serious expression on his small face as he habitually began to analyze. The occurrence of a low-probability event does indeed suggest the presence of unforeseen factors. However, an unintentional mistake is still a mistake. His stern demeanor resembled that of a miniature judge. At that moment, Yunming's gaze swept over the still tense faces of her father and brothers, particularly Ikaru, whose cheeks, still retaining a hint of baby fat, were slightly puffed up in anger, creating a delightful contrast to his usual composed demeanor. She suddenly found the scene rather amusing, unable to suppress a light smile that escaped her lips. Yunming. Ikaru's sharp ears caught the sound, and he gaped in disbelief at his sister, who was still smiling, feeling that his seriousness had been challenged. He immediately sought an ally, glancing at his silent, yet equally incensed brother, Nobuhira. Look at her. Why aren't you saying anything to her? Yunming stifled her laughter, gently running her hand over her smooth scalp, the sensation indeed novel. Her expression was calm, even carrying a hint of a conclusion drawn from her exploration. Honestly, this feels quite convenient. Tasks become swifter, and cleaning is a breeze. She attempted to articulate the advantages of her baldness from a practical perspective. Nonsense. Ikaru was nearly driven to exasperation by her reasoning, stamping his foot as he raised his voice. A young lady ought to be elegant and studious. Such laborious tasks are for us brothers to undertake. There's no need for you to concern yourself. What use is your minuscule strength? His words sounded harsh and reprimanding. Yet his gaze, fixed intently on his sister, brimmed with an almost overflowing tenderness and concern. In truth, Yunming, who had grown accustomed to working alongside her family, possessed a strength that surpassed many of her peers, effortlessly lifting moderately thick beams of wood. Ikaru knew this all too well. Yet, his exaggerated belittlement inadvertently revealed his clumsy yet sincere affection. He merely wished for his sister to never feel compelled to undertake such laborious tasks for any reason. Yunming keenly sensed her brother's unspoken affection, and she ceased her argument, her eyes softening into gentle crescents as she nodded obediently, softly affirming with a quiet This overly compliant response momentarily caught Ikaru off guard, leaving him speechless, his words caught in his throat, while his ears betrayed him by flushing a faint red. Observing the children's interaction, Jiru and Chiyo exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting smiles of warmth and contentment. Even Nobuhira, who had maintained a stern expression, revealed the slightest upward curve at the corners of his mouth. The previously tense atmosphere in the room was finally and quietly dispelled by this touch of bittersweet warmth. The following morning, Chiyo awoke to the familiar rhythm of her biological clock, the dawn light just beginning to illuminate the horizon. Habitually, she turned to gaze upon her daughter's tranquil sleeping face, yet what met her eyes caused her to sit up in astonishment, fully awake. Beside Yunming, a stunning cascade of silver hair had unfurled, no longer the short stubble of the previous night, but having inexplicably grown to an astonishing length overnight. Resembling a waterfall woven from moonlight, cascading down in silky strands, nearly brushing the floor. The faintest hue of blue at the tips shimmered in the morning light. Is this? Chiyo rubbed her eyes in disbelief, her voice trembling with shock. Jiru, wake up, look at Yunming's hair. Awakened by his wife's alarmed voice, Jiru turned groggily in the direction of her call. Upon seeing their daughter's excessively long hair, he gasped in astonishment, all remnants of sleep vanishing. Good heavens! This grew overnight. The commotion also stirred the twin brothers sleeping nearby. Ikaru rubbed his sleepy eyes and, once his gaze focused on his sister's hair cascading like something from a myth, his usually composed face was instantly filled with shock and bewilderment, his mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Nobuhira crawled over, eyes wide with curiosity, cautiously reaching out with his small hand to gently touch the hair, which felt as cool and smooth as the finest silk, marveling at the extraordinary sensation. Incredibly, Muichiro was the first to regain his composure from the shock. He took a deep breath, compelling himself to calmly analyze the situation. This was no ordinary rate of growth. It was highly likely that the mixed potions from yesterday's Sun Pharmacist had triggered some incomprehensible subsequent reaction. His gaze turned inquisitive and serious. Muichiro gently cupped a lock of his sister's long hair in his hands, the strands nearly slipping from his grasp. His eyes sparkled as he sincerely marveled. It's as beautiful as clouds. At that moment, Yunming was also stirred awake by the commotion of her family. She sat up, blinking in confusion, seemingly unfazed by the changes occurring within her. The family immediately surrounded her, meticulously checking her condition. They confirmed that aside from the abnormal hair growth, she was breathing steadily. Her temperature was normal, and her spirits were high, with no signs of discomfort. This peculiar incident warranted a descent from the mountain to seek an examination from the Sun Pharmacist for peace of mind. After a moment of contemplation, Muichiro made a decision. The family nodded in agreement. Chiyo, with utmost care and holding her breath, used the newly purchased blue hairband to awkwardly tie back her daughter's astonishingly long hair, lest it impede her movements. Not long after, the Tsutomu family reappeared before the Sun Pharmacist's shop. Upon hearing the reason for their visit, the pharmacist was both astonished and remorseful, hastily inviting the family inside. He diligently examined Yunming for a considerable time, inspecting her eyelids, tongue, and checking her pulse. His expression transitioned from solemnity to amazement and incredulity. A miracle, truly a miracle, the Sun Pharmacist exclaimed, stroking his graying beard, shaking his head in disbelief. His eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a rare herb. This hair was not only extraordinarily resilient, far surpassing ordinary strands, but also appeared to have stabilized in length and luster, no longer undergoing natural growth. To verify this, he retrieved a sharp pair of scissors and, after obtaining consent, carefully snipped a small lock of hair. An even more astonishing event occurred. The severed hair tip began to grow back at a visibly discernible speed, regaining its original length in under a minute, the cut end smooth as if it had never been severed. The Sun Pharmacist, watching this spectacle, felt a tremor of excitement in his hands. After decades of practicing medicine and concocting remedies, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. He recommended they stay in the shop for a day to observe, needing to confirm whether this change was stable and had no other effects on her body. Although the family was concerned, they understood this was a prudent course of action. Chiyo stayed to accompany her daughter, while Muichiro took the twins home to await news. A day later, after thorough observation and repeated examinations, it was confirmed that Yunming was in good health, her spirits high. And aside from the abnormal hair growth and automatic repair, there were no other irregularities. The Sun Pharmacist finally felt reassured enough to allow Chiyo to take her daughter home. He repeatedly assured them, "This child has turned misfortune into fortune. Her hair is remarkably resilient and will likely no longer fall out easily." He then solemnly reiterated to Yunming, "Good child, the favor I owe you still stands and is forever valid. Should you recall anything, you may come to me at any time." On the way home, the mountain path was once again painted red by the evening glow. Muichiro walked beside his sister, still feeling uneasy, occasionally asking, "Are you truly not feeling any discomfort? No dizziness? No fatigue?" Yunming gently shook her head, her silver hair cascading down to her ankles, flowing like moonlight with her movements. Refracting a soft halo in the sunset's afterglow, the tips a pale blue like a clear sky's embellishment. "I feel truly wonderful, brother," she replied cheerily. Muichiro, carefully holding onto the hem of his sister's garment, finally displayed a completely relieved, pure smile, gazing at her long hair and softly saying, "Sister's hair is like a luminescent river." The setting sun elongated the shadows of the 5 family members, intertwining them together. In the center, Tsutomu Yunming. Her hair, a unique gradient of blue and white, sparkled with a mysterious and gentle sheen under the warm light, as if carrying the blessings of the sky and the infinite possibilities of the future. Chapter 4. The mother falls ill. After 4 years of tranquil times, 10-year-old Tsutomu Yunming was the first to notice something amiss with her mother's health. As the morning sunlight streamed through the window, Chiyo, while preparing breakfast in the kitchen, suddenly leaned against the stove and coughed gently. Yunming, who was helping her brothers arrange firewood, immediately looked up at the sound. She set down the firewood and walked to her mother, gently tugging at her sleeve. "Mother, you have been coughing for several days. Shall we visit the sun pharmacist?" Chiyo turned around, tenderly brushing her daughter's silvery hair, forcing a smile. "I'm just a bit fatigued. The morning dew in the mountains is heavy. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Noticing the worry in Yunming's blue eyes, she lowered her voice. "Your father has taken on quite a bit of woodworking lately. Let us not trouble him." Yunming bit her lip and eventually nodded gently. However, throughout the day, she remained particularly attentive to her mother. She noted that Chiyo rubbed her forehead more frequently, and her breathing was heavier than usual. Yet, the illness struck quickly and violently. The following morning, before dawn, a violent coughing fit shattered the tranquility. Chiyo had developed a high fever, her cheeks flushed with an unnatural red hue, and even her breaths were laden with heat. Tsutomu Muichiro was the first to awaken, rushing to his mother's side without even putting on his shoes. Seeing her in such agony, his eyes immediately filled with tears, yet he fought them back and hurried to search for the medicinal basket. The herbs their father had collected days prior still hung drying under the eaves. He tiptoed carefully to retrieve them, kindled a fire, and brewed the medicine. Each movement executed with utmost focus. Once the medicine was ready, he meticulously cooled it and fed it to his mother, spoon by spoon, softly saying, "Mother, drink slowly." Meanwhile, Tsutomu Muichiro was in the yard completing their father's tasks, swinging the axe to chop firewood. He worked swiftly and forcefully, wood shavings flying with each swing, each stroke a release of his inner turmoil. Their father, Jiro, wore a grave expression as he glanced at his feverish wife, and then at their 3 children. Finally, he turned to Yunming and said, "Come with me down the mountain." Yunming immediately got up, not even having time to tie her hair back, and hurriedly followed her father through the morning dew. The father and daughter walked in silence, both burdened by heavy hearts. Upon reaching the sun pharmacist's shop, they found him grinding herbs. Yunming approached him directly, raising her pale face, her voice clear and resolute. "Sun pharmacist, you once owed me a wish. Now, my wish is for you to heal my mother." The sun pharmacist paused, raising his gaze to see the girl's tightly clenched fists and reddened eyes. Without a word, he set aside the pestle. "Let us go." The mountain path was rugged, and Jiro, filled with anxiety, saw the elderly pharmacist struggling to keep pace. He swiftly hoisted him onto his back and hurried home, with Yunming closely trailing behind. By around 4 in the afternoon, the 3 finally arrived home. The sun pharmacist wasted no time resting and immediately began to examine Chiyo. The room was silent, save for Chiyo's labored breaths. After a long while, the sun pharmacist's brow furrowed, and he said somberly, "It's tuberculosis." With a thud, Jiro stumbled, bracing himself against the wall to steady himself. Muichiro, just entering the room, gripped the doorframe tightly, his knuckles turning white. The medicine bowl in Muichiro's hands trembled slightly, nearly spilling its contents. Even Chiyo, drifting in and out of consciousness, seemed to grasp the gravity of the silence, a tear slowly trailing down her cheek. Yunming, through her unique vision, could clearly see dark red, ominous patches entwined around her mother, devouring her vitality. Her voice choked with emotion, yet she steadfastly looked at the sun pharmacist. "You promised." Jiro seemed jolted awake by her words, collapsing to his knees with a thud, this usually optimistic man's voice now hoarse. "Sun pharmacist, I beg you. I'll trade all I have for her safety." The sun pharmacist hurriedly helped him up, his gaze resolute. "A promise is a promise. I will stay here tonight and take her to the clinic for treatment in the morning." He spoke as he deftly retrieved the prepared masks from the medicine box, distributing them meticulously to each individual while demonstrating the proper way to wear them. This illness is highly contagious, and utmost caution is essential. Throughout that night, the lights in the Shitou household remained aglow. At dawn, Jiro carefully wrapped his frail wife in a thick cotton quilt, gently hoisting her onto his back and stepping through the dewy grass as he made his way down the mountain. Master Sun silently followed behind, carrying the medicine box. Their 3 children stood beneath the eaves, their eyes fixed intently on their father's silhouette, which gradually faded into the morning mist. Yuiichiro pressed his lips tightly together, while Nairu's fists turned pale from clenching. Yunming gently tugged at her brother's sleeves. The treatment at the clinic was long and arduous. Each time Yuiichiro visited, he brought along the prescriptions he had transcribed, pointing earnestly at one particular herb. This dosage exceeds what is recorded in the medical compendium by a penny. Master Sun stroked his beard and explained, the constitution of patients today differs, and their ailments are more complex. Adjustments must be made accordingly. That very night, Yuiichiro pored over the medical texts, returning the next day with new evidence. Essential medical texts mentioned that an overdose of this herb could harm the spleen and stomach. Master Sun, instead of being angered, chuckled. The young doctor speaks wisely. However, your mother currently suffers from an excess of malevolent qi. This dosage is essential to subdue it. Nairu noticed his mother's frown whenever she took her medicine due to its bitterness, so he would rise before dawn each day to the back mountain, carefully selecting the ripest and sweetest wild berries, washing each one thoroughly, and gently placing them by his mother's pillow. When Chiyo coughed, he would immediately put aside his tasks to run to her side, softly patting her back, his small face etched with concentration until her breathing steadied once more. Yunming often sat quietly at the foot of the bed, appearing to be lost in thought, yet her unique eyes vigilantly monitored the subtle shifts in her mother's condition. One deep night, she suddenly approached Master Sun's south resting place, gently tugging at his sleeve. Grandfather Sun, the red spots on Mother's left lung are spreading. The color is much deeper than yesterday. Startled, Master Sun quickly rose to examine her, confirming the worsening infection. He adjusted the prescription overnight, intensifying the medicinal strength. Afterward, he often inquired of Yunming, "How does your mother appear today, my dear?" During the most challenging times, Chiyo was so weak that she could scarcely swallow water. Yuiichiro meticulously studied the liquid diet prescribed by Master Sun, ensuring that each ingredient complemented the others. Nairu insisted on personally feeding her, patiently spooning one bite at a time despite the time it consumed. Yunming would repeatedly dampen her mother's cracked lips with a clean, soft cloth dipped in warm water. The three siblings each contributed their utmost. Even Master Sun could not help but exclaim, "In decades of practice, I have never encountered such considerate children." The Shitou siblings are more reliable than many adults. Half a year later, when Chiyo finally broke free from the clutches of illness and stood once again at the threshold of their home, Nairu was the first to tear up, large drops cascading down his cheeks, yet he wore a smile. Yuiichiro abruptly turned his face away, his shoulders trembling slightly, as he discreetly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Yunming stepped forward, burying her face deep in her mother's warm shoulder, and when she finally raised her head, her face bore traces of tears, yet blossomed into a profoundly reassuring smile. Jiro opened his arms wide, enveloping his wife and three children in a tight embrace. In this silent hug, there was Nairu's unabashed sobbing, Yuichiro's restrained shuddering, Yunming's silent tears flowing, and Chiyo's choked voice filled with affection. "I'm sorry for making you worry." In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, Master Sun's clinic was adorned with banners sent by grateful villagers, the words "Divine Doctor Reborn" gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Yet, deep within Master Sun's heart, he understood that Chiyo's recovery from such a perilous case of tuberculosis was not solely due to medical skill, but rather her own indomitable will to survive, coupled with the unwavering warmth and love woven together by her family. Chapter 5. Encountering a main canoe. With Chiyo needing rest, the weekly checkups became of paramount importance to the family. During those days, Jiro would always accompany his wife, descending the mountain before dawn and returning only at nightfall, weary yet bearing new medicinal supplies, leaving their three half-grown children in the house. Initially, Chiyo's brow was perpetually furrowed with an unshakable worry, glancing back every few steps. Yet, Jiro would firmly pat her shoulder, his voice steady and reassuring. "Rest assured, after these 6 months, they are no longer the little ones who need constant supervision. Chopping wood, fetching water, lighting fires, cooking, what have they not learned? The children are more capable than we realize." In the blink of an eye, for weeks passed, observing her siblings manage their small home with remarkable efficiency, the fireplace clean, the water jar always full, and even the laundry neatly hung, Chiyo finally relaxed her furrowed brow, entrusting the household to their care. This final checkup was particularly crucial. Master Sun insisted they stay at the foot of the mountain for 5 days of observation. Before they departed, Jiro assigned distinct tasks to the twin brothers, to fell the trees that had already been marked in the back mountain, while instructing Shitou Yunming to oversee all domestic water needs. Chiyo stood quietly by her husband as he instructed the children, her gaze tenderly resting upon her daughter. She drew Yunming close, delicately running her fingers through her daughter's unique, silver-white hair that shimmered like moonlight mingled with the hues of a clear sky, expertly braiding it into a sturdy yet beautiful thick plait that cascaded down to the girl's knees, resembling a flowing river of stars. Once finished, she gently patted the top of her daughter's head before disappearing with her husband down the winding path. "I'm going to fetch water," Yunming announced, hoisting the two somewhat heavy wooden buckets at the entrance, addressing her brothers who were vigorously wielding their axes in the yard. Yuiichiro remained focused on the firewood before him, his arms rhythmically lifting the axe, each swing accompanied by a crisp sound as the wood split evenly in two. "This is your responsibility. Hurry back, don't dawdle." Nairu immediately set down his axe, wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning to his sister with a warm smile reminiscent of the gentle spring sun, "Be careful on your way, the stones by the creek are slippery." Yunming nodded, lifting the water buckets and stepping lightly toward the familiar creek. The autumn forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, and the creek sparkled even clearer than in summer, meandering like a transparent jade ribbon, vividly reflecting the lofty blue sky and the occasional drifting clouds. Just as Yunming bent to immerse the buckets in the icy water, her peripheral vision caught sight of a woman standing quietly across the creek, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The woman possessed long silver hair strikingly similar to her own, shimmering softly in the autumn sunlight. This rare hair color startled Yunming for a moment, but what truly stirred her heart was the indescribable, serene aura that surrounded the woman, reminiscent of a tranquil spring in the mountains. "I am a main canoe." The woman introduced herself, her voice warm and melodious, akin to water flowing over smooth pebbles. "I am the wife of Kaneo Tsuyuri, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps." Her demeanor was calm and unhurried, imbued with a natural elegance and nobility, yet curiously devoid of any air of aloofness, instead inviting a sense of ease and fondness. After a moment of contemplation, Yunming felt it would be rude to engage in conversation by the creek with such a distinguished personage, and thus sincerely extended an invitation. "Madam Canoe, if you do not mind the humble nature of our abode, please join us for a cup of simple tea and rest a while." Upon seeing this unfamiliar visitor, the reactions of the two brothers were entirely different. The moment Nairu laid eyes on Canoe, his eyes widened involuntarily, even holding his breath for a moment. In his pure gaze, this woman appeared otherworldly, akin to a spirit of the birch trees on the back mountain, her tranquility and transcendence rendering him almost unable to look away. As Yuichiro's brow furrowed almost immediately, his gaze became sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing the unwelcome guest without the slightest hint of politeness. Leaning slightly forward, he resembled a young beast that had sensed a threat, its muscles taut with tension. Within the modest yet tidy confines of their home, Amani gently articulated her purpose, mentioning the existence of demons, the precious bloodline potentially inherited by the Tsutomu family that was connected to the original breathing, and the latent responsibilities and powers they bore. In Yuichiro's eyes, an uncontrollable spark of eager ambition flickered, his voice brimming with the fervor and dreams characteristic of youth. "Can we truly become swordsmen like in the stories? To slay demons and protect others?" Although Yunming was similarly stirred by the notions of original breathing and bloodlines, she maintained her composure, softly reminding him, "This matter is of great significance. We must wait for our parents to return before deciding." "Absurd. Utter nonsense." Yuichiro abruptly rose, his voice sharp with agitation as he waved his arm dismissively, as if to disperse these fanciful words. "What demons? What demon slayers? What rare blood? We are merely an ordinary family of woodcutters. We earn our living through our own labor, and we need not heed these incomprehensible tales." In his fervor, he forcefully ushered the still smiling Amani out the door, slamming the aged wooden door shut with a resounding thud. Yuichiro was baffled and somewhat aggrieved by his brother's vehement rudeness, opening his mouth as if to speak. Yunming, however, gently grasped Yuichiro's sleeve, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable strength. "Brother, please remain calm. Regardless, the visitor is our guest." As they prepared lunch, Yuichiro absent-mindedly added firewood to the stove, summoning the courage to express his innermost thoughts to his brother. "Yuichiro, let us become swordsmen. Although the existence of demons seems implausible, what if it is true? That lady did not appear to be lying. If we truly possess such power, should we not aid those who suffer? Just as we wish to protect our parents and you know?" "Enough," Yuichiro interrupted harshly, his tone laced with mockery and an undercurrent of barely concealed anxiety. "You can scarcely boil rice properly, and yet you dream of being a swordsman slaying demons? Helping others? Cease with such impractical fantasies. Do you think this is child's play? People can die. You, like our parents, always view matters so simply and naively." In a fit of frustration, he snapped the firewood in his hands and tossed it into the stove, causing a shower of sparks. Yunming placed the washed vegetables into the pot, covered it, and stepped between her two brothers. She looked at Yuichiro with clarity and understanding. "Brother, I know you do not truly find Yuichiro's ideas laughable. You are merely afraid. Afraid that we might come to harm, afraid that this family might fall apart. Am I right? Pausing, her voice softened further, but we also need to grow and witness a broader world. The desire of Yuiichiro to protect others is precious and invaluable. Before our parents return, could you at least consider supporting him? At the very least, do not be so brusque in dismissing our guest, all right? Yuiichiro wore a tense expression. His lips pressed into a thin line, falling silent, though his clenched fists relaxed slightly. Yuiichiro observed the stubborn yet fragile lines on his brother's profile and seemed to grasp the hidden concerns and protective instincts buried beneath his brother's sharp words. For 4 days leading up to their parents' return, Amini appeared as if tireless, visiting at a consistent hour each day. She made no demands, simply sitting quietly in their home, sipping the coarse tea brewed by Yunming, occasionally sharing insights about the ideals of the Demon Slayer Corps and the bloodshed endured by the swordsmen fighting on the front lines to protect the innocent. Her voice remained calm, yet it carried a resonance that stirred the heart. Each time Yuiichiro saw her arrive, his brow would knit in irritation, and on several occasions, he was tempted to throw water at her. Yet, each time, upon encountering Yunming's tranquil yet pleading gaze, he would hear her softly implore, "Brother, support Yuiichiro. I know you do not genuinely wish to harm anyone. You simply want to protect us. However, do not bear all the responsibility and pressure alone. We are family. And you have both me and Yuiichiro." Upon hearing her words, the unnamed fire within Yuiichiro seemed doused with a ladle of warm water, though still simmering. It no longer threatened to erupt. Ultimately, he merely huffed heavily, turning away from Amini, yet silently acknowledging her presence. The night before their parents were to return, after Amini departed as usual, the darkness deepened, and the 3 siblings of the Tsutomu family lay side by side on the earthen bed, each unable to find sleep. The night stretched on, silent and oppressive, the air thick and stifling, pressing down upon their chests as if foreboding something. Tsutomu Yuiichiro was the first unable to endure the dual heat and restlessness, feeling an indescribable emotion churning within him, mingling with the summer heat and causing agitation. He quietly slipped off the bed, padding barefoot to the corner where the water vat stood. Using a wooden ladle, he scooped up a handful of cool water, tilting his head back to gulp down several large mouthfuls. The icy liquid coursed down his throat but failed to extinguish the flickering flame of restlessness within his heart. Almost simultaneously, both Tsutomu Yuiichiro and Tsutomu Yunming, equally tormented by the oppressive heat and tumultuous thoughts, sat up. In the darkness, 3 pairs of bright eyes silently met in the dim light, each aware that this night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 6. The 3 uniting to slay the demon. On this sweltering night, even breathing felt suffocated with a thick, humid quality, as if the air itself had transformed into an invisible, gelatinous substance, constricting their mouths and noses. Within the dilapidated dwelling, the Tsutomu siblings, Yuiichiro, and Yunming, were gathered around the flickering oil lamp, entirely devoid of sleep. Silence enveloped them like an invisible yet dense net, not only shrouding the small house, but tightly entwining their restless heartbeats. At that moment, Yunming's ears subtly twitched, naturally possessing keen hearing far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. She could discern the whispers of leaves falling in the wind and the faintest rustling of nocturnal creatures. "Something is coming," she whispered urgently. Her voice akin to a cold pebble dropped into stagnant waters, shattering the false tranquility within the room. Almost instantaneously, as her words fell, a distorted figure loomed in the open doorway. The moonlight reluctantly illuminated its ashen skin and inhuman silhouette, muscles taut yet unnaturally rigid, with crimson eyes glimmering in the darkness, fixating on the 3 prey within the room. It was indeed the type of demon Amini had sternly warned them about, one that feasted on humans. With a clang, Tsutomu Yuiichiro dropped the ladle he had been holding, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the night like an alarm. The demon sauntered into the room, its gaze sweeping over the 3 children as if assessing the quality of its meal, ultimately clicking its tongue in disappointment, revealing teeth as jagged as saw blades. "TSK. How unfortunate. Just 3 tender little morsels. Not even enough to satisfy a proper feast." Its voice was hoarse, possessing a metallic rasp that sent shivers down the spine. Its unsettling gaze first settled on the nearest Yuiichiro, whose face was as pale as paper, as it advanced leisurely, its movements laced with a cat-and-mouse mockery, relishing the scent of fear emanating from its prey. In a state of breathless anxiety, Muichiro felt his heart pounding violently against his chest, instinctively retreating until his heels collided with the cold, unyielding wall behind him, leaving him with no further recourse. Yet, the demon suddenly gestured with its gaunt, emaciated hand, its tone laced with a casual cruelty. "Very well, let us commence with this." Before the words had fully escaped its lips, its claws, accompanied by a piercing shriek that rent the air, lunged directly at Muichiro's face, who stood paralyzed by sheer terror. The claws glimmered with a chilling light, moving with such speed that they left only a fleeting shadow in their wake. In that instant, Ikumi Tosaka felt a bead of cold sweat trickling from his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, his body acted on instinct, propelled by the primal urge to protect. He lunged forward, positioning his narrow back firmly in front of his younger brother. Eyes tightly shut, teeth clenched in preparation to absorb the anticipated agony. In that critical moment, bang! A dull thud, reminiscent of a heavy blow against leather, resonated through the air. It was Yum Tosaka. Unbeknownst to them, she had seized the heavy iron kettle from the corner, remnants of lukewarm water sloshing within. With all her might, her slender arms unleashed an astonishing force, akin to hurling a meteor hammer. The kettle carved a clumsy yet decisive arc, striking precisely at the joint of the demon's raised arm. The tremendous impact caused its arm to jerk violently, its claws grazing Ikumi's ear with a foul wind, leaving 3 horrifying gashes emblazoned into the earthen wall behind him. The dust cascaded down, carrying with it the stench of decaying plaster. Brother! The startled Muichiro finally broke free from his stupor, grasping his brother's arm tightly as the 2 siblings stumbled back against the icy earthen wall, their hearts thundering like frantic drums, nearly leaping from their throats. The demon retracted its misaligned arm, twisting its wrist with a crackling sound, as if acclimating to the sudden disruption. Rather than expressing fury, it twisted its features into a more grotesque grin, its crimson eyes glinting with the thrill of discovering a new plaything. How amusing, indeed. You look so frail, yet possess quite the strength. Its gaze shifted entirely to Yum, who clutched the only semblance of a weapon, an old axe, with keen interest. Yum's chest heaved violently, battling the overwhelming fear threatening to consume her, her throat tightening. She swiftly kicked the hatchet, stored behind the door for emergencies, towards her brothers, her voice tinged with urgency. Brother, catch! Ikumi reacted with remarkable swiftness, as if rehearsed through countless drills, seizing the hatchet firmly in hand, the cold handle reassuring against his palm as he positioned it defensively before him. Shielding his siblings with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, Muichiro gritted his teeth, picking up another hatchet, gripping the handle with all his might, his knuckles turning white and trembling from exertion. Yet, the disparity in strength was disheartening, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Between humanity and demonkind lay an inherent divide. The ensuing confrontation was a one-sided mockery. The demon effortlessly evaded the brothers' frantic, uncoordinated slashes, propelled solely by their raw courage, its movements swift and ghostly within the confined space. In a fleeting moment of intersection, it seemed to tire of this trifling game, casually swiping its clawed hand toward Yum, who was once again seeking an opportunity to strike. This seemingly nonchalant motion concealed a terrifying force. Thud! Yum felt an irresistible might surge toward her, akin to being struck by a stampeding bull, propelling her off the ground before crashing heavily upon the hard edge of the platform. To make matters worse, her eye struck the sharpest corner of the platform. Warm liquid gushed forth, obscuring her vision, and searing pain enveloped her, transforming her world into a bloody haze, before plunging her into darkness. Yum! The anguished cries of her 2 brothers rang out simultaneously, their voices laced with heart-wrenching pain and terror, far exceeding their own injuries. Dazed, Yum swayed, her head buzzing as if filled with a swarm of bees, desperately attempting to rise, but the world spun around her, her sense of balance thoroughly lost. She instinctively murmured, her voice faint yet clear, "It doesn't hurt, not at all," as if attempting to comfort her distraught brothers, while simultaneously striving to numb herself against the encroaching agony and darkness. Observing the profound bond of sibling support before it, the demon grew impatient, flinging its arms wide and emitting a shrill, disapproving click of its tongue. Ugh, what a racket! You tree choppers are like insects in the mountains. Your existence a mere waste of sustenance and air. Life and death are of no consequence. Die sooner and be reborn. Perhaps in your next life, you'll have some worth. Like transforming into a decent dish for drinking. Such contemptuous words, utterly shattering the dignity and value of human life, ignited a conflagration of all the brothers' pent-up fears, fury, and indignation, especially upon witnessing their sister injured and lying on the ground, her fate uncertain. Their suppressed rage erupted like a volcano. Ikumi's eyes blazed not with fear, but with a cold, piercing flame, an unwavering resolve to protect all that he cherished, even at the cost of his own existence. Meanwhile, Muichiro, typically gentle and somewhat introverted, unleashed a low growl from his throat, primal and feral, as if cornered like a wild beast, filled with raw ferocity and wrath. You shall not speak thus. You shall not harm them. In unison, the brothers surged forth, as if the depths of their souls had been stirred. Their instincts for survival and the purest desire to protect their kin overwhelming all fear, even momentarily surpassing their physical limits. The demon nonchalantly swiped its claws toward Ikumi, assuming it could easily block or shred this bothersome little pest, as it had done before. However, it underestimated the power, speed, and indomitable will that extreme rage could bestow upon humanity. Under the weight of their emotions, the brothers became swift, their forms intertwining, blades flashing. Slicing through the air with a sickening sound, the demon's gaunt yet resilient arm was severed by their combined effort. Dark crimson blood burst forth, carrying an indescribable stench. What? The demon froze momentarily, gazing at its fallen, twitching severed limb, disbelief flickering in its scarlet eyes for the first time. It clearly had not anticipated such strength from these mere insects. Yet, its regenerative ability was horrifyingly potent. The stump writhed with pulsating flesh, resembling countless tiny red maggots. Emitting a chilling buzz, and in the blink of an eye, a new, unblemished arm sprouted forth. Humph, mere parlor tricks, futile struggles. The demon scoffed, shaking its newly formed limb before lunging forward again, its speed heightened, its assault more ferocious. The brothers were taken aback by this incomprehensible, nearly insurmountable regenerative ability. But there was no time for contemplation. Their minds were singularly focused on one thought: protect Yum, survive. They exchanged a glance. Their years of shared life and toil forging an unspoken bond that required no words. They began to consciously lead the demon towards the more open forest beyond the confines of the dwelling, hoping to utilize the environment to compensate for their absolute lack of strength. Oh, you wish to play hide and seek, little ones? The forest is my hunting ground. The demon jeered, dismissively pursuing them, believing it to be merely a delaying tactic against death. However, amidst the trees, the chaotic branches and uneven ground did indeed hinder its swift movements. Without a moment's hesitation, Muichiro charged forward, wielding his machete with an indomitable spirit that cleaved directly towards the demon's face, successfully diverting its full attention. The sheer ferocity of his assault caused the creature to instinctively take a half-step back. Just as it lifted its hand to defend itself, claws poised to strike. The more agile and astute Yuiichi, akin to a specter, silently circled behind. His gaze was as frigid as frost. And with the weight of his entire being and the force of a spinning motion, he brought the machete down with tremendous force. Crack! This time, not only was the demon's arm severed, but a portion of its shoulder and collarbone were also brutally cleaved away by Yuiichi's strike, which embodied all his fury, fear, and protective resolve. Black blood splattered forth like spilled ink. A howl erupted from the demon, a sound so inhumanly loud that it reverberated through the air. Filled with unprecedented agony, it spun around violently, its intact claws sweeping towards Yuiichi, who was too exhausted to retreat fully. Brother, be careful. Muichiro's urgent cry was tinged with desperation. Yuiichi was caught off guard. A deep gash, exposing bone, was carved across his chest, flesh curling as blood gushed forth, soaking his coarse garment. Yet, he merely emitted a low groan, staggering a few steps, propped up by his machete, his gaze still fixed intensely on the demon. In this fleeting moment, Muichiro seized the opportunity. He had already picked up a heavy boulder he had discreetly prepared, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl it down upon the demon, which was now moving sluggishly due to its grievous injuries. Boom! The stone, laden with dirt and fallen leaves, precisely crushed the demon's lower half, eliciting a pained wail as it struggled futilely, shards of rock and soil exploding outward. Now, ignoring the blood gushing from his wound and the life swiftly ebbing away, Yuiichi surged forward, raising his machete high, aiming for the demon's heart, which was pinned beneath the boulder, and with his remaining strength, he plunged it down with ferocity. Thud! The machete pierced through flesh and bone with a chilling thump, anchoring the demon firmly to the cold ground. At that moment, despite the searing pain in his eyes and the surrounding darkness, his other senses, hearing, smell, touch, and even the perception of air currents, heightened remarkably. Takedo and Muichiro, relying on this sudden, almost unnatural acuity, dragged along several thick wooden stakes and all the blades he could find at home, including kitchen knives and axes. He stumbled forward, witnessing his brother's dire state and sensing the evil presence still writhing beneath the boulder. Go back! Yuiichi barked at her as she approached, his voice weakened by blood loss and excruciating pain, yet still laced with an undeniable command and concealed concern. Muichiro stubbornly shook his head, though darkness enveloped her. Her sense of direction was strikingly clear. She threw the stakes and blades forward, her voice hoarse yet resolute. I can help. We must completely trap it. It isn't dead yet. The three exchanged no further words. Any speech at this moment was a waste of energy. Together, they wielded the sharpest tools they could find. driving the wooden stakes into the joints of the demon's limbs, attempting to bind it to the ground like a grotesque specimen, restricting its movements. Yuiichi raised the dull machete, exerting all his strength to strike at the demon's neck. This was the legendary method, explicitly stated by Lord Tenjin, to slay a demon. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. It felt as though he had struck upon tempered steel. The machete was violently deflected, leaving only a shallow white mark on the demon's neck, failing to breach the skin. Useless, inferior iron thinks it can harm me. The pinned demon sneered, its voice rasping like a broken wind instrument. They even attempted to crush its skull with stones, yet still could not deliver a fatal blow. The demon's vitality and resilience were despairingly tenacious. Fortunately, after a lengthy and brutal struggle, the eastern horizon began to brighten, with a sliver of light defiantly piercing the darkness of dawn, like a sword of hope, beginning to dispel the night's gloom. Ah, sunlight, please, don't let me die. I don't want to disappear. The once arrogant demon, which had regarded humans as mere fodder, now emitted a shrill, pitchy wail, filled with the utmost terror of annihilation. Its body convulsed violently under the pure, rising sunlight, thick black smoke billowing forth, its ashen skin visibly charred, burning with a putrid stench of scorched flesh. The trio silently observed this malevolent creature writhing in agony, contorting and igniting under the life-affirming rays of sunlight, ultimately transforming into a small pile of ash that scattered in the morning breeze, as if it had never existed. The nightmare of the night had finally come to an end, with their taut nerves suddenly relaxing, akin to a bowstring released. The three felt their bodies drained of all strength, heavy as if laden with lead, each step pulling at their wounds and inciting sharp pain. They supported one another, dragging their battered and weary bodies back to the devastated area, resembling a dilapidated shack. Though their wounds were hastily bandaged with torn cloth, blood continued to seep out, staining the fabric crimson. Yuiichi's injuries were the most severe. The gaping wound on his chest was grotesque, and the excessive blood loss left his complexion pale as parchment. His lips devoid of color, as consciousness began to blur, sounds muffled as though they were submerged beneath water. He felt his body growing colder, his vitality slipping away like sand through an hourglass, the end seemingly looming ahead. Perhaps he truly could not endure much longer. This stubborn, independent youth, who had never believed in gods or spirits, even scoffing at the notion, now silently offered a fervent prayer with his last remaining strength, each word heavy and burning with emotion. O divine beings, be they deities or Buddhas, I implore you, hear my voice. I have never asked you for anything, but this time, I only beseech you to protect my sister and brother. They must not come to harm, they must survive. Seated beside him, equally battered and feeble, Muichiro and the barely standing Takedo Yunomi seemed to share a telepathic connection, clearly hearing the torrent of despair and hope in their brother's heart. Tears cascaded down, large droplets mingling with the blood and dirt on their faces, leaving trails in their wake. Yuiichi's consciousness gradually sank into the chilling darkness, fragmented thoughts swirling in his mind, filled with regret and bequeathals. They are unlike me. Muichiro and Yunomi are kind-hearted children. I once prevented Muichiro from helping others. It was my fault. I taught him to be so twisted. If punishment is to be given, let it be upon me alone. Muichiro, do not follow my bad temper. If you wish to help others, to protect our parents, then do so. Your boundless kindness should be used to safeguard those you wish to protect. Speak more with our parents in the future. Do not let them always worry about their temperamental son. Hearing her brother's words, akin to a last testament, Yunomi's heart ached like a knife. She grasped Yuichi's icy hand with all her might, her voice trembling yet resolute. Brother, don't say such things. We will not die. Not a single one of us. Do you hear me? Shitou Muichiro was rendered speechless, his throat choked with emotion. Unable to articulate a single coherent word, he clutched his brother's other hand tightly, shaking his head vigorously, tears cascading onto his brother's hand. Ultimately, the loss of blood and overwhelming fatigue engulfed his consciousness like a relentless tide, plunging both brothers into a profound state of unconsciousness. Their breaths faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Brother! Shitou Yunming, standing nearby, fought against the torrent of tears that surged forth, carrying the acrid scent of blood, as she wiped her blurred vision with the back of her hand. Struggling, she relied on her memory and extraordinary perception to retrieve the precious ointment gifted by the old man's son, reputed for its miraculous efficacy on external wounds. With great difficulty, she crushed the medicinal block using a stone, trembling hands relying on touch to apply the ointment, and meticulously bandage her two brothers' injuries with the fresh water she had found. She tore a strip from her own clothing, still relatively clean, and gently dabbed it in the water, painstakingly wiping the blood and dirt from their faces and bodies, her movements tender as though she feared to disturb their slumber. After completing these tasks, she had exhausted the last vestiges of her strength. Darkness enveloped her completely, rendering her oblivious to the pain in her eyes. And she softly collapsed beside her brothers, losing consciousness. The dawn's sunlight finally dispelled the night's shadows and lingering terror, golden rays streaming through the doorway devoid of a door. Unimpeded as they illuminated the ravaged little abode, gently enveloping the three siblings who clung to each other, battered yet resilient. In the stillness, only three faint yet extraordinarily tenacious breaths intertwined, proclaiming life's indomitable spirit in the retreat of darkness. Chapter 7. Healing as the light of day began to break. The mist in the mountains had not yet fully dissipated, dew glistening on the blades of grass. Shitou and her husband, Jiro, trudged homeward along the mountain path, their weary yet relieved steps pressing through the morning dew. However, their joy of returning home was swiftly shattered by the horrifying sight that greeted them at the roadside. The trees that once stood tall along the mountain path now lay in disarray, as though some colossal force had violently uprooted them. The rough trunks bore deep, grotesque claw marks, unmistakably the remnants of a malevolent presence far beyond that of a bear or wild boar. A chilling sense of foreboding gripped the couple, akin to a cold serpent coiling around their spines. They exchanged a glance, fear mirrored in their eyes, and without a second thought, they dropped their belongings and sprinted frantically towards their home nestled halfway up the mountain. As the familiar silhouette of their wooden abode came into view, Chiyo suddenly stifled a gasp, a choked sob escaping her lips. The once tidy courtyard lay in disarray, the fence askew, and the wind chimes she had lovingly hung shattered across the ground, reflecting a mournful light. The thick wooden walls bore terrifying cracks, as if riven by some monstrous claw. Jiro, trembling, pushed open the half-ajar door, which seemed on the verge of collapse, and was instantly assaulted by a suffocating mixture of medicinal herbs and a faint metallic scent of blood, causing his heart to plunge to the depths of despair. Within the dimly lit room, three unfamiliar women dressed in plain garments busily tended to the three children lying on the bed. Chiyo's gaze was magnetically drawn to her youngest daughter, Yunming, who lay quietly, her usually bright and lively eyes shrouded beneath layers of thick white cloth, rendering her expression unreadable. The fabric of her garment had been cut open, revealing bandages seeping dark blood, a sight that was utterly jarring. Their eldest son, Yuiichiro, leaned against the wall, his forehead wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, and even more alarming, one of his arms was awkwardly secured with crude wooden planks and strips of cloth. They later learned that it was thanks to Yunming's remarkable composure and presence of mind, even in the face of excruciating pain and impending blindness, that her brother's arm had not been rendered completely useless. His exposed skin was marred with a network of abrasions and bruises. Their second son, Muichiro, lay beside his sister. Though his injuries appeared somewhat less severe, his pallor was ghostly, lips cracked and devoid of color, his breathing faint. "What has happened to our children?" Chiyo choked out, her legs giving way as she sank to her knees beside the bed, her fingertips hovering above her children's wounds, trembling violently, too terrified to touch them lest she cause them pain. Jiro, suppressing an overwhelming wave of grief and anger, steadied his wife's nearly limp shoulders, his gaze like a knife as it scanned each bandage on the children, his throat constricting, unable to utter a single word. It was from the poised healer, Amain Yuria, that the couple first heard of the existence of demons, learning of the desperate and brutal struggle their children had endured the previous night. They later learned that Amain and her two daughters had returned just in time, sensing the demonic presence, to save the dying children. Chiyo clutched Amain's hand tightly, as if grasping the last straw of hope, tears streaming down her face as her voice fractured into pieces. Thank you for your kindness. Our Shitou family will forever be grateful." Amain gently reciprocated the grip, her voice soothing and imbued with a comforting strength. "Madam, you honor us too greatly. It is our duty to protect the innocent." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the children's pale faces, and suggested gently yet insistently, "The children's injuries are grave. They require a more stable and conducive environment for treatment. The conditions here in the mountains are inadequate for their recovery. Might you consider accompanying us back? It would also allow you to care for them better." Faced with the sight of their children on the brink of death, Shitou's parents hesitated not for a moment, tearfully agreeing. In the jolting carriage, Chiyo and Jiro held their three unconscious children close, using their own warmth to thaw their icy bodies. Each jolt as the wheels rolled over stones sent sharp pangs through Chiyo's heart, as she felt the slight tremors and faint gasps from within her embrace. Silent tears cascading down, landing on the bandages enveloping their children. The following 2 months unfolded in a tapestry woven of anguish and hope. Muichiro was the first to regain consciousness, his long eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes, his vision still hazy. In a voice hoarse and weak, he urgently inquired, "Where are brother and sister? Are they all right?" When Yuiichiro, who had sustained the most severe injuries, awakened, the intense pain elicited a muffled groan. Yet his first instinct was not to cry out in agony, but to struggle to turn his eyes towards his immobilized arm, his fingers twitching slightly as if to ascertain whether it would still be capable of grasping something in the future. The last to awaken was Yunming. Her return to consciousness was serene, as she merely moved her fingers gently before reaching out, accurately grasping the hem of her parents' garments. In that moment, the family finally embraced tightly, tears of relief flowing freely, washing away the fears and sorrows of the preceding days. Under careful medical attention, Yunming's wounds healed remarkably well, leaving no trace behind. When the physician removed the blindfold she had worn for so long, she instinctively kept her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. "It's too bright. It's too clear," she softly explained, her delicate brow furrowing slightly, as if enduring some discomfort. The very flow of air, the refraction of light, felt as sharp as a transparent blade, piercing her eyes with pain. From that point onward, she requested to cover her eyes with soft white cloth, only briefly opening them during the rare moments of necessity, her once perceptive gaze now acutely sensitive yet unable to endure the ordinary world. Those familiar with her understood that Shitou Yunming was not truly blind. Rather, she had chosen a different way to perceive the world. Strangers might have seen her as a pitiable blind girl, but Yunming remained unperturbed, merely stating, "I shall do as I find comfortable," without concern for the opinions of others. On a certain afternoon in early autumn, the sunlight took on a gentle hue, and the head of the Kanamori clan, the frail yet noble Lord Yosei, came personally to pay a visit. He seated himself in the corridor, engaging in quiet conversation with 3 children whose wounds were gradually healing. Muichiro gripped the bamboo sword he had kept close at hand these past few days, his gaze clear and resolute, akin to tempered steel. "I shall become a swordsman, grow stronger, and protect everyone, ensuring that such an event never occurs again." Yuiichiro stood beside his younger brother, for the first time refraining from rebuttal or mockery. He fell silent for a moment, his voice still marked by his characteristic calmness, yet imbued with undeniable determination. "We 3, together." This was not impulsiveness, but a well-considered commitment as an elder brother to share the burden of their family's future. Yunmei nodded gently, the white veil over her eyes fluttering softly in the breeze. Her voice tranquil, yet carrying the same strength. "This is our collective choice." Having faced life and death, and glimpsed the other side of the world, they could no longer return to the seemingly tranquil, yet inherently fragile existence of the past. Chiyo and Yoshiro stood at a distance, gazing at the children, whose figures, though still marked by scars, stood proud and resolute, finally nodding with reddened eyes. The golden rays of the setting sun elongated the shadows of the 3 children in the corridor, the still healing scars glimmering faintly in the light, resembling both medals and oaths. Days later, the moment of parting inevitably arrived, under the watchful eyes of their parents, filled with suppressed tears and worry. Amidst the choked words of "take care" and "be cautious," the 3 resolutely turned away, their backs to home, embarking on a journey of training towards the unknown and the trials ahead. Guided by their innate talents, they each chose paths that resonated with their respective natures. The Tsutomu brothers, endowed with an innate ethereality and explosive speed within their bloodline, opted for a mentor renowned for the fierce and powerful wind-breathing techniques. Akin to a tempest sweeping through, they aspired to acquire swordsmanship capable of cleaving through raging winds, a blade that would sever evil and uphold light in their future. Meanwhile, Tsutomu Yunmei, possessing heightened sensitivity and a temperament that had deepened into a tranquil, yet encompassing depth post-transformation, naturally gravitated towards the path of water breathing, which harmonized fluidity and resilience. Her altered vision and enhanced perception might indeed find their optimal application in the ever-changing forms of water. This choice did not escape the discerning gaze of Lord Kanamori Yosei, whose profound eyes seemed to foresee the future. He was well aware that the recluse residing in the eternally mist-laden Narumizu mountain had nurtured many outstanding swordsmen, particularly the strict yet compassionate Sakanji Urokadaki. The former water Hashira was undoubtedly the best candidate to guide this gem of latent brilliance. Thus, a directive was issued, accompanied by trust and expectations, sending the young Tsutomu Yunmei under the tutelage of this legendary mentor. A new chapter quietly unfurled amidst the mist. Chapter 8, Training. The Tsutomu siblings bid a solemn farewell at dawn. Muichiro's clear gaze turned to his younger sister, proclaiming, "Be safe, little sister. We must grow stronger together." Yuiichiro stood nearby, arms crossed, his tone retaining its habitual sternness. "Hey, Muichiro, don't hold me back. Keep up. I want to stop to wait for you." He then turned to Yunmei, adding, "You too, little sister. Your brother won't be waiting around for you. Despite his words, a markedly different thought surged within Yuiichiro. I will pave the way ahead for you, clearing obstacles, and all you need to do is follow safely behind. Muichiro and Yunming nodded in mutual understanding, embracing each other one last time before each set forth on their respective journeys. Yunming followed her lord's crow to the foot of Narumizu Mountain. The entire mountain was perpetually shrouded in dense fog, visibility exceedingly low, rendering it difficult for ordinary folk to discern the path beneath their feet. However, for Yunming, whose sight was not reliant on her eyes, this hindrance was negligible. The crow flew off to notify Sakanji Urokadaki, advising her to ascend the mountain on her own. The young girl gracefully embarked on the mountain path. As she ascended, the air grew increasingly thin, a considerable trial for a novice, yet Yunming traversed it with ease. On her descent, she keenly sensed the myriad traps hidden within the forest. This must be Master Urokadaki's test, she thought as she quickened her pace. When an exceedingly concealed thread lay across her path, Yunming had already detected it. It was the most perilous of traps. If triggered, razor-sharp blades would strike from all directions. She leaped lightly, her garments billowing, perfectly evading all attacks. Subsequent scattered traps were rendered devoid of any opportunity to trigger. As the evening glow painted the sky, Yunming arrived at her destination, slightly breathless yet impeccably attired. Sakanji Urokadaki awaited her at the door. Initially, he had resolved not to take on any more disciples, but with the lord's personal recommendation, and witnessing the girl pass through all traps unscathed, he recognized her exceptional nature. Yunming bowed deeply to the man donning a Tengu mask. Urokadaki gazed at her veiled eyes, a tremor stirring within him, yet his voice remained steady. To pass the test blindfolded, you are indeed unique. Your name is Yunming, is it not? Yunming raised her head, softly replying, yes, I am Tsutomu Yunming, Master Urokadaki. The naturalness with which she addressed him as master momentarily startled Urokadaki. He paused, then spoke with a blend of seriousness and kindness. Yunming, your name is as profound as the sea of clouds. Now that you have passed the test, call me master. And starting tomorrow, you shall adhere to my training without fail. Very well, Master Urokadaki. Yunmei's response was succinct yet resolute. The following morning, after the theoretical lessons concluded, practical training commenced immediately. Urokadaki set up increasingly intricate traps on the mountain, and through her extraordinary hearing and perception, Yunming managed to navigate them all within a week. Upon her return, unscathed yet again, Urokadaki could not help but inquire, Yunming, how do you perceive those traps? Especially the last silent thread. Yunming tilted her head slightly, as if organizing her thoughts. I listen to the direction of the wind and feel the vibrations in the air. They reveal to me where the obstacles lie. That fine thread disrupted a very subtle airflow. Hearing this, Urokadaki's gaze shifted beneath the Tengu mask, eventually settling into a low sigh. A prodigious talent, yet remember, do not rely solely on your gift. A solid foundation is paramount. I understand, Master Urokadaki. My brothers have advised me similarly. Yunming nodded earnestly. In the subsequent sword training, Urokadaki demonstrated the foundational principles. A blade is easily broken. It can withstand vertical force but struggles against lateral pressure. When wielding the sword, the force must be direct, aligning the blade with the direction of the strike. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift sound was heard, and Yunming had already cleanly sliced the wooden post he intended to use for demonstration in two, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Urokadaki was taken aback, moving closer to inspect the cut, asking, how did you generate that force? Yunming, holding her sword, replied calmly, just as you said, let the power flow like water, penetrating through without hesitation. Excellent. Urokadaki suppressed the tumult within him. Now, let us proceed to the next technique. What astonished him further was that Yunming could flawlessly replicate each technique after a single demonstration. A week later, she had mastered all fundamental sword forms. After imparting the final technique, Urokadaki gazed at the girl, who stood at attention with her sword sheathed, and spoke with a complex tone. Yunming, your learning speed exceeds my expectations. However, this is not the end. True strength lies in how to apply these skills and the heart that supports them. Heart. Yes. For instance, the heart of protection, or a will that is both flexible and resilient like water. These, you will need to comprehend through your battles in the future. After hearing this, Shitou Kamitsu placed her hand over her heart, feeling the weight of her desire to protect her family. In the following days, her training in the water-breathing techniques progressed with astonishing rapidity, mastering all forms from the 1st to the 10th with remarkable speed. Ultimately, during a sparring session, Kenroji Mitsuri realized there was nothing more to teach. After she sheathed her sword, he gazed at Kamitsu, whose breathing was steady, and solemnly remarked, Kamitsu, I have nothing further to impart. Upon hearing this, she stood in quiet contemplation, seemingly digesting the significance of his words. Mitsuri continued, however, to become a true demon slayer. You must complete the final trial. He gestured toward the ravine, where a massive boulder stood, instructing her to cleave it. When you succeed, it will mark your descent from this mountain. Kimitsu followed her master's gaze. Despite the veil and distance, she seemed to envision the outline of the immense rock. Gently touching the fabric covering her eyes, she felt the subtle elevation beneath her fingertips. I will accomplish this, Master Mitsuri, she replied softly, her tone devoid of hesitation. Driven by her commitment to safeguard her family and honor his teachings. She understood that this was not merely the conclusion of her trials, but the true beginning of her journey. Chapter 9. Interactions with her senior brother Kimitsu had practiced throughout the afternoon, successfully splitting the boulder by the stream in two. Mitsuri Kanroji stood nearby on the cliff. Having grown accustomed to his disciple's near-miraculous progress, his heart calm and unperturbed. As Kimitsu approached, he simply nodded, "You may return." As dusk settled, the master and disciple made their way back to the mountain cottage. Upon opening the wooden door, they were greeted by a warm glow, revealing a young man whom Kimitsu had never encountered before. Clad in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, his haori, made of two different halves, appeared particularly tranquil in the light. It was Ju Tomioka, who had come to visit Mitsuri Kanroji. Ju, Mitsuri's voice carried a subtle warmth as he introduced Kimitsu. This is Shitou Kimitsu, your junior sister. Kimitsu paused, and although shrouded in white fabric, her extraordinary perception allowed her to outline his figure and capture the serene, yet subtly lonely aura that surrounded him. She slightly bowed, her voice soft as a feather. Senior brother Tomioka. Ju rose, his gaze lingering briefly on her veiled eyes and the gradient of her blue-white hair. Before he nodded in acknowledgement, the room fell into silence, not awkward, but rather a gentle collision of two similar quiet natures. Mitsuri, seemingly accustomed to this atmosphere, busied himself with preparing dinner, while Ju silently returned to his seat. Kimitsu felt no unease in the silence. She quietly approached the water vat, skillfully drawing water and boiling it. Once the water was boiling, she gently set a steaming cup of tea before Ju on the table, her movements natural. Without any forced conversation, Ju blinked in surprise, softly murmuring, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Kimitsu replied softly, taking a seat diagonally across from him, maintaining a respectful distance without appearing distant. During dinner, Mitsuri occasionally inquired about matters within the Corps, to which Ju responded succinctly, while Kimitsu quietly consumed her meal. However, small interactions unfolded amidst the silence. When Ju's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the pickled dish at a distance, Kimitsu instinctively reached out to push it closer to him. Ju glanced up at her, giving a slight nod in acknowledgement. With the white fabric obscuring her vision, Kimitsu hesitated slightly while picking up her food. On her third attempt to reach for her favorite dish, Ju silently picked up his chopsticks and placed some of it gently beside her bowl. "Thank you, senior brother Tomioka." "No need for thanks," he replied. Mitsuri observed the exchange with a slight upward curve of his lips beneath his mask. After dinner, Mitsuri excused himself, citing a need to patrol. Ju sat alone on the porch, gazing at the moonlight, while Kimitsu quietly settled at the door not far behind him, as if listening to the evening breeze. After a long while, Ju suddenly spoke, his voice piercing through the stillness. "Are you blind?" "I can see," Kimitsu softly explained, her veil shifting slightly as she turned her head. "I merely see too clearly. It is more peaceful to keep my eyes closed." Ju responded, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his teacup. After a moment, he spoke again, his tone steady. "I am not good at conversation." Kimitsu tilted her head slightly to face him. "That is quite all right. The water flows without always making a sound. I can sense your intentions, senior brother." This pure and direct insight momentarily startled Ju. He fell silent for a moment before quietly replying, "I see." The following morning, Ju prepared to return to the Demon Slayer Corps. Before he departed, he handed Kimitsu a warm oil paper package. "I bought this while passing through town," he stated, his tone still flat, plum filling. It was her favorite flavor. Kimitsu accepted the snack, feeling the perfect warmth beneath her fingertips. "Thank you, senior brother." Ju nodded and turned to step into the morning fog. After a few paces, he suddenly halted, not looking back. His voice steady, yet laced with a hint of concern. "Don't fall ill." Watching his retreating figure, Kimitsu gently clutched the oil paper package to her chest. Even through the veil, she could clearly see that beneath his seemingly cold exterior, her senior brother possessed a heart flowing with gentle kindness. Their quiet and pure sibling bond began to take root and blossom in the morning mist and silence of the narrow foggy mountain. Chapter 10. Meeting Kaneo and Zenitsu. Shitou Kimitsu had been at the narrow fog mountain for half a month, forming a deep friendship with Ju Tomioka, who returned occasionally. On this day, she revisited the site where she had cleaved the massive boulder, her extraordinary perception having previously detected an unusual presence, like a faint ripple of spiritual energy. Without the opportunity to ponder it then, she returned today to investigate. She focused her mind, slowly expanding her senses. The vague sensation gradually sharpened, like distant mountains revealing their outlines through mist. To discern the white halo swirling before her, she gently removed the veil covering her eyes. The long-lost sunlight was somewhat blinding, causing her to squint her clear blue eyes. Just as she was adjusting to the brightness, a head adorned with a fox mask unexpectedly emerged from the fog. "Did I startle you?" A clear, melodic voice rang out. As the mist dissipated, two youthful figures came into view. The girl, dressed in plum blossom kimono, gracefully removed her smiling fox mask, revealing a gentle countenance. "I am Kaneo." Beside her, the boy sporting a disaster-warding fox mask also took off his mask, revealing kind silver-striped pupils beneath his flesh-colored hair. "I am Zenitsu." Kimitsu blinked, adjusting to the light. "I am Shitou Kimitsu." She curiously appraised the two. "Who are you?" "We are disciples of Master Mitsuri," Kaneo explained with a smile, lightly tracing the patterns on her mask. "We have been training here." Zenitsu crossed his arms, his gaze sharp yet gentle. "Your swordsmanship is remarkable. We noticed when you cleaved that boulder." The three of them sat side by side on the boulder. Kaneo thoughtfully chose a shaded spot, shielding Kimitsu's newly unveiled eyes from direct sunlight. "Do you know senior brother Tomioka?" Kimitsu asked softly. Zenitsu's lips curled slightly in a smile. "Ju." When he first arrived at Narrow Fog Mountain, he always had a stern expression, like a stone. Kaneo stifled a laugh. "I remember once he was so engrossed in his sword practice that he fell directly into the stream. Zenitsu was the one who pulled him out. Not just that," Zenitsu added, gazing toward the distant mountains. "His sister's situation caused him to shut himself away. I was the one who helped him awaken." He unconsciously traced the scar on his mask with his fingertips. "I told him that those who live must strive for the sake of those who have passed." Kimitsu listened intently, ripples of understanding washing over her blue eyes. These past events have granted her a newfound understanding of that reticent senior brother. In truth, Iguro is profoundly sentimental, as Shinobu gently interjected, though he struggles to articulate his feelings. Each time he returns, he brings tea from Master Shinazugawa. Yet he always places it silently upon the table. At this moment, Kanroji noted the look of puzzlement on Yunomi's face and elucidated. "You may have noticed his distinctive haori." "Yes." One half belonged to his sister, Fury, while the other half he tenderly brushed against, claiming, "This is mine. That child wears us both." Shinobu's voice softened. After Iguro awakened, haunted by the specter of vengeance that befell those participating in the Demon Slayer selection, he has always felt unworthy of the title of Water Hashira. He believes this role rightfully belongs to the more exceptional Kanroji. At that moment, Yunomi envisioned the figure of her typically taciturn senior brother, and she finally comprehended that the unique Haori was not only a tribute to the departed, but also a heavy mantle of responsibility and guilt. Thus, she whispered, realizing that the reason Tenjin always maintained his distance from others was that he believed he did not deserve to stand in his current position. He carries all his longing and remorse upon himself, a constant reminder. Kanroji broke the weighty atmosphere with a hearty laugh and brushed the dust from his clothing. Although that fellow is clumsy, he is a companion worthy of trust. He turned to Yunomi. "You are now considered siblings. Do take care of him in the future." "I shall," Yunomi earnestly nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "I will make him understand that he inherits not only regrets, but also your unfulfilled aspirations." They conversed for quite some time, and only after the sun had set did she retie her white veil. As they prepared to part, Shinobu softly said, "You are always welcome to come and chat with us. The Narukami Mountain will forever be your home." Kanroji solemnly added. On the path back, Yunomi's steps were particularly light. At that moment, when she recalled her reticent senior brother, her heart brimmed with understanding. Chapter 11. A Conversation Beneath the Moonlight. As Tsutomu Yunomi returned home during twilight, the orange-hued sunset was painting the horizon in warm tones. Coincidentally, she encountered her returning senior brother, Tenjin. "Tenjin," she halted, the white fabric of her veil fluttering gently in the evening breeze, resembling the delicate wings of a sensitive butterfly. Iguro nodded slightly, his eyes, often imbued with a sense of detachment, resting momentarily on her face, his voice as flat as ever. "Did you go out?" "Yes," Yunomi replied softly, walking alongside him into the tidy courtyard. "I visited Kanroji and Shinobu." Her tone was casual, as if she were merely discussing a visit to a nearby friend. Iguro abruptly halted, as if tugged by an invisible thread. The name Shinobu was somewhat unfamiliar to him, but Kanroji resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up intense ripples. He swiftly turned around, his brow furrowed, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yunomi. "What did you say?" His tone was laden with disbelief. "Over there, near that massive rock," Yunomi directed her white veil towards a certain point deep within the forest, her perception seemingly able to pierce through the veil of material distance. I can feel the traces they left behind, quite clearly. She chose her words carefully, opting for feel rather than see, a term more fitting for her current state. Dinner passed in a subtly tense atmosphere. Shinazugawa, keenly attuned to the nuances, found an excuse to leave early, granting the space to the younger individuals. Iguro sat alone on the porch, gazing at the last remnants of twilight that were about to be consumed by the night, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary in the deepening darkness. Yunomi settled a short distance beside him, refraining from disturbing his contemplation. After a while, she softly initiated a conversation. As if broaching a commonplace topic, Kanroji mentioned that during your sword practice, you once became so engrossed that you accidentally fell into the creek, soaking wet and quite disheveled. Iguro abruptly turned his head, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. He suppressed the tumult of emotions, finally voicing the deeply buried question, "How do you know Kanroji? How do you know these things?" His voice bore a barely perceptible rasp, because a part of him has always remained here. In this place where he poured his sweat and conviction, Yunomi's veil turned towards the ancient tree in the courtyard, as if gazing at something intangible. He said that you would always hang your soaked Haori on that frail branch, and each time it would fall, gathering dust. This statement left Iguro utterly stunned, his pupils constricting. It was a trivial memory only Kanroji would know, one that even Master Shinazugawa remained oblivious to. That companion, always wearing a cheerful smile, yet sighing in exasperation at his negligence. He also said, Yunomi continued, her voice tranquil, that you never truly take care of yourself, burying all your emotions deep within. Just like now, when your heart is heavy, you never speak of it, shouldering the burden alone. Iguro's fingers instinctively tightened, gripping the wooden planks beneath him. You don't understand. His voice was low, imbued with stubborn defensiveness. I don't fully understand the pain you've endured. Yunomi gently shook her head, her veil swaying in tandem. But I know that Kanroji chose to save you not so you would live forever in the shadows of guilt and self-reproach. That was never his intention in sacrificing himself. As the night deepened, the silvery moonlight poured over the courtyard like liquid mercury, elongating their shadows. Iguro remained silent for an extended period, long enough to seem as if he might meld into the night itself. Finally, he spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. If I had been stronger that day on Fujisaki Mountain, if I had reacted quicker, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Tengen. Yunomi perceptibly detected the subtle tremor and immense pain in his voice, gently countering, her words striking at the most vulnerable part of his soul. Do you think Kanroji would wish to see you tormented by such ifs even now? Would he find solace in that? Iguro clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking softly. And your sister? Yunomi's voice grew ever gentler, like a stream under the moonlit night. Miss Yuri, she risked her life to protect you, hoping you would live well, carrying her hopes to explore a broader world, rather than burdened by overwhelming guilt, trudging through the rest of your life. Iguro lowered his gaze, the thick lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, his voice laced with profound self-denial. I do not deserve to stand here. I do not deserve the title of Hashira. What I possess should have belonged to them. Kanroji told me that his greatest regret was never witnessing you become a truly outstanding swordsman capable of standing on your own. Yunomi's voice rang clear and resolute. He said you possess greater talent, a deeper understanding of the water-breathing techniques. Yet, you consistently confine yourself to the past, unwilling to genuinely look forward. Iguro's shoulders trembled imperceptibly. This Haori you wear. Yunomi's gaze fell upon his mismatched Haori, seemingly imbued with emotions. It has never borne guilt. Rather, it embodies love, your sister's selfless love, Kanroji's earnest expectations, and the bond of camaraderie. These should serve as the driving force propelling you forward, not shackles that bind you to stagnation. A breeze swept through the night, carrying the fresh scent of mountain flora and brushing against their forelocks. Iguro slowly lifted his head, gazing at the cool moon in the night sky, his voice hoarse. Did he say anything else? He said to remember to eat on time, not to forget the hours while training. Yunomi's lips curved into a gentle smile. Furthermore, regarding the 11th form of water breathing, the one you have been contemplating and refining, he expressed his belief in your ability to complete it and has been eagerly awaiting the day you unveil it. Ju stood still, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes, nostalgia, agitation, and a faint flicker of understanding illuminating his heart. When he finally rose, preparing to depart, he paused momentarily, turning his back to Kumagai and softly uttering, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was sincere, emanating from the depths of his soul. However, Kumagai's keen intuition revealed that the heaviness and solitude enveloping this water Hashira had not entirely dissipated due to their conversation. Rather, the impenetrable ice had merely been breached. She gently prodded, as if offering a final nudge. Do you believe in me, Ju? Do you trust in the intentions of Kaneo and Tanjiro, just as I have conveyed? Ju's fingertips unconsciously clenched and released at his side. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with a weary honesty. I believe. The details you mentioned cannot be fabricated out of thin air. His gaze shifted to Kumagai, his expression intricate. Yet it was this very realization that they had cared for him until the very end, while he had survived alone, a recognition that, at times, was more difficult to accept than forgetfulness. Is that not so? Kumagai gently interjected, unraveling the unspoken turmoil within him. Ju's body trembled slightly, offering no denial. Do you feel that your existence is founded upon their demise? That you must repay this with eternal guilt and self-punishment? Kumagai's tone was calm, yet each word was incisive. Striking at the core, Ju clenched his fists fiercely, his knuckles whitening from the strain, revealing the fierce inner conflict. But Ju, is this so-called debt imposed upon you by Kaneo or Tanjiro? Did they demand that you endure this suffering? Kumagai's voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable power. Have you considered how heartbroken Tanjiro would be to know you have been like this all along? The path he carved for you has transformed into one laden with thorns. A journey more agonizing than death itself. Then what am I to do? For the first time, Ju's voice carried an uncontainable agitation, the long-suppressed anguish finding an outlet. Tell me how I can honor them. How can I be worthy of their sacrifice? Perhaps the answer lies not in merely honoring, Kumagai replied, her voice gentle yet resolute. Akin to moonlight piercing through the mist, but in not betraying. Do not betray the second chance at life they bestowed upon you. Do not betray the hopes they placed in you to live on, to grow stronger, to protect those who are worth safeguarding, and to attain your own happiness and tranquility. A silence spread beneath the moonlight, this time devoid of oppression, instead resembling a moment of reflection and contemplation. Ultimately, Ju stood slowly, his silhouette appearing somewhat straighter than before, as if he had shed an invisible burden. I understand now. His voice remained low, yet it lacked the previous heaviness. At that moment, the figure of Kanroji Mitsuri returning home emerged at the end of the path. Sensing that the night's conversation was drawing to a close, Kumagai softly said, "Good night, Ju." Ju paused, his usually taut lips seeming to relax for an instant, as a strangely unfamiliar name escaped his lips. You too, Kumagai. Beneath the moonlight, Kumagai recognized that the impenetrable ice had indeed cracked. Yet, waiting for the spring waters to fully thaw and warmth to genuinely penetrate the heart encased in guilt would require more time and opportunity. For Ju Tomioka, acknowledging his confusion and being willing to contemplate an alternative mode of existence was, in itself, the most arduous yet significant step. Chapter 12. Departure to the Wisteria Mountain. Since the day of their profound conversation, Ju Tomioka had not been seen at the narrow mist mountain for 4 months. Kanroji Mitsuri often gazed absent-mindedly at the mountain path, only relaxing her tense shoulders upon receiving a brief letter confirming Ju's well-being. During this time, Kumagai endeavored to bring a smile to her master when not engaged in training. She would suddenly recount amusing anecdotes from the forest or meticulously arrange freshly picked wild fruits. Whenever she sensed a shadow of gloom in Kanroji's aura, she would quietly refill his cup with hot tea, asking nothing, simply offering her silent companionship. On languid afternoons, Kumagai would often visit the Yagyu town atop the mountain to commune with the spirits of her deceased seniors. Beneath the ancient pine, she not only grew closer to Kaneo and Shinobu, but also met many seniors she had never encountered before. The translucent spirits would often gather around her and Kanroji. And though Kanroji could not see them, her seniors would eagerly share stories of the past, tales of a senior who frequently fell and another whose cooking was notoriously inedible. In secluded spaces, Kumagai listened, occasionally suppressing a smile or nodding earnestly, her gentle demeanor ever present beneath the veil of her white fabric. On the eve of the selection, the simmering pot on the stove bubbled cheerfully, filling the small dwelling with delightful aromas. Kanroji solemnly placed a disaster-warding fox mask into Kumagai's hands. Her fingers grazed the intricate patterns on the mask. On its white base, azure clouds meandered gracefully from the left cheek, while the blue eyeliner around the eyes shimmered like flowing water. The teardrop-shaped design between the brows appeared as though it could fall at any moment. Most remarkable was its entirely enclosed design, perfectly suited to her reliance on perception. Do you like it? Kumagai pressed the mask to her chest, nodding vigorously. I love it. The elder gazed intently at the dancing flames, his voice low. I initially intended to dissuade you from participating in the selection. I did not wish to witness my disciples depart. Yet, you are a unique child. Your talent should not be concealed. Kumagai felt the faint tremor in his palm as he gently caressed her head. I believe you will surely succeed. Kanroji's voice regained its firmness. I will await your return here. I will not disappoint you. Komagai replied resolutely. After dinner. As Komagai pondered how to style her hair for the next day, Kanroji prepared her attire and retrieved a cloud-patterned hairpin along with silk in gradient hues from his sleeve. Allow me, he offered, standing behind her, his nimble fingers weaving through her silver-blue strands while narrating various demon traits and weaknesses. When the last stray hair was neatly secured, Komagai gasped in delight at her reflection in the mirror. Her formerly cascading locks now fell perfectly to her waist, the cloud-patterned hairpin glistening at the back of her head, and the gradient silk tied into an exquisite bow among the remaining hair, while the strands framing her face were elegantly arranged, the delicate filigree cascading over her ears. I will wear my hair like this from now on, she declared, turning to Kanroji with a radiant smile. At dawn the following day, Komagai donned the gradient-hued haori that harmonized beautifully with her hair color, carefully placing the disaster-warding fox mask on the left side of her neatly styled hair. She bid farewell to Kanroji in the morning light. Be careful on your journey, Kanroji said, standing on the porch, concern evident even beneath the mask. Komagai glanced back, waving as the silk fluttered in the breeze. Wait for my return. Her figure swiftly vanished at the mountain path's end. Like a wisp of cloud merging into the morning mist, Kanroji stood for a long time, until he could no longer sense that familiar presence, before slowly lifting his hand to touch the mask he wore. The mountain wind rustled through the treetops, as if whispering the voices of countless departed disciples. Yet this time, alongside his worry, there blossomed a firm faith that this child would indeed create a miracle. Chapter 13. Selection at Wisteria Mountain. Komagai arrived at Wisteria Mountain before the sky was completely dark. The entire mountain was enveloped in layers of cascading wisteria, though it was not yet the season for blooming. The drooping blossoms were already as dense as a waterfall. She gently brushed her fingers against one of the soft clusters of flowers, the delicate texture eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. How remarkable that it has flourished so abundantly despite the season still being unripe for blossoms. Pausing for a moment, she continued onward, ascending the stone steps, her surroundings gradually opening up to reveal a gathering of figures. Among the crowd, some bore scars of varying depths etched upon their exposed skin, while others closed their eyes in deep concentration, adjusting their breath. And yet others scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Shitou Kagoro quietly blended into the throng, just as a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Shitou Yuiichiro furrowed his brow, gripping Shitou Muichiro's arm as he strode toward her, his tone laced with displeasure. Kagoro, why are you so late? As he spoke, he scrutinized his sister from head to toe, and once assured she was unscathed, he began to ramble. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Have you eaten? You always lose track of time. Shitou Muichiro, initially lost in contemplation of the wisteria, was momentarily taken aback by his brother's sudden pull. Upon recognizing his younger sister standing before him, his eyes lit up, and he quickly broke free from his brother's grasp. Darting to Kagoro's side with a tone brimming with excitement and concern, Kagoro, are you all right? Did you tire on your journey? Are you hurt? He circled around her, reaching out to adjust her collar, worry etched across his face. Enveloped by her two brothers, Shitou Kagoro was surrounded by their tender murmurs of concern. A faint smile graced her lips as she gently replied, I'm fine, thank you for your worry. After some time, the swordsmen participating in the selection finally gathered, prompting the Shitou brothers to quiet down. The noise around Kagoro subsided significantly, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, two children emerged from behind, each carrying a lantern, one with silver hair and the other with black, both donned in garments adorned with wisteria patterns, their hair also embellished with the flowers. They bore smiles that were perfectly measured, their voices clear and melodious, resonating throughout the space. The silver-haired child spoke first, esteemed swordsman. We sincerely thank you for your tireless efforts in attending the final selection for the Demon Slayer Corps this night. His voice was steady, betraying none of the innocence typically associated with children. Within the confines of this wisteria-laden mountain, many demons captured by the swordsmen were held captive, unable to escape. The black-haired child chimed in, his delicate features illuminated by the lantern's glow, for from the foot of the mountain to its midsection, the wisteria blooms year-round. A flower most despised by demons. His tone remained devoid of inflection. However, beyond this point, the silver-haired child continued, the wisteria ceases to grow, and demons will begin to emerge. The final condition for qualification in the selection, the black-haired child declared, was to survive for 7 days within this mountain. The two children maintained their unwavering smiles without blinking, and together, they bowed. Then, we wish you all a safe journey. The Shitou siblings silently gripped their sword hilts, calmly absorbing the rules, exchanging knowing glances. Shitou Yuiichiro was the first to step forward, and the three of them dashed toward the forest behind the two children at an astonishing speed. The other participants, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit in a rush. In the pitch-black forest, the Shitou siblings navigated deftly among the trees. Shitou Yuiichiro, maintaining his composure, analyzed, "Since we must survive for 7 days, we might as well revel in the thrill of slaying demons tonight. I can hardly wait." Shitou Muichiro responded excitedly, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. However, Shitou Kogoro spoke up softly. "Brother, I may need to step away for a moment. There is something very important I must attend to." Shitou Yuiichiro immediately frowned. "No, that's too dangerous." Shitou Muichiro anxiously tugged at his sister's sleeve. "Kogoro, whatever it is, can it wait until after the selection?" Shitou Kogoro shook her head, abruptly drawing her sword from its sheath. The blade glimmered in the night, tracing a graceful arc as leaves fluttered down around her. She sheathed her sword and gazed resolutely at her two brothers. Shitou Yuiichiro sighed, ruffling her hair with a resigned expression. "Since you are determined, be careful." Shitou Muichiro remained unconvinced, but seeing his sister's unwavering resolve, he could only nod. "Make sure to return safely." After parting from her brothers, Shitou Kogoro donned the fox mask of misfortune. Relying on her keen senses of smell and hearing, she traversed the woods when suddenly, 3 shadowy figures lunged from the darkness. She nimbly retreated a step, a cloud of dust swirling in her previous spot. 3 grotesque demons revealed themselves and launched another fierce attack. Shitou Kogoro raised her sword to parry, using the momentum to leap backward. The 3 demons coordinated seamlessly to encircle her, yet she remained unfazed, her breath steady and measured. In her clear perception, the demons moved as slowly as snails. She suddenly caught a whiff of the stench of decay in the air and stifled a yawn. "It's time to end this," she murmured, her long blade slicing through the air, water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. The blade's light swept through like a tidal wave, and the 3 demons fell to the ground, convulsing before turning to ashes. Standing with her sword raised, Shitou Kogoro coldly regarded the dissipating ashes. "Go to hell." With a flick of her wrist, she directed the sword toward the depths of the thicket. A green demon hand abruptly shot out, blocking the sudden strike. Shitou Kogoro used the force to leap back to a clear space. As the demon hand slowly retreated into the underbrush, amidst applause, a demon entirely enveloped in green arms emerged slowly. "Oh ho, another little fox. Impressive to kill 3 at once," it remarked with interest as it scrutinized the girl before it. Shitou Kogoro's expression remained impassive. "You reek. What a rude little fox." The demon's eyes narrowed into slits. "I shall treat you as I did your senior brothers and sisters, with utmost care." Shitou Kogoro chose not to engage further, instead lunging directly for its vital points. The demon hand adeptly blocked her attacks and suddenly inquired, "What year is it in Meiji?" Not receiving a response from the girl, it continued to prattle on. "Not going to answer? Such a disrespectful little fox. By the way, you will be the 14th little fox I devour." It rambled on about how it had killed other demons, yet Shitou Kogoro listened in silence, her strikes growing ever more ferocious. With precision, she severed all the demon hands, seizing the opportunity to leap into the air, her blade shimmering like rippling water. Water breathing, 5th form, flowing dance. The blade sliced through the demon's neck, its incessant chatter ceasing as its head rolled to the ground. Within a minute, the battle was concluded. The demon's head, wide-eyed on the ground, beheld Shitou Kogoro, whose visage overlapped with that of the memory of the demon slayer, Tamayo. "Damn it, the last face I see is that of a demon slayer." It howled, its massive form beginning to fade. As it dwindled down to a mere finger, Shitou Kogoro sensed a sorrowful aura emanating from it. She felt no pity. With her sword sheathed, she spoke coldly, "Go seek redemption." The demon hand wept as it vanished completely. Shitou Kogoro's mind flickered with images of her senior brothers and sisters, and she whispered softly, "You may now rest," as if responding to her words. The lingering obsessions in this place finally dissipated, perhaps returning to the narrow mist mountain, or perhaps embarking on a new cycle. In the ensuing 6 days, Shitou Kogoro reunited with her brothers. The 3 fought side by side, nearly purging all the demons from Wisteria Mountain. During this time, they rescued several participants from the selection, including a girl named Kanazaki Aoi, who wielded water breathing. Shitou Kogoro noticed the deep-seated fear hidden in the girl's eyes, understanding that she was destined not to become a frontline swordsman. Approaching Kanazaki Aoi, she gently encouraged, "To have persevered this far is already quite remarkable." Kanzaki Aoi was momentarily taken aback, her feelings of inferiority gradually dissipating. Although fear still lingered, she at least straightened her spine. Shitou Muichiro observed from a short distance. Smiling at his brother, Yunming has a remarkable talent for offering solace. As the 7th day drew to a close, the dawn began to break, enveloping Fujisaki Mountain in a soft golden glow. The Shitou siblings were the first to return to the starting point, their garments fluttering gracefully, their expressions composed. Soon after, the surviving swordsmen returned one after another, each brimming with vitality. Astonishingly, no one had perished during this selection. Over 20 of them stood in neat formation, creating a unique tableau in the morning light. Shitou Yuiichiro stood with his arms crossed, calmly surveying the scene. Noticing the well-being of the others, he nodded slightly, his tone surprisingly serene. It appears that the results of this selection are quite favorable. His gaze swept across the gathering with satisfaction. Conversely, Shitou Muichiro could not contain his joy, hastily making his way to his sister's side, his eyes sparkling. Yunming, everyone has returned safely. His voice rang clear and bright, exuding pure relief. As he spoke, he naturally positioned himself beside his sister. At that moment, a few swordsmen rescued by the Shitou siblings stepped forward. A girl with a high ponytail was the first to speak, her tone sincere. Thank you three for your care these past days. The boy behind her also bowed earnestly. Had it not been for your timely assistance, we might not have escaped unscathed. Shitou Yunming inclined her body slightly in return, a gentle smile gracing her lips. To pass this selection together is a shared fate. Her voice was soft yet imbued with a compelling strength. Her tranquil gaze swept over the crowd, neither excessively warm nor aloof. The other swordsmen nodded in agreement, the atmosphere amicable. Someone quietly marveled. It's truly unprecedented for everyone to pass. Another chimed in. From now on, we shall be comrades in battle. Shitou Yuiichiro, listening to the exchanges, stepped forward to stand alongside his siblings. His tone remained calm, yet carried a rare warmth. Now that we have all passed, we must further hone our swordsmanship. His words conveyed both expectations for the group and an implicit acknowledgement of his siblings. Shitou Muichiro nodded happily, turning to his sister and softly stating, Yunming, what you shared with everyone earlier, they have all taken to heart. His eyes shone with pure admiration for his sister. Shitou Yunming offered a gentle smile, her gaze shifting between her brothers. It is thanks to my brother's wise guidance. Her words were measured, affirming her brother's efforts without creating any sense of distance among the others. As the sun rose higher, elongating their shadows, Shitou Yuiichiro stood in the center, with the spirited Muichiro on his left and the composed Yunming on his right. They exchanged smiles, a shared understanding hidden within that smile, joy for successfully passing the selection, and solace in continuing to walk side by side. Gradually, swordsmen approached to converse with the trio, each displaying a natural and generous demeanor. Shitou Yunming maintained an appropriately measured distance, neither cold nor overly familiar. Occasionally, she exchanged glances with her brothers, all three silently acknowledging the satisfactory outcome of the selection that they had collectively hoped for. When the two children who presided over the selection reappeared, their expressions flickered with surprise at the sight of everyone having passed. The Shitou siblings stood at the forefront of the line, their countenances serene. Morning light cascaded over everyone, casting a gentle golden sheen upon their figures. Chapter 14. After passing the selection at Fujisaki Mountain, when the two children, one with silver hair and the other with black, saw that the area had finally settled into silence, they exchanged a glance before beginning their announcement. The silver-haired child spoke first, her voice clear and ethereal. Welcome back. The black-haired child seamlessly followed. First, congratulations to everyone. The silver-haired child continued, completing the statement. You have passed the selection and returned safely. The silver-haired child then outlined important matters for the group. First, we will distribute uniforms to each of you. She paused, elaborating. We will measure your dimensions and then inscribe the corresponding rank. As her words concluded, the black-haired child took over, his tone steady and unruffled. Ranks vary, divided into 10 tiers. Tier A, Tier B. The two children alternated, naming the 10 tiers. Tier C, Tier D, Tier E, Tier F, Tier G, Tier H, Tier 1. Tier J. The silver-haired child surveyed the faces before her, some filled with anticipation, others with anxiety, and declared, at present, everyone is at the lowest rank, Tier J. Among the crowd, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and called out, what about the swords? Their voice carried urgency and longing. The children seemed accustomed to such inquiries. Responding calmly, today, you may each select the jade steel needed for forging your swords. After a brief pause, they provided an approximate time frame. The forging process would take at least 10 to 15 days until completion. Just then, the silver-haired child appeared to recall something significant and spoke again. Additionally, there is one more thing. She raised her hand and clapped twice. The crisp sound echoed in the still air, and soon, a chorus of cawing crows approached from the sky. The attendees instinctively looked up. One by one, the ebony crows, as if responding to an unseen command, dived gracefully toward their designated swordsman. This unexpected occurrence caused a minor commotion. Some panicked and tried to evade, while others stood their ground, expressions of confusion etched on their faces. The Shitou siblings, however, responded quite differently. In Shitou Muichiro's pure eyes, the light sparkled as he adored small creatures and, without hesitation, raised his arm, allowing his crow to settle affectionately on his forearm. Standing beside him, Shitou Yuiichiro maintained his usual rational and calm demeanor, his lips curving into a slight, habitual smirk, as if indifferent to everything. Yet, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the crow with its glossy black feathers, silently observing with a hint of curiosity and gentleness flickering deep within. As for Shitou Yunming, her actions were serene and natural. She too extended her slender arm to receive the descending crow, while her other hand gently caressed the smooth feathers. Her eyes tranquil as still water, as if all of this had been anticipated. Once everyone had received their crows, the commotion gradually subsided, and order was restored. The silver-haired child continued, "From now on, the crows will accompany each of you." The black-haired child added, clarifying the purpose of the crows. The crows are used for delivering messages. Following this, the black-haired child turned and dramatically pulled down a large curtain that had concealed a shimmering array of jade steel. He stepped aside, gesturing for the swordsman. "Please choose your preferred jade steel from these." The silver-haired child's voice rang out once more, carrying a weighty significance. To vanquish evil spirits and safeguard your own blades, the necessary materials should be personally selected by each of you. Upon hearing this, the remaining swordsman's eyes ignited with fervent determination. Meanwhile, the other half who had passed were more cautious, opting to engage in logistical support and had already been directed elsewhere after the selection concluded. The once crowded venue now held only half the number of individuals. And given the outstanding performance of the Shitou siblings in slaying demons during the final selection, they were prioritized by the others to choose their jade steel. Shitou Yuiichiro stepped forward, his gaze sharp and discerning, swiftly scanning the myriad of jade steel before him. Ultimately, guided by an indefinable intuition, he fixated on a piece of ore that bore a somber hue yet possessed an extraordinary solidity, calmly lifting it. Shitou Muichiro's selection process appeared more direct and unadulterated. He relied almost entirely on instinct, unhesitatingly striding to the opposite side to grasp a piece of forging stone that resonated with him. Meanwhile, Shitou walked leisurely among them, her eyes focused and profound, her fingertips gently brushing over several different jade steels, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with them. In the end, she chose a unique steel that seemed to harbor glimmers of light within. Following their lead, the remaining swordsmen managed to quell their excitement and approached in an orderly manner, selecting their own stones of hope. Not far away, within the mansion, Kanamori Yose received news through the crow messenger, learning of the results of the final selection. A look of satisfaction graced his pale, handsome face as he softly mused, "It appears that more children survived than I had anticipated. Such resilience is truly admirable." His tone brimmed with commendation for them. After selecting their forging stones, the group began to depart from this pivotal place that dictated their fates. Shitou approached her two elder brothers and bid them farewell softly. "Brother, I must return to Misty Fog Mountain for a while." Her voice was gentle yet resolute. Shitou Yuiichiro nodded, rationally analyzing, "Indeed, it is prudent to inform Mr. Kanroji of your safety." Beneath his seemingly indifferent tone lay an acknowledgement of his sister's thoroughness. Shitou Muichiro also exhibited an understanding smile, expressing his support with unadulterated sincerity. "Go ahead, Combe. We, too, are on our way to seek guidance from our teacher." After parting from her brothers, Shitou set forth with a light yet steady step on her journey back to Misty Fog Mountain. Her pace was swift, weaving through the forest, and soon, the familiar mist-shrouded peaks came into view, almost simultaneously with her arrival at the mountain gate. The figure adorned with a Tengu mask appeared at the entrance. Kanroji Sakamoto seemed to have already sensed her return. Upon seeing Kanroji Sakamoto, a surge of emotions bubbled beneath the calm facade that Shitou had maintained, prompting her to quicken her pace and nearly rush forward to embrace her mentor, who was akin to a father figure. "Child," Kanroji Sakamoto's voice resonated through the mask, bearing a barely perceptible tremor as he raised his hand to gently pat her back. "You have succeeded." As the words fell, silent tears streamed from the eyeholes of his mask, landing upon the damp earth of Misty Fog Mountain. Inside the modest dwelling, Shitou recounted her recent experiences, particularly the perilous encounters with the aberrant demons, in a clear and coherent manner. Kanroji Sakamoto listened intently, nodding from time to time. Upon hearing her account of how she had slain the aberrant demon through wit and perseverance, he couldn't help but emit a low, resonant sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Subsequently, Kanroji Sakamoto imparted knowledge regarding the various categories and characteristics of demons. Shitou sat upright, her attention unwavering, deeply imprinting each of her mentor's words into her memory. Kanroji Sakamoto regarded his now-grown disciple, whose thoughts were meticulous and unwavering, his voice imbued with trust and affirmation. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly be able to tackle these special demons. Shitou did not elaborate further, merely nodding solemnly and profoundly. All her resolve and promises were encapsulated in this silent gesture. The mist of Misty Fog Mountain continued to swirl, yet a new path had already begun to unfurl clearly beneath her feet. Chapter 15. 12 Days of Mundanity. During the 15 days of waiting for the sun, wheels sword to be forged. The Shitou brothers made their way along the familiar mountain path towards Misty Fog Mountain. Morning light filtered through layers of leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the damp earthen trail. Muichiro walked ahead with a light step, his dark green hair swaying gently with his movements as he occasionally paused to observe the wildflowers along the roadside. Don't walk too fast, Yuiichiro admonished steadily from behind. The path ahead was washed out in the recent rains. Be cautious of your footing. Muichiro turned back with a smile. Got it. Speaking of which, should we bring some gifts for our sister while we're at Misty Fog Mountain? She must feel quite lonely training alone with Mr. Kanroji. Yuiichiro retrieved an oil paper package from his satchel. I just bought some plum-flavored pastries. They should be Comb's favorite. However, I'm more concerned about her health. Living with her eyes closed must be quite inconvenient. At this moment, within the wooden cabin halfway up Misty Fog Mountain, Shitou had developed a deep affinity for pharmacology due to her heightened sensitivity, particularly during the 5 days before her brothers brought her home. She was currently seated on the porch, meticulously sorting herbs, her slender fingers gliding gently over each leaf as she categorized them by type and quality. Kanroji Sakanoto emerged from within, holding a newly crafted mortar. Try this. He placed the mortar beside Comb. As you suggested, I deepened the grinding trough a bit. It should be more convenient for grinding those hard roots. Comb ran her fingers over every detail of the mortar, her face lighting up with delight. Thank you, Mr. Kanroji's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. This will make processing herbs much easier. It was your improvement suggestion. Kanroji nodded slightly beneath his Tengu mask. Just then, Comb suddenly lifted her head, facing downhill. My brothers are here. Kanroji paused, slightly taken aback. Comb, being positioned halfway up the mountain, could perceive her brothers at the foot with such precision. Her keen sensitivity far exceeded his previous expectations. As the brothers appeared at the end of the forest trail, Comb had already stationed herself at the gate, waiting. Muichiro was the first to rush forward, scrutinizing his sister closely. Have you been well up here? Have you been eating properly? Yuiichiro followed at a measured pace, his gaze gentle. I brought you some plum-flavored pastries. Here, take them. Comb accepted the oil paper package, a smile gracing her lips. Thank you, brother. You must be tired from the journey. I brewed some herbal tea, which should help alleviate your fatigue. She gently turned to Muichiro. Brother, for your knee, I specifically prepared some herbs to promote blood circulation and reduce bruising. Just apply them later. Muichiro's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know my knee was bothering me? I thought I was hiding it well. Yuiichiro wore a thoughtful expression as they truly grasped that her perceptiveness had sharpened to the extent of penetrating distance and disguise, discerning even the slightest nuances of their physical conditions. The four of them stepped inside, where Comb poured steaming hot tea for her brothers and Kanroji Sakanoto. Yuiichiro noticed the neatly arranged array of herbs in the corner and inquired with concern, have you been studying pharmacology these days? Yes, Comb nodded lightly. There are many herbs in the mountains that can help Mr. Kanroji and the villagers with minor ailments. Yuiichiro leaned in curiously. It smells wonderful. What kind of tea is this? It's brewed from cornelian cherry and peppermint leaves. It helps relieve fatigue, Comb explained softly. I also prepared some common medicinal herbs for you. They should come in handy during battles. Before long, Kanroji took his leave, and as he departed, the setting sun stretched the shadows of the three figures long and slender. Yuiichiro deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside his sister. Studying pharmacology must be exhausting, right? Be sure to rest. Comb shook her head gently. It's not exhausting. I'm very happy to be able to help others. As for you brothers, please be careful during training. I've heard the intensity has increased recently. Muichiro leaped to the other side of his sister. Don't worry. We're all being cautious. However, the medicinal tea you prepared is truly effective. I feel much better after just drinking it. When we part, I shall prepare a little more for you to take along. Yunming smiled, noting the recent chill in the air, and added that he had also gathered some herbs to ward off the cold. Upon returning home, the night had already fallen. Chio stood by the door, waiting, and as she saw the children return, she hurried to take their bags. Was the journey smooth? The mother inquired with concern, her gaze sweeping over each child. Is Yunming adjusting well to life in the mountains? Has she caught a chill? Jairu emerged from the house, carrying a steaming bowl of food. Let us eat first. I've specially made the radish stew you all love. During dinner, the family gathered under the warm glow of the lights. Chio kept serving dishes to the children, her gaze lingering on Yunming's face. Is there anything you need for living in the mountains? Is your blanket warm enough? Yunming gently shook her head. Thank you for your concern, Mother. Everything is just fine. I have prepared some calming herbs for you. Brewing them as tea before bed will help with sleep. Nichiru excitedly shared his discoveries from the day. Yunming can now identify many herbs. She has also prepared a lot of commonly used medicinal plants for us. Moreover, her perceptiveness is remarkable. She even sensed my slight knee discomfort. Nichiru ladled a bowl of hot soup next to his sister. Remember to take breaks while studying. Do not overexert yourself. As the night deepened, Chiyo entered her daughter's room, placing a newly made garment on the bedside. As the weather has turned cooler, I have made you a thicker outfit. Yunming gently ran her fingers over the stitching of the garment, a warm smile gracing her face. Your sewing skills remain impeccable, Mother. Have you been sleeping better lately? I can hear your breathing is much steadier than last time. Chiyo paused, surprised. She had indeed been sleeping more soundly of late, not realizing her daughter could perceive such things. The calming tea you prepared for me is very effective, she said, sitting beside her daughter. You must have worked hard while away these past months. Yunming leaned against her mother's shoulder. I am happy to help others in my own way. Just like now, being able to prepare some herbs for my family and seeing everyone healthy brings me the greatest satisfaction. Thus, they spent 7 days at home, with Yunming meticulously concocting various health-promoting remedies for her family, preparing a fatigue-relieving herbal bath for her father, a nourishing ointment for her mother's hands and feet, and soothing herbal teas for her brothers after their training. The moonlight poured like mercury into the courtyard, and Yunming stood quietly in the corridor, absorbing every familiar sound, the rustling of her father turning pages, her mother organizing clothes, and the steady breathing of her brothers in their rooms. These subtle sounds wove together into the melody of home, and her extraordinary perceptiveness allowed her to see this world even in darkness, as well as keenly sense every discomfort and change in her family. This gift enabled her to protect those she loved. In the 3 days leading up to the forging of the Nichiren blade, the Tsujikuni siblings spent precious and heartwarming moments with their parents. As the day of their early departure arrived, they stood at the threshold in the soft morning light, bidding farewell to their parents. With glistening eyes, Chiyo tightly grasped each child's hand, her voice choked with emotion as she urged, be sure to return safely. Beside his wife, the resolute Jairu patted his son's shoulders with calm assurance. Remember, no matter what happens, home will always be here waiting for you. With a radiant smile, Tsujikuni Nichiru responded. We will definitely come back to visit often. Tsujikuni Yuiichiro, with a gentle expression, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, we will take good care of ourselves. Standing quietly by, Tsujikuni Yunming softly added, I have organized the herbs I prepared into the cabinet. Remember to brew the calming tea before bed. With their family's blessings, the three siblings stepped into the morning dew, leaving behind their warm and cherished home. At the crossroads, Nichiru cheerfully waved. Once I obtain the Nichiren blade, I'll come find you for a spar, little sister. Yuiichiro stood beside Nichiru, shaking his head in mild exasperation, yet smiling. Focus on your training first. Yunming turned to her two brothers, gently reminding, please take care of yourselves. Upon returning to the wooden house on Misty Fog Mountain, the ever-patient Sanemi was already waiting in the courtyard. Hearing their familiar footsteps, he nodded slightly. It seems you fared well during this time. Yunming approached, retrieving a pouch of herbs from her bag. I brought you some homemade medicinal tea. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Nichiru and Yuiichiro had barely set down their belongings when they were called back to training by their instructor, who had just faced a rejection of affection. Break time is over. Continue training. As night fell, Yunming sat peacefully by the window, meticulously organizing her herbs. Chapter 16. The Name of the Crows. The evening breeze wafted through the window, bringing with it the unique coolness of the mountains. By the window of the small house, the fragrant aroma of freshly harvested herbs filled the air, a variety of dried and fresh plants laid out before her. Tsujikuni Yunming was engrossed in her task, her long, fair fingers skillfully navigating through the green and dark brown leaves and roots, sorting them into categories. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against something soft and cool, distinct from the rough texture of the herbs. Gently parting the layers of herbs, she revealed a forgotten flower, slightly dented, yet still vibrant. It was a Hyokushin flower. The petals boasted a clear, pristine blue-violet hue, reminiscent of a corner of the sky soaked in the purest morning dew, with delicate white stamens at the center. Resembling a small tuft of soft cloud, nestled peacefully in the heart of the sky. Amidst the practical herbs, it stood out as particularly delicate and ethereal. She carefully picked up the fragile flower stem, gazing intently at it against the remaining twilight outside. Sunlight penetrated the thin petals, casting a hazy, dreamlike blue shadow on her pale fingers, as if she were cradling a small piece of breathing sky. Forgiveness and hope. She softly recited its meaning from memory, and a gentle ripple seemed to spread across the tranquil lake of her heart, reflected in her blue eyes, veiled in white gauze. The pure hues of blue and white inevitably evoked thoughts of the vastness of the sky and the encompassing void. Lost in thought, a fleeting idea brushed lightly across her calm heart like a feather, creating ripples. She temporarily set the small flower on the edge of the windowsill, elegantly placing her fingers to her lips, inhaling deeply, and then a clear, melodious whistle sliced through the settling afternoon silence. Almost as soon as the whistle fell silent, the sound of flapping wings approached swiftly and powerfully. A dark shadow swept by, and a crow, its feathers as black as ink and eyes sharp, landed deftly on the window frame, its claws tapping lightly against the wooden sill. Restlessly, it shifted its claws, its clever head turning side to side, its sapphire-like eyes sparkling with vivacity and curiosity as it surveyed Yunming and the herbs beside her. Seeing it so full of energy, restless as ever, Sujikuni Yunming couldn't help but smile slightly, forming a delicate curve at the corners of her lips. She extended her hand, gently stroking its ever-anxious head, feeling the smoothness of the feathers and a touch of the night's coolness beneath her fingertips. Under her tender and almost magical touch, the crow miraculously quieted slightly, even leaning its head to affectionately rub against her fingertip, emitting a soft, contented purr from its throat. Sujikuni Yunming picked up the Hyokushin flower, her movements deft and steady, and with a slender, flexible stem, she tied it to the left side of the crow's head, near its ear feathers. The deep, shiny black feathers beautifully complemented the elegant blue and white, resembling a tiny star that had suddenly ignited in the night sky, striking yet curiously harmonious. I've never given you a proper name. Her voice was soft and gentle, akin to the whispers of the night breeze, as she spoke to her steadfast companion, who had been by her side for quite some time. She gazed at the flower that served as a striking adornment, her eyes then gliding over its petals, and turned to the boundless night sky outside, soon to be adorned with twinkling stars. She commenced her benediction, as though performing a solemn ritual. The joyous grass, she began, her tone reminiscent of a mountain stream, tranquil yet clear. Its floral language embodies gratitude, forgiveness, and reconciliation. She paused slightly, as if weighing the most fitting words, her gaze serene and profound behind the delicate veil, symbolizing the release from past wounds, while harboring aspirations for a future filled with beauty. At that moment, the raven sat unusually still, no longer restless. It merely tilted its head slightly, its bright eyes wide open, as if intently listening to every word. Within the realm of friendship, she continued, her tone softening with warmth. The joyous grass symbolizes unity and genuine camaraderie. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed against another mint leaf nearby, bringing a refreshing sensation. On a deeper level, it represented tenacity and indomitable will. She paused again, allowing her words to settle, reflecting that even when rooted in barren soil and facing harsh conditions, enduring storms, or being unexpectedly severed, it could swiftly rejuvenate itself within what seemed like a moment of despair, bursting forth with vibrant vitality anew. Turning her gaze back, it seemed to penetrate the veil, returning to the raven, her eyes now imbued with deeper trust and expectation. This teaches us that regardless of the adversities life may present or the darkness we may find ourselves in, we must persevere, remain proactive, and strive to overcome the numerous obstacles, seeking the light that breaks through the surface. Her voice, though soft, bore a quiet conviction, articulating an eternal truth. Simultaneously, her tone shifted to a lighter cadence, akin to the dance of musical notes. The joyous grass also signifies joy and beauty. When it blooms, its fragrance, though subtle, is enduring. Its colors are vivid and pure, always capable of bestowing a sense of pure delight and joy within one's heart. A gentle smile graced her lips, though veiled. It seemed to emanate through the slight elevation of her mouth and the softening of her facial contours, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a frozen lake, creating delicate ripples across her lovely visage. It reminds us that amidst the hustle and bustle, even amidst life's perils, we must uphold a positive outlook, never forgetting to discover and pursue our own share of happiness and the small yet tangible beauties of life. Leaning slightly closer to the raven, she spoke with a newfound solemnity, as if sealing a pact. Moreover, it bears another name, a very beautiful name, known as the silver moongrass. She fixed her gaze upon the raven's gem-like eyes, seemingly peering into its very soul. I hope you can embody its essence, possessing both unwavering resolve and the ability to provide warmth and hope, deeply rooting yourself in adversity to gather strength, yet never forgetting to bloom with your own joy and brilliance at the appropriate moment. Thus, she paused once more, seemingly gathering her most significant blessing, before articulating clearly and gently, Moon Forgiveness. From this day forth, you shall be called Moon Forgiveness, Moon derives from the silver moon grass's luminescence and eternity, while forgiveness embodies the essence of mercy and acceptance. Upon hearing the name Moon Forgiveness, the raven, which had remained unusually quiet during her speech, seemed suddenly infused with boundless joy and vigor. It sprang to life, hopping back and forth on the narrow windowsill, flapping its wings excitedly, producing a flurry of sounds. Its voice ringing clear and bright with exuberance. Moon Forgiveness. Moon Forgiveness. That is my name. I like it. I like it very much. Yunming. Thank you. It even attempted to gently nudge the small flower at the side of its head with its beak, as if confirming that this beautiful reality was not a mere illusion. Watching the lively little creature before her, nearly dancing with joy, the smile in Shitou Yunming's eyes blossomed fully, akin to ripples spreading across a lake after a stone has been cast into it, creating gentle and luminous waves. She did not utter a word to quell its exuberance, merely observing Moon Forgiveness reveling in the profound joy of its newfound name, a pure and contagious happiness that seemed to quietly dispel the lingering chill around her, warming her tranquil heart. In the shadows of the nearby porch, the towering figure of Rinto Sakanji, adorned with a red Tengu mask, silently observed this tender scene. His tall silhouette leaned against the doorframe, and though the gaze hidden behind the mask was hardly discernible, the slightly relaxed shoulders and naturally hanging hands revealed the gentle and serene nature characteristic of a wise elder deep within him. He witnessed the trust and warmth that flowed naturally between the girl and the raven, observing how the small, unassuming blue flower became a vessel for a name filled with meaning and blessings. Watching the healing power that ebbed beneath the tranquility, it seemed even the surrounding night breeze, tinged with a hint of cold, softened and became gentler. Chapter 17. The Steel Grave. In the early morning, Shitou Yunming stood quietly before the wooden cottage. As the wind carried the crisp sound of bells, heralding the approach of a figure adorned with a wind chime hat, traversing the mountain path at a leisurely pace. As the sound of the wind chimes drew nearer, it appeared that the newcomer bore a wrapped Nichiren blade on their back. Shitou Yunming inclined her head slightly, her voice light, "Good morning." Yet, the person seemed oblivious, engrossed in unwrapping the cloth covering the blade. Their tone fervent, "I am Steel Grave, the craftsman who forged the blade for Yunming." They caressed the blade's body, gesturing towards the sun. "This is the Nichiren blade, my labor of love." A soft sigh emanated from inside the cottage, as Rinto Sakanji shook his head, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation beneath the mask. "This person remains unchanged." Shitou Yunming stood quietly to the side, sensing that Steel Grave was entirely absorbed in his infatuation with his creation, and chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting the end of his enthusiastic monologue. As he concluded his fervent recounting, he suddenly turned to her. The fire demon mask obscured his features, making his sudden focus on her somewhat unnerving, yet the girl remained undisturbed. The gaze behind the mask lingered for a moment on her gradient blue and white hair before settling upon her eyes, hidden behind the veil. Steel Grave fell silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously brushing the blade's sheath, as if contemplating what colors this blade would reveal. "Mr. Steel Grave, you've worked hard. Why not come inside for a cup of tea and take a moment to rest?" Shitou Yunming's voice was calm, devoid of any trace of fear. The blacksmith nodded thoughtfully. Still lost in contemplation, the three gathered around the hearth, and Steel Grave eagerly pushed the Nichiren blade toward the girl. "Quickly, draw it out and see." The Nichiren blade, also known as the color-changing blade, will alter its colors according to the nature of its wielder. Shitou Yunming's slender fingers gently glided over the hilt, gradually drawing out the blade. As the Nichiren blade was fully unsheathed, it indeed began to change colors, transitioning from a deep blue to a radiant white, mirroring the strands of hair cascading over her shoulders. "Marvelous!" Steel Grave exclaimed, abruptly slapping the table, excitement sparkling in his eyes hidden behind the mask. "The blue and white gradient, splendid, truly splendid." Rinto Sakanji nodded slightly. "It resembles the color of Yugo's blade, yet possesses its own uniqueness." At that moment, Shitou Yunming's raven, Moon Forgiveness, flew in gracefully from afar, landing lightly upon her shoulder. It sported a newly affixed joyous grass flower, crafted by Shitou Yunming herself, its blue petals quivering gently in the morning light. This entirely ebony raven preened its feathers with its beak before turning to Shitou Yunming, speaking in a clear voice. "Shitou Yunming, I will convey the orders. Please proceed immediately to the southeastern town, where young boys are dying one after another. Each night, a boy is found dead in his sleep at home. Your task is to uncover the lurking demon and vanquish it. Shitou Yunming, please exercise utmost caution. This shall be your inaugural mission as a demon slayer." Shitou Kumihiko listened quietly to the instructions, nodding slightly. At that moment, she noticed that Kenroji Mitsuri had quietly departed at some point, likely understanding that it would be inappropriate to disturb her given her impending task. Kenroji Sakanji stepped forward slowly, beginning to elucidate the intricacies of the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and the Nichiren blade in detail. He particularly emphasized that the uniform had undergone special treatment, endowing it with a certain degree of protective capability. Upon the mention of the uniform, Shitou Kumihiko couldn't help but reminisce about the rather revealing attire she had initially received. With a gentle smile on her face, she had unhesitatingly destroyed that ill-fitting outfit before the individual who delivered it, insisting on a more modestly tailored alternative. Now, the uniform she donned was elegantly designed, complemented by long trousers that afforded her considerable mobility. The haori she wore over it, a white to blue gradient, was still the one meticulously crafted by Kenroji Sakanji himself. The color transitioned from pure white at the shoulders to a deep azure at the hem, harmonizing beautifully with the hue of her hair, appearing particularly exquisite in the morning light. Once Kenroji Sakanji had imparted all necessary precautions, Shitou Kumihiko too readied herself for the journey ahead. The trainer, adorned with a Tengu mask, gently patted her shoulder, his gaze filled with anticipation. Shitou Kumihiko bowed respectfully before turning to embark on her quest, while Kenroji remained at the entrance, watching her figure gradually fade from sight, ultimately disappearing at the end of the mountain path. Chapter 18, Annihilation of Demons. Following the guidance of Takahashi Tsukuyami, Shitou Kumihiko arrived at the small southeastern town, shrouded in gloom. No sooner had she stepped through the town's entrance than she was met by a panicked youth who collided with her. The boy was caked in mud, his pupils constricted like pinpricks, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his whole frame trembled violently. "Fear not, you are safe now," Shitou Kumihiko reassured him with a soothing voice, gently supporting the boy's weakened body. Under her continuous comfort, the boy, who introduced himself as Yukimura Takuya, finally steadied his breathing and recounted the harrowing events of the previous night. "I was dining with my dear friend at his home when I stepped away for a moment to use the restroom, only to return and find him lifeless in his slumber." His voice cracked. "I heard rustling in the bushes, and in fright, I fled as that monster pursued me relentlessly. I ran for my life, and somehow, I managed to shake it off." Trembling, Yukimura clutched his shoulders. "I dare not return home, fearing for my family. I could only hide in an abandoned temple until dawn." Shitou Kumihiko listened attentively, her senses beneath the veil of her white fabric already spreading like a spider's web, capturing every unusual fluctuation in the air. "I am a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps," she calmly stated once he had finished. "Lead me to the scene of the incident." Still in a daze, Yukimura glanced at the seemingly younger girl before him, with her eyes obscured by the veil, hesitating for a moment before he began to lead her deeper into the town. Upon arriving at the estate, Shitou Kumihiko keenly sensed an extraordinarily dense aura of demonic energy lingering in the air, nearly palpable. This presence approached the level of a lower moon. She mused silently, yet discreetly urged the boy to leave first. As the last vestiges of daylight vanished, Shitou Kumihiko stood resolutely in the twilight, the blue tips of her white hair shimmering subtly in the deepening night. Suddenly, she sensed a peculiar presence rapidly approaching from 100 meters away. "Here it comes." She lightly tapped her toes, her form gliding gracefully over the rooftops. Under the moonlight, a tattered figure twisted its limbs at an unnatural angle, long hair obscuring its face, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. "Another bothersome little girl?" the female demon hissed with a raspy chuckle, dropping to all fours, her speed so swift that she left only an afterimage in the air. "Perfect, let me savor the taste of a swordsman." Shitou Kumihiko remained silent, her Nichiren blade already unsheathed. The blue-to-white gradient of the blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight as she stood her ground, her white fabric unmoving in the night breeze. Just as the demon's claw was about to reach her face, the girl slightly tilted her body, the blade carving a smooth arc. Second form, water wheel. However, the demon did not flinch, confronting the Nichiren blade head-on with its claws, producing a deafening clash of metal. The force of the impact pushed Shitou Kumihiko back a half-step, and she acutely sensed that the demon's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary foe. "Not bad," the demon remarked with a low, mocking laugh, its form suddenly splitting into 3 afterimages, each attacking from different angles. Each shadow bore a tangible assault, their claws tearing through the air with piercing shrieks. Shitou Kumihiko focused her mind, her perception extending to its utmost limit. Everything within 100 meters was vividly reflected in her consciousness. The aura of the leftmost shadow was the weakest, the attack from the right rear was the fiercest, and the killing intent directly ahead was the most intense. Fourth form, splashing tide. The blade surged forward like a tide, deftly parrying each strike. Yet, the demon's assault abruptly shifted. Its long hair darted out like a venomous serpent, the strands entwined with a faint purple mist. Beware of the poison mist. Takahashi Tsukuyami warned from above. Shitou Kumihiko had already sensed the anomaly of the mist, gracefully retreating while wielding her blade to create a gust that dispersed the toxic haze. In that fleeting moment, the demon's true form erupted from the ground, its claws aiming straight for the girl's heart. Got you. At the critical moment, Shitou Kumihiko twisted her body at an astonishing angle, reversing the grip on her Nichiren blade. Sixth form. Raging whirlpool. The blade spun like a vortex, not only nullifying the fatal strike, but also leaving a grievous wound deep enough to see the bone across the demon's chest. However, just as she retracted her blade, the demon's long hair suddenly swept across her left shoulder like a razor, carving a deep gash that exposed bone. Blood instantly stained her haori, and Shitou Kumihiko stifled a groan, rapidly retreating. Futile. The demon cackled maniacally, licking the blood from its claws. I am but a step away from becoming a lower moon. This level of injury is nothing. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, her figure blurred once more, and the entire space was suddenly enveloped in thick fog. Shitou Kumihiko gritted her teeth against the searing pain, sensing the demon's aura splitting into dozens within the mist, each carrying genuine murderous intent. The wound on her left shoulder burned fiercely, blood dripping from her fingertips, yet her grip on the blade remained steady. Blood demon art, phantom mist. Dozens of female demons surged from the mist, their claws slicing through the air from all directions. Shitou Kumihiko closed her eyes, relying entirely on her perception to navigate through the dance of blades and shadows. Each movement tugged at her wounds, blood seeping continuously, staining her haori ever redder. Suddenly, the demon went berserk, shrieking in a fit of madness. Why? Why must you stop me? The voice of the female demon wavered and echoed through the fog, tinged with a mournful cry. I merely wish for those children to sleep forever. Shitou Kumihiko keenly perceived a fleeting flaw in the demon's assault. When she spoke of the children, the aura 3 steps to her left rear exhibited a slight disturbance. Your sorrow should not be borne by the innocent. The girl's voice was as frigid as the moon, and yet her Nichiren blade grew increasingly sharp. She clenched her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, deliberately feigning a flaw, and indeed sensed a violent fluctuation in the aura from her left rear. Now, just as Shitou Kumihiko's Nichiren blade was about to strike the demon's neck, a strange glimmer flickered in the demon's eyes. A layer of hard scales suddenly covered its neck, and the blade struck, emitting brilliant sparks. The demon twisted its face into a sinister grin, its claws lunging straight for the girl's visage. Remaining unflustered, Shitou Kumihiko's face, beneath the veil, appeared slightly pale from blood loss. In the instant the claws were about to make contact, she abruptly changed her tactics, disregarding the agonizing pain in her left shoulder. Swinging her Nichiren blade at an exquisite angle once more. Fifth form, scattering flow. The blade surged forth like a mighty river, each wave stronger than the last. Each strike landed with unerring precision upon the same spot, causing the scales to crack. Blood gushed forth from the wound, yet her movements remained unaffected, growing increasingly ferocious. Impossible. How could you possibly breach my defenses? The female specter shrieked in terror. At the moment when Kanroji Mitsuri delivered her final blow, the specter's desperate counterattack arrived simultaneously. The claws sank deeply into her right flank, while the Nichiren blade severed the demon's head in that very instant. Kanroji Mitsuri staggered backward, wounded. As her form began to dissipate, she recalled her name, Mitsuki Iwazumi. On that fateful rainy night, Muzan had whispered in her ear, allow me to bestow upon you power, to save all the dying youths. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to see her son, Kamiryu, reaching out his small hand towards her. She grasped it, tears streaming down her face, until she ultimately transformed into motes of dust. Kanroji Mitsuri knelt on one knee, her Nichiren blade propped against the ground. Blood flowed profusely from her left shoulder and right flank, while her forehead, concealed by a sheer veil, glistened with beads of sweat. With great difficulty, she retrieved the prepared hemostatic powder from her bosom and trembled as she sprinkled it upon her wounds. I need to rest for a moment. She softly spoke to the hovering crow. After managing to bandage her injuries, Kanroji Mitsuri sheathed her blade, attuning herself to the dissipating aura of the demon lingering in the air. Leaning against the wall, she rose slowly, each step proving exceptionally arduous, leaving behind a trail of crimson stains upon the ground, until she ultimately vanished at the end of the small town's road. The town behind her finally embraced tranquility, with only the dried blood on the ground bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Chapter 19, Chronicles of the Butterfly Mansion. Kanroji Mitsuri lost consciousness entirely on her way back. The last remnants of her awareness were filled with the earthy scent of blood and the distant sound of hurried footsteps approaching. When she awoke once more, The air was laden with the bitter scent of medicine. Beneath her lay soft, dry bedding, and an expanse of darkness enveloped her, not the kind that obscured her vision. For she was accustomed to the veil covering her eyes, but rather a profound void and silence that stemmed from her body being utterly drained. You have finally awakened. A voice filled with surprise pierced through the stillness. The footsteps approached the bedside briskly and eagerly. Even though she could not see, Kanroji Mitsuri's acute senses painted a vivid outline of the figure. Black hair styled in twin ponytails, a blue butterfly hairpin that fluttered with her movements. And clad in the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, mixed with the pristine aura of a nurse's attire. She was the girl whom Kanroji Mitsuri and her brothers rescued from the demon's claws on Fujisaki Mountain. Miss Kanzaki. Mitsuri's voice was somewhat hoarse and parched as she attempted to move. A sharp pain shot through her left shoulder and right flank, causing her to frown slightly before she forced herself to relax. This pain served as a vivid reminder of the deadly clash she had endured. She had emerged victorious and survived. Don't move. Kanzaki Alway hastily pressed her down. Your left shoulder's bone was nearly crushed, and the penetrating wound in your right flank almost damaged your internal organs. You have been unconscious for a full half-month. Mitsuri listened quietly, perceiving Alway's concern and relief in her tone. She merely responded with a faint her emotions tempered, as if that life-and-death struggle were a distant memory. Alway's exclamation attracted the attention of three more youthful figures, Teranai Kyo, Nakahara Sumi, and Takata Naho. The trio of head nurses at the Butterfly Mansion, who gathered around with expressions of worry and curiosity. Miss Mitsuri, how are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt significantly? Teranai Kyo's voice was gentle, imbued with a comforting strength. Do you need water? Or perhaps some more broth? Nakahara Sumi asked with a practical tone. Takata Naho, ever forthright, chimed in. That's wonderful. It's great that you've awakened. We were all so worried. She paused, then added, Oh, I have good news. Because you successfully slayed that formidable demon, the master has decreed that your rank has been elevated to Grade C. Grade C. Mitsuri felt a stirring in her heart, recognizing it as acknowledgement of the price she had paid. Her pale lips curled into the faintest of smiles as she softly replied, Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Her response was polite, yet tinged with an imperceptible distance, a customary courtesy rather than an immediate warmth of openness. On the first day of her recovery, upon learning that his sister had awakened, Satoko Muichiro and Yuiichiro hurried to her side. The two, usually cool or awkward, now radiated pure urgency and concern. Mitsuri, is anything else bothering you? You must tell us. Muichiro's voice was laced with an unusual tension. Yuiichiro frowned, his tone stiff yet filled with worry. You fool, don't push yourself to such extremes next time. Mitsuri could clearly see the unmasked concern etched upon her brothers' faces. A warm current surged within her, as the coolness she often displayed towards outsiders melted away in the presence of her bloodkin. She softly reassured them, promising to take good care of herself, the familial intimacy naturally surfacing. The following day, Tomioka Ju arrived. He stood at the entrance, his tall figure appearing somewhat awkward, and after a brief silence, he stiffly stated, I just happened to pass by. With that, he placed a box of plum-flavored sweets on the bedside table and lingered for a moment, seemingly at a loss for what to say, before departing as if he had merely been passing through. Mitsuri perceived his retreating presence and understood. This senior of hers was always so reticent. Yet he had made a greater effort than the last time. She chose not to confront it, silently noting this clumsy act of concern. The ensuing days were long yet far from dull, filled with the slow process of healing. Mitsuri's perceptive abilities allowed her to vividly witness the bustle and vitality of the Butterfly Mansion, even with her eyes covered. She quietly cooperated with her treatment. Her demeanor calm and measured. Her stillness, stemming from her physical limitations and character, rendered her akin to an elegant ink painting. She gradually grew more familiar with Kanzaki Aoi, Teranai Kyo, Nakahara Sumi, and Takata Naho. Naho, spirited as ever, frequently shared amusing stories to elicit a smile from her. Sumi diligently managed her needs with meticulous care, while Kyo, attentive as always, was the first to notice when Mitsuri unconsciously curled her fingers in pain, gently massaging her to soothe her discomfort. Though Mitsuri spoke little, she always listened intently, occasionally responding, and the faint smiles that graced her lips became increasingly genuine, revealing a warmth beneath her cold exterior. On one occasion, she sensed a particularly unique presence. The girl moved with utmost lightness, her breath nearly imperceptible, akin to a fluttering butterfly. Most of the time, she simply lingered quietly in the corner or completed her nursing duties. Upon inquiring, Mitsuri learned that her name was Kurikaho Kanao. Their first conversation was rather peculiar. Kanao seemed uncertain on how to respond to Mitsuri's greeting, merely producing a copper coin, rubbing it between her fingers. her gaze becoming intensely focused on that small object as if all light converged upon it. Mitsuri did not rush her. Instead, she patiently waited, sensing the subtle tension radiating from the girl. Ultimately, Kanao did not toss the coin but instead offered Mitsuri a faint, bashful smile tinged with a hint of crimson. Mitsuri returned a warm smile of understanding. This silent exchange spoke volumes beyond mere words. Her acquaintance with Tsunaga Shinobu felt more like an unexpected meeting of minds. The ever-gentle smile of the insect Hashira was always accompanied by an elusive aroma of wisteria mingled with medicinal herbs. During a dressing change, Shinobu meticulously examined the healing of Mitsuri's wounds, softly murmuring about the adjustments in the medicinal blend. Miss Shinobu is quite knowledgeable about pharmacology, Mitsuri suddenly interjected, her voice calm. Shinobu raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the girl draped in white gauze, and smiled. Oh, are you interested in this subject as well? Just a little. Mitsuri replied. Yunming's demeanor exuded humility, yet she subsequently proposed an audacious notion regarding the dosage adjustment of a particular herb to address her slow-wound healing. A perspective both ingenious and incisive. The smile on Butterfly Shinobu's face momentarily faltered, only to transform into a more genuine expression imbued with curiosity. What an intriguing idea. It seems Yunming is not merely a prodigy in swordsmanship. Since that moment, Butterfly Shinobu frequently sought Yunming to engage in discussions, ranging from the properties of herbs to the ratios in medicinal formulas, and at times even delving into the development of antidotes for demonic toxins. Although Yunming was visually impaired, her acute sensitivity and remarkable memory regarding scents and medicinal properties often led her to insights that left even Butterfly Shinobu astonished. The two, one concealing lethal intent and deep strategies beneath a smile, the other embodying wisdom and composure, found a remarkable resonance in the realms of botany and toxicology, swiftly cultivating a close rapport. Throughout the month dedicated to recuperation, Yunming's multifaceted persona gradually unfolded within the Butterfly Mansion. She maintained an apt awareness of propriety, preserving an appropriate distance from everyone while simultaneously offering considerate support at critical junctures, for instance, gently reminding Kanazaki Aoi to rest when sensing her fatigue, or calmly elucidating key points to Takada Naho when she became disheartened over trivial matters. After a month, her injuries had largely healed. Shitou Yunming donned a fresh Demon Slayer Corps uniform, her white veil still draping over her eyes. She lightly pressed the areas of lingering pain on her left shoulder and right abdomen, then unhesitatingly grasped the Nichiren blade. As she bid farewell to the residents of the Butterfly Mansion, Kanazaki Aoi and the three junior leaders expressed their reluctance, while Butterfly Shinobu smiled and handed her a small pouch of medicine, a new formula. Perhaps it will come in handy. Be careful on your journey, Yunming. Thank you, Miss Shinobu, and thank you all for your care during this time, Yunming replied with a slight nod, her tone sincere and gentle. Turning away, she stepped out of the Butterfly Mansion, her stride steady and resolute. Sunlight filtered through the white veil, dancing upon her shifting blue and white locks. The road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet after a month of rest and encounters, her heart seemed increasingly tranquil, enriched with bonds and strength. A new mission awaited her. Chapter 20. The Breath of Frost. In the early spring of 1912, during the Taisho era, Shitou Yunming had been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps for over 2 months. The 11-year-old girl sat gracefully by the window, her fingertips gently caressing the Nichiren blade, her movements as delicate as flowing water. Suddenly, the crow, Tsukuyami, alighted nearby, delivering exhilarating news. Yunming, your brothers, Shitou Muichiro and Shitou Yuiichiro, have slain a lower moon and created the breath of mist, ascending to the rank of Mist Hashira. Yunming's hand, which held the brush, momentarily paused, her lips curving into a silent smile. She spread out the letter, and as the ink flowed, her writing emerged tranquil as still water. I have heard of my brother's ascension. My heart rejoices for them. Enclosed is a new formula. May it assist my brothers in furthering their strength. This marked her 3rd time sending an improved medicinal formula. Thanks to her frequent discussions with Butterfly Shinobu, Shitou Yunming's expertise in pharmacology had seen remarkable progress. With her support, the now 12-year-old twins had grown to a height of 158 centimeters, while she herself stood at 156 centimeters. Yunming also shared this effective formula with several acquaintances. Lady Yunming, your letter and promotion notice, one of the hidden Corps members respectfully presented. She first unfolded the letter from her family, pinned in Yuiichi's steady hand. The medicine has been received. Do not worry. Be cautious in all matters. A few simple words, yet they filled her with warmth. Afterward, she turned her attention to the official letter announcing her promotion to the B rank, her expression remaining largely undisturbed as she quietly stowed the document away. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. On the return journey from a mission, she abruptly halted on a forest path. Her senses had already extended 100 meters away, detecting a chilling and oppressive presence rapidly approaching. Lower Moon 4, she murmured softly, her knuckles turning white from the grip on her Nichiren blade. A fierce wind gusted, revealing a figure entwined in a green wind blade. Oh, a newly promoted B rank member? Perfect, just what I need to hone my new wind blade. Shitou Yunming stood resolutely, attuned to the slightest shifts in the air currents. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. She launched the first strike, her blade cascading like layered waves. However, the wind blade was more ferocious, effortlessly tearing through the water waves and leaving bloody gashes on her arm. Is that all? Lower Moon 4 sneered, the wind intensifying. Yunming struggled to maintain her footing, her injuries accumulating, her haori gradually stained with crimson. A powerful blow sent her crashing against a tree, the agony nearly rendering her unconscious. In the fleeting moments of consciousness, her mother's profile gazed skyward, her azure eyes brimming with an unshakable sorrow, reflecting the gradient blue and white of Yunming's hair. Is this how it ends? An overwhelming sense of regret pierced her heart like ice. In the balance of life and death, she began to conjure memories of her mother gazing at the clouds, the trajectory of raindrops, and her father's words about the ever-changing nature of water, all suddenly coalescing. The breath of water surged within her, transforming and merging with her innate icy cloud attributes, giving birth to the breath of frost. She propped herself up with her blade, struggling to stand, her aura shifting dramatically, a chilling presence enveloping her. Breath of frost, first form, frosty round dance. The blade traced a circular arc, the moisture in the air crystallizing into fine mist, forming pale blue arcs of ice that slightly hindered the oncoming wind blades. Lower Moon 4 displayed surprise, enlightened in the face of battle. Unfortunately, it's still futile. The onslaught intensified. Breath of frost, third form, ice vortex barrier. She spun rapidly with her blade, a swirling ice cloud forming around her, raindrops condensing into a circular ice shield, its surface adorned with sharp ice spikes. As she desperately maneuvered through the storm, breath of frost, sixth form, cloud ice fall. Harnessing the force of the raging wind, she leaped into the air, her blade slicing downward at an angle, the moisture crystallizing into sheets of ice, crashing down to not only dispel a lethal blow but also leaving deep gashes on the demon's chest. Yet the wound healed swiftly, despair creeping back in. In a moment of desperation, she felt the innate hollow cloud pattern on her collarbone begin to radiate heat. This mark, present since birth, was now awakened by the life and death crisis, an unprecedented power surging through her limbs. Simultaneously, the layer of white fabric that had obscured her vision became the final barrier to her perception. Instinctively, she raised her hand and forcefully tore off the veil. Open, clear world. The blue eyes, altered by her mother's gaze towards the heavens, now shone as clear as a mirror, revealing the essence of all things before her. The movements of bones and muscles, the flow of blood, and even the core demon energy circulating within Lower Moon 4 were all laid bare before her. This innate ability, now perfectly harmonized with the awakened powers of her mark. Before her collarbone, the intricate and delicate hollow cloud pattern radiated a soft blue light, reflecting the gradient of her hair. Breath of frost, fourth form, rime flash. With the dual enhancement of the pattern and the transparent world, she moved with blinding speed, leaving behind traces of icy mist. The afterimages crystallized into translucent ice shells that misled the enemy's judgment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she let out a sharp cry as the blade traced a dragon-like arc, water vapor coalescing into the form of an ice dragon. Breath of frost, 11th form, ice dragon break. The ice dragon, surrounded by an excruciating cold, had its scales and claws crystallized into solid ice, striking precisely at the most vulnerable points of each wind blade. It was over. The cut, infused with absolute cold and insight, violently shattered through the wind barrier. Lower Moon 4 stared in terror as its blood demon art was instantly frozen, shattering piece by piece, along with the core demon energy's flow stagnating. The Nichiren blade, glinting like cold moonlight, accurately swept across the demon's neck. The ice crystals sealed the severed surface, not a drop of blood spilled. Shitou Yunming staggered to the ground, propping herself up with her blade, breathing heavily. The vision of the transparent world gradually receded, and the glow of the cloud pattern on her collarbone dimmed. Only the white gauze, discarded on the ground and now dust-laden, bears witness to the decisive transformation that has just transpired. Upon awakening in the butterfly mansion, as she sensed the presence of Shinobu Kocho, she spoke softly before the latter could utter a word. "Thank you for your concern." Shinobu extended a bowl of medicine, her gaze lingering momentarily on the markings upon her collarbone, her tone imbued with curiosity and admiration. You just ascended to the B rank and have already slain the lower moon, even developing the breath of frost in the midst of battle. Yume, you never cease to astonish. Shitou Yume responded with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. During her recuperation, in an effort to spare her busy brothers from worry, she took up her pen to write a letter, her handwriting steady. Elders, I am well. All is progressing smoothly, with occasional insights. Do not fret. She refrained from mentioning the markings in the transparent world. She meticulously observed her body, investigating for any side effects, and was horrified to discover that, had she not been born with the transparent world and the markings, forcibly awakening them could prematurely deplete her life force, prohibiting her from living beyond the age of 25. This revelation sent shivers down her spine. She dared not contemplate what might occur if her brothers activated their own markings. In the ensuing 3 weeks, while nursing her injuries, she incessantly experimented with concocting remedies, seeking a solution, yet to no avail. Once healed, she received a summons to the Hashira meeting room. Chapter 21, The Hashira Meeting. Shitou Yume adjusted her attire, inhaled deeply, and approached the Hashira meeting room. Her gradient blue and white hair swayed gently behind her. Upon pushing the door open, 10 figures were seated, their collective gaze instantly fixed upon her. Oh, so this is the little sister of the Shitou family? Yuzui Tenjin spoke first, his voice flamboyantly rising. What a splendid hair color. Humph. Takatu Muichiro leaned against the wall with crossed arms, his sharp gaze scanning her. Another Shitou, I see. Ju Tomioka sat silently in the corner, his eyes briefly resting on her. Igarashi Kaneo's Tomari emitted subtle signals, while she herself continued to focus on Mitsuri Kanroji, who, with her pink-green eyes, gazed at Yume in awe, whispering, she is truly beautiful. Without needing to turn, Yume perceived all, Tomari tilting its head in inquiry, Mitsuri offering her a discreet thumbs up. The warm smile on the face of Kagaya Ubuyashiki, seated at the head, the fleeting concern in her brother Muichiro's eyes, and the tension that belied the calm demeanor of Ju, as his heartbeat betrayed him. Shitou Yume, Ubuyashiki began, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze wafting through a garden. We have reviewed your detailed report regarding the slaying of Lower Moon 4. Additionally, Shinobu has submitted her observations concerning the unique markings on your body. Almost all gazes involuntarily gravitated toward her collarbone, even though her uniform concealed it meticulously. The bizarre birthmark that had manifested alongside the markings after that brutal battle had already been communicated to every Hashira through the report. To awaken the markings in the face of despair and to fully master the transparent world, your talent and willpower are remarkable, Ubuyashiki continued. However, you must have discerned the price of the markings. Yume raised her head, her blue eyes peeking through the sheer fabric with a hint of hesitation. Yes, my lord. Perhaps we should discuss the matter of the markings at a more opportune time. What can't be clarified here? Takatu Muichiro interjected, his tone impatient. Matters concerning life and combat prowess. Do you intend to withhold information? As he spoke, his gaze swept over Ju Tomioka, his words laced with sarcasm. Hey, Ju. What's with that expression? This is your junior sister. You must know something, right? Ju, expressionless, met his gaze in silence. Yet, Yume sensed a slight tremor in the aura surrounding him, as though he genuinely wished to ease their relationship. Muichiro, Ubuyashiki gently interjected, his soothing tone carrying an undeniable authority. Kagaya Ubuyashiki's hands were clasped in prayer, tears streaming down his face as he recited scriptures. Shinobu Kocho lightly tapped her chin, her expression contemplative. That birthmark is something I have yet to fully comprehend in relation to the markings. Miss Yume, once the meeting concludes, if you would be so kind as to share more of your experiences, it would be invaluable to my research. Yume politely replied, Of course, Miss Shinobu. When the time is right. Her voice remained calm, imbued with a clarity born of trials endured. She first turned to her brothers. Elders, I am aware of my own boundaries. This soothed the restrained urgency in Ju's demeanor and the worry that flickered across Muichiro's indifferent face. Then, she slightly turned toward the assembly, her perceptive gaze flowing like quicksilver, skimming over each visage. I appreciate your concern, esteemed ones. Regarding the markings, I have indeed considered their implications. I am not deliberately withholding information. It is merely a matter of extensive interconnections that must be clarified with my lord first. Her tone was neither subservient nor arrogant. Seeing the atmosphere ease, Ubuyashiki regarded her with warmth and announced, Shitou Yume. Based on your achievements in slaying the lower moon and the strength and potential you have demonstrated, we have unanimously decided to promote you to a Hashira. Given your unique breathing technique and your ability to perceive the essence of combat, we shall bestow upon you the title of Frost Hashira. From this day forth, Shitou Yume shall be recognized as the Frost Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yume bowed slightly, accepting her appointment with poise, devoid of exuberance, embodying a sense of rightful steadiness. I shall heed my lord's command. When Yuzui Tenjin once again lavished praise upon her hair color and prowess, stating it was sufficiently splendid, she was able to accurately direct her gaze toward him, offering a slight nod of gratitude, her actions indistinguishable from those of a visual observer. As the meeting paused, Yume and Ubuyashiki stepped outside to converse in private. Sunlight cascaded gently through the shoji doors, illuminating the corridor, while distant birdsong floated in the air. Ubuyashiki faced the courtyard, gently inquiring, "Now, you may disclose your genuine concerns, Yume." Yume lowered her gaze slightly, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before she spoke. "My lord, you are aware that awakening the markings postnatally is an act that drains one's vitality. Those who do so typically do not live beyond 25 years. Ubuyashiki nodded softly, retrieving an ancient family scroll from his robes. "Indeed, such a warning is documented in our family records. For this reason, this information has been strictly sealed to prevent unnecessary panic and to uphold the morale of our ranks." "I understand your considerations," Yume responded softly. "But I was born with the markings, and my body has not exhibited any signs of deterioration. This may present an opportunity. I believe that if we can delve into the mechanisms behind this, we might discover a way to eliminate the lifespan cost for those who awaken the markings later in life." A glimmer of hope sparked in Ubuyashiki's eyes. "Are you suggesting this requires extensive research and experimentation?" Yume continued, her tone resolute. "And I need assistance. I believe Miss Shinobu's medical expertise and knowledge of pharmacology are crucial. This concerns the fates of all Hashira and potential future members who may awaken their markings. We must proceed with caution, but we must also act swiftly." Ubuyashiki pondered briefly before nodding. "You are correct. This matter should not be delayed." He signaled to the concealed members behind him to summon Shinobu Kocho. A moment later, Shinobu appeared gracefully, her customary gentle smile gracing her lips, though her eyes bore a look of inquiry. "My lord, Miss Yume, is there something you require my assistance with?" Ubuyashiki succinctly outlined the situation, mentioning the cost of the markings and Yume's proposal. Shinobu's smile gradually faded, her expression turning exceedingly serious, her eyes sparkling with the focused intensity unique to a healer. "I see. The reality of not living past 25 is indeed a heavy truth." She turned to Yume. "Miss Yume, are you willing to cooperate with my research? It may necessitate extensive examinations and data collection, and might even involve some rather uncomfortable trials." Yunming nodded without hesitation. "As long as a solution can be found, I am willing to cooperate wholeheartedly, Miss Shinobu. My unique constitution may very well be the key to unraveling this conundrum." Understanding dawned upon her. Shinobu took a deep breath, her smile re-emerging, now imbued with unwavering determination. "Then, I, Shinobu Kocho, shall exert every effort. This endeavor is not only for the current Hashira, but also for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rest assured, I will formulate a comprehensive research plan, maintaining absolute confidentiality." When Yoya Shinjiro, Takedo Muichiro, and Shinobu returned to the conference room, the varied expressions of those waiting inside spoke volumes. What riddle were they deciphering? Mitsuri Kanroji, ever the peacemaker, chimed in, her pastel green eyes sparkling with kindness. "Lord, Miss Yunming and Miss Shinobu must have made a significant discovery." Kaneo Tsuyuri immediately whispered in agreement. "Mitsuri is right." Higo Shira Kaneo nodded along. Meanwhile, Onairo whispered to Muichiro, "It seems my foolish brother's worries were unfounded." Though his tone was sharp, the tension in his shoulders had eased. Muichiro replied coolly, "But your hands have been clenched into fists the entire time, brother." Yet his gaze remained calm, fixed on Yunming. Yuzui Tenjin stroked his chin. "A clandestine discussion among the three? It appears a grand development is on the horizon." Yoya Shinjiro addressed the Hashira, his tone gentle yet final. "Just now, Yunming and Shinobu confirmed certain details regarding her unique constitution and its relationship to the markings. This matter involves ancient legacies and intricate medical inquiries. It is not a deliberate concealment, merely that the timing is not yet ripe. Once we have concrete progress, we shall inform you all. For now, I urge everyone to concentrate on the present tasks and training." Most Hashira, though still curious, expressed their understanding. Mitsuri Kanroji made a sound of frustration, but refrained from further questioning. Ju Tomioka remained silent, his gaze lingering on Yunming and Shinobu for a moment longer. Yuzui Tenjin shrugged. Onairo and Muichiro exchanged a glance, ultimately returning to a state of tranquility. The meeting proceeded amidst a facade of calm, yet underneath, currents of tension swirled. The newly appointed Hashira, Takedo Muichiro, sat quietly in his designated spot. His eyes, veiled by thin gauze, seemed to penetrate through everything, sensing the flow of thoughts around him. As still waters run deep, he contemplated the secrets about his ancestor, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and his own mark that the Lord had mentioned, alongside the agreement just reached with Shinobu. A pact concerning the lives of many companions, entering a deeper realm of reflection. Chapter 22, Tamayo. After the Hashira meeting concluded, the members departed one after another. As Yunming prepared to leave with her brothers, a clear voice called from behind her. Sister Taketu, please wait. She paused, sensing the approach of Yuzui Tenjin, who strode confidently towards her, accompanied by Rengoku Kyujiro and Kanroji Mitsuri, their eyes alight with friendly curiosity. Congratulations on your promotion to the Wind Hashira. Rengoku's voice boomed as ever. Your breathing technique is both unique and powerful. I hope to spar with you when time permits. Mitsuri blushed slightly, adding softly, Miss Yuming's hair is truly beautiful. Like ice in the sky. Yuzui Tenjin waved grandly, chuckling. Not only is your hair splendid, but your insight is equally extraordinary. During the meeting, it seemed you noticed even the slightest movements of Taketu. Yunming inclined her head slightly, her countenance serene beneath her veil. I am honored by your kind words. Sensing my surroundings is an instinct of mine, independent of sight. She directed her gaze precisely at Mitsuri. Miss Kanroji, your hair is also lovely, vibrant with life. She then turned to Yuzui and Rengoku. If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to exchange insights on breathing techniques with both of you. Her poised response elicited glimmers of appreciation in their eyes. After a brief exchange, Yunming watched them depart with her heightened perception before turning to her waiting brothers, softly saying, Brother, let us return. Onairo made a sound of acknowledgement, his tone softened. At least we did not bring shame to the Taketu family. Muichiro quietly nodded, and the three vanished into the depths of the corridor. Days later, Yunming was dispatched to a small town in the northwest to investigate a case of demonic cannibalism. The night was deep, and she used her extraordinary perception to pinpoint her target, a demon with a grotesque form and immense strength. In the heat of battle, Yunming's blade shimmered with frost, allowing her to clearly sense the energy flow within the demon's body, seizing an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. As the battle concluded and she prepared to sheath her sword, her perception suddenly caught an anomaly, neither demonic energy nor human, but serene and ancient, carrying a faint herbal bitterness. Do not hide. Yunming called towards the depths of the alley. Please, reveal yourself. After a moment of silence, an elegant figure emerged slowly. In the moonlight, Tamayo donned a deep purple kimono, her pale beauty striking, black hair arranged in a low bun, her gentle eyes reflecting centuries of wisdom. She slightly bowed. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Tamayo. I noticed your remarkable skills and your pure aura, which resonates with a familiar yet awe-inspiring mark. Yunming sensed the nuance of Tamayo's probing words and the sincerity behind them, also catching a faint resonance with her own bloodline, an echo from the era of Yuiichi. She remained vigilant, though instinct told her that this person was not an enemy. Familiar? Are you referring to this? She inquired, lightly touching the fabric at her collarbone. Tamayo's gaze softened. Yes, it carries the essence of the swordsman who dealt a heavy blow to Muzan centuries ago, Yuiichi Tsujikuni. I was once a wretched soul misled by Muzan, and now I am resolved to destroy him. Yunming regarded Tamayo closely, her perception flowing like water, meticulously analyzing the ebb and flow of emotions, endless regret, steadfast purpose, and a fervent quest for redemption. There were no lies, only profound sorrow and determination. I sense your sincerity. Lady Tamayo, Yunming began, but you must understand, the Demon Slayer Corps and demons are mortal enemies. I comprehend. Tamayo bowed again, her demeanor humble yet resolute. I do not seek to demand your trust. I merely wish to convey that I have been researching a method to revert demons back to humanity and have made preliminary progress. Additionally, I am also exploring ways to overcome the side effects of the markings, which plague Lord Yuiichi as well. Perhaps my knowledge could complement your unique constitution and the core research. Yuming's mind raced. Tamayo's proposal aligned with her, and the Lord's plan with Shinobu. A physician with centuries of experience, her knowledge and research potential were invaluable. While risks existed, the potential rewards could far exceed expectations. I require evidence to substantiate your value and sincerity, Yunming stated. Calmly, Tamayo produced several scrolls sealed with special medicinal liquids and 2 vials of potions. These are portions of my research notes and preliminary concoctions aimed at stabilizing cells and prolonging vitality. Though imperfect, they are available for validation. Yuming accepted them, perceiving the weight of time embedded in the pages and the intricate balance of energy within the potions. She stored the items away, her tone steady yet resolute. This matter is of great significance. I cannot decide unilaterally. Please accompany me to meet the Lord and the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, in secrecy. Should they approve, an alliance may be forged. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tamayo's eyes. I am immensely grateful. Within the hidden chamber of the Ubuyashiki estate, the flickering lights cast shadows. Yoya Shinjiro sat at the head, his gaze wise and tranquil. Shinobu stood to one side, her usual gentle smile gracing her face, though her fingertips unconsciously tapped the hilt of her sword, betraying her inner unease. Yunming sat quietly beside her, the white veil draping low. Tamayo reiterated her background, objectives, and research progress. Therefore, I hope to collaborate with the Demon Slayer Corps to develop a potion that can revert demons to humanity, and she cast her gaze towards Yunming and Shinobu, contemplating the potion that could conquer the cost of the patterns. My blood demon technique, bewitching blood, could also, under specific circumstances, assist in the research and probe into the profound mysteries of life energy. Butterfly Shinobu maintained her unchanging smile, yet her tone bore a sharp scrutiny. Miss Tamayo, your tale is indeed poignant, and your research is remarkable. However, if I may be candid, how can we trust that a demon once under Musen's control will not be manipulated by him again at a crucial moment? And how can we ensure that the potion you provide is not merely another form of bewitching blood? Tamayo met her gaze with calm assurance. Through centuries of pharmacological refinement, I have significantly diminished my connection to Musen. As for trust, I am willing to accept any form of oversight and submit all foundational research materials. My sole aim is to eradicate Musen and save my kin. For this, I require allies, not adversaries. She turned to Kagaya, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Lord Kagaya, you possess the insight to perceive the human heart and should sense my resolve. Kagaya Yose slowly spoke, his voice gentle yet imbued with strength. I indeed sense the remorse and unwavering goodwill within Lady Tamayo's soul. Shinobu, your concerns are valid, but sometimes, to achieve a more significant goal, we must embrace manageable risks. Yunming, what are your thoughts? Yunming lifted her head slightly. Lady Tamayo's knowledge, particularly her understanding of life energy, far surpasses our current comprehension. Her inclusion could significantly accelerate our research. While risks exist, they are controllable. I am willing to guarantee, through my own perceptions, that I will remain vigilant for any anomalies during our alliance. Butterfly Shinobu fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between Yunming, Kagaya, and Tamayo. Ultimately, she took a deep breath, her smile becoming more genuine. I understand. Since both Lord Kagaya and Yunming hold such sentiments, then, Lady Tamayo, welcome to our cause. For the sake of our shared objective, let us join forces. She extended her hand to Tamayo, not for a handshake, but in a gesture akin to the exchange of items between healers. Tamayo hesitated briefly, then solemnly placed a vial of precious samples into Shinobu's hand. From this moment forth, the Demon Slayer Corps' most clandestine pharmaceutical research project gained a formidable ally from the demon ranks. Deep within the Butterfly Manor, a more concealed laboratory was activated. Yunming's unique constitution and perceptive abilities became the optimal observation window for analyzing the patterns and drug reactions. Tamayo's centuries of medical knowledge and profound understanding of demons and the essence of life provided new research directions and critical data. Shinobu, with her genius in pharmacology and poison-making skills, transformed theories and ideas into feasible potions, overseeing the entire project's coordination and safety. 3 women, human, demon, and one bearing a unique bloodline, set aside the barriers of race and historical animosities for a common goal, racing against time in the tranquil laboratory. Yunming often sat quietly in a corner of the lab, her eyes beneath the veil closed, yet her perception was as precise as the most sophisticated instrument. Scanning every minute change within herself after trialing the new potion and meticulously recording the data, she could hear Lady Tamayo's steady heartbeat as she ground the medicinal herbs. Sense the focused spiritual fluctuations of Butterfly Shinobu as she adjusted the potions, and feel the unspoken joy of her companions during each small breakthrough. Outside, cherry blossoms bloomed and fell, while time quietly slipped away between test tubes and mortars. A revolutionary research endeavor aimed at reversing demonization and another aimed at overcoming the cost of the patterns progressed silently at an unprecedented pace within this extraordinary alliance. The light of hope, though faint, had begun to steadfastly ignite in the stillness of the night. Chapter 23, The Beginning of Snow. In the second year of Taisho, 1912. Winter. Time flowed swiftly from early spring to the depths of winter in the blink of an eye. Deep within the Butterfly Manor, the mingled scents of medicine and ink now bore a weightier atmosphere. The trio of Shinobu, Tamayo, and Yunming had devoted nearly all their energies to 2 critically important research projects. Leveraging Tamayo's centuries of accumulated knowledge about demons, Shinobu's exquisite expertise in toxicology and medicine, and Yunming's uniquely vibrant life force and potential derived from her special constitution, they achieved exhilarating progress in their research. They sought to conquer the final theoretical hurdles of the two potions, meticulously blending ingredients, and after countless days and nights of experimentation, the dawn of success appeared within reach. Yet, an insurmountable chasm abruptly loomed before them. They required blood of sufficient concentration from the progenitor demon, Muzen Kabutsuji. Among the 12 Kazuki, the blood within the lower moon demons was too diluted. Even if they managed to collect some, it would be of little use, barely sufficient for their research. Only the upper moon demons possessed a more concentrated and pure portion of Muzen's blood, which was crucial for completing their research. However, the upper moon demons were fearsome in strength, their movements elusive. For nearly a century, no demon slayer had encountered and successfully slain one of them, let alone obtained a blood sample. The scarcity of materials caused their once rapidly advancing research to come to a standstill, as if frozen by ice. With all hope crystallized at this final step, the intensity of their research and the overexertion of Yunming's unique constitution led to a rapid decline in her physical condition. Her already extraordinary vitality was nearly depleted through sustained exertion, leaving her pallor almost translucent and her breath occasionally weak enough to cause concern. According to Miss Tamayo's diagnosis, further research no longer required her body as a testing vessel, allowing Yunming to temporarily set down her burdens and enter a period of recuperation. During this time, her brothers, Tanjiro and Muichiro, learned of her deteriorating health and the perilous nature of her research, visiting the butterfly manor with growing concern. Faced with her brother's worry, Yunming felt warmth but was reluctant to burden them further, fearing it might affect their duties as Hashira. Thus, she declined frequent visits under the pretext of needing rest and being busy with research, preferring to maintain contact through letters, assuring them of her well-being. Similarly, she chose to correspond with her master, Sakanji Urokadaki, and her senior, Ju Tomioka, who were far away in the misty mountains. In her letters to her master and senior, she endeavored to downplay her situation, only mentioning that her research was progressing smoothly and that she was well, never revealing the true state of her health or the bottlenecks in her research. In each line, she remained the obedient, understanding Yunming, unwilling to cause her elders any worry. One day, deep in winter, before dawn, heavy leaden clouds pressed down on the horizon, thoroughly obscuring the morning light. A biting cold wind swept through, scattering snowflakes like goose feathers, blanketing the courtyard and houses in a thick layer of silver white. The entire world seemed to be enveloped in a silence wrapped in ice and snow. Perhaps it was the culmination of days spent resting that had accumulated some spirit. Or perhaps it was the unshakable anxiety over the stagnation of her research and the uncertainties of the future that stirred within her. But Yunming awoke early. She sensed that her body felt slightly more relaxed than in recent days. Though far from recovered, she at least had regained some strength. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she rose, donned her garments, and silently departed the butterfly manor, heading towards the residence of her senior, Ju Tomioka. Her footsteps left faint traces in the snow, soon covered by the newly fallen flakes. Upon arriving outside Ju's abode, she found it devoid of any presence. The air still held a faint, distinctive chill associated with water breathing, along with subtle signs of footprints that had recently traversed the new snow. With her perceptive abilities, Yunming could clearly discern that Ju had not departed long ago. With time on her hands, a thought suddenly arose in her mind. Why not follow and see? Since she had devoted herself to medical research, opportunities to fight alongside her senior had become scarce. Seizing this opportunity, she might glean further insights into her senior's daily conduct, observing the manner in which he undertakes tasks alone. As this thought emerged, it became increasingly irresistible. She suppressed all her presence, blending seamlessly into the swirling snowflakes, cautiously tracing the almost imperceptible traces and aura, following from a distance. The howling wind and snow muffled numerous subtle sounds. The forward-moving Ju Tomioka sensed her presence almost instantaneously the moment Mitsuri Kanroji approached. It was not a matter of visual or auditory detection, but rather an instinctual awareness honed through countless battles, combined with his familiarity with his junior's unique essence. He did not alter his pace, nor did he change his breathing rhythm. However, a fleeting glimmer of understanding crossed his deep-set eyes. He chose not to reveal his awareness, nor did he turn back. But his previously stiff posture seemed to relax ever so slightly in the tempest, tacitly permitting her discreet following. Mitsuri Kanroji also immediately perceived the subtle shift in Ju's demeanor, a silent acknowledgement imbued with a hint of reluctant indulgence. The corners of her lips, concealed beneath her veil, curled almost imperceptibly, a warmth blossoming within as she realized her senior had indeed noticed and silently approved of her actions. Consequently, she no longer endeavored to conceal herself, slightly reducing the distance while maintaining a respectful gap, akin to a silent shadow in the snow, quietly trailing behind. Following the guiding crow, The pair traversed through the snowstorm, gradually approaching a village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Not far from the village, as they neared the mountainside, an overwhelming aura of foreboding assailed them, mingling with the wind and snow. It was the chilling, malevolent essence characteristic of demons, interspersed with the anguished cries and struggles of humanity. Mitsuri and Ju quickened their pace simultaneously. Ahead, a harrowing scene unfolded. A girl recently transformed into a demon, her formerly black hair tinged with orange at the tips, clad in a pink kimono with a black haori draped over it, now bore sharp fangs and pale pink, dual-ringed pupils as she pinned a boy to the ground. The boy, with his short black hair and a scar upon his forehead, desperately held an axe against the demon girl's vicious bite, his eyes wide with terror, disbelief, and profound heartache. "Nezuko, hang in there. Nezuko," the boy cried, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head in desperation, urging her to endure, to resist the transformation into a demon. The demon girl's body appeared to swell, her strength increasing, rendering the boy nearly powerless to push her away. However, in response to her brother's frenzied cries, the demon girl's movements seemed to momentarily freeze, and large tears rolled down her eerie pink pupils. Ju Tomioka moved like a flash of lightning, instantly closing the distance, his sea-blue Nichiren blade drawn with a chilling intent, aimed directly at the demon girl's neck. The strike was swift, poised to land. No, the boy erupted with astonishing strength, shoving his sister away and using his own body to shield her. Ju's pupils constricted as he forcefully diverted the blade's trajectory at the last possible moment, the razor-sharp edge grazing the boy's scalp and severing a lock of his black hair. The wind from the blade stirred up a flurry of snow. As the snow settled, the boy was seen cradling his sister, having rolled beneath a tree, his back absorbing the impact with a muffled groan, yet he held her tightly in his embrace. The collision restored the demon girl's form to normal. The boy, still shaken, looked up at the approaching figure. Ju stood resolutely, his blade at the ready, his sea-blue eyes calm and unyielding, akin to a frozen lake. He regarded the boy, who clung protectively to his sister, his voice as cold as ice. "Why do you protect her?" At that moment, Mitsuri Kanroji stepped forward from the swirling snow, halting just behind Ju. Her hair, a gradient of white and blue, danced softly in the wind, and the veil covering her eyes lent her an air of detachment. Though her voice radiated a soothing tranquility, "Ju, it is evident that she is his family." Her gaze pierced through the veil, landing squarely on the boy and the girl he held, sensing the profound emotional bond between them, along with the restless yet not entirely lost will within the girl. The boy, as if grasping at a lifeline, nodded fervently, his voice choked with tears. "She is my sister. Nezuko is my sister." Ju's expression remained unchanged, his tone still serious. "Is that creature truly your sister?" Before the boy could respond, Ju moved with blinding speed, snatching the girl from the boy's arms, lifting her with one hand. "Nezuko!" The boy cried out in panic, searching frantically as he realized his sister had fallen into another's grasp. The captured Nezuko began to struggle, prompting the boy to shout in desperation. Ju coldly commanded, "Do not move." Mitsuri, observing from the side, sighed softly, a mixture of resignation and anticipation for Ju's actions. "My duty is to slay demons, and that includes severing your sister's head," Ju declared. "Wait, Nezuko has not harmed anyone. There is another sin at home, likely from the one who killed my family. It is certainly not Nezuko." The boy pleaded urgently, "I do not understand why she is like this, but please." Ju interrupted him, calmly articulating the enmity between demons and humans, emphasizing the inescapable hunger demons have for human flesh. Yet the boy remained resolute. "I will find a way to cure Nezuko." "She cannot be cured." Ju's voice was resolute. "Once one becomes a demon, they can never return to being human." The boy spread his arms wide, nearly begging, "I will search. There must be a way. So please, do not kill her. I beg you." He suddenly knelt in the snow, his forehead pressed deeply against the icy ground. Ju tightened his grip on the blade, while Mitsuri gently interjected, "Ju, I believe this brother and sister are truly different." Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a unique resonance that momentarily paused Ju's actions. However, seeing the boy kneel, Ju's brow furrowed, anger manifesting clearly on his face as he gritted his teeth. "No one should hold the power of life and death over another. Nor should you grovel in such a way. If such actions were effective, your family would not have perished. You, who cannot even seize control in a life and death situation, speak of healing your sister and seeking revenge. How absurd." His words pierced the boy's heart like ice. The weak have no right to choose. Their fate is to be trampled by the strong. Perhaps the demons know how to cure your sister, but they will not indulge your wishes. For the weak do not deserve respect. I share the same sentiment. Face reality. Why did you only think to kneel before your sister? Do you believe that will protect her? Why did you not raise your axe? Why did you show me your back? Your mistake led to her abduction. Your actions indicate to me that it is permissible to kill her. The Nichiren blade once again pointed menacingly at the boy. Mitsuri watched silently as Ju's agitation mounted. Her eyes, veiled yet penetrating, seemed to perceive the turbulent memories beneath his calm facade. Ju's inner turmoil surged as he once more raised the blade, resolutely aiming it at the captured Nezuko. Stop! The boy erupted with a furious roar, seizing snow and stones from the ground and hurling them at Ju, launching an attack from the terrain's blind spots. His actions revealed numerous flaws to Ju, who effortlessly countered, striking him down with the hilt of his sword. However, before the youth fell to the ground, he had already hurled the axe into the air, employing the swirling snow and feigned movements to create a diversion. The axe ultimately grazed the cheek of Ju Tomioka, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk behind him. A flicker of faint surprise crossed Ju's eyes. The boy's quick wit and decisiveness surpassed his expectations. At that moment, Nezuko, whom he was holding, suddenly broke free from her restraints, kicking him aside with force, and without hesitation, positioned herself protectively in front of her fallen brother, issuing a low, threatening growl towards Ju, her body trembling instinctively with the desire to protect her brother. Both Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri were momentarily taken aback. Ju quickly retreated, his mind racing to analyze this scene that defied his understanding. Was she protecting humanity? Protecting her brother? Kaneo appeared considerably calmer. Internally, a demon protecting its kin? Ms. Tamayo is a rare exception. I never expected to witness a second instance today, especially one that emerged right after demonification, where instinct driven by blood ties and emotions prevailed with such resilience. The veil covering her face betrayed no expression, yet the frigid aura surrounding her seemed to soften slightly. Ju, no longer hesitating, advanced swiftly, delivering a precise strike to render the still growling Nezuko unconscious. He gazed at the fainted girl, and then at the boy, who was struggling to rise, and fell into silence for a moment. Kaneo had already been at the side, skillfully fashioning a makeshift bamboo tube using a small knife and nearby sturdy bamboo thicket. She approached and, with Ju's silent consent, gently placed the bamboo tube over Nezuko's mouth to prevent her from inadvertently causing harm or biting herself. This would ensure a measure of safety for the time being. She spoke softly, as if explaining to Ju, yet also soothing the anxious boy. Ju Tomioka and Kaneo Tsuyuri stood quietly by. The boy, Tanjiro Kamadu, soon stirred awake, struggling due to his concern for his sister, and immediately checked on Nezuko's condition. Kaneo approached him, crouching down, her voice slowing. Do not worry, she merely fainted. What is your name? Tanjiro Kamadu, the boy replied, his voice choked with emotion. At this moment, Ju spoke, his tone devoid of malice, yet still steady. Go visit the elderly man named Sakanji Urokodaki, who resides at the foot of the Misty Mountains. Tell him that Ju Tomioka sent you. Kaneo's heart warmed slightly at this. As expected, my senior brother remains the same, directly delegating the responsibility of guiding newcomers to Mr. Urokodaki. It seems he will gain another disciple today. She took the lead, gently addressing Tanjiro. I will accompany you. For now, be cautious to keep your sister away from sunlight. Her gaze lingered on Tanjiro's careful actions as he hoisted his sister, revealing an almost imperceptible concern. Seeing that matters were settled, Ju spoke no more, subtly nodding to Kaneo before vanishing into the whirling snowstorm. Tanjiro remained somewhat bewildered, but Kaneo patiently conversed with him, learning of the tragedy that had befallen his family. Together, they returned to Tanjiro's home, now stained with blood, and carefully buried his deceased family members. Tanjiro wept inconsolably at their graves, while Nezuko, who seemed to regain some semblance of calm upon waking, wept alongside him, forming a poignant, yet hopeful tableau. Once all was settled, Kaneo softly spoke. Let's go, Tanjiro. Tanjiro, securing Nezuko carefully with a rope on his back, wiped his tears and nodded resolutely. The trio, Kaneo, the veiled swordswoman, Tanjiro, the boy bearing his demon sister, and the enigmatic presence behind him, stepped forward into the deep snow, heading towards the Misty Mountains. Their silhouettes gradually blurred against the swirling snow, ultimately becoming a faint, yet resolute mark upon the earth, as if heralding the commencement of a new journey filled with thorns and hope. Chapter 24. The Initial Trials of the Misty Journey. The last rays of the setting sun painted the mountains in warm shades of orange and red, the snow quietly melting under the gentle warmth. The sound of dripping water punctuating the mountain's tranquility. Kaneo Tsuyuri and Tanjiro Kamadu steadily navigated the winding mountain path. On Tanjiro's back was a bamboo basket ingeniously modified by Kaneo, well sealed, providing safe refuge for his demon sister, Nezuko, shielding her from any sunlight. Miss Kaneo, I truly cannot thank you enough, Tanjiro said, glancing at Kaneo with sincere gratitude. This basket is splendid. Nezuko is quite comfortable inside. Kaneo nodded slightly. The delicate veil before her face fluttered in the breeze, obscuring her vision yet not hindering her perception of everything around her. The undulations of the mountain path, the sincerity in Tanjiro's voice, and even Nezuko's steady yet slightly unusual breathing within the basket. Her voice remained calm, revealing little fluctuation. It was merely a small effort. As long as Nezuko can adapt, that is what matters. Although her own body had yet to fully heal, she deliberately slowed her pace, relishing the chance to revisit the long-forgotten beauty of the mountains. Along the way, a kind-hearted villager warned them, "Young man, the sun is about to set. This mountain is perilous, and many have gone missing. Perhaps you should rest here for the night?" Tanjiro glanced at the sky and then at Kaneo. She gently shook her head. Though she said nothing, Tanjiro interpreted her composed demeanor as a decisive response. He politely declined the villager's offer. "Thank you, but we must continue on our journey." As the last glimmer of light was swallowed by the horizon, darkness enveloped the forest. They arrived at a hollow in the mountains, where a solitary temple flickered with dim light ahead. "Miss Kaneo, there's light up ahead. It seems there are people," Tanjiro exclaimed with a hint of excitement at the prospect of encountering others, pulling Nezuko, who had just emerged from the basket for some fresh air, towards the temple. However, Kaneo halted her steps, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly beneath the veil. Her keen senses had already penetrated the temple's walls, revealing the grim scene within. The heavy stench of blood, several lifeless bodies, and a demon feasting upon the remains. Simultaneously, she detected another familiar and powerful presence lurking within the nearby woods. "Silent as a rock, Tanjiro," she urged, her tone remaining calm. "Be careful." Tanjiro, having caught the foul scent of blood, turned pale. "There's the smell of blood," he exclaimed, alarmed for the safety of those inside, as he grasped Nezuko's hand and forcefully pushed open the temple door. "Is anyone in there all right?" he cried anxiously. The sight within was horrifying. Several corpses lay sprawled across the floor, blood staining the ground. A demon, with its back turned to them, was engrossed in its feast. Startled by the sound of the door being pushed open, the demon turned around impatiently, its face smeared with blood and fangs bared. "Who the hell are you? This is my territory. Messing around here will not end well for you." As the demon recognized the intruders, it grinned wickedly and stood up, exuding a menacing aura as it lunged towards Tanjiro. Although taken aback, Tanjiro remained composed, swiftly drawing the axe from his waist, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Beside him, Nezuko, sensing the scent of flesh and blood, drooled uncontrollably, her body restless with instinct, yet her pink eyes, glancing at her brother fighting valiantly, suppressed her cannibalistic urges. With a growl, she joined the fray, fighting alongside Tanjiro. Kaneo, however, stood quietly in the shadows outside the temple, silently observing. She understood that this battle was a rite of passage that Tanjiro needed to endure. She was acutely aware that the observer lurking in the shadows, Kenroji Mitsuri, was evaluating Tanjiro's character and abilities through this ordeal. The battle was both fierce and chaotic. With tenacity and an unspoken synergy with Nezuko, Tanjiro managed to force the demon's lower half off the cliff, simultaneously driving an axe into its head, pinning it firmly against a great tree. Although the demon's body was lost, its head continued to scream in defiance. Gasping for breath, Tanjiro fumbled for a small knife at his waist, trembling slightly as he faced the incessantly cursing demon head. He was, after all, merely a kind-hearted boy, grappling with an internal struggle that was painfully evident in this unprecedented situation. A common blade would not suffice to slay such a creature. Just then, the voice of Satoko Kiyoshi resonated, clear and resolute, dispelling Tanjiro's hesitation. He turned, a look of confusion and urgency on his face. "What then must I use to kill it?" At that moment, a hand gently rested on Tanjiro's shoulder, startling him. He spun around to find a tall figure, clad in a blue haori and wearing a Tengu mask, had silently appeared behind him. Kenroji Mitsuri's voice emerged from behind the mask, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Do not seek answers from others. Can you not ponder this with your own mind?" Satoko Kiyoshi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. "Mr. Kenroji, as strict as ever." Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback by the question, his gaze instinctively sweeping the surroundings until it landed on a sturdy rock nearby. He understood, yet his hand clutched the stone, trembling violently with an inner resistance. "Tanjiro." Satoko Kiyoshi stepped closer, her voice soft yet imbued with a peculiar soothing and guiding power. "Remember why they died. Hesitation is an injustice to the deceased and cruelty to the living. Your compassion should not be extended to these man-eating entities." Her words rang like a clarion call, shattering Tanjiro's final doubts. A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. He steeled himself, raising the stone and struck furiously at the still howling demon head. The head emitted a series of piercing shrieks, continuously mending itself through its eerie regenerative ability. Satoko Kiyoshi observed silently, contemplating. This boy, despite the awkwardness and reluctance of his first kill, exhibited a decisiveness reminiscent of her own initial battle years ago. While Tanjiro grappled with the demon head, Satoko Kiyoshi turned to Kenroji Mitsuri, bowing slightly. Mr. Kenroji, it's been quite some time. Your brother, Ju, has introduced you to a rather special disciple. Her tone bore a hint of playful familiarity. Kenroji Mitsuri's gaze swept over the boy vigorously smashing the stone, then glanced at the now quiet Nezuko. Shaking his head with a resigned expression, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. This child and his sister are indeed exceptional. As dawn broke on the horizon, Tanjiro had yet to obliterate the demon's head. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, illuminating the head, it finally let out a final lament, turning to ashes in the flames, achieving complete liberation. Exhausted, Tanjiro dropped the blood-soaked stone, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Suddenly remembering Nezuko, he frantically searched around, only to find his sister had quietly returned to the modified basket, curled up inside, as if the fierce battle had never transpired. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. At that moment, he noticed Satoko Kiyoshi and Kenroji Mitsuri in the clearing beside the temple, having properly buried the unfortunate victims. Their hands clasped in silent prayer. Tanjiro approached, his tone filled with reverence and gratitude. Excuse me. Kenroji Mitsuri stood, turning to face him, the Tengu mask amplifying his imposing presence. I am Kenroji Mitsuri. You must be the one Ju introduced to me. Indeed. Tanjiro replied quickly with a bow. Introducing himself and his sister. I am Kamadu Tanjiro, and this is my sister, Nezuko. Kenroji Mitsuri scrutinized him in silence for a moment before abruptly posing a piercing question. What would you do if your sister were to eat a person? Tanjiro froze in place. The question struck like a sharp blade, piercing the deepest, most reluctant corners of his heart. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, as if his throat had been blocked. Noticing his inability to respond, Kenroji Mitsuri suddenly raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap that echoed against Tanjiro's face. The strike not only stunned Tanjiro but also jolted him awake. Satoko Kiyoshi, who had remained silent until now, slowly began to speak, her voice clear and composed, like a mountain spring, cleansing Tanjiro's tumultuous thoughts. Your judgment is too slow, which is why Mr. Kenroji struck you. Your resolve is not yet firm enough. Tanjiro, embarking on this path with Nezuko means you may face the most brutal choices at any moment. Next time, you must respond swiftly and decisively. Hesitation can endanger your own life, harm the innocent, and even cost you the chance to protect Nezuko. Tanjiro pressed his hand to his face, the stinging pain making him acutely aware of his naivety. Listening to Satoko Kiyoshi's words, his gaze gradually shifted from confusion to determination. Kenroji Mitsuri took the lead again, his tone grave and serious. Listen, Kamadu Tanjiro. When your sister eats a person, you must do two things. Kill your sister, and then take your own life. This is the burden and responsibility you must bear as a brother to a sister who has become a demon. But remember this clearly. His voice rose abruptly. Imbued with an undeniable force, you absolutely must not allow such a thing to happen. Use your life to stop it, and your will to restrain it. Do you understand? Yes. Tanjiro straightened his back, responding loudly, the fire of resolve blazing in his eyes. Very well, Kenroji Mitsuri nodded, then follow me. During the subsequent journey, Kenroji Mitsuri displayed astonishing speed and silent footwork, his figure flickering in and out of sight among the trees. Tanjiro exerted every ounce of strength to keep up, yet found himself gasping for breath. Satoko Kiyoshi, still recovering from her injuries, maintained a similar pace to Tanjiro's, her breathing remarkably steady. She observed Mr. Kenroji's silhouette melding into the night, aware that he was not exerting his full strength, but rather guiding and testing them. Upon finally arriving at the residence of Kenroji deep within the fog-covered mountains, Tanjiro was drenched in sweat, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees, panting heavily. Satoko Kiyoshi effortlessly pushed open the familiar wooden door, stepping inside and finding a place to sit and recuperate. Just as Tanjiro thought the tribulations had come to an end, Kenroji Mitsuri's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed once more. Have you rested enough? The test is only just beginning. You must ascend the mountain immediately. What? Despair washed over Tanjiro's face in an instant. Carefully placing the still sleeping Nezuko in a corner of the room, Kenroji Mitsuri gently covered her with a blanket. Tanjiro looked on with worry. Do not fret. Satoko Kiyoshi's voice came reassuringly, steady and calming. We will take good care of Nezuko. Tanjiro cast a grateful glance at her, taking a deep breath. Then I entrust my sister to you. Satoko Kiyoshi stood, taking Kenroji Mitsuri's place, leading Tanjiro back into the night-shrouded forest. The higher they climbed, the thinner and colder the air became, and Tanjiro found each step increasingly arduous. Sensing his fatigue, Satoko Kiyoshi paused before a steep slope, retrieving a rice ball wrapped in clean cloth from her bosom and offering it to him. Eat something to replenish your strength. Tanjiro accepted the rice ball, still warm to the touch, and his eyes quickly filled with tears. On this cold and weary night, this simple meal embodies an ineffable warmth. Thank you, Miss Tsutomu. He choked on his words as he devoured the food. At that moment, Tsutomu's footsteps finally halted on a mist-laden plateau of the mountains, and she turned to face Tanjiro. The preparation has begun. Tanjiro, your task is to depart from here, traverse this trap-laden forest, and return to the foot of the mountain before dawn. Her voice resonated through the thin mist, clear and composed. Remember, focus your mind, trust your nose, and attune yourself to the changes in the wind and ground. Traps lie in wait everywhere. No sooner had she spoken than her figure retreated, instantly melding into the thick fog, vanishing as if she had never existed. When Tsutomu returned to the cottage, Sakanji Urokadaki was seated beside Nezuko, quietly watching over her. Mr. Urokadaki, Tanjiro is in position, Tsutomu reported softly. Urokadaki merely nodded slightly, his gaze hidden beneath the mask, directed towards the dense night outside, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Tanjiro's trial had only just begun. Ropes, pitfalls, and various meticulously set traps assailed him in quick succession. Relying on his extraordinary sense of smell and increasingly sharp reflexes, he narrowly evaded danger time and again, accumulating numerous scrapes and dirt upon his body. Yet he dared not pause, driven solely by a single belief. He must return before dawn, to be reunited with Nezuko. As the first glimmers of light began to break the horizon, dispelling some of the mountain's haze, the door of the cottage swung open with a thud. A figure, covered in blood and dirt, stood there, leaning against the doorframe, staggering as he summoned his last ounce of strength to shout. Mr. Urokadaki, Miss Tsutomu, I have returned. No sooner had he spoken than he collapsed forward from exhaustion. Both individuals inside the cottage looked up simultaneously. Urokadaki gazed at the boy who had miraculously returned before dawn, recalling the descriptions from Ju Tomioka and Tsutomu's accounts of the journey. This pair of siblings was indeed extraordinary. He approached Tanjiro's side, crouching down, though separated by a mask. His gaze was markedly different. Kamadu Tanjiro, he said in a deep, clear voice, I acknowledge you. A clear and gratified smile graced Tsutomu's lips. She stepped forward alongside Urokadaki, carefully lifting the unconscious Tanjiro and tending to his wounds, wiping away the dirt, before placing him beside the sleeping Nezuko. The morning light filtered through the window, gently illuminating the pair of siblings who had endured so much, as if heralding the commencement of a new journey that was about to unfold in this misty mountain. Chapter 25, Tanjiro's Training. In the early spring, the morning mist of the misty mountains hung like a veil, chills seeping to the bone. Tsutomu stood quietly before the cottage, her transitioning blue and white hair simply tied back, a few strands cascading down her cheeks. Her clear blue eyes appeared to gaze at the mountain scenery, yet they vividly reflected the movements within a radius of several dozen meters, a manifestation of her innate gift. Suddenly, the corners of her lips lifted slightly as she sensed familiar footsteps approaching from afar. The messenger crow of Shinobu Kocho fluttered down to a branch, its sharp voice announcing, Shinobu Kocho and Aoi Kenzaki report that Tsutomu has left the butterfly mansion without permission. The master is already aware. Almost simultaneously, her own messenger crow, Suki, alighted lightly on her shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek, conveying the gentle message from Yoya Ubuyashiki. Tsutomu, I understand your intentions. The Misty Mountains are indeed a serene place for recuperation. Rest assured, do not worry about other matters. I have informed Shinobu, Aoi, and the others. Tsutomu gently stroked Suki's feathers, murmuring, reply to the master that Tsutomu will remember. Thank him for his concern. She had indeed left the butterfly mansion without notifying anyone. Although the atmosphere of being carefully protected like a fragile item was warm, it also left her, accustomed to bearing responsibilities and taking action, feeling somewhat stifled. Her overworked body needed rest, yet her heart could not find peace in a single courtyard. Fortunately, the master's understanding brought her some relief. She had already clarified through the messenger crow that her visit to the Misty Mountains was not only for recuperation, but also to see her mentor, Urokadaki, and to coincidentally meet the boy, Tanjiro Kamadu, who bore a demonized sister. Thinking of Tanjiro, Tsutomu's gaze softened. He was a boy with eyes as pure as the spring water of the Misty Mountains, shouldering a heavy fate, yet retaining a fervent spirit and kindness. As a Hashira, she had her own designated area, yet since her promotion, she had devoted nearly all her energy to researching 2 types of medicine in collaboration with Shinobu Kocho and that special ally, Tamayo. The affairs of the district. Tsutomu murmured to herself. Her two elder brothers, Muichiro Takedo and Yuiichiro Takedo, had taken over the responsibilities of her jurisdiction without complaint while she focused on her pharmaceutical endeavors. Their districts were adjacent, and the two brothers managed them with ease. They understood the significance of her work, and their silent support filled her with warmth, allowing her to retreat without worries. In a clearing within the mountains, Tanjiro was engaged in combat training with Urokodaki. Sweat beaded on the boy's forehead as he exerted himself with every slash of his blade, yet he was consistently subdued in an instant by Urokodaki. Too slow. The deep voice beneath the Tengu mask intoned, "Your breathing is erratic. Remember, the essence of water breathing lies in fluidity, not brute force." Tanjiro lay on the ground, panting, muttering softly, "Does Mr. Urokodaki really want to kill me? Get up." Urokodaki's voice sharpened. "Demons will not grant you respite. Remember why you seek strength." From beneath a tree nearby, Tsutomu covered her mouth with her sleeve, a smile dancing in her eyes. At that moment, two translucent figures quietly materialized. Shinobu and Kaneo remained in the misty mountains to accompany Urokodaki. Tsutomu still loves a good spectacle. Shinobu giggled softly, her spirit flickering like a wisp in the morning light. Kaneo stood with her arms crossed, her expression serious. His fundamentals may be lacking, but his perseverance is commendable. Urokodaki-sensei remains as strict as ever. Tsutomu turned to her old friend, her tone gentle. "He has worked much harder than we did back in the day. However, his teaching methods have remained unchanged." In the training ground, Tanjiro had regained his stance. This time, his gaze was more focused, his breathing gradually steadied. When Urokodaki struck again, he barely managed to withstand 3 blows before being thrown to the ground. "Your breathing is holding up well." Urokodaki rarely offered praise, but added, "Remember, your breathing in battle must flow as naturally as water." "Yes," Tanjiro replied with renewed fervor in his eyes. Shinobu floated to Tsutomu's side, curiously asking, "Did Tsutomu train this way back then?" "No," Tsutomu gently shook her head. "I relied more on sensing the rhythm of the world to master the breathing techniques. As for you two," she glanced at Kaneo, "you have defeated Ju and the others countless times." Kaneo huffed lightly. That was to make them stronger. But it seems that Urokodaki-sensei is particularly attentive to this disciple. Tanjiro was thrown once more, but he immediately rose, shouting, "Please, once more. I will do better." Urokodaki nodded slightly. "Remember the feeling you had earlier. The essence of water breathing lies in yielding, not in resistance." Tsutomu gazed at the boy's tenacious figure, softly remarking, "This determination may be even more precious than talent." The training by the waterfall in the afternoon proved even more grueling. Urokodaki stood before the rushing current. Addressing Tanjiro, "Water is both the softest and the hardest of all things. You must sense the rhythm of your breathing within the water." Seeing Tanjiro kicked off the waterfall, struggling valiantly in the water, Tsutomu instinctively took half a step forward. "Worried?" Shinobu tilted her head to look at her. "I merely recalled my own initial experience learning water breathing," Tsutomu replied, regaining her composure. "Sensei always used the most direct methods to help us grasp the truth." Kaneo drifted to the edge of the waterfall, observing Tanjiro's movements closely. His water breathing is still impure, but he has grasped the basics. It appears that the teacher's rigorous training has begun to yield results. As Tanjiro finally crawled ashore, exhausted and gasping for breath, Urokodaki solemnly instructed, "Remember the sensation of being in the water. That is the essence of water breathing, maintaining tranquility amidst adversity." Yumigai approached slowly, extending a clean towel. "Thank you, Miss Takedo." Tanjiro hurriedly rose to accept it, droplets of water still glistening on his face. Yumigai gently nodded. "Your breathing steadied even more when you fell into the water. Hold on to that feeling." The boy, though somewhat perplexed, earnestly took note. "I shall strive to improve." As night deepened, Yumigai sat by the window, clearly perceiving Tanjiro's movements as he diligently wrote in his journal within the room. The figures of Shinobu and Kaneo flickered in the moonlight. "That child writes in his journal every day," Shinobu remarked softly from outside the window. Kaneo leaned against the doorframe. "Documenting one's growth is indeed commendable. However, his swordsmanship still requires further refinement. We are fortunate to have Urokodaki-sensei's direct guidance." Yumigai set down her teacup and spoke softly. "Each individual possesses their own unique path of cultivation. The rigor of the teacher is but a reflection of his care." Half a year swiftly passed, and Yumigai's health had remarkably improved, yet Nezuko remained in her deep slumber. One day, noticing Tanjiro gazing anxiously at his sister, Urokodaki offered rare words of comfort, "Trust in your sister, and also in Yumigai's medical expertise." Under their tense watch, Yumigai lifted her veil, her fingertips hovering gently above Nezuko's forehead. Upon opening the transparent realm, She meticulously examined the changes within the girl's body, witnessing a wondrous transformation taking place. Energy circulated internally, establishing a new equilibrium. There was no need for concern. She withdrew her hand, her azure eyes as tranquil as still waters. Nezuko, having refused to consume human flesh, was undergoing a metamorphosis through her slumber. Although this process would take time, it posed no threat to her life. Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly. This was the first time he beheld Takedo Yumagi unmask her eyes, and what astonished him further was the clarity of her blue irises, which were evidently not as blind as he had presumed. This realization left him momentarily stunned, but his sister's condition immediately consumed his thoughts. The youth's eyes quickly reddened, and he bowed deeply. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Knowing that Nezuko is safe allows me to focus more on my training. Yuro Kadaki gently patted his shoulder. Are you now able to train with peace of mind? Remember, becoming stronger is to better protect your sister. That evening, Shinobu and Kaneo visited Yumigi's dwelling. How is that girl faring? Kaneo inquired with concern. Yumigi was preparing fresh tea, gracefully filling 2 cups. She is progressing positively. Shinobu perched on the windowsill, softly commenting, Yumigi is always so attentive. However, I've noticed that Yuro Kadaki-sensei has been increasingly devoted to guiding Tanjiro lately. Another 6 months elapsed, and Yumigi was nearly fully recovered. Yuro Kadaki had imparted all his knowledge and led Tanjiro to the final trial ground. This was his ultimate test. Afterward, she and Yuro Kadaki would no longer intervene, and Tanjiro commenced his daily solitary training. Takedo Yumigi had also regained her health. Take care, Tanjiro, she simply bid farewell, her figure vanishing into the depths of the misty mountains. Upon returning to her jurisdiction, she took charge of various affairs, maintaining communication with Shinobu and Tamayo, diligently searching for the traces of upper moon demons. Yet, 6 months had passed with little success. During this time, she would occasionally return to the misty mountains for visits. Each time, she found Tanjiro still battling with the massive boulders, his progress slow, yet he never gave up. The fire in the boy's eyes had not dimmed, though it now bore the weight of exhaustion. This could not continue. Yumigi furrowed her brow slightly and turned to venture deeper into the forest. Utilizing her extraordinary perception, she sought the spirits of Shinobu and Kaneo. Could I request your guidance for that boy wearing the flower-adorned ear ornaments? She softly addressed the 2 figures that materialized amidst the trees. Shinobu twirled joyfully. Is it finally our turn to take the stage? Kaneo flashed a confident smile. Allow me to refine him properly. This is also Yuro Kadaki-sensei's wish. Yumigi nodded slightly. Thank you. Please proceed gradually. That child has already exerted himself enough. Rest assured. Shinobu winked playfully. We know just how to gauge the pace. Once arrangements were in place, Yumigi departed from the misty mountains. Months later, when news of Tanjiro cleaving through the boulder reached her, Yumigi was polishing her Nichiren blade under the moonlight. A genuine, soft smile graced her lips. Well done, Tanjiro. After the final selection concluded, when Tanjiro returned to the misty mountains, Nezuko finally awakened. Although Yumigi was not present, she learned of the news immediately. Standing at the boundary of her jurisdiction, she gazed towards the direction of the misty mountains, sensing the intertwined, resilient auras of the 2 in the distance, and softly mused. A new chapter is about to begin. The morning breeze rustled her blue and white hair, and her Nichiren blade gleamed with a steadfast, cold light under the rising sun. She was ready to continue fulfilling her duties as a Hashira, safeguarding the lives worth protecting until the day the tragic cycle was finally severed. Chapter 26, Tanjiro's Blade. 15 days after Tanjiro passed the final selection, on a morning when the dew had not yet dried, Takedo Yumigi once again appeared before the cabin in the misty mountains. Her gradually changing blue and white hair fluttered lightly in the mountain breeze, her ears precisely capturing the sounds of insects within a 100-meter radius, the whispers of the wind, and even the subtle breaths from within the cabin. All of this resonated clearly in her heart, like ripples upon a tranquil lake. She pushed open the ajar wooden door and spotted Tanjiro and Yuro Kadaki seated within. Miss Takedo, Tanjiro exclaimed, instantly breaking into a joyful smile upon seeing her. Yumigi, you're here. Yuro Kadaki's voice remained steady, imbued with a barely perceptible warmth. Takedo Yumigi nodded slightly, taking a seat across from Tanjiro. Her tone calm, yet laced with gravity. Tanjiro, from this day forward, you will face a hell more agonizing than training. A flicker of tension crossed Tanjiro's crimson eyes, but it was eclipsed by determination. Yes, I am ready. No matter how arduous, I will persevere. For Nezuko. Yuro Kadaki's gaze, concealed beneath his Tengu mask, swept over his disciple. His voice low and firm. Remember this moment of resolve. The world outside is rife with the cunning and ferocity of demons, far beyond your imagination. I understand, Yuro Kadaki-sensei. Tanjiro nodded vigorously, his hands clenched into fists. Takedo Yumigai observed him silently, her voice flowing like a mountain spring. There is no need for excessive worry. You are not alone. Your comrades in the Demon Slayer Corps, as well as us, will extend a helping hand when you require it. Maintain your pure heart, that innate goodness and resilience, for it may guide you more effectively than any swordsmanship. The trio engaged in casual conversation for a moment, primarily consisting of Kadaki and Yumigai imparting their advice to Tanjiro. Suddenly, Takedo Yumigai tilted her ear to listen intently. From a great distance, imperceptible to ordinary ears, a unique, clear chime of wind bells resonated along the mountain path, growing closer. She was all too familiar with this sound. It was her swordsmith, Haganazuka Kotaro. Tanjiro, she softly began. Your Nichiren blade has arrived. Tanjiro was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the empty doorway. Miss Yumigai, how do you know? I heard it. Takedo Yumigai replied matter-of-factly. Go out to greet them. Though surprised, Tanjiro had long since come to trust Yumigai's extraordinary perception and immediately dashed outside. As he stood at the door, he soon spotted a figure adorned with a wind bell-laden hat slowly approaching from around the mountain path's bend. Kotaro reached Tanjiro and, as though executing some sacred ritual, began to recite the words that Yumigai had once heard. My name is Haganazuka, and I have forged the blade for Kamado Tanjiro and brought it to you. Tanjiro hurriedly bowed. Thank you. I am Kamado Tanjiro. Please, step inside. Kadaki-sensei and Miss Yumigai are also here. However, Haganazuka appeared entirely oblivious to his words, utterly engrossed in his passion for his craft, launching into an enthusiastic discourse about tamahagane, folding techniques, and the very essence of swords. Tanjiro attempted to interject, but repeatedly failed, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Within the confines of the room, Kanroji Mitsuri exchanged a fleeting glance with Takedo Muichiro, and with a gentle sigh, remarked, this man remains as obstinate as ever. Muichiro nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Mr. Kanamori's fervor for swords has become ingrained in his very essence. In his heart, the birth of a blade is the singularly paramount event. At that moment, the door swung open, and Kanamori abruptly leaned in close to Tanjiro, nearly pressing his face against Tanjiro's. Are you not the son of the Hoshigaki family? Tanjiro, bewildered, responded, the son of Hoshigaki? Kanamori proceeded to elaborate in a new round of explanations, ultimately concluding that individuals bearing such traits are likely to possess a rare crimson Nichiren blade. He then sought affirmation from the two present. Isn't that right, Mitsuri? Muichiro? With a resigned tone, Kanroji replied, indeed. Meanwhile, Takedo Muichiro remained silent, observing with a tranquil demeanor that revealed the multifaceted nature of his character. Although he did not outright contradict the fervent fatalism presented, he refrained from readily agreeing with it. As Tanjiro finally extracted the Nichiren blade from its meticulously wrapped sheath, Muichiro's thoughts drifted momentarily. He recalled the moment he had received his own sword from Kanamori years ago. However, unlike his blade, which shimmered with a cerulean hue reminiscent of a clear sky, harmonizing with his hair color, eye color, and the breathing techniques he mastered, Tanjiro's blade, under the expectant gazes of those present, revealed itself not in the anticipated red, but in an enigmatic, pure black, as if it could absorb all light. Black. Kanamori's voice escalated, filled with incredulity and disappointment. Tanjiro, anxious, inquired, is black considered inauspicious? After a moment's contemplation, Kanroji replied, not necessarily. But I have never encountered such a pure black blade. Muichiro's gaze swept over the obsidian blade, a flicker of contemplation illuminating his azure eyes. He sensed that the blade harbored not a void of death, but rather an elusive quality. He spoke softly, both stating a fact and offering comfort. It is indeed exceedingly rare for a Nichiren blade to manifest in black. As far as I am aware, throughout history, those who wielded black Nichiren blades have often diverged into two extremes, either obscurity or brilliance. However, it has been quite some time since a prodigious swordsman with a black Nichiren blade has emerged. Pausing momentarily, his tone shifted slightly. Also, Tanjiro, do exercise caution, Mr. Kanamori appears to be on the verge of rage. Before Muichiro's words had fully settled, Kanamori erupted. I had anticipated a vibrant red blade. How infuriating. How could it be black? The disparity between his high hopes for the Hoshigaki heir and the blade he deemed lackluster, even ominous, engulfed him in a tempest of fury. What followed was utter chaos. Kanamori, almost as if venting his anger, lunged at Tanjiro, his formidable legs, accustomed to years of forging, locking tightly around the boy's neck. Tanjiro, his face reddening, gasped, it hurts. Please, calm down. How old are you? 37. Kanamori bellowed, yet his grip did not relent. Both Muichiro and Kanroji understood that in such a state, verbal reassurances would prove futile. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared helplessness reflected in the other's eyes, and thus remained silently in place, observing Tanjiro's desperate struggle against Kanamori's chokehold. Muichiro's cool exterior belied a warmth within. He was not indifferent, but rather cognizant that this degree of admonition would not genuinely harm Tanjiro, perhaps offering the boy a visceral understanding of the diverse array of individuals he would encounter on his journey ahead. At that moment, accompanied by a flurry of wings, Tanjiro's raucous crow descended like a savior from the heavens, shrieking the first mission, a town to the northwest. Young girls have been disappearing every night. Identify the lurking demon and eliminate it. Depart immediately. The announcement of the task momentarily restored Kanamori's rationality. He huffily released Tanjiro. Casting a fierce glare at the blade, he found unsatisfactory before storming off in a huff. Muichiro and Kanroji listened attentively to the details of the mission conveyed by the crow. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the room, the awakened Nezuko lay in her bedding, silently absorbing the journey her brother was about to undertake. Subsequently, Kanroji meticulously educated Tanjiro on the nature of demons and the principles of engagement, solemnly presenting him with a meticulously crafted wooden box that could shield Nezuko from sunlight, facilitating their travels together. At last, beneath the refreshing morning light of the Kurosaki Mountains, Tanjiro hoisted the box containing his sister, the black Nichiren blade, whose significance he had yet to comprehend, secured at his waist, standing at the threshold leading out of the mountains. Kanroji earnestly cautioned, Tanjiro, Nezuko, tread carefully. Standing beside Kanroji, Muichiro's long blue-white hair danced gently in the breeze. He gazed at the pair of siblings, bound by fate yet deeply connected, and his azure eyes radiated a gentle yet resolute light. He spoke softly, his words akin to a blessing. The path ahead is fraught with hardship, yet the flame of hope endures. Tanjiro, Nezuko, may you sever the chains of sorrow. Protect one another, and discover your own dawn. Under the watchful gaze of the two, Tanjiro Kamado, the newly minted swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, bore the weight of profound expectations and responsibilities, stepping forth with unwavering resolve into a future laden with uncertainty and conflict. Muichiro stood quietly, sensing the intertwined essences of the two siblings gradually receding, merging into the vast currents of the world. He understood that a tale pivotal to many destinies was about to unfold anew. Chapter 27. Tanjiro and Nezuko captured and reunited with the Corps. On the third day after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Tanjiro encountered Miss Tamayo, a serendipitous twist of fate. As Muichiro received a cryptic letter from Tamayo via the crow, he was patrolling his jurisdiction under the moonlit sky. The moonlight cast a hazy glow over the tranquil woods, the only sounds being his soft footsteps and the occasional rustling of insects. Unfolding the letter, Tamayo's elegant handwriting met his gaze. I have successfully made contact with your mentioned junior, Tanjiro, and the alliance is in its preliminary stages. His sister, Nezuko, is indeed extraordinary. Her blood offers new directions for our medicinal endeavors, proving immensely beneficial. Muichiro concentrated, a barely perceptible frost forming at his fingertips as he swiftly penned a reply on the back of the letter. Excellent. I would appreciate Miss Tamayo's diligence regarding the subsequent medicinal matters. I, along with Shinobu Kocho, shall continue our pursuit of the upper moons. Please exercise caution and do not worry. Watching the crow vanish into the night, he exhaled softly, hoping this strategic move would bring a glimmer of dawn to the protracted night ahead. His next encounter with Tanjiro unfolded amidst the web-laden, bloody ambience of Spider Mountain. As Muichiro swiftly navigated the distorted trees, having split from Ju Tomioka and Shinobu Kocho to provide support, he finally sensed the faint yet tenacious auras of Tanjiro and Nezuko. The sight before him stirred ripples in his usually placid heart. The boy was covered in blood, wounds deep enough to expose bone, yet he persisted with remarkable will, inching toward his unconscious sister. Not far away, the lower-ranked demon, Rue, who should have been decapitated, was frantically pacing, a murderous intent rekindling as he directed a blood-red thread toward the incapacitated Tanjiro. In a flash, a cerulean figure surged like the wind, the sharp blade severing the deadly thread. Impressive, to hold on until my arrival, Ju Tomioka stated, standing firm, his tone calm, yet imbued with reassuring strength. Muichiro hastened to Tanjiro's side, crouching to swiftly assess his injuries. Ribs fractured, significant blood loss, yet his breath remained steady. He assessed the situation in his heart while glancing at the unconscious Nezuko beside him, relieved to note that she had merely succumbed to exhaustion without any new wounds. Gently, he shifted the young girl within Tanjiro's reach and whispered, Nezuko is not gravely harmed. We shall take care of her from here. Tanjiro, with a dazed expression, struggled to focus his gaze on the suddenly appearing Takatu Muichiro and Tenjin Yuzui. His lips moved, but no coherent sound emerged. One after another, You worthless nuisances. Muzan bellowed in frustration, clutching his head. Blood demon art. Kazuki's thread. Countless crimson threads descended upon Yuzui like an intricate web. Total concentration, water breathing, 11th form, Nagi. Yuzui's voice remained calm and composed. Tanjiro managed to emit a strained sound. Their S actually in 11th form. Takatu, vigilant of his surroundings, quietly explained. It's a technique created by Brother Yuzui. It is his domain, where all attacks that enter it will be sensed and neutralized by him. As the demon S assault brazenly intruded upon the domain, the lethal crimson threads, capable of severing gold and jade, disintegrated upon contact with the watery realm. As if melting away like ice and snow. Muzan's pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. Once more, Tenjin Yuzui did not grant him a second chance. Like flowing water, he glided forward, his blade flashing as he precisely severed the demon's neck. The battle concluded in utter silence, and Yuzui habitually flicked his blade to shake off non-existent dust. Takatu's hand, which had just been raised, fell back down, internally resigned. Brother Yuzui's Nagi truly lives up to its reputation. As the demon's form began to disintegrate, Tanjiro, disregarding his injuries, cradled Nezuko and offered sympathy and admonition to the dissipating fiend. Yuzui stepped forward, treading upon the remnants of Muzan's kimono. His voice cold and resolute. Never extend sympathy to a man-eating demon, even if it bears the appearance of a child. It is an ugly monster that has lived for decades. Takatu nodded in silent understanding, recognizing this ironclad rule as a demon slayer. However, upon hearing Tanjiro exclaim, "But I will not trample on a demon that suffers for its very existence and regrets its actions, for they were once human. Demons are empty, pitiful beings." A vision of Tamayo flashed in her mind, that physician who fought against fate. She subtly nodded again, partially acknowledging that exceptions do exist among demons. Yuzui seemed to recall something upon hearing Tanjiro's words, looking at Nezuko, and then back at Tanjiro, realizations dawning on him. "You are." Takatu, observing this exchange, couldn't help but stifle a laugh in his heart, realizing that Brother Yuzui had only just now fully remembered them. At that moment, a purple figure descended gracefully. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, it was Shinobu Kocho. Her habitual smile adorned her face, yet her movements were decisive as her blade pointed directly at Nezuko, behind Yuzui. Clang. Yuzui reacted swiftly, parrying with his sword. Shinobu used the momentum to flip and land. "Oh?" Takatu immediately stepped forward to clarify. "Miss Kocho, this is Tanjiro Kamadu and Nezuko, whom I mentioned. Nezuko's situation is unique. She has never consumed human flesh and has consistently aided her brother in battling demons." Shinobu's smile remained unchanged. "So it is them." However, her gaze sharpened as she looked at Yuzui, her tone laced with mockery. "Oh? You clearly stated that you cannot coexist with demons. How has that changed now?" She tilted her head, her smile becoming even more radiant. "Is that why everyone dislikes you?" The tension in the air thickened. Yuzui, momentarily rendered speechless, finally replied with earnest confusion, "I believe I am not disliked." Takatu, though internally agreeing, at least she herself did not dislike her senior, could clearly see that both Shinobu and the unconscious Tanjiro's minds had snapped like a taut string. Shinobu's smile vanished in an instant, only to re-emerge in an exaggerated manner as she dramatically placed a hand on her forehead. "Ah, I see. How unfortunate. It seems you don't even know if you are disliked. It is all my fault. I shall refrain from saying such unnecessary things in the future." This time, it was Yuzui and the onlooking Takatu, as well as the unconscious Tanjiro, who seemed momentarily dumbfounded. Takatu opened her mouth, intending to ease the atmosphere, but it transformed into a sigh. "Ladies, this doesn't seem to be the time for such discussions." Shinobu, uninterested in further discourse, stated coldly, "Mr. Yuzui, Miss Takatu, please step aside. Regardless, she is a demon. I must enforce the team regulations." Following the verbal exchange between Takatu and Shinobu, Shinobu's murderous intent towards Nezuko lessened slightly. Yet her principle of eliminating demons remained unchanged. She attempted once more to bypass Yuzui, who resolutely obstructed her once again. "This is in violation of team rules, Mr. Yuzui." Shinobu's voice carried an icy undertone. Takatu attempted to mediate. "Both of you, please calm down. Tanjiro and Nezuko's circumstances are exceptional. Perhaps they could be brought back to headquarters for the master to decide." However, before she could finish, the users of water breathing and insect breathing had already engaged. Takatu was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, let us just watch." She keenly sensed that despite their verbal sparring, neither exhibited intent to kill. It resembled a unique form of communication, and she even felt they might be enjoying this candid exchange. This thought amused her, prompting her to cross her arms and observe. A faint smirk gracing her lips as she watched the blue and purple figures weave through the forest. until Yuzui unexpectedly employed a clumsy yet effective method to subdue Shinobu, using his arm to pin her momentarily. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, attempting to flee with Nezuko, was struck unconscious by the timely arrival of Kanawa. Taketu intercepted Kanawa, forming a stalemate. Kanawa, cease. Taketu's voice, though not loud, carried weight. The situation had changed, and they should observe for now, as Shinobu broke free from her restraint. The atmosphere became taut once more when the crow in the sky brought a turning point. Order. Capture Tanjiro Kamadu and Nezuko. Ensure they are captured alive. Bring them back to headquarters. The crow's cawing acted as a pause button. Both Yuzui and Shinobu halted their movements simultaneously, sheathing their blades as they approached Tanjiro and Nezuko with an unspoken understanding. Taketu exhaled in relief, and Kanawa, who had been in opposition, also retracted her aura. Nezuko obediently hid behind him, revealing only her pair of pink eyes, peering timidly outside. Taketu gently shook her head at Kanawa. The orders have been issued. No need for further violence. Let the headquarters decide. Kanawa nodded, sheathing her sword, her gaze shifting past Taketu to Nezuko, her tone complex yet gentle. Are you Nezuko? The subsequent aftermath proceeded smoothly. The unconscious Tanjiro was carefully attended to by the hidden core, secured onto a stretcher. Shinobu, Taketu, Yuzui, and Kanawa directed the scene. Aiding the injured, Taketu moved through the makeshift aid points, soothing and examining the wounded with calm words and precise techniques. She encouraged the despondent Inosuke and looked towards Zenitsu, who was curled up in a corner. You did well. You protected your comrades. Now you may rest. Her presence, akin to a serene blue sky, quelled the restless atmosphere slightly. As dawn broke, the first light penetrated the gloom above Spider Mountain. Yuzui walked silently at the forefront, with Shinobu and Kanawa conversing quietly behind him. Master, what do you think of that pair of siblings? Kanawa asked softly. Shinobu gazed ahead at the stretcher, her smile enigmatic. Who knows? Since the master wishes to see them, it must hold significance. However, Mr. Yuzui's demeanor truly infuriates me. Up ahead, Yuzui's pace momentarily faltered. Yet he did not turn back. Behind him were the hidden members bearing the stretcher, upon which lay the unconscious Tanjiro, along with Nezuko in her box and the battered Zenitsu and Inosuke. The procession advanced silently in the morning light, heading toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. After a night of fierce battle, a chapter had drawn to a close, yet all understood that the fate surrounding these siblings, along with their confrontation with the 12 Kazuki and Muzan, was only just beginning. Taketu glanced back at the receding Spider Mountain, her gaze resolute and profound. She understood that bringing back Tanjiro and Nezuko was merely the beginning. A greater storm loomed ahead. Chapter 28, Pillar Meeting 2. Upon returning to headquarters, Takedo Muichiro joined Shinobu Kocho, Jutomioka, and the bound Tanjiro, along with the wooden box containing Nezuko, in the atmosphere thick with tension in the meeting hall. The expansive courtyard basked in sunlight, yet it could not dispel the heavy aura that enveloped the place. The other pillars had already assembled in an orderly fashion, their gazes as tangible as steel, instantly honing in on the newcomers and the audacious member who dared to bring a demon among them. Muichiro distinctly sensed the scrutiny, confusion, and unabashed hostility in their stares. Maintaining a serene expression, the white veil obscuring her vision heightened her sensitivity, allowing her to perceive the emotional currents around her like invisible ripples, capturing every subtle shift in the air. The barely contained fury of Shinazugawa Sanemi, the fiery and direct challenge from Rengoku Kaijiro, and the cold, serpentine scrutiny of Iguro Abanai. She and her companions made their way silently to their designated spots. Just as they settled, two familiar presences swiftly approached. How did you get into this mess? The first to speak was Takedo Yuriichi, his voice resonating with rationality and a hint of concealed concern, his brow furrowed as his sharp gaze swept over the bound Tanjiro and the wooden crate. Soon after, Takedo Muichiro's more ethereal, direct voice followed, laced with genuine curiosity. Sister, what transpired? His clear blue eyes looked straight into Muichiro's, filled with unadulterated worry. In response to her brother's inquiries, Muichiro merely shook her head slightly, her voice calm, yet reassuring. It is of no consequence. The Lord will clarify everything upon his arrival. She was acutely aware that any explanation at this moment would be futile. All would be determined by their superior. She gently shifted to stand beside Jutomioka, positioning herself a respectful distance away, signifying a shared stance while maintaining appropriate space. She could feel the tranquil aura emanating from Ju, akin to a deep pool, seemingly placid, yet harboring resolute strength within. Meanwhile, the member tasked with awakening Tanjiro had grown impatient, his voice rising in pitch. Hey, wake up. How long are you planning to sleep? Hurry up and get up. He even raised his hand as if to strike. Tanjiro appeared startled by the commotion, abruptly awakening. He glanced around, instantly enveloped by 11 imposing gazes. The member added curtly, "The pillars are waiting." Tanjiro seemed momentarily overwhelmed by such an assembly of formidable presences, falling silent. Shinobu Kocho broke the silence first, her voice still sweet, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Before we commence the judgment, please elucidate the crimes you have committed." The purple butterfly Haori fluttered gently in the breeze, contrasting with the calm in her eyes. However, before her words could settle, a resounding voice interrupted. "There is no need for any judgment." Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijiro stood tall, his voice vibrant and unwavering, eyes ablaze with intensity. Never blinking. "Harboring a demon is clearly a violation of our regulations. We can dispose of him right here. Execute him alongside the demon." His words were as fiery as his breathing technique, blazing and direct. Nearby, the flamboyant sound Hashira Yuzi Tenjin chimed in, elegantly brushing his fingers over the diamond ornament in his hair, his voice booming. "Then let me splendidly sever his head. I shall ensure his blood splatters in a magnificent display, unparalleled in grandeur." Each of his movements was steeped in theatrical exaggeration. Love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri clasped her hands to her chest, worry filling her pastel green eyes. Her thoughts racing to the brink of overflow. Surely they wouldn't kill such a lovely child? "It breaks my heart. It is too painful." The stone Hashira Kanamori Jiomiai, a towering figure, wept, his hands clasped in prayer, his voice rich with compassion. "Ah, what a tragic child he is, so pitiable, to be born in such chaotic times." Yet beneath that compassion lay an unwavering adherence to principle. Muichiro's perception primarily rested on her two brothers. Muichiro was gazing upward, the azure sky mirroring her hair color. Yet his vacant eyes held not pure admiration, but rather concern for Muichiro's predicament. Yuiichi, on the other hand, appeared somewhat impatient. His rational and composed voice softly cutting through the air, laced with a hint of acerbity. Binding a boy capable of slaying demons for questioning is rather tedious. So what if he carries the scent of a demon? His blade strikes against demons, not humans. To kill him? Fine, but first prove that his sister will consume humans. If you cannot, do not waste our time here. His words were incisive, logical, prompting a few of the pillars to glance sideways. In the center, Tanjiro seemed not to fully grasp his circumstances, anxiously scanning his surroundings, murmuring, "Nezuko, Nezuko, where are you?" He even attempted to rise, calling out, "Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Mr. Murata." "Hey!" The member overseeing him was furious, hopping in agitation. In the trees, the serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai lounged lazily on a branch. His bandaged face turning towards Ju and Muichiro, his voice laced with a serpentine rasp. "He may not care, but what about Ju Tomioka and Takedo Muichiro? How shall we deal with them?" His slitted eyes narrowed. Neither had been bound yet, which posed a headache for him. According to Shinobu's report, both Ju and Muichiro had also breached regulations, hadn't they? How should they be held accountable? What punishment should they receive? He first directed his query at Ju. "Speak up." Ju remained silent, like a rock standing steadfast by the shore. Abanai then turned his attention to Muichiro. "And you, Takedo Muichiro?" Feeling the collective gaze converge once more, Muichiro slightly lifted her veiled face, her voice soft yet clear, resonating in every ear. "Everything shall be determined by the Lord's forthcoming arrangements." She neither defended herself nor retreated, relinquishing the final judgment to the highest authority. Kanroji Mitsuri internally exclaimed, "Iguro is as he always is, entangled like a snake. How splendid." The white snake in her arms seemed to sense her gaze and shyly recoiled. Tanjiro, overhearing the conversation, finally realized that his actions had implicated those who had aided him, filling him with guilt and remorse as he glanced apologetically at Muichiro and Ju. Shinobu Kocho seized the moment to redirect the focus. "It matters little, they have returned safely. Let us postpone any discussions of punishment for now." She appeared disinclined to delve into her companion's responsibilities at this juncture. However, Rengoku's attention immediately returned to Tanjiro. His spirit invigorated as he pressed on. "I am more interested in hearing how this youth plans to explain his situation. Young man, how did you come to be with a demon?" Regardless of the explanation, this was undoubtedly a breach of regulations. Yuzui Tenjin brandished his sword as if to draw it. Asking is futile. Yet Rengoku insisted. "Then please, enlighten us." Tanjiro hastily began to recount his family's ordeal and Nezuko's unique circumstances. Iguro Abanai interrupted with a mocking sneer. "She is your sister. Not a word you say can be trusted." Kanamori Jiomiai, still weeping, echoed, "Allow me to perform a ritual for him." Yuzui Tenjin replied, "Yes, remember to make it magnificent." As Tanjiro anxiously attempted to elaborate further, Shinobu Kocho interjected once more, her tone resolute. "It is true. As one of the witnesses, she provided crucial testimony," which surprised several of the Hashira. Meanwhile, The gaze of the Tsuguko brothers remained predominantly fixed on their younger sister, assessing the potential impact of the situation upon her. Kanroji Mitsuri timely posed a pivotal question, her voice gentle yet incisive. Excuse me, but I have a small query. I believe the master should be aware of this matter. Should he not? This was a speculation shared by many present, albeit unconfirmed. Rengoku and Yuzui both emitted sounds of agreement. Just as Tanjiro struggled to articulate his thoughts in an effort to persuade the assembly, a figure brimming with restlessness burst onto the scene, accompanied by an impatient voice. Hey, I heard there is something entertaining happening here. The wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, strode forward, exuding an aura of bloodlust and violence. A wooden box containing Mizuko raised in one hand. Tsutomu and Tenjin immediately focused their senses on him. Shinobu's tone conveyed a warning. Mr. Shinazugawa, please refrain from any reckless actions. Sanemi, however, paid her no mind, menacingly unsheathing his Nichiren blade, aiming it directly at the box. Just as the tip of the blade was about to make contact, a small stone whizzed through the air, striking his blade with a sharp clang, diverting its course. Sanemi whirled around, glaring furiously at Tsutomu. Hey, what business do you have meddling again? You who just violated the squad's rules. Tsutomu's expression remained unperturbed beneath his veil as he calmly reiterated, await the master's decision. Witnessing his sister in peril, Tanjiro erupted with extraordinary strength, breaking free from his restraints and charging at Sanemi. Tenjin shouted urgently, stop! The master is coming soon. Kanroji Mitsuri, startled by the sudden conflict, covered her face and chuckled apologetically. I'm sorry. Subsequently, a fierce exchange of insults ensued between Tanjiro and Sanemi, with the latter furiously bellowing. I'm going to kill you. At the pinnacle of this chaos, two youthful, melodious voices rang out like a tranquil stream, instantly calming the tumult. The master has arrived. All present, regardless of their previous demeanor, suddenly stilled, their gazes fixed upon the entrance. Ubuyashiki Yoya, supported by his two daughters, approached slowly. Despite illness having rendered him blind and marred his features, the serene and dignified presence he exuded cast a solemnity over the entire courtyard. You all have gathered. He spoke gently. The Hashira immediately knelt on one knee, their movements synchronized and infused with heartfelt reverence. Sanemi also forced Tanjiro down to kneel. My beloved swordsman children. Ubuyashiki Yoya's voice carried a soothing strength. Supported by his daughters, he stepped beneath the eaves, tilting his head slightly to bask in the sunlight. Good morning, everyone. What splendid weather we have today. The sky must be quite blue. He paused, expressing contentment. It brings me solace that none of the familiar faces are missing. I am truly gratified that we can all gather for the semi-annual Hashira meeting. Sanemi, representing the group, conveyed sincere well wishes. His tone unprecedentedly respectful. We sincerely wish for your health, master. May you grow ever stronger. You stole my greeting for the master. Kanroji Mitsuri lamented inwardly. Tsutomu remained silently kneeling, sensing the master's frail, yet remarkably resilient vitality, as well as the curse marks that spread to his eyes. A complex mix of emotions swelling within him. Thank you all, Ubuyashiki Yoya responded warmly. Before addressing the matter at hand, it seems you all have numerous inquiries regarding Kamado, Tanjiro, and Nezuko. Sanemi immediately voiced the group's concerns. We hope you could clarify why this member, Kamado Tanjiro, is accompanied by a demon. What are your thoughts, master? Indeed. I apologize for the disturbance caused to everyone, the master candidly acknowledged, expressing his endorsement and hoping the Hashira would also come to accept it. Each Hashira voiced their opinions. Rengoku, Yuzui, Sanemi, and Iguro firmly opposed, while Kanroji maintained a principled compassion amidst her sorrow. Tsutomu and Muichiro, due to the implications for their sister, remained silent, refraining from opposing the master's clear stance. Shinobu also chose to abide by the master's will, observing that dissent still lingered. Ubuyashiki Yoya signaled for his daughters to produce the letter from Kagaya Ubuyashiki. As the contents of the letter were read aloud, especially the passages wherein Shinazugawa, Tenjin, and Tsutomu committed seppuku as a guarantee, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Sanemi was the first to shatter the stillness. His tone vehement. What does seppuku even amount to? If you want to die, go ahead. It hardly serves as any assurance. Rengoku concurred. The master, however, did not display anger. Instead, he articulated deeper reasoning in a calm, yet authoritative tone, particularly noting that Tanjiro was the only individual to have encountered Kibutsuji Musen and survived. How can that be possible? None of us Hashira have ever seen him. Yuzui exclaimed in shock, his movements too vigorous, inadvertently bumping into Kanroji. Tsutomu, positioned nearby, sensed Mitsuri's imbalance and instinctively reached out to steady her. Ah, thank you, Miss Tsutomu. Mitsuri quickly expressed her gratitude, her cheeks tinged with red. It was but a trivial act, Tsutomu replied with a slight nod, withdrawing his hand. This revelation sent ripples akin to a stone cast into water, stirring up a tempest of inquiries from the Hashira regarding the specifics concerning Tanjiro, with Sanemi brutally yanking at Tanjiro's hair to extract answers. The scene spiraled into chaos once more. Shoo! Ubuyashiki Yoya gently gestured for silence, his voice soft, yet carrying absolute authority. In an instant, all fell quiet. He slowly elucidated, pointing out that Kabutsuji Muzan was actively pursuing Tanjiro, and an unexpected transformation might have occurred within Nezuko that even Muzan could not anticipate. This is the first time I have grasped the tale of Kabutsuji. I must not let it slip away easily. Sanemi remained obstinate, insisting on conducting his own blood test as a final measure. He slashed his wrist, enticing Nezuko with his blood, even resorting to wounding her in an attempt to awaken her demon instincts. Tanjiro strained to break free, his voice hoarse as he called out for his sister. Under the gaze of all, though Nezuko struggled painfully, her fangs bared, she ultimately overcame her primal instincts with astonishing willpower, using her body to shield her brother while glaring defiantly at Sanemi for harming her. This scene, silent yet profound, resonated deeply. Though Tsutomu's eyes were covered, he could keenly perceive Nezuko's intense and pure resolve to protect, as well as her anguish and resilience against her instincts. His heart stirred slightly, confirming his previous judgment. Sanemi finally relented. The Hashira present bore witness to this miraculous spectacle, and the majority accepted the truth of it. After the master bade Tanjiro to convey his regards to Tamayo, the episode concerning the Kamadu siblings came to a close. Tsutomu and Tenjin's infractions went unpunished, and Tsutomu and Muichiro visibly exhaled in relief. The Hashira meeting continued until nightfall. The master assessed the dire circumstances, ultimately concluding that the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps must be increased. Following the expressions of opinions from each Hashira, the meeting adjourned. Ubuyashiki Yoya concluded gently, "Children, I eagerly anticipate your performances." Under the night sky, Tsutomu departed alongside his two brothers. She understood that the acceptance of Tanjiro and Nezuko was merely a beginning. A greater storm was brewing. She shall persist along this thorn-laden path, in her own manner, with tranquil depths, safeguarding all that is worthy of protection. Chapter 29, Embarking on a New Mission. Shitou Kumiko stood serenely in the courtyard. The subtle sound of morning dew saturating the grass flowed through her extraordinary perception, akin to a gentle melody. She delicately lifted her fingertips to adjust the white veil that covered her eyes. This soft fabric shielded her from the overwhelming clarity of the visual world, bestowing upon her the tranquility her heart yearned for. At this moment, she distinctly perceived the footsteps approaching from the other end of the corridor, vibrant and powerful, each step taken with unwavering certainty, reminiscent of the unquenchable spirit of its master. "Shitou, we must depart." The resounding voice of Rengoku Kyujiro echoed, even from several meters away, reverberating through the air with clarity. Shitou Kumiko inclined her head slightly, the azure tips of her white hair fluttering imperceptibly in the gentle breeze. She could sense the fervent determination and sense of justice radiating from Rengoku, a warmth that offered her a measure of reassurance. "I have thoroughly sensed the intelligence." Her voice was calm as still water, devoid of ripples. "All the dispatched members have perished, and the lingering aura at the scene is exceedingly faint, nearly impossible to capture and trace." In her mind, she had already sketched out the unfinished details on the intelligence scroll, the remnants of an elusive malevolence hinting at something unusual and sinister. As a perceptive swordsman, she understood more keenly than anyone what this implied. Rengoku Kyujiro strode confidently toward her, the flame-patterned cloak rustling with his movements, stirring a gust of wind. "This is precisely why we must act swiftly. We cannot allow more innocent lives to be lost." His words were imbued with undeniable resolve and urgency, the steadfast flames burning brightly in his golden red eyes. Shitou Kumiko nodded gently once more, yet her thoughts churned within. She detected a subtle impatience beneath Rengoku's pure sense of justice. This impatience could potentially become a liability in battle, she pondered quietly, yet refrained from voicing her concerns. Just then, a distinctly different cadence of footsteps approached, light and rhythmic, accompanied by a unique melody. Simultaneously, a gentle fragrance mingled with wisteria wafted through the air. Without needing to turn, Shitou Kumiko already knew who was approaching. "Are you off on a mission?" The voice of Kochu Shinobu emerged, laced with her characteristic gentle tone, as if perpetually tinged with a smile. Shitou Kumiko turned to face the direction of the voice, nodding softly. Indeed, her response was succinct, yet it conveyed both affirmation and farewell. The tacit understanding between them required no excess of words. Rengoku Kyujiro, only now realizing Kochu Shinobu's arrival, turned with a bright smile, his voice still resonant. "Ah, It appears that Kochu Shinobu has arrived. We just received the latest intelligence on the demons. All our teammates dispatched have met a tragic fate, and ordinary citizens have begun to fall as well. We cannot remain idle. Shitou Kumiko acutely sensed the molten rage and unwavering protective intent within Rengoku as he spoke. The intensity of his emotions nearly caused a slight sting in her overly sensitive eyes hidden beneath the veil. She discreetly brushed her fingers over the hilt of her Nichiren blade. The cool, familiar touch helped her maintain her inner calm and rationality. As the eyes of the team, she must remain ever vigilant. Was it the 12th Kazuki? Kochu Shinobu inquired directly, her voice still gentle, yet Shitou Kumiko could discern the gravity beneath that softness. As the insect Hashira, Kochu Shinobu understood the perilous nature of the 12 Kazuki better than anyone. Shitou Kumiko nodded once more, her voice steady and devoid of any hint of tension. It is likely. It could be an upper moon. If it is an upper moon, then our mission may yield progress. She paused, her tone light, yet weighted with promise. Await my word, Miss Shinobu. Her words were delivered with a casualness that belied the multitude of possibilities her mind had already calculated. The upper moon demons, positioned at the pinnacle of the demon hierarchy, possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing that of the lower moons. Should they truly encounter one, it would undoubtedly lead to a battle for survival. She could sense Rengoku's breath elevate momentarily upon hearing the mention of the upper moons, not with fear, but with a rekindled fervor for battle. All right. Although it seems a daunting task, with Mr. Rengoku and Miss Kumiko leading the charge, we should have no cause for concern. Kochu Shinobu's words brimmed with confidence in her comrade's capabilities, yet Shitou Kumiko's discerning perception caught the undercurrent of worry that lay hidden beneath that trust. After all, the upper moon demons had remained unchanged for a century, their true power still a mystery. Miss Shinobu, I entrust Tanjiro and the others to your care, Shitou Kumiko remarked. She could distinctly sense the subtle yet complex fluctuations in Kochu Shinobu's emotions upon the mention of Tanjiro's name. It was a blend of admiration, contemplation, and a profound vigilance arising from the presence of his demonized sister. Rengoku Kyujiro seemed oblivious to this delicate atmosphere and continued. What plans do you have for looking after them, Kochu? I've heard you intend to take on an apprentice, but it doesn't seem like you've chosen him. Shitou Kumiko's lips, concealed beneath the veil, curved imperceptibly into a faint smile. Rengoku's straightforwardness was sometimes as blunt as his swordsmanship, lacking in subtlety. Yet, she could discern that Kochu Shinobu's feelings toward Tanjiro were far more intricate than a mere decision of whether to choose him as an apprentice. There were too many complex factors at play, not easily articulated in mere words. Mr. Rengoku, I assure you that looking after them is not a burden. There's no need to overthink it, Kochu Shinobu replied, her tone laced with her characteristic playful irony, deftly steering the conversation away. A sly glimmer flickered in her violet eyes, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into this subject. That is true indeed. Ha! Rengoku Kyujiro laughed heartily, then turned, striding forward to commence their departure. The purity and brightness of his laughter compelled Shitou Kumiko to subtly shake her head within, a mix of resignation and an almost imperceptible envy. If only everyone could be as straightforward as Rengoku, perhaps the world would be far simpler. She chose not to speak further, her steps light, yet resolute as she followed closely behind. As she passed by Kochu Shinobu, she turned precisely toward her direction, gently waving her hand in farewell. Even without relying on her eyes, she could accurately sense the gesture of Kochu Shinobu in response. Along with the genuine blessing and concern embedded in her words, be careful on your journey. Every syllable, every subtle movement, was vividly reflected in her keen perception. A month passed in quiet succession. Shitou Kumiko and Rengoku Kyujiro relentlessly pursued the shadows of demons, never ceasing their efforts. However, their quarry proved exceptionally elusive, with leads appearing sporadically, leaving them to navigate through a fog of uncertainty, acutely aware of the lurking danger, yet perpetually unable to grasp the core of the threat. This fruitless pursuit was enough to wear down the patience of even the most steadfast, and even Rengoku's unyielding flame seemed to dim slightly in Shitou Kumiko's perception. Burdened by the weight of sustained vigilance and the anxiety of not being able to swiftly vanquish the demons, each nightfall brought with it a palpable restlessness in Rengoku, akin to a caged beast pacing within their encampment, until they received news that Kamado Tanjiro, Agitsuma Zenitsu, and Tsuyuri Kaneo had completed their physical recovery and were dispatched to assist them. Shitou Kumiko felt no surprise at this development. Their lord might be either training new recruits, believing that strength lies in numbers, or perhaps there were deeper considerations at play. She silently absorbed the intricacies of the arrangements, all the while heightening her vigilance. After all, facing potential adversaries with these still maturing swordsmen undoubtedly introduced a plethora of uncertainties. At this moment, devoid of leads, they were seated in a modest eatery, indulging in bowls of noodles. Chapter 30. The Infinite Train of Repairs. Shitou Yunmei sat quietly in the desolate restaurant, appearing somewhat out of place amidst her surroundings. Before her lay a sizable bowl of noodles, yet her pace of consumption was far less vigorous than that of her boisterous counterpart across the table. Rengoku Kyujiro, the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, was slurping his noodles with astonishing gusto and volume, each mouthful accompanied by a resounding exclamation of delicious. The sheer force of his voice seemed to reverberate through the air, causing it to tremble slightly. Yunmei's acute sensitivity rendered this cacophony akin to torment. She had donned specially crafted ear muffs early on, the soft fabric muffling some of the sound waves. Yet Mr. Rengoku's vibrant resonance still penetrated her ears clearly, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless yet subtly invigorated. She simply bowed her head in quiet concentration, focusing on her bowl, attempting to divert some of the auditory burden through taste. At that moment, the wooden door of the restaurant was gently pushed open, and a young team member stood awkwardly at the threshold, respectfully addressing them. Flame Hashira, Rengoku. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your meal. Upon hearing this, Rengoku abruptly lifted his head from his bowl, a smudge of broth still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Yet he seemed unfazed, his bright eyes locking onto the boy with a resounding voice. Not at all. Come join us for a bite. He then called out to the proprietor, please serve this young man a portion just like mine. The owner, seemingly accustomed to the flame Hashira's exuberance, nodded and retreated to the kitchen. The boy, taken aback, stammered, can I really eat too? Of course. Rengoku replied cheerfully, then called out again to the owner. And another bowl for me. His gaze swept over Shitou Yunmei's bowl, noticing she had only made a dent in her meal, and swallowed the morsel he had brought to his lips, turning to her with a radiant smile. Yunmei sensed his gaze, and the pure goodwill reflected in his smile, offering a slight nod as she continued to methodically tackle her substantial portion of noodles. As the proprietor approached to clear Rengoku's empty bowl, he couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, your manner of eating is truly exuberant. You'll be finished in no time. After the boy sat down, speaking with admiration, he said, Flame Hashira, Rengoku, you were incredible last night. Rengoku shook his head, his tone becoming more measured. Not at all. The demon still escaped. How is that young lady? Shitou Yunmei, who had been quietly eating, gently nodded in agreement, signaling her concern. Though she did not vocalize it, her attention remained fixed on the conversation. The boy quickly responded that the girl was no longer in danger. Amidst their dialogue, new bowls of noodles and side dishes were brought to the table, with the owner generously adding an extra plate of appetizers, a small token of appreciation for you. Thank you very much. Rengoku exclaimed heartily. He then engaged the boy in enthusiastic conversation about the deliciousness of the food, creating a lively atmosphere. Shitou Yunmei listened quietly from the side, savoring the warmth of this ordinary human interaction, her veiled eyes lowered, concealing any discomfort that might arise from her acute perceptions, leaving only the faintest hint of a soft smile at the corners of her lips. Once the spirited meal discussions concluded, they began to address more pressing matters. Through the boy, Shitou Yunmei and Rengoku learned of new leads regarding the demons and the mysterious infinite train. With urgency at hand, the two immediately resolved to investigate the repair facility housing the infinite train. Before setting off, Yunmei accompanied Rengoku to survey the site of the incident involving the train. The lingering faint scent of blood and malevolence in the air caused her brow beneath the veil to furrow slightly, her senses akin to the most refined web, capturing every unusual trace. Just then, a commotion arose nearby as an elderly woman and a young girl seemed to be embroiled in a dispute, during which the infinite train was mentioned. Observing this, Rengoku, without hesitation, strode forward, exclaiming, "What a splendid night! Do you know about the demons?" The young team member trailing behind him and the crow overhead were momentarily stunned by his overly direct approach. Shitou Yunmei inwardly sighed but understood this was quintessential Rengoku. She silently followed, maintaining a calm demeanor to ease the other's apprehension. Indeed, the girl named Kafuku stood protectively in front of her grandmother, her voice trembling with alarm. "What demons? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't come any closer." At this juncture, Shitou Yunmei interjected with a cool and steady voice, imbued with a soothing power. "We are here to investigate the tragedy of the infinite train." She sensed the girl's tightly clenched hand trembling slightly in fear around the rice cake. Meanwhile, Rengoku noticed a more pressing concern. His keen gaze fixated on the girl's quaking hand. He declared loudly, "Danger. If your hand shakes like that, you might drop your precious red bean bun." Rather than providing comfort, his words only heightened the girl's panic, prompting her to instinctively hurl the bun at Rengoku. Just as the bun was about to strike Rengoku's face, a pale hand deftly caught it midair. It was Shitou Yunmei, her movements smooth and precise, as if she had anticipated the trajectory. Rengoku, instead of being annoyed, displayed curiosity as he took the bun from Yunmei's hand, took a bite, and exclaimed with brightened eyes, "Delicious." Shitou Yunmei smiled inwardly, thinking, indeed, Mr. Rengoku remains so pure. His enthusiasm for food was always direct and unadulterated. At this moment, the elderly woman soothed her frightened granddaughter. "Kafuku, stop being silly. They are certainly not bad people." Gradually, the girl calmed down, murmuring an apology. Both Yunmei and Rengoku softened their tones to offer reassurance. As they prepared to depart, the girl, perhaps out of gratitude and remorse, mustered the courage to invite them to purchase some homemade bento from her family. Consequently, Rengoku, with a sweeping gesture, bought up all the remaining bento. In the end, the accompanying young team member became a makeshift bento carrier, laden with boxes, looking quite exasperated. "Excuse me, Flame Hashira, Rengoku," the boy managed to stammer. Rengoku chuckled heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "Consider these gifts for the team. You've all worked hard." Shitou Yunmei nodded gently in agreement. Rengoku continued, "From here, Yunmei and I will go together. Thank you for your efforts." After bidding farewell to the laden boy, Yunmei and Rengoku quietly made their way toward the eerily silent train repair facility beneath the night sky. On the tracks leading to the repair shop, an empty return train slowly began to move. The two figures, like phantoms, silently slipped inside the carriage. The train inspector, catching a glimpse of shadows through the window, mistook them for the rumored Ripper, startling him into a state of fear. Gathering his courage, he flung open the carriage door and stammered, "What's going on here?" Rengoku reacted swiftly, raising the bento he had planned to take back to the team, and with an unfaltering demeanor introduced, "As you can see, we are bento sellers. We are certainly not suspicious characters." His tone was so matter-of-fact, imbued with an honesty that was both convincing and difficult to refute. Shitou Yunmei remained silent beside him, displaying her own bento box in a cooperative manner, feeling a flicker of admiration for Rengoku's quick thinking. Though the excuse sounded rather absurd, there was an uncanny credibility to it when spoken by him. The inspector, noticing that the two did not resemble villains and glancing at the bento boxes in their hands, appeared somewhat foolishly convinced. "Ah, I see, but this is the return train," he remarked. Shitou Komio gently explained, his tone nonchalant. "We are accompanying the train to observe the infinite train." The inspector informed them that the infinite train was no longer in the depot, but at the repair yard up ahead, and fortuitously, the train was currently passing by that very location. Upon hearing this, Rengoku Kyujiro immediately perked up. "Oh, then let us disembark here." Shitou Komio succinctly replied, "All right." The inspector was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean, disembark?" Before he could finish his sentence, Rengoku Kyujiro and Shitou Komio had deftly opened the rear door of the train, clutching the versatile bento boxes, and gracefully leaped out of the moving train, landing steadily by the roadside. The inspector was left in disarray, his voice rising in alarm. "Ah?" Their crows, having impeccable timing, perched upon their shoulders, bento in hand. They slowly entered the repair yard, suffused with the scents of machine oil and metal. The massive infinite train lay silently on the tracks, its body still bearing the scars of battle, appearing particularly menacing in the night. "The infinite train," Rengoku Kyujiro murmured, his voice tinged with gravity. Almost simultaneously, Shitou Komio's keen senses detected a faint, nauseating chill in the air. It was a demon. She slightly tilted her head toward Rengoku, and without the need for words, he comprehended her discovery from her subtle motion. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding unspoken. "Hey, you two over there," a maintenance worker shouted, having spotted them. "This area is off limits." Shitou Komio stepped forward, raising her bento, and calmly explained, "Hello, we were entrusted by the railway management to deliver these bentos to you." Her voice was cool, yet imbued with an earnestness that compelled belief. The worker, though skeptical, called back, "Hey, there's someone delivering bentos here. Soon." Other busy maintenance workers gathered around. As they distributed the bentos, Rengoku and Komio discreetly inquired about the infinite train, learning that it would resume operation the following day. Just as the last bento was about to be handed out, and the atmosphere appeared to ease slightly, an unmistakable malevolent aura surged forth. Shitou Komio and Rengoku Kyujiro's expressions sharpened simultaneously, their bodies moving in an instant toward the source of the ominous presence. They beheld a grotesque demon, holding a boy named Achin hostage, while the person who had previously brought Achin his meal lay paralyzed on the ground, screaming, "There's a demon." Other arriving maintenance workers shouted in terror, "Achin, let go of that boy." Rengoku Kyujiro commanded sternly. The demon, seemingly delighting in tormenting others, not only held the hostage but also crushed the scattered bento boxes made by the fukus beneath its feet, emitting a harsh laugh of derision. Rengoku's gaze turned razor-sharp, fury igniting within his eyes. Those bentos were made wholeheartedly by someone I know. Retract your words. The demon continued its unrestrained mockery. Rengoku's voice deepened, laced with undeniable authority. I understand now. You, the butcher, are what truly disgusts me. No sooner had he spoken than his Nichiren blade was unsheathed with fervor. Slicing through the air, the demon, swift as lightning, dodged the attack. Shitou Komio seized the opportunity, slipping in like flowing water, her movements precise and swift, instantly rescuing the boy Achin from the demon's clutches and shielding him behind her. Realizing the dire situation, the demon had no intention of lingering. It turned to flee. Komio, take care of them. Rengoku Kyujuru shouted as he shot after the demon like an arrow released from its bow. Understood, Shitou Komio replied, her voice soft yet clear. She quickly calmed the frightened crowd, directing the arriving members of the covert team to tend to the injured and manage the scene, all in an orderly and composed manner. Later, it was revealed that Rengoku Kyujuru successfully pursued and vanquished the demon, saving the nearly victimized bento vendor, Fuku's, and her grandmother before dawn. Once the incident had settled, Shitou Komio and Rengoku Kyujuru reconvened at their predetermined meeting point. The night sky began to lighten. Tomorrow, or rather today, we must take a ride on the infinite train. Rengoku stated firmly, gazing in the direction of the train. Indeed, Shitou Komio softly responded, her countenance serene beneath the veil. She sensed the lingering, deeper, sinister aura emanating from the train's direction, understanding within her heart that tonight's disturbance might merely be a prelude to the true tempest that was approaching. This day's journey would likely not be tranquil. Thus, this minor interlude came to a close, yet greater challenges awaited on the tracks ahead. Chapter 31, Slumber. Shitou Komio stood quietly in a corner of the platform where the infinite train was set to resume operation, listening to Rengoku Kyujuru's robust voice as he conversed with the girl and her grandmother whom he had saved that morning. The bashful young lady presented her token of gratitude, a bento box. Thank you very much, Rengoku said heartily, and with great generosity, he proceeded to purchase all the remaining bentos. Komio chose not to interrupt this exchange of kindness and gratitude, patiently waiting as if she were a statue of tranquility. When Rengoku shared some of the bentos with her, she inclined her head slightly and softly expressed her thanks. Thank you, while naturally extending her hand to share the burden. As her fingertips brushed against the warm bento box, she could distinctly perceive the simplicity and warmth contained within. The infinite train, like a colossal steel beast awakening from slumber, gradually came to a halt. The flow of people began to surge. She and Rengoku boarded the train with the crowd, finding their seats. The carriage was a medley of metal, leather, and the myriad scents of the passengers, which felt somewhat crowded and cacophonous to her overly sensitive perception. No sooner had they settled in than Rengoku's resonant voice filled the air with exclamations of delight. Delicious. These two words accompanied his rapid consumption of the food. Shitou Komio silently opened her own bento, her actions elegant. At the same time, she adeptly donned her ear muffs, not to entirely block out the sounds, but to temper the overwhelming volume to a bearable level. As she nibbled at her meal, she maintained a small oasis of tranquility amidst the vibrant storm created by Rengoku. The rush of air from the carriage door being flung open brought with it the distinct emotional fluctuations of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Tanjiro's gentle determination, Zenitsu's anxious agitation, and Inosuke's wild curiosity. She had already sensed their presence before her eyes could confirm it. Following closely, Rengoku's enthusiastic proclamations of delicious sent palpable waves of surprise through the newly arrived trio. She heard Zenitsu murmur in a hushed tone, laden with disbelief. Is he the flame Hashira? Are you sure he isn't just a glutton? This fragment of complaint fell upon Komio's ears. She did not lift her gaze, but spoke plainly, her voice imbued with a haze of certainty. He is Rengoku Kyujuru, the flame Hashira. After a brief pause, she added, welcome, fulfilling the courtesy of a colleague and senior. She could sense Zenitsu's attention shift toward her, his demeanor becoming somewhat ethereal and eager. Komio understood but paid it no mind, continuing to focus on finishing her bento. Rengoku devoured the numerous bentos with remarkable speed until professionals arrived to clean up. Only then did genuine conversation commence. Rengoku recognized Tanjiro and expressed his acceptance of Nezuko once more. Tanjiro solemnly introduced his companions to Rengoku. As Mr. Rengoku invited Tanjiro to sit beside him, Zenitsu seized the opportunity to settle beside Kaneo. Kaneo could distinctly sense the boy's emotions, a mixture of apprehension and delight. She merely offered a faint, polite smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, Inosuke's curiosity about the interior structure of the carriage piqued, prompting Zenitsu to rise in despair to intervene. The conversation between Tanjiro and Mr. Rengoku resonated loudly, echoing throughout the carriage. Kaneo listened quietly, Her heart stirred when Tanjiro mentioned his frail, yet spirited father, who could perform the Kagura dance, known as the Dance of the Fire God. Indeed, Tanjiro's subsequent inquiry confirmed her suspicions. She recalled a fleeting moment during the brief examination of Tanjiro's injuries on Mount Spider, when she had sensed a peculiar and ancient energy rhythm flowing within him, intense and pure, unlike any derivative breathing technique she had encountered. After perusing the remnants of ancient texts, she speculated that it might be related to the legendary origin breathing, the sun breathing. At that moment, Tanjiro himself raised a question. Mr. Rengoku, in his characteristic candor, admitted ignorance and swiftly redirected the conversation towards his adoptive son, leaving Tanjiro somewhat flustered. An awkward tension enveloped the atmosphere. At this juncture, Kaneo spoke up, her voice calm, shattering the slightly uncomfortable silence. Tanjiro, I may possess some knowledge regarding your dance of the fire god. Instantly, all eyes turned toward her, filled with surprise and anticipation. This breathing technique of yours is likely the sun breathing, she articulated slowly, her voice clear and steady, the origin of all current breathing styles. It is exceedingly ancient, and its essence differs fundamentally from the derivative breathing techniques we employ. She succinctly conveyed the information she possessed to Tanjiro. Mr. Rengoku responded with a loud exclamation of admiration. Ah? How fascinating. It is indeed a formidable breathing technique. Tanjiro, however, fell into contemplation. Kaneo looked at him and suggested. The Rengoku family has served as Flame Hashira for generations. Their family records may be more comprehensive. You could visit and consult his father later. Mr. Rengoku immediately echoed her suggestion loudly, once again steering the conversation back to his disciples, much to Tanjiro's exasperation. As the topic reached a temporary conclusion, Kaneo and Mr. Rengoku closed their eyes to rest. She sensed Tanjiro's gratitude towards Mr. Rengoku, along with a vague feeling of similarity between him and Mr. Urokodaki. Though she spoke little, perhaps there was a gentleness to her. Kaneo remained unperturbed, for the external evaluations held far less significance to her than the tranquility within. When Inosuke attempted to lean out of the window, Mr. Rengoku warned, "That's dangerous. There are demons aboard." Zenitsu immediately erupted into a terrified scream. Kaneo furrowed her brow slightly and calmly confirmed, "Indeed, so please remain quiet." Her voice carried a soothing and persuasive quality. Zenitsu almost instantly leaned closer, fidgeting in fear. But under her silent gaze, he quickly feigned composure. Kaneo could clearly perceive the conflicting expressions of fear and the desire to impress her on his face, which amused her internally, yet she maintained her calm demeanor. Mr. Rengoku explained the circumstances of their mission, prompting another scream from Zenitsu, which once more subsided under Kaneo's tranquil gaze. Tanjiro's exasperation and Inosuke's rare quietness as he examined the window all mirrored in Kaneo's perception. At this moment, a staff member approached. As he drew near, a faint yet exceptionally chilling and distorted aura touched Kaneo's senses. It was not the sensation of a human, laced with a hint of marionette-like stiffness and manipulation. "Passengers, please present your tickets." The staff member's voice sounded normal, yet the underlying emotion felt hollow and numb. Kaneo understood. The demon's blood art had begun to operate quietly. She refrained from alarming anyone, simply cooperating like the other passengers by handing over her ticket. She was curious to see what the hand orchestrating everything intended to do. The instant the ticket was clipped, an imperceptible surge of energy spread throughout. The lights flickered erratically, and amidst the dimming, Kaneo felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her, attempting to engulf her consciousness. Instinctively, she resisted for a moment, but then relaxed, allowing that force to draw her into darkness. Just before losing consciousness entirely, she distinctly heard the staff member rushing toward the front of the carriage. His voice laced with a pleading cry and a chilling presence's enticing response, along with the hollow inquiries of several children. "So, this is the utilization of dreams?" Darkness enveloped everything. However, as she teetered on the brink of slumber, Kaneo's extraordinary mental fortitude and perception constructed a hazy barrier around her. She was neither fully awake nor completely lost. Rather, she existed in a peculiar state of dream observation. She could feel her body comfortably seated, vaguely sensing the rhythmic breathing of her companions as they descended into dreams, and could detect the unusual energy weaving the dreams within the carriage. She understood that a dream controlled by enemies was about to unfold before her, and she would act as a somewhat conscious observer, awaiting the moment of resolution or contemplating what this dream wished to reveal to her. Chapter 32, Kaneo's Dreamscape. The boundary between sinking and awakening was enveloped in a warm mist. Kaneo felt as though she were wrapped in soft currents of water, continually descending. She recognized that she had fallen prey to the blood demon art, her consciousness being drawn into a dream, her perception far beyond the ordinary. and her resilient spirit allowed her to retain a sliver of hazy rationality amidst the descent, akin to a solitary lamp flickering in the deep sea, dimming yet never extinguished. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear. It was home, the small cabin on Mount Genshin, imbued with the unique scent of sun-dried wood, and the delicate fragrance of the white camellias tended by her mother wafted from the courtyard. She glanced down to see her small hands, her body light, her vision strikingly clear without the soft white veil intended to filter excessive visual information. The outlines of the world were sharp, and the colors vibrant to the point of almost blinding her. Her mother, Chiyo, sat on the porch, her profile gentle, her face bearing a long mist, healthy flush. She was meticulously mending a piece of clothing, a serene smile gracing her lips. Her father, Jiro, was in the yard tending to his farming tools. The rhythmic sounds of hammering steady and reassuring. There were no shadows of demons, no pain of loss, no burdensome missions to carry. Time seemed to freeze at the most beautiful moment, serene enough to draw tears. She greedily breathed in the false yet comforting air, allowing the deliberately forgotten affection to flow within her heart. The 11-and-a-half-year-old version of herself should have lived carefree in this place. Yet, deep within her perception, familiar auras struggled violently like moths ensnared in a spider's web. Mr. Rengoku's fiery vitality, Tanjiro's resilience and urgency, Zenitsu's fear and screams, Inosuke's wildness and confusion, they were all trapped in their own dream prisons. Kaneo gauged the intensity of their spiritual fluctuations with their willpower. It should not take long for them to break free. Just a little longer, she conceded to herself, allowing a moment of solace within this intricately woven illusion. She moved toward her mother, nestling against her, relishing the warmth of that cherished memory. Just then, a frigid, viscous sensation abruptly coiled around her wrist, akin to an invisible serpent, striving to entwine her consciousness with a malevolent presence. Almost immediately, a foreign awareness, imbued with unmistakable destructive intent, infiltrated her tranquil domain like an ink drop dispersing in clear water. Someone was probing for her dream core. The moment had arrived. She could no longer indulge in her reverie. Gently, she shifted away from her mother, rising to her feet, her voice deliberately calm. "Mother, I shall step outside for a moment." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than the tender smile, gracing Chiyo's face, froze instantaneously, morphing into a rigid and unfamiliar expression. She seized Yunming's wrist with astonishing force. "Yunming, you must not go. It is perilous outside. Stay at home." Her previously silent father, Jiro, immediately dropped his tools, his imposing figure blocking the doorway, his gaze vacant, yet resolutely obstructive. Yunming regarded them quietly, the last remnant of her fantasy shattering like fragile bubbles within her heart. Falsehoods, ultimately, were but illusions. Her true parents remained safe in their ancestral home on Jingshin Mountain, although her visits had dwindled since she and the others had chosen to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Yet, the bond of blood had never wavered. Her real brothers were somewhere in the world, wielding their blades to vanquish demons and safeguard tranquility. The specters before her were merely ephemeral echoes of past regrets. Exquisite prisons conjured by the blood demon art that exploited her innermost vulnerabilities. "I am sorry." Her voice, though soft, resonated with an unwavering resolve to sever ties. "You are not truly real. I must depart." Her wrist trembled slightly, and the refined mental strength she had honed surged forth, not only severing the ethereal connection of the blood demon art, but also shattering the parental figures constructed by the rules of her dreams. Akin to illusions of flowers in a mirror or water in the moonlight, the surroundings began to sway violently, peeling away like a faded scroll, dissipating into nothingness. As consciousness flowed, she found herself plunged into the depths of her dream core. Above her stretched an infinitely vast azure sky, pure and clear, devoid of any gloom. Beneath her lay a profound and tranquil ocean, shimmering with light, harboring boundless strength and embrace. Where the sea met the sky, an ancient sense of peace and expansiveness pervaded. This is how it should be when Tanjiro collides with Yuntu's dream core. Here lay the sanctuary of her spirit, a realm that reflected the world she perceived when she closed her eyes, replacing vision with sensation. There was no need to entangle herself in the excessive minutiae of existence. It sufficed to appreciate the grand and harmonious essence. The intruding child materialized amidst the expanse of sea and sky. Initially marked by the malevolence and apathy stemming from his destructive mission, he found himself unwittingly affected by the unprecedented tranquility and beauty surrounding him. A fleeting moment of dazed confusion flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a long-forgotten sensation known as happiness. Yet, the faint tether around his wrist, though the connection had been severed, its afterimage lingered, served as a reminder of his task. He shook his head, forcibly dispelling the emotions that ought not to arise, and began searching the vicinity. Soon, guided by the blood demon art, he pinpointed the core sustaining the equilibrium of this space. It was not a tangible object, but rather an intangible principle flowing between the sea and sky, maintaining all peace. Just as a fierce glint returned to his eyes, coalescing into a destructive intent, preparing to drive a malicious wedge into this core, Yunming silently appeared before him, as if she were an integral part of this very expanse. It ends here. Her voice, like a gentle breeze caressing the ocean's surface, was calm yet imbued with undeniable strength. She raised her arm, the remnant of the blood demon art's tether that once bound her to the invading child manifesting clearly in her spiritual perception. Without drawing her Nicaran blade from her waist, she merely sharpened her fingers, condensing her unwavering will to sever the illusion at her fingertips, gently slicing through the intangible bond. A resonant chime, audible only on the spiritual plane, echoed across the sea and sky as the tether shattered, vanishing into oblivion. The child's figure, like a sketch erased, instantly disappeared from her dream core space. Yunming stood alone amidst her boundless sea and sky, tilting her head slightly upward, even within the realm of dreams. She instinctively and symbolically closed her eyes, which in reality often felt weary from perceiving too vividly, and with a perception as vast as the ocean. She delicately savored the tranquility and power of this inner world, as though it were a cornerstone soothing her soul. The brief commemoration had concluded. It was time to awaken. Chapter 33, Protecting Passengers and Vanquishing Nightmares. Yunming's consciousness surfaced, as if emerging from the depths of the sea, breaking free from the warm mire woven of memories and desires. Her long eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Before her lay the infinite expanse of the train carriage, though the air was infused with a faint, unique aura of Nezuko's blood demon art. She turned her head to see Kamado Nezuko anxiously attempting to rouse the still slumbering Rengoku, Kyujiro, and Inosuke. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had already awakened and was urgently speaking to Nezuko. Nezuko, use your blood demon art again to help everyone wake up. As Nezuko turned toward Yunming, preparing to cast her spell, Yunming gently raised her hand, her voice still carrying a hint of morning hoarseness yet remarkably clear. No need. I am awake. She paused, sensing the deep and chaotic mental fluctuations of the others. They would take a while to awaken, and shaking them would be futile. Ah, Miss Yunming, you are awake. Tanjiro exclaimed, turning his head, his face lighting up with surprise. Yunming nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Rising to her feet, her eyes, partially obscured by the veil, remained closed. Yet her formidable perception enveloped the entire carriage like a web. What should we do now? Tanjiro asked, his tone laced with urgency as he looked at their still sleeping companions. Just then, a green figure lunged toward Tanjiro with an enraged shriek. It's your fault. You've ruined our sweet dreams. It was a little girl clad in green, gripping a cold screwdriver tightly, her eyes vacant and frenzied. Tanjiro nimbly sidestepped, his face a tapestry of shock and confusion. What is happening? Yunming stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Tanjiro, her voice calm as she articulated the terrifying truth. They are being controlled by demons. She could distinctly perceive the subtle, yet malicious threads of spiritual influence entwined around these children. They volunteered, Yunming explained to Tanjiro, a trace of barely perceptible sorrow in her tone, but they have fallen prey to the demon's subtle manipulations, exploiting the vulnerabilities of the human heart, promising them the dreams they long for, leading them to willingly become accomplices, harming other passengers. It is both tragic and detestable. The green-clad girl, frustrated by her failed attack, called out to her companions, "Come help me." She was looking at the boy who had previously entered Tanjiro's dream, afflicted with tuberculosis. Yet, the boy merely stood there in silence, traces of dried tears on his face, his gaze now restored to clarity. Yunming could acutely sense the turbulent emotions within him, gradually calming after fierce internal struggle. As the green-clad girl urged him once more, attempting to drag him back into the abyss, Yunming sprang into action. Her movements were swift as a specter, yet executed with precise control. Her hand struck accurately at the nape of the green-clad girl and several other still-controlled children, applying just the right amount of force to plunge them into slumber, temporarily severing the influence of the blood demon art. In that moment, only the tuberculosis-stricken boy remained standing, now regaining his rationality. Tanjiro regarded the children before him, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He understood that yearning for beautiful dreams. How could he not share that sentiment himself? Approaching the young boy, he gently inquired, "Are you all right?" The boy lifted his gaze to meet Tanjiro's concerned eyes, managing to produce a frail smile. "Thank you." After a brief pause, he earnestly added, "Please take care." Understood. Tanjiro nodded solemnly, taking Mizuko's hand and directing his attention towards Mitsuri Kanroji. to the rear of the train. In concise terms, Kanroji made her way towards the junction of the carriages, and Tanjiro immediately followed with Nezuko in tow. The rear door was flung open violently, and a nauseating stench of demons assaulted them. Tanjiro's sensitive nose wrinkled in disgust. However, for Mitsuri, the situation was even more peculiar. The potent demonic presence did not concentrate in a single point. Rather, it permeated and intertwined with the very structure of the carriage. The vibrations from above felt akin to that of an abandoned shell. She grasped the situation instantly. The demon above was merely an empty husk. Its true essence had fused with the train itself. Calmly, she addressed Tanjiro. You go deal with that empty shell above. This is a trial. She believed in the potential of this young man. Upon hearing her words, Tanjiro's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he affirmed, yes. He then leapt onto the roof of the train. Meanwhile, Mitsuri guided Nezuko back inside the carriage. Nezuko, we need to awaken everyone. She needed to ensure the safety of the over 200 passengers, and waking their formidable companions was the first step. Inside the carriage, Nezuko activated her blood demon art once more, the intense stimulus jolting Inosuke from his dream, causing him to spring up with a characteristic roar. Mitsuri then retrieved a small porcelain vial from her breast pocket, uncorked it, and brought it to Zenitsu's nose. A sharply pungent odor immediately invaded his nostrils. Cough, cough. What the heck is this? Zenitsu was choked into alertness, tears welling up in his eyes as he fully awakened from his sweet dream, or perhaps nightmare. There's no time to explain. Mitsuri hurriedly pressed on. Inosuke, Zenitsu, you and Nezuko go to the roof and assist Tanjiro. I'll handle things here. Though Inosuke and Zenitsu were still dazed from their abrupt awakening, the gravity of the situation dawned on them upon witnessing Mitsuri's serious expression and the ominous demonic aura in the air. Inosuke howled as he unsheathed his dual blades, while Zenitsu, despite protesting, "Why is it always me?" found his body obediently following Nezuko towards the roof. Shortly after their departure, Rengoku Kejiro, seated calmly, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His sharp golden-red gaze held no trace of confusion, only a fierce battle spirit. Ha! It seems I had a restless sleep. His booming voice instantly dispelled some of the oppressive atmosphere in the carriage. Rengoku-san, it's good that you're awake, Mitsuri replied. The train itself is the entity we face. It intends to devour all the passengers. We must protect them. Understood. Rengoku sprang to his feet, his Nichiren blade already in hand, positioning himself alongside Mitsuri, forming an unyielding barrier to shield the anxious passengers. Meanwhile, on the roof, Tanjiro, having fought valiantly before his allies arrived, finally severed the head of the nightmare demon, Enmu. However, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The beheaded Enmu unleashed a final, frenzied cackle. The entire infinity train seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing as its steel and wood transformed into a grotesque, massive flesh and blood monstrosity. It opened its cavernous maw, intent on devouring the 200 unresisting passengers within the carriage. Protect the passengers. Rengoku's commanding shout echoed as the breath of flames erupted forth, forming a blazing barrier against the descending malevolence. Mitsuri, though she did not draw her sword, emanated an aura of chill determination, her senses heightened to their utmost. Watching the grotesque train's every subtle movement, poised to counter any potential assault, and meticulously shattering any approaching fleshly tendrils with precision. The carriage shook violently, and the screams of the passengers filled the air. Yet, under the guardianship of these two Hashira, the voracious maw ultimately failed to descend. On the roof, Tanjiro, joined by the awakened Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko, worked in unison to exploit the critical vulnerability of the massive flesh creature, which was a fusion of the train and the demon, during the precious time Rengoku and Mitsuri had bought them. Ultimately, with a selfless strike from Tanjiro, the monstrous amalgamation of train and demon let out a heart-wrenching wail, beginning to collapse and disintegrate. Thanks to the barrier of Enmu's flesh, the passengers remained largely unharmed. Chapter 34. The Consonants of Fire and Ice. The remnants of the infinity train billowed wisps of smoke in the dim morning light, its twisted metal skeleton resembling a dying beast, silently recounting the brutality of last night's battle. The tumult had subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a near stillness, akin to the calm after a storm. Tanjiro lay on the ground, pain radiating from various wounds, rendering him nearly immobile. Each breath tugged at his injuries, blood seeping slowly into the earth beneath him. Tanjiro. Rengoku knelt beside him, his signature booming voice, though weary, still carried an undeniable authority. Focus your spirit. Utilize total concentration breathing. Control your body. Slow the flow of blood. This is the only thing you can do for yourself right now. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He fought to clear his mind, concentrating on regulating his breathing rhythm, attempting to stabilize his crumbling physical state with this technique, akin to the fire of life. Meanwhile, Mitsuri moved like a silent shadow, swiftly and efficiently navigating the overturned carriage. Her perception, veiled behind white fabric, acted like a finely tuned radar, meticulously scanning each still sleeping passenger. Confirming their safety, she promptly turned her attention to the severely injured Zenitsu and Inosuke. With practiced ease, she retrieved effective healing salves and clean bandages from her pouch, squatting down to administer urgent care. Her hands moved with precision and speed, imbued with a calmness honed through countless life-or-death battles, as if the mangled wounds before her were merely objects in need of repair. Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, Zenitsu whimpered, teetering on the edge of consciousness. Inosuke grunted defiantly, despite the pain. It's just a scratch. I don't need to yell. Mitsuri paid no mind to their complaints or bravado, efficiently completing the bandaging. Once finished, both were left so fatigued from their injuries that they could scarcely muster the strength to lift a finger. Mitsuri silently gathered them and Tanjiro together, placing them in a relatively safe and flat area for closer observation. The support team should be arriving soon, she spoke softly, her tranquil tone serving as both a comfort to the battered youths and a self-reassurance, stabilizing their spirits. Once they arrive, we can safely escort the passengers and ensure you receive further treatment. However, in that brief moment when it seemed the crisis had passed, a chilling aura, reminiscent of a polar wind that freezes the marrow, suddenly permeated the air from the distant edge of the forest. The pure malice and immense pressure contained within that presence made every individual present shudder involuntarily. Everyone stiffened, their hearts nearly stopping as they turned towards the direction from whence the ominous aura emanated. In the distance, the morning mist appeared to possess a life of its own, restlessly swirling and gradually dispersing to either side. A figure emerged from the fog, becoming increasingly distinct. His short, peach-colored hair flickered like flames, while his golden eyes glinted coldly like inorganic gemstones. His pallid skin appeared even more eerie under the dim light. The upper half of his body was adorned with deep blue tattoos, intricately interwoven like the sins of countless wrongdoers and the twisted designs of malevolent spirits, ominously spreading across his entire form. A crimson short shirt accentuated his robust physique, and the prayer beads dangling from his ankles swayed gently with his steady, powerful strides, producing faint clinks. As the last wisp of mist dissipated, the inscriptions clearly etched in his golden pupils caused Tanjiro, who struggled to lift his head, to gasp in shock. His voice trembling violently with profound fear. Upper Moon 3. How could he appear here at such a moment? It was Upper Moon 3, Akaza. His gaze bore a pure scrutiny and indifference, akin to a predator selecting its prey, ultimately disregarding everyone else as it fixated on Tanjiro, who was desperately attempting to rise, seemingly intrigued by some unique quality within him. Without the slightest hint of warning, and lacking even a kneeling motion, Akaza moved. His speed transcended the limits of visual perception, leaving behind only a faint peach-colored afterimage, targeting the defenseless, severely injured Tanjiro. You shall not succeed. Like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting, Rengoku Kaijiro's figure surged forth, enveloped in searing, fervent flames, resolutely positioning himself in front of Tanjiro. His sun-patterned Nichiren blade, imbued with the will to eradicate all evil, cleaved through the air, distorting it with the heat. First form, unknowing fire. Boom. The explosive flames collided violently with Akaza's fist, shrouded in an intangible aura, unleashing a staggering shockwave that sent debris flying and even caused the nearby train wreckage to creak in protest. Rengoku's feet sank deeply into the ground. Yet he stood his ground, his golden red eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit, akin to a flame that would never be extinguished. The moment Mitsuri Kanroji sensed Akaza's emergence, she relinquished all she held and, like a specter, silently joined the battlefield. Her Nichiren blade was already drawn, its blade gleaming with a frigid azure hue reminiscent of eternal ice, contrasting sharply with Rengoku's blazing heat. First form, Frosty Waltz, a graceful yet lethal arc of slashing strikes, accompanied by a mist that seemed capable of freezing souls, aimed precisely at Akaza's side joints, attempting to hinder his terrifying speed. The temperature in the air plummeted, creating a symphony of ice and fire in contrast to Rengoku's flames. Akaza let out a soft exclamation, genuine surprise flickering in his golden eyes, clearly taken aback by the simultaneous appearance of two formidable swordsmen with unique breathing styles. He effortlessly deflected Rengoku's scalding strike with his arm, the sound of metal clashing ringing out, while his form swayed like a creature without bones, narrowly evading Kanroji's icy arc. Not bad at all. Fiery and pure. Like a burning sun. Akaza regarded Rengoku with a glimmer of appreciation, one only reserved for worthy adversaries, before shifting his gaze to the cold and reserved Mitsuri Kanroji. Your aura is also quite unique, cold, sharp, like the winds of the polar regions. His tone carried an air of condescension, as though he were merely stating facts. Yet he concluded, but the human body is far too fragile. It shall inevitably age and perish, constraining your power. Why not abandon this feeble shell and become a demon? Acquire eternal life and unending youth, and you may pursue the pinnacle of martial arts without restraint. Utterly absurd. Rengoku vehemently rejected the notion, his voice resonating like thunder. Imbued with undeniable righteousness. The brilliance of human life lies precisely in its brevity and rarity. The journey from birth to death nurtures emotions, beliefs, and legacy. The conviction to protect the weak and eradicate evil cannot be comprehended by those vile demons who thrive on devouring lives and distorting existence. Mitsuri Kanroji refrained from verbal rebuttal. Instead, her actions served as the most eloquent answer. With a deft flick of her wrist, she transformed her blade's trajectory, shifting from an arc to a series of sharp thrusts and successive slashes. Fifth form, freezing rain slash. Multiple icy, moist linear strikes surged forth like a tempest, unceasingly assailing Akaza, with each point of impact instantly crystallizing into sharp ice spikes, attempting to restrict his movements and forming a three-dimensional web of attack. A flicker of impatience and regret crossed Akaza's eyes. Stubborn fools, wasting such talent. He ceased his verbal sparring, unleashing the aura within him with a thunderous eruption. As a 12-pointed snowflake formation subtly manifested beneath his feet, the destructive kill needle. His fists and feet unleashed a torrent of blows akin to a violent storm. Each strike aimed precisely at the most potent areas of Rengoku and Kanroji's auras, harboring the terrifying power to shatter mountains. The battle swiftly escalated into a suffocating peak of intensity. Rengoku's flame breathing was ferocious and relentless. The second form, rising flame, resembled a fire dragon ascending against the sky, while the third form, flame wave, burst forth like an explosive inferno, and the fourth form, flame vortex, transformed into a swirling barrier of flames, continuously clashing with Akaza's destructive kill techniques. The resulting shockwaves reverberated through the earth, each collision causing tremors, as flames and gusts of wind scattered, searing the surrounding foliage. Mitsuri Kanroji, akin to a silent sprite dancing amidst a snowstorm, focused her frost breathing on extreme control, disruption, and precise strikes. The second form, Frosty Cloudblade, summoned ice shards from the heavens to disrupt Akaza's movements. The third form, Ice Vortex Barrier, formed a rotating crystalline shield that narrowly deflected deadly gusts of air from his punches. The fourth form, Rime Mirage, left realistic ice mist afterimages to bewilder her opponent's perception. And the seventh form, Ice Spike Thrust, struck like a lurking serpent, seeking the perfect angle for a lethal blow. Each of her slashes carried an air of extreme cold, aiming to invade Akaza's body, freeze his blood and muscles, and slow down his grotesque regenerative abilities. The duo, one embodying fire and the other ice, masterfully complemented each other, ensnaring Akaza and preventing him from easily breaching their defenses to harm the injured behind them. However, the strength of Upper Moon 3 was overwhelmingly terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary demons. Even under the relentless, desperate assault of the two, he remained unfazed, almost exuding an air of observation and honing his own skills. Rengoku's forehead glistened with sweat, the old wounds on his chest tearing open under the strain of exertion, blood seeping continuously and staining his amber-hued flame-patterned hairy red. His breathing grew heavy. Mitsuri Kanroji's white garb bore spots of blood, uncertain whether it was her own or merely splattered upon her. Though she maintained the distinct rhythm of her frost breathing, it had clearly quickened, as the prolonged precise control, rapid movement, and maintenance of a low-temperature domain drained her stamina and spirit significantly. Futile. The limits of humanity lie here. Akaza struck Rengoku aside with a punch, countering with a destructive kill kick that forced Kanroji back as she attempted to close the distance. Do you see? Your stamina wanes, your wounds multiply. If this continues, you will only exhaust yourselves to death. Join us, and you may break this pitiful shackle. No more holding back. A glint of determination flashed in Kanroji's eyes. She abruptly raised her hand, tearing away the white veil that had long covered her eyes, filtering excessive information. In that fleeting moment, her eyes were fully opened, no longer in the habitual state of half-closure adopted to mitigate sensory overload. They were a pair of remarkably clear, ice-blue eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the superficialities of existence to gaze upon the essence of all things. At this instant, within the depths of those eyes, intricate patterns resembling ice crystals flowed languidly, revealing a transformed world before her. The transparent world, unveiled. Simultaneously, Her hands gripped the blade with renewed strength, channeling her entire spirit, will, and fervent yearning for victory, transmitting them unreservedly into the body of the Nichiren blade. A resonant hum, as pure as a dragon's roar, emanated forth, the Nichiren blade. Starting from the hilt, rapidly spread fiery, radiant crimson patterns, until the entire blade blazed forth in a blinding scarlet hue. The air surrounding the blade warped slightly under the intense heat. This was the red blade, a testament of the swordsman's unwavering conviction and strength, possessing a special efficacy against demons. Sensing the imminent danger emanating from Yunming, whose aura seemed to foresee his every move, and the red blade radiating an energy that instinctively repulsed and threatened him, Akaza's previously composed demeanor shifted, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. Rengoku, Yunming hissed. Rengoku Kejiro also sensed the signal of their decisive battle. He let out a hearty laugh, his body erupting with an unprecedented blaze of fighting spirit, akin to a meteor burning through life itself, charging fearlessly towards Akaza. The ninth form of the flame breathing, Rengoku. This was the ultimate secret of flame breathing, concentrating all power and the fire of life into a single point, engulfed in hellfire, descending like a meteor, wielding the forces of destruction and purification. 11th form of the frost breathing, ice dragon break. Simultaneously, Shitou Yunming unleashed her most formidable strike yet. A colossal ice-blue dragon materialized with her slash, roaring as it tore through the air, freezing everything in its path, even swallowing sound itself, creating a magnificent and deadly spectacle of intertwined ice and fire in stark contrast to Rengoku's resplendent meteor flame. Two opposing yet equally formidable forces intertwined as if destined, converging upon Upper Moon 3. Akaza finally sensed a true and lethal threat. He roared, unleashing his fighting spirit to its zenith, the light beneath his feet intensifying, executing a devastating technique capable of obliterating all. A cataclysmic explosion echoed across the wilderness before dawn. Ice shards and flames scattered like fireworks, mingling with earth and debris as they soared into the sky, leaving a gaping, horrifying crater in the ground. The shockwave even nudged the remnants of a distant train. As the swirling smoke and energy dissipated slightly, it revealed a deep, ghastly wound on Akaza's neck, its edges entwined with flickering flames and solidified frost, nearly severing his head completely, held together only by a few resilient muscles and tissues. Rengoku Kejiro knelt on one knee, barely supporting his swaying body with the Nichiren blade stuck in the ground, blood flowing from his mouth like a stream, staining his chin and clothes. Clearly at the end of his strength, sustained only by sheer will. Shitou Yunming stood a short distance away, her red blade still emanating a crimson glow. Yet her hand trembled uncontrollably, her complexion pale to the point of translucence, resembling fragile ice on the verge of shattering. "Damn you stubborn humans," Akaza sneered, clutching his nearly severed neck, casting a venomous and resentful glare at them, also casting a wary glance at the increasingly radiant golden dawn piercing the horizon. At that moment, Tanjiro, struggling to rise, summoned the last vestige of strength and will within him, utilizing the breath of the sun, hurling his ordinary Nichiren blade forcefully towards Akaza. His hoarse, yet unmistakably clear voice ringing out. "You will never comprehend the beliefs that Mr. Rengoku and Miss Yunming hold dear. You are but a pitiful coward, forever evading the cycle of life and death. A fleeing coward." This strike, while not dealing substantial harm to Akaza, pierced through his arrogance as a strong adversary and the inner weakness he had always evaded, igniting his fury. He grasped the Nichiren blade deeply embedded in his abdomen. Roaring in anger, his voice thunderous, yet the sunlight descended like countless golden swords, unyieldingly breaking through the clouds and cascading upon the earth. With a fierce glare, as if to etch Tanjiro's visage into his very soul, he glanced at the gravely injured yet steadfast Rengoku, and at Shitou Yunming, the weakened, still wielding her red blade with a cold, determined aura. With a heart-wrenching roar of utter reluctance, he transformed into a blurred, peach-pink afterimage, vanishing into the morning mist at a speed unfathomable to the naked eye. The battle concluded with the enemy's retreat. After Akaza's escape, one could still hear the distant sounds of him venting his wrath by shattering rocks, perhaps even breaking the Nichiren blade. Mr. Rengoku, Shitou Yunming, disregarding her nearly exhausted body and the turmoil within her blood, rushed to Rengoku Kejiro's side. His life force flickered like a candle in the wind, rapidly fading, his body temperature plummeting. Yunming swiftly pressed her fingers on several key acupoints, forcibly slowing the blood loss, while pouring all the most precious medicinal powders from her pouch into his mouth, her hands overlapping and pressing against his most grievous wound, transforming her icy breath of the frost into a gentle, life-infused energy, desperately sustaining the flickering flame of his life. Rengoku Keijiro's gaze began to drift, his pupils slightly unfocused. As if he glimpsed a warm and nostalgic shadow within the ever-brightening light, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Rengoku, hold on. Yunming's voice had utterly lost its previous calm and coolness, infused with unprecedented urgency and an authoritative tone. Look at me. You must live. There are many waiting for you. Your beliefs are yet to be passed on. Under her relentless efforts, nearly sacrificing herself to save him. And amidst her powerful declarations infused with will, Rengoku's consciousness, which was drifting away and about to sink into darkness, was painstakingly pulled back from the precipice. He suddenly coughed violently, expelling some congealed blood, his gaze struggling to refocus. Although still too weak to move, the ebbing signs of life finally stabilized. Like a small boat steadying amidst a tempest, the sky was now completely bright. The golden sunlight spilled generously across the land, dispelling the shadows of night and the bloodshed of battle, warming and fairly illuminating this land that had endured a fierce protective struggle, shining upon the swordsmen who supported one another, scarred, yet ultimately victorious in the dawn. They had survived, albeit each bearing grievous injuries and having paid an unfathomable price. But they had successfully safeguarded all the innocent passengers aboard the train, and through their beliefs, sacrifices, and camaraderie, had painstakingly secured a slender thread of survival, preserving the dawn. Chapter 35. The Oath Under the Rising Sun and Silent Guardianship. The light of dawn thoroughly dispelled the night's shadows, casting warm gold across the ravaged battlefield. The air still hung heavy with the scent of char and blood, yet more profound was the aroma of survival and the relief of those who had escaped death. Keiijiro Rengoku leaned against a shattered train car, his complexion as pale as parchment, and the bandages wrapped around his chest soaked through with blood. Yet, his signature hearty laughter resonated with unwavering strength. Aha! Fear not. Behold, the sun rises. No one has perished. This is our greatest triumph. His gaze swept over Tanjiro, whose face was streaked with tears and laden with guilt, then glanced at Inosuke, struggling to approach with a defiant glint in his eyes, and finally settled on Zenitsu. Still sobbing. You have all performed admirably. Rengoku's voice exuded irrefutable affirmation, having broken free from the confines of dreams to battle in reality, protecting the innocent. This will and strength are worthy of commendation. He paused, his golden red eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. So, Kamadu boy, Sumiki boy, and Yuzui boy, become my adopted sons. Allow me to guide you to greater strength. This unexpected invitation left the trio, previously engulfed in sorrow and self-reproach, momentarily stunned. Tanjiro's tears surged anew. Yet this time they bore a different significance. Inosuke snorted and turned away, though the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Zenitsu, amidst his cries, incoherently protested, Wah! We're all going to die? How can we become your sons now? But. Meanwhile, Mitsuri Kanroji leaned against a charred tree trunk. Her blue and white gradient Haori stained with dirt and dark crimson blood, its hem severely tattered. She retied a white sash, concealing her overly fatigued eyes, which now appeared somewhat dim. Summoning her dwindling strength, she employed the delicate control of her breath of love, alongside her medicinal supplies, temporarily sealing the most grievous wounds on her body to slow the internal bleeding. Her movements were steady, almost frigid, as if the injured body were not her own. Only her trembling fingertips and the cold sweat trickling from her forehead betrayed her current frailty. In the distance, urgent and orderly footsteps approached, accompanied by hushed commands. The covert team had finally arrived. Upon witnessing the grim scene, the members of the squad gasped in shock, yet their training kicked in, and they swiftly sprang into action. Some began to cautiously check and rouse the unconscious passengers, soothing their fears as they orderly escorted them away from the site to the nearest town for treatment and shelter. Others rushed to the sides of the severely injured. Mitsuri struggled to her feet, her steps unsteady, yet she commanded with clarity, prioritized the safe evacuation of all passengers. Mr. Rengoku is gravely injured and requires the sturdiest stretcher and the fastest transport back to the Butterfly Mansion. Kamadu Tanjiro, Yuzui Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inosuke must also be sent for immediate medical attention, though her voice lacked the booming resonance of Rengoku's. It carried a calm authority that quickly steadied the initially chaotic covert team, facilitating their efficient operation. As Rengoku was gently lifted onto a stretcher by the team members, he still called out to his new sons with vigor, albeit weakened. Rest well at the Butterfly Mansion. Once you recover, training shall commence. As the three boys, now weeping yet ignited with renewed determination by Rengoku's words, were hoisted onto the stretcher, he finally relaxed, closing his eyes as exhaustion and pain enveloped him. Mitsuri observed this scene silently. She gently raised her hand, and a well-feathered, lively crow descended silently onto her arm. "Suki," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Heavy with fatigue, report to Lord Shinobu. The Infinity Train mission has been accomplished, and the first lower moon, Enmu, has been vanquished. We encountered the third upper moon, Akaza, and after a fierce battle, we managed to repel him. No casualties on our side. Rengoku Kaijiro, Kamadu Tanjiro, Yuzui Zenitsu, Hashibara Inosuke, and I have sustained serious injuries and are en route to the Butterfly Mansion. Further details will follow. Suki nuzzled her fingers, emitting a clear acknowledgement before taking flight. Becoming a mere black dot against the sky, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Having conveyed the most critical information, Mitsuri approached the leader of the covert team, quietly detailing the cleanup, subsequent vigilance, and intelligence aggregation. Her thoughts were lucid and organized, as if she were oblivious to the limits of her own body approaching. When the final directive was issued, and she watched the team members respond efficiently, the taut string within her finally snapped. Darkness enveloped her vision as the strength she had been holding onto drained away, and her body collapsed forward. "Mitsuri," a nearby member exclaimed, rushing forward to catch her before she hit the ground. The touch was icy, revealing that her haori had long been saturated with blood, concealed beneath the blue and white fabric, making it difficult to notice. "Quick, stretcher, as fast as possible, back to the Butterfly Mansion." The member's voice trembled with urgency. They carefully lifted this commanding pillar, who had placed herself last in a critical moment, onto a stretcher and hurriedly made their way toward the Butterfly Mansion. News spread swiftly through the network of crows to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters and other pillars. As the members engaged in their training, Kaneo Tsuyuri gently manipulated her prayer beads, murmuring sutras. Ju Tomioka stood beneath a waterfall, the cascading water striking his body as his tightly closed eyes trembled slightly. Shinobu Kocho paused in her preparation of medicinal concoctions, revealing a complex and worried smile. Mitsuri Kanroji clicked her tongue, her brow furrowed. Yet she merely grunted and continued to slice her blade. They all understood that the mission on the Infinity Train had concluded, marking the end of a brutal battle. No lives were lost, a silver lining amidst the tragedy. Yet, their comrades, Flame Hashira Kaijiro Rengoku, and the newly minted, perpetually closed-eyed Love Hashira Mitsuri Kanroji, along with the several rookies always at the forefront of danger, were now grappling with injuries at the Butterfly Mansion. Simultaneously, within the different courtyards of the headquarters, Muichiro Takedo quietly polished his Nichiren blade, its surface reflecting his calm, yet focused visage. Kaname Tsuyuri perused an ancient scroll under the lamp, her brow slightly knitted as she appeared to be delving into something profound. Almost simultaneously, their respective crows alighted upon the window sills, delivering news from the Infinity Train site. Muichiro paused in his polishing, his eyes, often shrouded in a misty haze, momentarily sharpened as he directed his gaze toward the Butterfly Mansion. Kaname snapped the scroll shut, rising to the door, gazing at the night sky in silence for a moment, softly muttering with a barely detectable tension, "That foolish sister is all right." Although the three siblings had been distanced by their missions and training, each following their unique paths, the bond of blood and the deep-seated concern for one another had never waned. The sun shone brightly, heralding new challenges and growth that had only just begun. The will to protect would, through scars and tears, grow ever more resilient. Chapter 36, The Flame's Guidance. The air within the Butterfly Mansion was permeated with the bitter scent of herbs, starkly contrasting the bright spring light outside. The injured from the battle on the Infinity Train were now entering a slow and arduous recovery phase at this location. The gravely injured Kaijiro Rengoku, under the direct care of Shinobu Kocho and aided by the special medication provided by Tamayo, had finally escaped the clutches of death. Thick bandages encircled his chest, yet his golden red eyes remained bright and vibrant, akin to an undying flame. Even while confined to his sickbed, his voice frequently resonated with vigor, not merely inquiring about the recovery of Tanjiro and his companions, but also engaging in discussions regarding future training plans with the visiting Lord Ubuyashiki Yose, relayed through the messenger crow and the hidden squad members. The pain of the body is but temporary, yet the will to grow stronger must never wane. This was a refrain he often shouted towards the three youths in the adjacent room. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke had been assigned neighboring wards. Tanjiro had fractured several ribs and suffered multiple lacerations. Zenitsu, aside from his physical injuries, appeared to have endured considerable mental trauma, often screaming in his sleep, "There are demons!" or "Don't leave me behind." Inosuke, with his beast-like physique, was recovering the quickest, yet he was also the most restless, frequently attempting to tear off his bandages, only to be subdued by the attendants of the Butterfly Mansion. The ward of Takedo Muichiro was relatively tranquil. She had primarily exhausted herself, compounded by internal damage from Akaza's fierce assault, alongside a deep claw mark on her back. She awakened slightly later than Rengoku, and upon regaining consciousness, instinctively donned a white veil, silently cooperating with her treatment. That afternoon, the door to her room was gently pushed open. A figure entered, exuding an aura as warm as sunlight. "Little sister." The voice of Takedo Muichiro was bright and full of vitality, his face adorned with an unmistakable expression of concern. "I heard you've awakened. How do you feel?" He hurried to her bedside, scrutinizing her complexion, his colorful eyes brimming with worry. "Brother." Muichiro turned her head slightly towards her brother, her voice still a touch frail. "I'm fine. I'm recovering quickly." "That's a relief." Muichiro sighed in relief, his smile growing even more radiant. "You truly frightened us this time. When my brother and I received the news, he nearly abandoned his mission to rush back." As he spoke, he comfortably settled on the edge of her bed, beginning to recount amusing anecdotes from his recent missions, hoping to cheer her up. His cheerful words were like warm sunshine, dispelling a portion of the gloom in the ward. Muichiro listened quietly, occasionally nodding gently, her visage beneath the veil softening slightly. After a while, the door to the room opened once more. Takedo Yuiichiro entered, his expression still bearing the accustomed seriousness, brow slightly furrowed. Yet his gaze softened considerably upon meeting Muichiro's. He held a delicately crafted food box in his hand. "Brother." Both Muichiro and Muichiro called out simultaneously. Yuiichiro acknowledged. Approaching the bedside, placing the food box on the nightstand before examining Muichiro's complexion closely. "Fortunately, you've survived. Next time, don't act so recklessly." Although his tone was stern, the concern was unmistakable. "I understand," Muichiro replied softly. Only then did Yuiichiro open the food box, revealing neatly arranged delicate plum cakes emitting a faint, sweet aroma. "I bought these while passing through town," he stated casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet both Muichiro and Muichiro knew these were from the renowned sweet shop that had been her favorite since childhood. "Thank you, brother." A slight smile graced Muichiro's lips. Before she could say more, Muichiro swiftly took a piece and handed it to her. "Try it." Big brother specifically took a detour to buy these. Yuiichiro shot Muichiro a glare, but did not refute his words. The three siblings shared a brief, yet heartwarming moment in the ward. Though their duties and training often kept them apart, the bond of blood and mutual care remained an essential source of strength for them all. After her brothers departed, Muichiro felt her spirits lift considerably. She was recovering swiftly. The precise control of her body through the breath of mist was proving invaluable, enabling her to guide the medicinal properties to nourish her injured meridians. Once she could move about, she would occasionally pause outside Rengoku's ward, sensing the enduring vigor of his life force, or visit Tanjiro and the others, soothing Zenitsu's frayed nerves with a calm demeanor, or deftly curbing Inosuke's antics. Approximately a month later, when most of the injured could engage in light activity, Rengoku Kaijiro could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his fiery training. The location was a spacious courtyard behind the butterfly mansion. "Listen well, my disciples." Rengoku, clad in a patient-esque attire with a casually draped amber haori, projected his voice robustly, despite his pallor. "Breathing techniques are fundamental. Total concentration breathing is paramount. From this moment forth, while eating, sleeping, or walking, you must maintain total concentration breathing at all times." His gaze fixed firmly on Tanjiro. "Kamadu, your dance of the fire god, no, the breath of the sun, holds boundless potential. Yet, it places an immense burden on your body. You require a stronger physique to support it. From today onward, run 500 laps around the courtyard. No stopping. Maintain total concentration breathing." "Yes, Rengoku-sensei." Tanjiro responded loudly, immediately beginning to run, sweat soon beading on his forehead as he diligently adjusted his breathing, his steps resolute. Next, he turned to the restless Inosuke. "Such a cape. Your wildness is an innate advantage, yet it lacks structure. Strength must be guided. Do you see that wooden post over there? Use your dual blades to carve 1,000 beast characters upon it. Each stroke must embody the essence of your breathing technique. Do not sever the post." "Humph. Mere wood. Watch me." Inosuke bellowed, charging forward, his dual blades swinging wildly, wood chips flying in all directions. Finally, he addressed the trembling Zenitsu. "Agatsuma." "Why yes." Zenitsu jumped, startled. "Your breath of thunder excels in speed. Yet your resolve requires fortification. Do you see those bells hanging from the tree? As you move at your utmost speed, you must not touch a single bell. Simultaneously, dodge the small stones I will throw." With that, Rengoku produced a handful of small stones from seemingly nowhere, his gaze sharp. "Ah, I'll die? I'll really die?" Zenitsu shrieked, yet his body instinctively sprang into motion, transforming into a streak of golden lightning weaving through the trees. The chime of bells and the sound of stones slicing through the air mingling together. Takedo Muichiro sat quietly in the corridor, her eyes behind the veil observing the bustling scene in the courtyard. She could keenly perceive the lengthening breaths of Tanjiro, the budding intent coalescing in Inosuke's swordsmanship, and the latent speed igniting within Zenitsu under extreme pressure. Rengoku's teaching methods were raw and direct, yet remarkably effective. Occasionally, Rengoku would personally demonstrate. He bore the pain of his wounds as he wielded his unsheathed Nichiren blade. Second form of the breath of flame, rising flame. A fiery aura surged upward. Though devoid of actual flames, the intense presence left Tanjiro in awe as he ran. Do you see? Presence. A strike must not only be swift, but also carry an unwavering momentum. He then turned to Muichiro. Takedo, you too, show them the essence of different breathing techniques. Upon hearing this, Muichiro slowly rose. She walked to the center of the courtyard, drew her sword, and gently swung it. First form of the breath of mist, frosty waltz. In that instant, the moisture in the air seemed to be stirred, a pale blue, cold arc traced by her blade, causing the temperature in the courtyard to drop several degrees, even forming a thin layer of white frost upon the ground. This technique was not lethal, yet showcased control and precision in its fullest form. Tanjiro and the others watched in awe, their previous cries silenced. They could feel the formidable power encapsulated within that icy arc, distinct yet equally potent compared to Rengoku's. Did you see that? Rengoku exclaimed. There are myriad breathing techniques, but their essence lies in the wielder. Discover your own form, and forge your own spirit. Training is arduous, with sweat saturating their uniforms, old wounds unhealed, and new fatigue piling on. Yet, under the unquenchable fervor of Kaijiro Rengoku, and within an atmosphere of competition and mutual support, the progress of the three youths is palpable. Tanjiro's sun-breathing technique endures longer, seemingly alleviating the strain on his body. Inosuke's swordsmanship has become less chaotic and more refined. And although Zenitsu continues to lament, his agility in evading stones renders him increasingly elusive, occasionally allowing him to instinctively launch a deft counterattack. Mitsuri Kenroji often assumes the role of a quiet observer and supporter. She accurately identifies the subtle disturbances in Tanjiro's breathing rhythm, deftly adjusts Inosuke's striking angles, and calmly points out the flaws in Zenitsu's movements when he is on the brink of despair. Her presence feels akin to a gentle breeze on a sweltering summer day, tempering the intensity of Rengoku's rigorous training. As the sun sets, the training session concludes. The three youths are nearly collapsed on the ground, even Inosuke left with scant energy to breathe. Kaijiro Rengoku gazes at them, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ha! Excellent. Today's training ends here. Remember this feeling. Maintain your breathing. We shall continue tomorrow. Struggling to sit up, Tanjiro looks at Mr. Rengoku and Miss Kenroji in the corridor, his heart brimming with gratitude. Though his body is utterly exhausted, his spirit feels profoundly fulfilled, the path to strength laid out before him with clarity and determination. Zenitsu lies sprawled on the ground, weakly murmuring, "We have to do this again tomorrow." But deep within his eyes, the usual flamboyance has been replaced by a newfound resolve. Inosuke, however, has already succumbed to sleep, yet his grip on his sword remains unyielding. Mitsuri Kenroji perceives all of this, a faint smile barely visible beneath her veil. The care of her older brother, the growth of her companions, and her own gradually recovering strength instill within her a tranquil satisfaction. Scars are healing, strength is growing, and the will to protect flourishes like the verdant grass and trees in the courtyard that have weathered storms. The dawn and dusk at the Butterfly Mansion bear witness to the transformation of a new generation of swordsmen, as well as the ever-burning flame of conviction ignited by the flame Hashira and shared among all, growing ever brighter. Chapter 37. The Home of the Flame Hashira and the Flame of Legacy. 2 months slip away quietly within the diligent training and recuperation at the Butterfly Mansion. Kaijiro Rengoku's injuries have mostly healed, leaving only faint scars upon his chest as a testament to the brutal battle against the Upper Moon 3. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke have each made significant strides and, with Rengoku's approval, are temporarily assigned to execute some simple tasks to further hone their skills. On this day, Kaijiro Rengoku leads Tanjiro and Mitsuri Kenroji back to the Rengoku household. Tanjiro feels a flutter of anxiety within. He has heard Mr. Rengoku mention the family circumstances, particularly regarding their father, who has languished since their mother's passing. Mitsuri, still clad in her white veil, silently accompanies them, acutely attuned to the surrounding environment and the seemingly buoyant, yet subtly burdensome aura emanating from Rengoku. The Rengoku estate exudes an ancient and somewhat desolate ambience. At the entrance, a boy who bears a resemblance to Kaijiro, yet possesses a more gentle and reserved demeanor, diligently sweeps the fallen leaves with a broom. Upon hearing their footsteps, he looks up, and his eyes light up upon seeing Kaijiro. "Brother, Rengoku Shinjiro drops the broom and rushes over, his face radiating unmasked joy. You're back. Are your injuries all right? His gaze then turns inquisitively to Tanjiro and Mitsuri. Haha. Shinjiro, I have returned. My injuries are nearly healed. Kyojuro Rengoku exclaims, clapping his brother on the shoulder with vigor, introducing, this is Tanjiro Kamado, and this is Mitsuri Kanroji, both exceptional members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro bows respectfully. Hello? I am Tanjiro Kamado. Mitsuri nods slightly. I am Mitsuri Kanroji. My apologies for the intrusion. Shinjiro shyly returns their greetings, about to invite them inside when a somewhat hoarse voice, thick with nasal tones, interrupts the warm atmosphere. What are you shouting about at the door? A tall, somewhat stooped middle-aged man emerges from the house, clutching a sake flask. His disheveled hair and heavy bags under his eyes reveal him to be Kyojuro and Shinjiro's father, the former flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjiro. His murky gaze sweeps over the group before settling on Kyojuro, filled with impatience and derision. Humph, back already? It seems you didn't die out there. Shinjiro takes a swig of sake, his tone sharp. Is it honorable to return with injuries? Risking your life for people who are irrelevant, utterly foolish. Shinjiro lowers his head sadly, hence clenching tightly at his clothes. Yet Kyojuro maintains a respectful posture, slightly bowing his head. Father, I have returned. He refrains from arguing or explaining, enduring his father's scorn like a steadfast rock, his radiant smile unwavering, though a barely perceptible weight lingers in his eyes. Tanjiro, witnessing this scene, feels an uncontainable surge of indignation, unable to tolerate the disrespect shown to his esteemed mentor. He steps forward, exclaiming, Mr. Rengoku is not foolish. He has protected many people. He is a hero. Shinjiro scoffs, his bleary eyes turning to Tanjiro. A hero? Nonsense. Just a waste of life. What do you kids know? And you? He points at Tanjiro. I hear you can use sun breathing? Humph. That relic of a technique is of no use. The other breathing styles are even worse. Do not belittle the breathing styles. Tanjiro retorts, his face flushed with anger. Belittle? Shinjiro seems incensed, violently smashing the sake flask to the ground, shards scattering and the scent of alcohol pervading the air. Staggering forward, he swings his fist directly at Tanjiro. What do you know, you little brat? Stop. Mitsuri Kanroji's cold voice rings out as she swiftly positions herself before Tanjiro, deftly deflecting Shinjiro's wrist with a precise movement. Her action appears gentle, yet embodies the unique grace and icy essence of the mist breathing, causing Shinjiro's advance to falter. You dare to obstruct me? Shinjiro roars in rage, swinging his other hand towards Mitsuri. Father! Father! Both Shinjiro and Kyojuro shout in alarm, rushing forward to intervene. In his fury, Shinjiro forcefully pushes them back, causing Shinjiro to stumble and fall to the ground. Just as Shinjiro's hand is about to reach Mitsuri's white veil, a figure suddenly crashes into him. It is Tanjiro. Do not harm Miss Kanroji, and do not harm Mr. Rengoku and Shinjiro. With his furious shout, Tanjiro's forehead collides forcefully with Shinjiro's. A dull thud reverberates as Shinjiro, taken by surprise, stumbles backward, dazed, and collapses to the ground, unconscious. The scene falls into a moment of silence. Father! Kyojuro Rengoku rushes forward, supporting his unconscious father and checking his condition. Mitsuri kneels beside them, placing her fingertips on Shinjiro's wrist, sensing his pulse. He has merely fainted. He will be fine, she softly assures. Only then does Tanjiro realize the gravity of his actions. Feeling somewhat flustered as he regards his own forehead, and then glances at Mr. Rengoku supporting Shinjiro, Kyojuro Rengoku casts a deep look at Tanjiro. An expression of complexity in his eyes, surprise, helplessness, but ultimately transforming into a soft sigh. He did not cast blame upon Tanjiro, but rather spoke in a low voice. Please assist in bringing my father inside. After carefully settling Muichiro, Rengoku Kyojuro sat beside his father's bed, while Tanjiro and Takatu Muichiro remained within the room, with Shinjiro anxiously standing at the doorway. After a while, Muichiro slowly stirred awake, grimacing from the pain in his forehead. He glanced at his eldest son, then at Tanjiro and Takatu Muichiro by his side. His earlier fury seemed to wane, leaving behind only profound fatigue and despondency. Rengoku Kyojuro gazed at his father and spoke with a steady and clear voice. Father, do you remember the mother and daughter who sold bento, whom you saved long ago? Muichiro's murky eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Kyojuro continued, my injury this time was to protect the passengers on the Infinity train. Among them were the descendants of that very mother and daughter, a girl named Kikoku and her grandmother. They still remember the kindness of the Rengoku family and came specifically to express their gratitude. What you once defended with your Nichiren blade has not vanished. It has been passed down in another form, and it is remembered. Tanjiro mustered his courage to add, Mr. Rengoku has protected many. His beliefs and strength have saved countless lives, including mine. This is by no means foolish. Takatu Muichiro's voice remained calm, yet bore a penetrating strength. Mr. Muichiro, dwelling on the past changes nothing. However, the lives you have safeguarded with your blade, and those who carry on your will, the present and future they create may well serve as the best solace for the departed. The room fell into a prolonged silence. Muichiro stared blankly at the ceiling. The gentle yet steadfast visage of his wife, Ruka, flashing before him, while fragments of memories as the flame Hashira, who protected the weak, surged forth. His eldest son's unwavering gaze, reminiscent of his wife's, Senjuru's careful concern. And the words of these young comrades struck his once still heart, like stones cast into a still lake, rippling outward. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, as if shedding an immense burden. He did not speak, but slowly closed his eyes, yet the furrow in his brow seemed to ease slightly. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within the Rengoku household quietly transformed. Muichiro no longer succumbed to heavy drinking. Although he remained reticent, he no longer uttered hurtful words. He began to observe Kyujiro guiding Tanjiro in his foundational training from the yard, occasionally casting a glance at Takatu Muichiro's precise demonstration of the breath of mist. One day, Senjuro discreetly approached Tanjiro, leading him to a cluttered room where he unearthed a tattered ancient tome, its cover nearly detached. "Mr. Tanjiro," Senjuro whispered, a blend of gratitude and shyness in his tone. "This is a book my father often read. It may contain some records about breathing techniques." He looked sadly at the numerous torn and scribbled marks upon the pages, nearly obliterated by his father. Tanjiro accepted the nearly disintegrating book, astonished. With such scant materials, how could Mr. Rengoku have progressed step by step to become a Hashira? What remarkable talent and effort that must have required. When Rengoku Kyujiro beheld the book, he too fell into a moment of silence. He traced the familiar annotations made by his father in his early years, his gaze resolute. Surprisingly, when Muichiro discovered the book had been retrieved, he did not erupt in anger. Instead, he stared in silence for a long while before fetching paper and pen. Beginning to reconstruct the torn sections from memory, Kyujiro sat beside his father, augmenting the understanding and insights he had gained through his own training. In this quietude, father and son began to communicate and reconcile in a unique manner. The tome, a vessel of the Rengoku family's legacy and pain, gradually regained its former appearance through their joint efforts, even acquiring new annotations. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the father and son engrossed in their task, as well as Tanjiro, diligently training in the yard, Takatu Muichiro, who was quietly observing, and the serene smile of Senjuro. The Rengoku household, once shrouded in the shadows of loss, finally rekindled the warmth of its hearth, rediscovering the long-missed essence of a simple yet beautiful life. The flame of legacy had not extinguished. Rather, it burned on with greater resilience and brilliance amidst the scars and understanding. Chapter 38. The turmoil at the Butterfly Mansion and the journey to the Pleasure District. The aftershocks of the Infinity Train incident gradually subsided, and the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters seemed to regain its former order. On a tranquil afternoon, Takatu Muichiro was engaged in quiet conversation with Kanazaki Kanamori in a tatami room at the Butterfly Mansion. Muichiro still wore his white veil, sensing Kanamori's heartbeat and breathing, which were slightly slower than usual yet rhythmic, occasionally offering suggestions on controlling breath techniques. Kanamori listened quietly, her face adorned with the habitual, somewhat vacant smile. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, mingled with the distinctive, flamboyant voice of the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, and the panicked cries of Kanazaki Aoi and Naho seeking help. The two exchanged glances and quickly rose to investigate. In the courtyard, the towering figure of Yuzui Tenjin, adorned in resplendent attire, was lifting the struggling Kanazaki Aoi and Naho as if they were mere kittens. His dazzling diamond headpiece sparkled in the sunlight, his expression resolute and commanding. "Mr. Yuzui, what is the meaning of this?" Takatu Muichiro's cool voice resonated with inquiry. Turning at the sound, Yuzui Tenjin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, it's you, Muichiro. Just in time. I am on an important mission and require the assistance of several female members. As you are also a Hashira, your strength is needed for this task." Muichiro frowned slightly. She could sense that Yuzui Tenjin bore no malice, yet the manner of his approach was troubling. Casting a glance at the blushing Kanazaki Aoi and Naho, who were caught in distress, she understood that it would be difficult for her to intervene forcefully, for Yuzui Tenjin, being a Hashira, had the authority to mobilize members for missions. Thus, she chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Kanamori's heart was in turmoil, grappling with conflicting thoughts. Mission orders. Obey your superior Aoi, Naho, Hashira, coin command. Various phrases tumbled through her mind as she instinctively sought to rely on the coin to make a decision, heads to intervene, tails to remain uninvolved. She unconsciously reached for the cold coin in her pocket, just as her fingertips brushed against it. A warm voice echoed within her heart, words once spoken by Kamado Tanjiro. Listen to the voice of your heart. At that moment, Kanazaki Aoi and Naho, being held by Yuzui Tenjin, caught sight of Kanamori, calling her name as if she were their lifeline. Miss Kanamori, please save us. Kanamori hesitated for a moment. Her usually dreamy purple eyes suddenly sharpened with clarity and determination. She stepped forward, extending her hand to firmly grasp the arm of Yuzui Tenjin that held Aoi and Naho. Overwhelmed with emotion, Aoi and Naho were brought to the brink of tears. Yuzui Tenjin, taken aback, attempted to shake her off, only to find Kanamori's grip surprisingly strong. Hey, let go of me. Didn't you just receive orders? Referring to his earlier announcement of the mission, Kanamori pressed her lips together, remaining silent, yet stubbornly clinging on. Stop just pulling me. Speak up. Say something. Yuzui Tenjin grew somewhat irritated by her silent resistance. As Mr. Yuzui spoke, Takedo Muichiro interjected at an opportune moment. His voice calm yet weighty. This was the first time Kanawo had so actively expressed her wishes. She turned towards Kanawo. Her gaze from behind the veil seemed to convey encouragement. You are doing splendidly, Kanawo. Then, she gently advised Yuzui Tenjin, while the mission is indeed significant, perhaps there exists a more gentle approach? Tenjin found himself momentarily at a loss for words at Muichiro's suggestion. Meanwhile, the two young girls from the butterfly mansion, witnessing the scene, mustered their courage and rushed forward, clinging to Tengin's legs in an effort to support Kanawo. Enough already. I can't breathe. Tenjin was somewhat flustered, surrounded by a throng of girls. Just then, an enraged voice approached from afar. What have you done to these girls? Let them go. It was Tanjiro Kamado, who had evidently hurried over upon hearing the commotion. However, upon assessing the situation, he was taken aback to see Tenjin besieged by a group of girls. Kanawo firmly grasping his arm, and Muichiro standing silently nearby, looking somewhat bewildered. Yet, upon seeing the pained expressions on Kanazaki Aoi and Naho's faces, Tanjiro's anger flared once more. Ignoring everything else, he shouted, "Let them go," and abruptly lowered his head, charging at Tenjin like a bull. How naive. Tenjin elegantly sidestepped Tanjiro's headbutt, a hint of pride in his tone as he declared, "Listen well, boy. I am the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. Such rudimentary attacks cannot possibly touch someone as magnificent as I. Release Miss Aoi." Tanjiro insisted, regaining his footing. "Let them go." Kanawo and the girls clinging to Tengin's legs echoed in unison. Takedo Muichiro continued to observe quietly, sensing the chaotic yet devoid of true malice atmosphere in the air. Upon hearing the girls and Tanjiro accuse him of being a pervert, Tenjin finally erupted in fury. "I am your superior, the esteemed Hashira. You fools. I do not concede." "You don't need to concede," Tanjiro retorted, unwavering. "You don't need to acknowledge that," Tenjin shouted, then slightly calmed himself, explaining. "The reason for bringing them is due to the mission's requirement to infiltrate the Pleasure District. Taking them away does not require the Butterfly Mansion's consent." A small girl cried out, "Aoi and Naho are not combatants. They aren't even wearing uniforms." Tenjin glanced at the two he was holding, seemingly considering her words. He casually tossed aside the frail Naho, who was indeed non-combatant, and was caught in time by Tanjiro, but still held on to Kanazaki Aoi. "Regardless, she is a member. How can you do this?" Tanjiro rebuked. As the argument escalated, Tanjiro took a deep breath and declared loudly, "If that's the case, then we shall substitute for Miss Aoi." Tenjin scrutinized him and asked with interest, "And who do you mean by we?" Before he could finish, two figures suddenly leapt from the rooftops and bushes, as if lying in wait. "And I, the great Inosuke. And me too. Though terrified, I can't let Tanjiro go alone." It was Inosuke Hashibara and Zenitsu Agitsuma. Tenjin regarded the three resolute youths before him, then glanced at Kanawo, who was still firmly holding on to him, and the watchful little girls nearby. Lastly, he looked at Takedo Muichiro, who stood silently beside him, clearly disapproving of his methods. With a slight click of his tongue, he relented. "Very well, since you are volunteering, let the three of you replace them." Tenjin conceded. The moment he finished speaking, Takedo Muichiro moved. Her figure, like a specter, stirred a gentle, cool breeze. Everyone blinked, and the once captured Kanazaki Aoi was now safely beside her. "Thank you," Aoi said, still shaken, speaking in a hushed tone. Muichiro gently patted her shoulder. Tenjin, observing the snatched Aoi, snorted but did not insist further. He clapped his hands and struck a grand pose once more. "Very well. Personnel confirmed. Kamado Tanjiro, Hashibara Inosuke, Agitsuma Zenitsu, and you, Takedo Muichiro. Prepare yourselves. We shall proceed to that ultimate luxurious locale, where love and desire converge, the lair of lurking demons, known as the Pleasure District." A new mission was about to unfold amidst this somewhat chaotic introduction. The five would soon face a crisis starkly different from that of the infinite train, hidden beneath the shimmering facade of nightlife. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the Pleasure District. As they departed the butterfly mansion, the setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. Yuzui Tenjin stood at the forefront of the group, his silver headband and diamond forehead protector shimmering even in the twilight. With his arms crossed, his voice resonated like a bell. Listen closely. I, Yuzui Tenjin, am the Hashiro of sound, the god of elegance. For this mission, all actions must adhere to my command, without fail. Tanjiro stood upright, his gaze intense and filled with admiration for his senior. Yes, Mr. Yuzui. The response was crisp and unequivocal. Humph, what is this god of elegance? Inosuke immediately hopped up, donning his boar mask, hands on his hips, proclaiming, I am the god of the mountain, reigning over all within. Tenjin shot him a disdainful glance, unreserved in his contempt. A wild boar from the mountains, keep your distance from me, so earthy, not an ounce of elegance. Zenitsu, witnessing this ludicrous exchange, clutched his head in despair. It's over. One claims to be a god, another actually believes we have a normal person in the group. He felt he might be the only one remaining sane. Aside from the ever-calm Takedo Michiro, who stood nearby clad in a blue and white gradient haori, her white veil covering her eyes, her presence as tranquil as still waters, seemingly unfazed by the cacophony surrounding her. Kanawo, Aoi, and the three little girls from the butterfly mansion stood at the entrance, watching them depart. Be careful, Aoi urged. Concern etched in her eyes. Safe travels. The group acknowledged her words and turned, hastening towards the pleasure district. Initially, they ran swiftly until they reached the outer perimeter of the district, where they switched to a few waiting rickshaws. These two-wheeled vehicles, with their red seats and drawn by rickshaw pullers, were common modes of transport during the Taisho era. The night in the pleasure district was illuminated by countless lanterns, creating a vibrant, sleepless atmosphere. The rickshaws wove through the bustling streets, the sounds of bells, vendors calling out, the melodies of shamisen, and flirtatious banter mingling together. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke squeezed into one rickshaw, nearly leaning out entirely. The world outside was a kaleidoscope of colors, the various lanterns illuminating the streets as bright as day. The air thick with the rich scents of cosmetics and food. The courtesans, adorned in resplendent kimonos with their hair styled high, stood before latticed doors. Some giggling behind their hands, others casting flirtatious glances. Tanjiro stared transfixed. Inosuke was bouncing in excitement, while Zenitsu's face was flushed, utterly enraptured, murmuring, Is this paradise? Is this truly paradise? Takedo Michiro rode alone in a rickshaw. She tilted her head slightly. Under the veil, no one could see her eyes gently closed. An invisible perception emanated from her, like the most intricate spiderweb, quietly spreading, enveloping the entire bustling flower street. The sweet scent of rouge and powder, the rich fragrance of sake, the desires and emptiness exchanged between men and women, the bitterness hidden beneath transactions, and a few threads of chilling, almost imperceptible, yet bone-chilling demonic presence intertwined with the vibrant atmosphere. She slightly furrowed her brow, her breath fixating on several of the most exquisitely stylish yet ominously haunted flower houses. Yuzui Tenjin, traveling alone in his carriage, reclined leisurely against the crimson seat. Once again, he adopted a serious demeanor and warned, his voice cutting through the market's clamor. Listen closely. This is the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, the most tightly woven nexus of desire and information in all of Japan. A place rife with chaos and intrigue. Our primary objective here is reconnaissance. We must ascertain the situation and absolutely refrain from any unauthorized actions to avoid alarming the serpents lurking in the grass, which could jeopardize our mission. Before his words could fully settle, a louder, more bizarre cry erupted from the adjacent carriage. It was Zenitsu, who had somehow leapt from the vehicle. Gazing dreamily at the terrace of the upscale restaurant Kyagakiya, several strikingly beautiful apprentice courtesans leaned against the railing, frolicking, and upon seeing his dazed expression, they couldn't help but stifle giggles, with one audaciously beckoning him with a finger. Zenitsu immediately felt a rush of blood, turning crimson from head to toe, unsure where to place his limbs, nearly stumbling forward in a daze. Zenitsu, Tanjiro exclaimed, hastily jumping down to pull him back. Waha. This place is 100 times more bustling than the market in the mountains. Inosuke shouted excitedly, unable to wait for the carriage to come to a halt. And with his boar mask on, he plunged headlong into the crowd like a true wild boar, causing a commotion of screams and shouts. Mitsuri Kanroji, without even needing to open her eyes, distinctly sensed the sudden surge of energy from the three individuals who had become as animated as droplets of water splashed into boiling oil. Mr. Yuzui, she spoke calmly, her voice not loud but piercing through the noise, reaching Yuzui Tengin's ears ahead. The three of them have already disembarked. Veins bulged on Yuzui Tengen's forehead as he hissed. Abruptly slapping the carriage driver on the shoulder, "Stop the carriage." He nimbly leaped out, his gaze sharp as lightning sweeping over the chaotic crowd as he bellowed. "Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind?" When he and Mitsuri finally located the three troublemakers in the throng, Tanjiro and Inosuke stood agape at the extraordinary vibrancy of the streets, nearly unable to move. Tanjiro gazed at the unending stream of lanterns shining as brightly as day and the lavishly adorned buildings, murmuring, "It truly feels as if it's daytime here. It's unbelievable." Yuzui Tengen strode over with an imposing aura, grasping Tanjiro and Inosuke by the scruff of their necks, as if they were disobedient kittens. "Stand still. And you, the golden-haired brat, don't move from there." He glared at Zenitsu, who was still attempting to sneak onto the steps of Kyogakuya. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the impulse to knock some sense into these boys right then and there, using a menacing gaze to ward off the curious onlookers. Lowering his voice to emphasize once more, "This is the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, a city built upon wealth, beauty, and deceit, interwoven with vanity, desire, and the tumult of love and hate. It is also the most likely lair for demons. If you run around like this, are you trying to announce to the demons that we have arrived? Why are there so many people here? My eyes are almost blinded." Inosuke fidgeted in Yuzui's grasp. The kaleidoscopic lights filtering through the gaps in his boar mask overwhelmed his senses, causing him to flail his arms wildly in a chaotic display of boar-like aggression. Yuzui tightened his grip to restrain him and glanced around, noticing yet another absence. That loud, yellow-haired brat had vanished again. "I have him right here." Mitsuri's calm voice chimed in. She had appeared beside Zenitsu, who was cupping his face, grinning foolishly at every elegantly dressed courtesan passing by. Utterly lost in a fantasy world where both left and right were paradises, nearly drooling. Without hesitation, Yuzui approached and delivered a sharp blow to the back of Zenitsu's head. "This place is far too advanced for a naive fool like you. Get a grip." He rubbed his temples in exasperation, quickly and sternly reiterating the rules of the Flower District, the potential dangers, and the fundamental guidelines for action, hoping that these scatterbrained youths would absorb at least a few words of wisdom this time. The initial reconnaissance, though chaotic, came to a reluctant conclusion as they arrived at a highly concealed secret base established by the Demon Slayer Corps within the Pleasure District, a seemingly ordinary storage shop's backyard. Yuzui Tengen shut the soundproof sliding door, his demeanor grave as he outlined the next steps. "Listen carefully, we need to split up. You three," he pointed at Tanjiro, Zenitsu, "and Inosuke, need to help me find my three wives." "Wives?" Zenitsu was the first to scream, his voice rising. "3 of them? You're using us as labor just to find your wives? Oh, why does a muscle-bound show off like you get to have 3 wives? That is so unfair." Veins throbbed on Yuzui Tengen's forehead once more. "Enough nonsense. Let me finish." Tanjiro quickly set down the teacup he had just lifted and stepped forward to grasp Zenitsu's arm, urging him to calm down. "Zenitsu, take a breath. Let's listen to Mr. Yuzui." "Calm down." Zenitsu shook off Tanjiro's hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuzui Tengen. "I know your eccentric personality and your flamboyant appearance must mean no one likes you, and you're desperate for love, but to use us, valuable Demon Slayer members, for your personal affairs? This is an abuse of power. I swear. Has lightning struck your brain and filled it with water?" Yuzui Tengen could no longer endure it. Seizing Zenitsu by the collar, "My 3 wives, Makio, Suma, and Henitsuru, are all from renowned ninja clans and are exceptionally skilled kunoichi. They were dispatched to infiltrate the Pleasure District long ago, gathering intelligence on the demons lurking here. I've come personally because all contact with them suddenly ceased. I need to confirm their safety and take over the intelligence. This is not a personal matter. It concerns the success of our mission and their very lives." Zenitsu was momentarily stunned by the outburst but still pouted, wearing an expression of disbelief. "You expect me to believe that? Little brat. It seems I must show you some evidence to shut you up." Yuzui's frustration peaked as he dramatically pulled out a thick stack of letters sent by the crows and slammed them onto Zenitsu's face. The thick papers fluttered down like snowflakes, stunning Zenitsu, who fell backward. Tanjiro observed the scattered letters, filled with elegant handwriting and simple maps. Astonished as he picked up a few. There are so many letters exchanged so frequently. They must have been here for quite some time. Yuzui Tengen crossed his arms, his tone slightly calming, laced with a hint of unnoticeable concern and pride. "Indeed, because I have 3 capable and loyal wives." Zenitsu, who had just managed to prop himself up against the wall, hearing about the 3 wives again, felt his legs buckle, collapsing back down. His eyes vacant. This can't be real. It must be a cruel joke. He was then knocked out by an impatient Yuzui Tengen's punch, restoring a blissful silence. Yuzui Tengen sighed, continuing to explain the situation. My 3 exceptional wives, with their ninjutsu and intelligence, have narrowed down the potential hideouts of the demons to 3 highly suspicious establishments. You must infiltrate these 3 places, locate them, and acquire the intelligence they possess. He unfurled a simple map of the Pleasure District. Suma is at the Shitenya, Makio is at the Ojimoto, and Hinetsuru is at the Kyogakuya. Remember these 3 names and locations. Inosuke, shoving rice balls prepared by the infiltration team into his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. Humph, with such a fuss. Those 3 have probably already been discovered by the demons and met their end. Yuzui Tenjin's gaze instantly turned terrifying, an aura of palpable killing intent emanating from him. Without any warning, he charged forward, delivering a merciless punch. Inosuke emitted not a single sound, following in Zenitsu's footsteps, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the paper door was gently pushed ajar, and a member of the hidden faction, disguised as a shop assistant, whispered, "Pardon the interruption, Lord Yuzui. The items you requested have been delivered." Mitsuri Kanroji offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Yuzui Tenjin reigned in his formidable aura, intoning with a deep voice. "Thank you for your efforts." The hidden member set down a rather heavy, ornate lacquered box adorned with a grand wisteria crest, and then quietly withdrew. Upon opening the lid, a dazzling array of cosmetics, wigs, hair ornaments, and various fabrics came into view, a professional makeup kit. Thus began a transformation that could be deemed nothing short of miraculous. Yuzui Tenjin and Mitsuri Kanroji, possessing inherently striking features, were further enhanced by meticulous embellishment. Tenjin shed his battle attire, donning splendid garments befitting the aesthetics of the Pleasure District. His already handsome visage, accentuated by makeup, radiated with an almost divine brilliance, as if a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm. Kanroji removed her customary white veil, necessary for their mission, revealing her ethereal beauty. With a touch of powder, she exuded an air of aloofness and otherworldliness, resembling a moonlit fairy who had inadvertently wandered into the human realm. As for Tanjiro, Zenitsu, once roused, and Inosuke, likewise awakened, the process was imbued with a playful sense of retribution. Tanjiro was adorned with an exaggerated geisha makeup. His fair skin was decorated with 2 overly vibrant circles of blush. Thick, curled false eyelashes were affixed, and his hair was styled into several playful and peculiar pigtails. The prominent scar on his forehead was barely concealed beneath a thick layer of fragrant powder, resulting in an indescribable, endearingly awkward appearance. Zenitsu fared even worse. With his face smeared with 2 large patches of blush that resembled the aftermath of a brawl, oddly placed, and his hair styled into asymmetrical tufts, while his eyebrows were drawn askew, and his lips appeared as if he had indulged in spicy peppers. The bizarre artistry rendered him akin to a creature from a ghost story, prompting the shopkeeper they later encountered to display a look of disdain, hesitating on whether to take him in. Only Inosuke emerged as a miracle, even under the same clumsily applied makeup, which included peculiar eyeliner and lip gloss ill-suited to his rugged demeanor. His exquisite features, more delicate and lively than most women, rendered all flaws mere adornments. Once he removed the boar's headpiece, he stood quietly, temporarily subdued by Yuzui Tengen's force, with a hint of impatience and wildness in his expression, which only enhanced a unique, fractured yet pure beauty that captivated the gaze. As the embellishments concluded, the infiltration plan officially commenced. Tanjiro was the first to be sold to a brothel, aided in part by Yuzui Tengen's personal intervention. When he appeared before the brothel's matron in all his resplendent glory, a few exchanged words and glances left the experienced matron somewhat dazed. Despite Tanjiro's peculiar makeup, his clear gaze and seemingly humble demeanor, coupled with a solid physique, suitable for menial tasks, led her to readily purchase him, even considering allowing him to serve the more temperate courtesan, Kyoka, to learn the ropes. Next was Inosuke. En route to the Oigoto establishment, they encountered a renowned courtesan and a bald man enjoying an outing, drawing a bustling crowd. An astute matron from Oigoto, piercing through the layers of poorly applied makeup, recognized the astonishing beauty and unique wildness concealed beneath. Almost seizing him like a treasure, she promptly purchased Inosuke from Yuzui Tenjin, viewing him as a future courtesan or a strong candidate, eagerly placing him in the establishment's most lavish room adorned with peony motifs. Lastly, only Zenitsu remained, accompanied by Mitsuri Kanroji, who chose to follow him. Earlier, Kanroji had detected that the demonic presence emanating from Kikoku House was the most potent and perilous among all suspicious locations. Together, they approached the most opulent and imposing Kikoku House. Zenitsu, still brimming with indignation, strummed his shamisen forcefully, producing a resounding and fervent tune that conveyed a sense of tragic defiance. The matron frowned, scrutinizing his disastrous makeup and commendable performance. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly accepted him as the lowest-ranking servant, considering his youth and skillful playing. Subsequently, the matron's discerning gaze fell upon Mitsuri Kanroji, who stood quietly to the side. Her demeanor humble, yet her posture tall and composed. And this one? Is she also here to apply? Why is she covering her face? She inquired, her tone laced with scrutiny. Kanroji did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly raised her hand, under the gaze of onlookers, gently removing the white veil that had obscured her visage. In that instant, it was as if the surrounding clamor and brilliance dimmed in comparison. Her face was beyond verbal description, with skin fair as snow and features exquisitely chiseled. Yet the most striking aspect was her blue eyes, clear as mountain spring water, tranquil as an autumn pool, yet harboring a glimmer of insight and a hint of distant compassion. Her beauty, already breathtaking, shone even more resplendently under the opulent lights of the establishment, exuding an ethereal and mysterious allure that seemed to transcend her age, as if she belonged to a realm beyond this chaotic world, without the need for any display of talent. This fleeting glimpse ignited incredulous delight and greedy glimmers in the matron's eyes. Splendid, truly magnificent, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she donned a fervently enthusiastic expression. You are a peerless beauty. No need for an audition. You shall be directly promoted to a candidate for courtesan. I will summon the finest masters to guide you. At last, Kikoku House shall have a breathtaking beauty once more. Thus, Zenitsu remained as a begrudgingly accepted lowly servant in the perilous Kikoku House, while Mitsuri Kanroji stepped into this den of danger with the esteemed title of future courtesan. The night in the pleasure district grew ever more profound and resplendent, with lurking malice and the impending brutal conflict poised to unfold as the infiltration commenced. The ornate cage had been constructed, and the identities of hunter and prey began to blur quietly in the shadows. Chapter 40. The Undercurrents of Yoshiwara. Mitsuri Kanroji's entrance into Kikoku House as a candidate for courtesan did not usher in any tranquility. Her serene demeanor and unparalleled beauty stirred turbulent undercurrents within the lavish cage. However, greater turmoil was soon to follow. Shortly after her arrival, one fateful morning, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Kikoku House. The matron, who had been overjoyed at having recruited Kanroji, leapt from the upper floors, meeting a tragic end. Kanroji stood in the shadows of the corridor, her veil once again concealing her face. Her heightened senses had already spread forth at the moment of the incident. Yet she was ultimately a step too late to catch the assailant, only witnessing a life plummeting like a severed kite. However, she discerned a more crucial detail. In the final moments of the matron's life, a faint yet bone-chilling demonic presence lingered, its source unmistakably pointing to the innermost depths of the establishment, to the esteemed yet reclusive courtesan, Warabeheim. The matron's last public appearance had been to pay her respects to Warabeheim. Meanwhile, the companions who had infiltrated other locations were making their own progress. In the brothel, Tanjiro, with his remarkable physical strength and diligent nature, undertook nearly all the arduous tasks, inadvertently gaining the favor of the gentle courtesan, Koyuki. During a chance conversation, he gleaned vague hints regarding a woman named Suma, who had briefly resided there. Fragmentary information that corroborated the presence of one of Tenjin Yuzui's wives in the vicinity. Tenjin himself, utilizing his exquisite appearance and cunning, navigated the pleasure district, conducting both overt and covert inquiries, yet found the trails of his three wives to have vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The ability to erase the traces of exceptional shinobi so thoroughly could only be attributed to an extraordinary demon. With a grave expression, he relayed this intelligence to Mitsuri Kanroji, surmising that they were likely facing one of the upper moons. Meanwhile, in the Ajimoto house, Inosuke was enduring an unprecedented torment. Forced into an elaborate women's kimono and adorned with an astonishingly beautiful face, he struggled to maintain a silent demeanor due to his coarse voice, embodying a pitiable image. This constraining disguise bore some fruit, as his beast-like instincts allowed him to sense the faint traces left by the elusive Makio. In a chance nocturnal exploration, he even engaged in a brief chase with a shadowy figure. The demon, swift and intimately familiar with the terrain, ultimately evaded him, leaving him with deeper suspicions. Returning to the heart of the crisis at the Kayagako house, Zenitsu, despite being the lowest-ranking servant, could not entirely conceal his inherent kindness. After assisting a mistreated young girl, he inadvertently collided with the courtesan, Warabeheim, who was, in reality, the formidable upper moon, Daki. A flicker of inhuman coldness and brutality flashed through her beautiful eyes. Just as Daki's rage was about to erupt, her fingers twitching to deliver a harsher punishment, Mitsuri Kanroji and the seemingly meek yet astute husband of the proprietress intervened. Mitsuri stood firm, her mere presence as the Kyogaku house's most vital asset, an esteemed courtesan candidate, casting an intangible pressure upon Daki. Daki's piercing gaze swept between Mitsuri and Zenitsu, suppressing her murderous impulse with great effort, ultimately resorting to a furious slap against Zenitsu. The force of the blow, imbued with demonic power, rendered Zenitsu unconscious before he could utter a sound. However, this incident solidified Daki's conviction that this yellow-haired servant and the extraordinary new courtesan candidate were far from ordinary, likely being undercover agents of the Demon Slayer Corps. That night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, several nearly imperceptible ribbons, infused with blood demon art, stealthily slithered into Zenitsu's recuperation room, intending to eliminate this unconscious threat. With heightened vigilance, Mitsuri sensed the frigid demonic aura the moment the ribbons appeared. Like smoke, she darted forward, her fingertips coalescing with the chilling breath of the wind, slicing accurately at the ribbons. With a hiss, the ribbons recoiled as if startled, retreating into the darkness, leaving only fragments behind. Mitsuri refrained from pursuing, aware that tearing the facade at that moment would not be prudent. She remained by Zenitsu's side until dawn, as the first rays of morning light had not yet completely dispelled the night. Mitsuri skillfully evaded attention while guiding the still dizzy Zenitsu to a concealed spot atop Kyogaku House, where Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Tenjin Yuzi, who had also utilized the shadows of dawn to arrive, awaited. The group swiftly exchanged intelligence. Tanjiro mentioned the vague clues regarding Koyuki and Suma. Inosuke, frustrated, illustrated the previous night's chase, emphasizing the demon's incredible speed. Tenjin solemnly articulated his dire speculation. The entity capable of making his wives vanish without a trace and eluding even Inosuke was likely an upper moon. Finally, Mitsuri coldly summarized the peculiar events surrounding Kyogaku House, the proprietress's mysterious death, the demonic aura surrounding Warabeheim, Zenitsu's ambush, and the attack by the ribbons last night. All clues pointed towards Warabeheim, she calmly stated, her white silk fluttering in the morning breeze. Upon hearing this, Tenjin surveyed the three battle-worn yet resolute youths and the perceptive Mitsuri, inhaling deeply. The situation is clear. The adversary may be an upper moon, far beyond your capacity to handle. As the Hashira, I command you to retreat from the pleasure district. Leave this to Mitsuri and me. I will not flee. Tanjiro immediately countered, his gaze unwavering. What Rengoku-sensei taught me encompasses more than just breathing techniques. It includes the unwavering belief that we must never abandon our comrades or those we need to protect. I fear nothing, be it upper moon or lower. Inosuke growled, his wild eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Despite his pale complexion and trembling body, Zenitsu clenched his fists. His voice tinged with a quaver, yet distinctly clear. How can we turn our backs now that we've come this far? And Miss Mitsuri is still here. Mitsuri remained silent, merely gazing at Tenjin, her stance clearly indicating her position. Tenjin regarded these disobedient youths, observing the undeniable resolve in their eyes. Ultimately, a hint of reluctant admiration softened his stern countenance. A stubborn group of unadorned little devils, he murmured, before his gaze sharpened like a blade. Then prepare yourselves. The grand festival is about to commence. The target, the upper moon, Daki. As the sun finally ascended above the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the sprawling rooftops of Yoshiwara, casting a radiant glow upon the determined figures of the swordsmen poised to charge at the malevolent demons. The facade of peace had been irrevocably shattered, and the air was thick with the scent of impending battle. Chapter 41. The final confrontation at Yoshiwara. 1. After the brief gathering atop the rooftops, Tanjiro did not immediately proceed to the rendezvous point. His thoughts lingered on Koyuki, the courtesan who had shown him a glimmer of kindness. Guided by his sense of duty, he quietly returned to bid her a heartfelt farewell, insisting on settling the expenses for his stay. I must take my leave, Tanjiro confessed, his gaze clear and sincere. I am not truly a woman. I came here to fulfill a mission. He looked at Koyuki, offering his most genuine wishes for her freedom and happiness. Koyuki was taken aback, but upon meeting the boy's earnest eyes, she sighed softly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tanjiro bowed deeply before turning to depart, his form swiftly vanishing at the corridor's end. Yet, shortly after Tanjiro's exit from the brothel, his keen sense of smell detected an ominous, familiar demonic presence emanating from the direction of the brothel. Suddenly recalling Koyuki, alarm bells rang in his mind, and without hesitation, he turned to race towards the source of the malevolent aura. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Koyuki had been snatched away by a sinister ribbon emerging from the shadows, plunging her into peril. Meanwhile, at the designated rendezvous point, Zenitsu and Inosuke had waited long without sight of Tanjiro. Inosuke, unable to contain himself, fidgeted anxiously. What is that slacker Tanjiro dawdling for? I can't wait any longer. Is something wrong with Tanjiro? Zenitsu fretted, his anxiety mounting. Just then, several trained muscular mice silently appeared, dragging along their Nichiren swords and battle attire. Zenitsu yelped in surprise at the sudden appearance of the mice. But after calming his racing heart, he swiftly changed into his combat gear alongside Inosuke. Prepared and ready, the two individuals burst through the window, creating a tremendous commotion that left the proprietress of the establishment in a state of sheer terror. Inosuke, donning his boar's head mask, executed a fierce charge, clearing the way by colliding with a blocking figure. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, nursing a headache from the aftermath, hastily attempted to explain the situation to the frightened proprietress, though it was likely she understood little, leaving behind a sum far exceeding the cost of their stay as compensation before swiftly following Inosuke, racing toward Kikoku House. On the other side, Yuzui Tenjin and Takeda Muichiro had arrived at Kikoku House ahead of them. They confronted the owner, who was in a daze from the loss of his wife, Mitsu, the late proprietress. Without hesitation, Yuzui Tenjin pressed his blade against the owner's throat, the overwhelming pressure nearly suffocating him. Speak. Where's my wife, Hinetsuru? Yuzui Tenjin's voice was low and menacing. The owner trembled violently, his words tumbling out incoherently. Takeda Muichiro stood silently to the side, his perception enveloping the man, capturing the subtle shifts in his emotions and subconscious reactions. Her cool voice emerged, imbued with an uncanny soothing and persuasive quality. Reveal to us the whereabouts of Hinetsuru, and we promise to avenge your wife, eliminating the demon, Daki, who brought about her demise. Upon hearing Daki's name and recalling the tragic fate of his wife, the owner's mental defenses crumbled utterly. Tears streamed down his face as he grasped the blood-stained garment of Mitsu tightly, sobbing uncontrollably as he divulged everything he knew about Daki's peculiarities, the potential existence of a hidden space deep underground, and fragmented whispers he had once overheard that might be connected to Hinetsuru. Having obtained crucial information, Yuzui Tenjin and Takeda Muichiro exchanged a knowing glance and vanished from sight, leaving the owner to collapse on the ground, mired in sorrow and fear. Following the trail of clues, Yuzui Tenjin swiftly navigated the intricate structure of Kikoku House, descending underground with urgency to search for his wife, Hinetsuru. Meanwhile, Takeda Muichiro remained in the upper regions, his formidable perception scanning like radar, monitoring the movements of the demon Daki, whose malevolent energy surged within Kikoku House, while also sensing the presence of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. At that moment, Tanjiro was embroiled in a fierce battle with Daki near the Oiran House. Daki commanded countless sharp silk ribbons, attacking with ruthless ferocity, targeting not only Tanjiro but also indiscriminately assaulting innocent courtesans and patrons nearby, resulting in numerous casualties. Tanjiro fought valiantly, alternating between the water-breathing techniques and the explosive power of the sun-breathing, yet he remained perilously outmatched against the formidable upper moon demon. In a critical moment, Nezuko burst forth from a wooden crate. Sensing her brother's peril, she charged at Daki in a fit of rage. However, her intense anger and protective instinct accentuated her demonic traits. Her nails sharpened, veins bulged at her temples, and she emitted a deep, guttural growl, on the verge of losing her sanity and succumbing entirely to her demonic nature. Nezuko, no, come back, Tanjiro cried out in desperation, struggling to fend off Daki's attacks while simultaneously attempting to restrain his sister, fearing she would entirely succumb to her primal instincts. Just as Tanjiro grappled with Daki and Nezuko teetered on the brink of losing control, Yuzui Tenjin finally located Hinetsuru, imprisoned deep within a house. Alongside the abducted Suma and Makio, though they had endured torment, they clung to life with the resilience of ninjas. Almost simultaneously, Zenitsu and Inosuke followed the sounds and arrived at the scene. Honey, are you alright? Yuzui Tenjin quickly severed their bindings. Thank goodness. You're here. Suma and Makio responded weakly. There are many more people trapped here, Inosuke exclaimed, pointing towards others ensnared within the ribbons. Takeda Muichiro's perception acutely registered the successful reunion and rescue of their underground companions, while also noting that the battle between Tanjiro and Daki had escalated to a fever pitch. With Nezuko's presence becoming increasingly unstable, she understood that the final showdown was imminent. With a swift movement, like silent falling snow, she advanced toward the most intense battleground above, preparing to join her comrades in confronting the powerful upper moon demon. Below, the rescue was achieved. Above, the fierce battle raged on. Under the night sky of Yoshiwara, the ultimate confrontation between humans and demons was poised to erupt. Chapter 42, The Blood Battle of Yoshiwara, 2. When Takeda Muichiro arrived at the chaotic battlefield, he perceived a scene of turmoil. Tanjiro clung tightly to the thrashing Nezuko, his voice hoarse as he urged, Nezuko, wake up. Look at me. I'm your brother. Nezuko struggled violently in his embrace, emitting inhuman growls as her demonic traits became increasingly pronounced, her sharp nails nearly piercing Tanjiro's skin. Nearby, several terrified courtesans and patrons huddled together, trembling in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Takatu Muichiro exchanged a glance with Tanjiro, then swiftly moved like a flash of lightning, raising the frightened innocents and transporting them away from the perilous area with utmost speed. Upon returning, he witnessed Daki manipulating her razor-sharp silk ribbons, striking from an unexpected angle toward Tanjiro, who was distracted by comforting his sister. With a light step, Muichiro interposed himself between them, his blue and white haori billowing. Third form of the breath of frost, ice vortex barrier. A swirling shield of ice materialized around him, with fine ice shards forming as the chilling ribbons collided against the icy defense, producing a grating sound of friction. Their speed noticeably hindered as frost formed upon their surface. Takatu Muichiro firmly withstood the blow. Almost simultaneously, the flamboyant figure of Yuzui Tenjin descended with a thunderous impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. He surveyed the chaotic scene and focused on Tanjiro and Nezuko, his tone laced with his characteristic flamboyance. Hey, ISNT that Kamadu Nezuko? Seemed she dramatically transformed into a demon. Tanjiro finally noticed him, astonished. Mr. Yuzui? When did you arrive? Hey, you boasted that your sister would never harm anyone. Yuzui Tenjin pointed out without reservation, observing Nezuko's increasingly agitated state in Tanjiro's arms. This situation doesn't look good. As they conversed, Nezuko's struggles intensified. Suddenly, Yuzui Tenjin recalled something and exclaimed, Hey, sing something. A lullaby or something. Tanjiro, as if awakened from a dream, immediately tightened his embrace around his sister, disregarding her scratching, and began to hum a lullaby his mother used to sing. His voice trembling, yet imbued with warmth. The familiar melody, steeped in nostalgia and tranquility, seemed to possess an extraordinary power. Nezuko's frantic movements gradually slowed, and eventually, she ceased her struggles, raising her tear-streaked face to gaze at her brother. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, and she let out a whimper of distress as her body gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to her youthful form, sinking into a deep slumber in Tanjiro's embrace. Tanjiro choked back tears, as if speaking to Yuzui Tenjin, yet also to himself. Mother, she finally fell asleep. She is finally asleep. He carefully placed the slumbering Nezuko back into the wooden crate, positioning her in a relatively safe corner. Well, the touching family drama should come to a close. Yuzui Tenjin tightened his hold on his Nichiren blade, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon Daki, who was locked in combat with Takatu Muichiro. It's time to commence the grand battle. I sense it. The true upper moon is about to emerge. No sooner had he spoken, than Takatu Muichiro seized upon an opening, his blade flashing like cold lightning. Second form of the breath of frost, falling ice blade. The icy strike, accompanied by descending ice shards, accurately caught Daki off guard, exposing her momentary lapse in defense due to her prolonged assault. As the blade passed, Daki's beautiful head was severed cleanly, spinning through the air toward the ground. However, the anticipated dissolution of the demon did not transpire. The severed head that lay upon the ground emitted a wailing cry, haunting and inhuman, its visage contorted, beauty lost. She shrieked at Takedo Muichiro, You are formidable, truly formidable. I concede, but I am the Upper Moon 6. Takedo Muichiro stood resolutely with his blade, veiled in white silk, responding with silence, his surrounding aura growing ever more frigid. Brother, Daki let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the next moment, a chilling spectacle unfolded. From the gaping neck stump of Daki, another figure emerged, a gaunt, pallid male demon, marred by dark blemishes and hideous in appearance. In his hands, he cradled Daki's head with care, as if handling a fragile artifact, gently reattaching it to her neck, while murmuring, There, what good does it do to cry? It's merely a matter of reattaching a head. You know, your brain does lack a certain something. Daki choked back tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. This newly manifested demon, Jotaro, emanated a terrifying aura that far surpassed Daki's. The air seemed to solidify. Takedo Muichiro subtly raised his hand, signaling the eager Yuzui Tenjin to remain calm and observe. Yet, Yuzui Tenjin was not one to suffer in silence. He bellowed, No matter what you are. First form of sound breathing roar. His dual blades descended with explosive force. Jotaro nonchalantly sidestepped, and Yuzui Tenjin's decisive strike missed its mark, only creating a large crater in the ground. Jotaro touched the blood trickling from the grazed skin of his cheek, which healed instantly. He tilted his head, those murky eyes fixated on Yuzui Tenjin, his voice laced with twisted admiration and envy. Not bad at all. That last strike was meant to kill you, but who would have thought you could deflect my attack? He began to prattle on, extolling Yuzui Tenjin's physique and strength, growing increasingly animated, even raking his sharp nails across his own face and body, leaving trails of blood that healed in an instant. Could you not just die for me? Preferably in a most gruesome manner. Brother, kill them. Eliminate them all. Daki cried out beside him. A cruel smile spread across Jitaro's face. Very well. If you say to kill, then I shall kill. No sooner had he spoken than he flung forth his enormous, twisted scythes. Blood demon art, flying blood scythes. 2 scythes, entwined with crimson energy, whirled through the air with a mournful shriek, targeting the silent Takedo Muichiro, the on-guard Yuzui Tenjin, and the blade-wielding Tanjiro, who had just settled his sister. At that moment, 2 figures finally arrived, Inosuke charging in like a bull, and Zenitsu, still snoring as he sprinted, lost in slumber. They narrowly intercepted the flying blood scythe aimed at Tanjiro. The battlefield erupted into further chaos. Takedo Muichiro, Yuzui Tenjin, and Tanjiro engaged in fierce combat against Jitaro. Jitaro's dual scythes whirled with relentless precision, unleashing blood demon art, circular slash, flying blood scythes, as countless blood scythes swept through the vicinity like a storm, leaving destruction in their wake. Yuzui Tengin's sound breathing roared continuously, while Tanjiro's Hinakami Kagura, sun breathing, occasionally erupted with searing slashes, and Takedo Muichiro's cold breathing danced like ice butterflies amid the blood rain, conjuring ice shards, mist, and shields to impede Jitaro's movements, freezing his wounds and slowing that terrifying regenerative speed. She refrained from unleashing the transparent world immediately. For the mental and physical burden was still considerable, she awaited a more opportune moment. Amidst the tumultuous battle, a figure appeared silently on the shattered rooftop. One of Yuzui Tengin's wives, Hinetsuru. Although poisoned and pale, she persevered. Seizing the moment when Jitaro was momentarily pushed back by Tanjiro and Yuzui Tenjin to launch a poisoned kunai, Jitaro easily deflected it with his scythe, yet Takedo Muichiro, ever vigilant, moved. With a deft flick of his blade, he adjusted the trajectory of the deflected kunai, causing it to ricochet back towards Jitaro. Though it failed to inflict grave injury, the toxin from the kunai swiftly coursed through Jitaro, visibly stalling his movements and slowing his regeneration. A prime opportunity. Yuzui Tenjin and Tanjiro, communicating without words, seized this fleeting vulnerability to unleash their most potent combined strike. The sound of their breaths intertwined with the flames of the sun. 2 razor-sharp slashes aimed directly at Jitaro's neck. However, a savage sneer twisted Jitaro's face. The poison within him was forcefully expelled in an instant. A mere trick, he roared. And the blood demon art, circular slash, flying blood scythes erupted with greater ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Yuzui Tenjin kicked Tanjiro towards a safe zone, while he himself braced against the onslaught with his dual blades, the explosive force propelling him violently through the air. Simultaneously, Daki's silk ribbons, seemingly animated, ensnared the weakened Hinetsuru on the rooftop. Just as the ribbons were about to ensnare her, Takedo Muichiro appeared like a wisp of mist, his blade flashing as he severed the advancing ribbons. Tanjiro, take her away. Her cold voice brooked no argument. Tanjiro immediately rushed forth, scooping up Hinetsuru and retreating to a safer location. Meanwhile, on another front of the battlefield, the slumbering Zenitsu and the wild Inosuke were locked in fierce battle with Daki. Zenitsu's thunderclap and flash was so swift it left only golden afterimages, while Inosuke's beast breathing, 4th Fong, crumbling slice, and 5th Fong, rampaging tear were ferociously relentless. Their coordinated efforts gradually began to suppress Daki. Yet, Daki still possessed ample strength, diverting her attention to manipulate her ribbons to assist her brother in combating Yuzui Tenjin and Takedo Muichiro. In the midst of the intense exchanges, Takedo Muichiro's acute perception continuously analyzed the battlefield. She discerned a peculiar energy connection between Jitaro and Daki, their life forces intricately intertwined. They must simultaneously sever their heads. Her calm voice reached Yuzui Tenjin and Tanjiro amidst the explosions. This conclusion weighed heavily on their hearts. Faced with such a powerful upper moon demon, executing a coordinated decapitation would be an arduous task. In the main battlefield, the poisoned and severely drained Yuzui Tenjin faced off against Jitaro in an increasingly brutal clash. Jitaro's sides narrowly missed Yuzui Tengin's vital points several times. In a deadly exchange, Takedo Muichiro disregarded her own safety, intervening forcefully, employing her exquisite cold breathing, 4th form, Frost Flower, leaving afterimages to confuse, while her true self used her blade to parry, narrowly protecting Yuzui Tengin's weapon-bearing right hand and his almost grazed eye. Simultaneously, she tossed an antidote to Yuzui Tenjin. However, this act of rescue came at a cost, as she bore the brunt of a heavy strike from Jitaro's scythe handle. Spitting blood and feeling her strength wane significantly, Yuzui Tengin's condition was even worse, having lost excessive blood, the toxin still unpurged, his left eye's vision blurred. Resembling a flickering candle in the wind, mere steps from death. On another front, after ensuring Hinatsuru's safety, Tanjiro rejoined Zenitsu and Inosuke in their battle against Daki. The trio's synergy grew increasingly seamless, with Tanjiro's Hinakami Kagura taking the lead, Inosuke's beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness pinpointing Daki's location, and 8th form, explosive rush executing fervent assaults, while the slumbering Zenitsu's thunderclap and flash was tasked with the final lethal strike. In an exquisite display of teamwork, Inosuke, despite sustaining injuries, embraced the gravely wounded Daki, while Zenitsu's blade, like genuine golden lightning, swiftly sliced through Daki's neck. Daki's head was severed once more. However, almost simultaneously, the formidable Jotaro sensed his sister's peril and let out a furious roar. Ignoring the entanglement with Tenjin Yuzi and Muichiro Takedo, he forcefully broke free. Racing towards the location of Daki with astonishing speed, his scythe aimed directly at Inosuke's back, which still cradled Daki's severed head. If that strike landed, Inosuke would undoubtedly perish. Inosuke, Tanjiro's eyes widened in horror. Severely injured, Muichiro Takedo once again unleashed incredible speed, appearing as if by teleportation behind Inosuke, intercepting the wrathful blow with her sword. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed, as cracks rapidly spread across Muichiro's Nichiren blade. She was struck back like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. Blood staining her blue and white Haori. All plans had been utterly disrupted. Jotaro caught the severed head of his sister Daki once more, frantically reattaching it. While his blood demon art, imbued with an insatiable thirst for destruction, began to coalesce without reservation. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a shadow of despair. The darkness before dawn seemed thicker than ever. The remaining swordsmen, battered and on the brink of collapse, faced an almost insurmountable foe. Could they still find a glimmer of hope? Chapter 43, The Conclusion of Yoshiwara. The thunderous explosion seemed poised to rupture eardrums, as rampant energy swept through, leveling the already ravaged area into a wasteland shrouded in dust and the scent of death. When the chaos temporarily subsided, only the crackling of flames and the occasional sound of crumbling debris remained. Tanjiro coughed violently, struggling to emerge from a pile of rubble. Bloodied and with his left arm grotesquely twisted, yet he immediately shielded the wooden box containing Nezuko behind him. Almost simultaneously, not far away, another heap of debris shifted slightly, revealing a dust-covered Muichiro Takedo, her tattered blue and white Haori in shambles, as she struggled to appear. The white veil that once adorned her face had vanished, exposing her dimmed eyes, remnants of dried blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. In another corner of the rubble, Jotaro carefully cradled Daki's reattached head, still sobbing, softly comforting her. He noticed Tanjiro and Muichiro emerging. However, upon seeing Tanjiro gravely injured and guarding the box, and Muichiro appearing feeble, he temporarily lowered his guard, redirecting his focus to his sister in his arms. Have our brothers all perished? Daki sobbed. Pretty much, Jotaro replied in a hoarse voice, his gaze sweeping over the ruins with a cruel indifference. That wild boar brat has been knocked unconscious by me, probably not far from death. That noisy blonde brat is buried under thick debris over there. Let him struggle to his last breath, crawling like a worm on the ground. A pitiful sight. He paused, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That so-called Hashira? Humph, a paper tiger, all show and no substance. I've nearly stopped his heart. He has likely already met his end. The other female Hashira, he gestured towards Muichiro, is half dead as well, just crawled out from the ruins. She probably won't last much longer. His words struck Tanjiro's nerves like icy blades. Gritting his teeth, Tanjiro scanned the debris, searching for the whereabouts of his companions. Jotaro's gaze refocused on Tanjiro, particularly on the box he was so desperately protecting, a flicker of understanding and deeper disdain flashing in his murky eyes. Hey, you little brat. The one in that box is your blood relative, isn't it? Judging by your appearance, your arm must be broken. Huh? Numb? Lacking strength? Heh. Even if I were to stand still and let you strike, that flabby blade of yours wouldn't sever my neck. Tanjiro raised his head, his eyes resolute. Nezuko is my sister. I knew it, Jotaro scoffed, a tone laced with contempt. You truly are pathetic. You couldn't even protect your sister properly. But that's to be expected. After all, you are a frail human, and your sister is a more formidable demon. It is only natural that you are weaker than her. However, as an elder brother, you should be the one protecting her with your own hands, not relying on her to safeguard you. His voice suddenly escalated, filled with twisted anger and insult. Hey, aunt, useless, dull coward, worthless scum. Why do people like you even exist in this world? Before his words could dissipate, Jotaro moved, appearing before Tanjiro in an instant. his bony hand like an iron claw grasping Tanjiro's already injured hand, twisting it mercilessly. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Tanjiro endured, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Jotaro showed no mercy. His other hand slapped down on Tanjiro's head like swatting a fly, humiliating him. Useless. Trash. Scum that can't even protect his own sister. Tanjiro, dizzy and nearly unable to stand, still positioned himself in front of the wooden box. Come on. Strike me. Slash here. Jotaro taunted, pointing at his neck, mocking Tanjiro's impotence. Tanjiro's heart brimmed with humiliation and fury, yet he understood that facing off directly would lead to his demise. He glanced at the seemingly weakened Muichiro, her head bowed, then at the rubble concealing Zenitsu behind Jotaro. A thought flickered in his mind. He suddenly turned, using his uninjured right hand to hoist Nezuko's box, and staggered away. Trying to escape? Jotaro and Daki erupted into maniacal laughter. As though they had found the most amusing prey, Jotaro flashed forward, effortlessly catching up to Tanjiro, kicking him and the wooden box violently, sending them crashing back into a heap of debris. Coughing, Tanjiro struggled from the rubble, disregarding the excruciating pain, grabbing everything within reach, broken beams and shattered bricks, to hurl at the advancing Jotaro, making a futile stand. Jotaro dodged these feeble attacks as effortlessly as a cat toys with a mouse, landing another kick to Tanjiro's abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony. Enough of this dull farce. Jotaro's patience waned as he looked down at Tanjiro. Hey, kid, seeing how hard you're trying to protect your sister, I'll give you a chance. Join us, become a demon, gain eternal life and power, and you will be able to truly protect your sister. What do you say? Absolutely not. Tanjiro roared defiantly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The box's lid suddenly burst open, and Nezuko emerged in her youthful form, though weakened. She still issued a threatening growl at Jotaro, her actions conveying her rejection. Humph, ungrateful. Jotaro's expression hardened. Just as he prepared to deliver a final blow, the curled-up Tanjiro, seizing the moment of distraction from Jotaro's words, stealthily stabbed a kunai coated with potent paralytic poison, a parting gift from Kanamori, into the muscle near his wounded arm. This jolted his nerves, temporarily transcending the agony and limitations of his fractures. He thrust his head back, summoning every ounce of strength and willpower, unleashing his family's ultimate technique. Headbutt. Bang. This sudden strike, imbued with the hardness of skull and a will to survive, collided solidly with Jotaro's chest. Taken aback, Jotaro staggered, his blood surging. Even more shocking was the intense numbness that quickly spread from the point of impact, coursing through his limbs. Poison. When did this happen? He attempted to mobilize his strength, but found his muscles stiffening, his powers swiftly dissipating. Now's the time. In Tanjiro's eyes erupted a brilliant light, as if flames were igniting within. He momentarily forgot the excruciating pain of his severed arm and the myriad of wounds adorning his body. His mind was solely occupied by the ancestral dance that resonated with the sun, the dance of the sun breathing. The Nichiren blade in his grasp seemed to catch fire, enveloped in a radiance as intense as the sun's heat. The circular dance of flames, a flawless arc, surged forth with the intent to purify all that is tainted. Cleaving through the dust and striking directly at the neck of the dazed Kibutsuji, who was momentarily immobilized. Almost simultaneously, an icy blue figure sliced in from the side like a wraith. It was Kanroji Mitsuri. Unbeknownst to them, she had approached with stealth. Her Nichiren blade, though marred with cracks, radiated an exquisite chill and sharpness. Her gaze was intensely focused, rendering the world around her seemingly transparent. The rhythm of muscles, the flow of blood, the movement of fighting spirit, all became vividly clear. At this critical juncture between life and death, she finally grasped and solidified her understanding of the transparent world. The 12th form of the breath of frost, frost dance. The initial icy arc sliced through, enveloping the area in frost and slowing movement. The second strike followed closely, igniting the frost into an explosion, a dual impact aimed directly at the opposite side of Kibutsuji's neck. And then there was me. The 5th form of the breath of sound, melody of strings. A roar like thunder resounded. Yuzu Tengen, whose heart should have ceased to beat, rose from the rubble like a phoenix reborn. He spun his dual blades at high speed, infused with explosive force, charging from a third direction. It was the precious antidote and stimulant that Mitsuri had administered earlier, granting him this invaluable opportunity for a counterattack. Tanjiro's dance of the sun, circular dance of flames. Mitsuri's breath of frost, frost dance, and Tengen's breath of sound, melody of strings. Flames, frost, and sonic booms. 3 distinct yet equally formidable forces converged with pinpoint precision upon Kibutsuji's neck from 3 different angles in that singular moment. On the other side, Daki let out a terrified shriek. Sensing the deadly peril her brother faced, she rushed to his aid, only to be intercepted by two figures blocking her path. The seventh form of the breath of beasts, spatial perception. The eighth form, explosive charge. Inosuke, bloodied yet resilient, awakened thanks to the antidote provided by Mitsuri, precisely pinpointing Daki's location and charging forward in a frenzy. The first form of the breath of thunder, thunderclap and flash. Zenitsu transformed into a streak of golden lightning, tearing through the sky. With astonishing willpower and potential, he liberated himself from the rubble, delivering a strike that transcended all limits. The golden lightning intertwined with the feral fangs, weaving a final net of destruction that enveloped Daki. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Swoosh! Two unmistakable sounds of blades slicing through solid matter rang out almost simultaneously. The head of Kabutsuji, adorned with disbelief and shock, and Daki's beautiful yet contorted visage, were both severed from their bodies, soaring into the air. Victory! Tanjiro collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, his Nichiren blade clattering to the earth. Yuzu Tenjin also leaned heavily on his blade, gasping for breath, blood oozing from his wounds. Mitsuri stood silently, her Nichiren blade finally unable to withstand the strain, shattering inch by inch. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, yet her gaze remained clear. However, an unsettling transformation began. The bodies of Kabutsuji and Daki, now headless, did not dissipate as expected. Instead, they began to swell violently, emanating an intensely unstable, destructive energy. This is bad, Tenjin shouted hoarsely. The final retaliation of an upper moon demon possessed enough power to obliterate this entire area from existence. Everyone was utterly spent, incapable of fleeing the blast radius. In that critical moment, Mitsuri sprang into action. Her understanding of the transparent world allowed her to perceive the gathering point and trajectory of the impending destructive energy mere moments in advance. Ignoring her grave injuries, she swiftly retrieved several specially designed, resilient ropes from the tattered lining of her Haori, ninja gear bestowed by Tengen's wife. Her movements were so swift they left only an afterimage. Before anyone could react, the ropes flew forth as if alive, expertly binding Tanjiro, the nearly unconscious Inosuke, the exhausted Zenitsu, the gravely injured Tenjin, and the small wooden box containing Nezuko, whom she had hastily returned to safety. She secured the other end of the rope tightly around her waist, and, with her last ounce of strength, sprinted in the direction she predicted to be the least affected by the explosion's shockwave. Hold on tight. Almost as soon as she leaped from the ruins, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The blast, far more violent than any before, detonated at the center of the headless bodies. A blinding light consumed everything. A massive fireball ascended, and the shockwave surged outward like a tsunami, obliterating the remnants of the battlefield into dust. Mitsuri felt an overwhelming force crashing against her from behind, as if struck by a mountain. Her throat tasted blood as she coughed violently, yet she gritted her teeth and, guided by her acute perception of the flow of power and her indomitable will, adjusted her posture, riding the edge of the shockwave like a leaf tossed in a storm. Being flung through the air, time lost meaning. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. The cacophony of the explosion gradually faded, leaving only the crackling of flames behind. At a relatively intact corner, far from the explosion's epicenter, Mitsuri struggled to move her fingers. Her body felt as if it were falling apart, every bone shrieking in agony, but she was still alive. She sensed the presence of those bound to her by the ropes: Tanjiro, Tenjin, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and the small wooden box. Though they were all unconscious and their breaths faint, they still lived. With great effort, she raised her head. The sky remained dark. The silvery moonlight bathed her blood-stained face warmly, illuminating the land that had just endured a brutal bloodbath. It was over. The Upper Moon 6 had been vanquished. The cost was heavy, yet none had sacrificed their lives. Slowly, she closed her eyes, surrendering her consciousness to the darkness, a faint, imperceptible smile gracing her lips, a release of burdens. The dawn of peace was fast approaching. Chapter 44, Before Dawn. Consciousness resurfaced like a buoy bobbing to the surface of a frigid sea. Tanjiro was awakened by gentle pats on his cheek. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and before him appeared Nezuko's worried pink eyes. Her small hand was softly patting his face, and upon seeing him awaken, she immediately emitted a joyful sound of Tanjiro rasped her name, trying to reach out and stroke his sister's head, but he found his entire body racked with pain, especially his left arm, which was bound tightly by coarse yet sturdy ropes, leaving him tethered to several others. He glanced around and saw Zenitsu, Inosuke, and the distant Tenjin, all similarly bound, and couldn't he help but marvel at how swiftly Mitsuri had managed to tie them all together and rescue them under such dire circumstances. He struggled to sit up, but realized that most of his body remained paralyzed and immobile. Nezuko seemed to understand her brother's predicament. She bent down and carefully lifted him onto her back with her small, yet powerful body imbued with demon strength. "Thank you, Nezuko," Tanjiro whispered his gratitude. Fully aware that it was Nezuko who, employing her unique blood demon art, had incinerated the residual toxins within his body, allowing him to regain a modicum of mobility. This was also thanks to the antidote that Takedo Muichiro had scattered before the explosion. Although it did not completely neutralize the poison, it significantly slowed its spread, preserving their lives. Nezuko, carrying Tanjiro on her back, staggered over to their other unconscious companions. Just as Tanjiro intended to check on Mr. Yuzui's condition, he was startled by a wailing sound akin to that of a distressed animal nearby. "Yuwa? Tanjiro, help. I just woke up and my whole body aches terribly. Are my legs broken? What happened? Who did this? It hurts so much. I can't even bear to look." Zenitsu had awakened, and upon opening his eyes, was met with the hellish scene of destruction and his unconscious comrades, which sent him into a panic. However, upon spotting the awake Tanjiro, he clung to him like a lifeline, weeping inconsolably. Tanjiro, despite his own pain, sought to comfort him. "Zenitsu, you're all right. That's wonderful. Do I look all right to you?" Zenitsu cried out, but as he gradually calmed down, his acute hearing picked up an even fainter heartbeat. "Though I am indeed in a terrible state, Inosuke seems worse. I can hear his heartbeat weakening. Thankfully, the antidote that Miss Muichiro administered earlier is taking effect and alleviating the toxins." A sense of urgency gripped Tanjiro's heart as he urged Nezuko to carry him closer to Inosuke. There lay Inosuke, his boar mask askew, breathing faintly. "Inosuke, Inosuke, wake up," Tanjiro implored. Perhaps due to the effects of the antidote, or perhaps spurred by Tanjiro's calls, Inosuke's eyelids fluttered open, revealing a dazed expression that quickly gave way to pain and an overwhelming hunger. "I'm starving. Give me something to eat." His voice was weak, yet he was undeniably awake. Tears of joy streamed down Tanjiro's face as he longed to embrace him. "Inosuke, thank goodness. Get away, you disgusting brat." Inosuke, though feeble, still turned his head away in disdain. At that moment, three figures hurriedly approached. They were the wives of Yuzui Tenjin, Hinatsu, Makio, and Suma. "Lord Tenjin, please, do not die." "Wah, Lord Tenjin." Hinatsu knelt silently beside him, inspecting his injuries, while Makio attempted to restrain Suma, whose cries were too fervent to contain. Suma, however, was inconsolable, weeping as she clutched Tenjin's uninjured arm. In truth, Tenjin had regained consciousness. He had wished to leave behind some grand final words, but the clamor of his three wives gave him a headache. Weighed down by his grievous injuries, he found himself momentarily speechless and chose to forego the effort. He felt a gentle medicinal energy coursing through him, safeguarding his vital organs. Indeed, it was the antidote from Takedo Muichiro that had drawn him further from the brink of death. Tanjiro and Nezuko approached, and Nezuko once more employed her blood demon art, enveloping Tenjin in soft pink flames that burned away the stubborn toxins lingering within him. "What are you doing?" Suma shrieked in terror upon seeing the flames. "Who are you? This is too hasty for a cremation. He's not dead yet. Why are you setting him on fire? I'm furious. I'll spank you." Finally, Tenjin managed to speak, his voice weak yet firm. "Suma, stop. I feel much better now." The three women immediately gathered around him, weeping with joy. "Lord Tenjin, thank goodness. We're so sorry to have worried you," Tanjiro hastily explained. "I believe it was Nezuko who used her blood demon art to incinerate the toxins. Though I am unsure of the exact mechanics, Mr. Yuzui's injuries are severe, so please do not move around too much." He gazed at Nezuko's flames, filled with astonishment, as Tenjin felt the toxins receding along with the intense pain. He managed a wry smile. "Incredible, Tanjiro. You should also take a moment to rest." Tanjiro shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the still unconscious Takedo Muichiro nearby. Nezuko, without needing instruction, approached and once again utilized her blood demon art to cleanse Muichiro of the toxins. Enveloped in the pink flames, Muichiro's long eyelashes fluttered before she gradually opened her eyes. Her complexion was pale as snow, her body racked with pain, nearly immobile, yet her gaze regained its clarity. Without bothering to assess her own injuries, she directed her attention to Tanjiro, her voice weak yet distinct. "Tanjiro, quickly gather the blood of the upper moon to deliver to Shichamaru." Understanding immediately, Tanjiro realized that Shichamaru was the cat kept by Tamayo and Yuiichiro, tasked with transporting samples of demon blood. By delivering the blood of the upper moon 6, they could expedite the development of those two medications. He nodded, and Nezuko promptly hoisted him onto her back, meticulously searching through the ruins. Using his keen sense of smell, Tanjiro swiftly located some still fresh, concentrated blood belonging to Jotaro and Daki, carefully collecting it in the small vial given by Shichamaru. Once they finished gathering the samples, Tanjiro handed the blood to Shichimaru, who, equipped with a specially designed backpack, nudged Tanjiro's hand before swiftly disappearing into the debris. Having accomplished this crucial task, Tanjiro instructed Nezuko to continue carrying him as they patrolled for any remaining survivors or lingering threats. As they passed the periphery of the explosion's epicenter, they beheld the slowly dissipating forms of Jotaro and Daki's heads. Tanjiro stepped forward to halt their quarrel. The siblings continued their argument until, in their final moments, Tanjiro's words prompted a reconciliation, and they transformed into motes of light, vanishing completely in the dawn's light. Silently, Tanjiro observed, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, a figure appeared, accompanied by the faint sound of slithering. It was the serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield, his gaze sweeping over the injured, ultimately resting on Yuzui Tenjin, supported by his 3 wives, and on Takedo Muichiro, still lying on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. After listening to Tenjin recount the events, his tone bore the familiar sharpness of his character. Is that so? Oh, it's Upper Moon 6. The lowest of the Hashira, and the one who ranks second to last, Muichiro. Though merely the 6th, you did manage to defeat an Upper Moon, which is indeed commendable. Even if you are only a 6th, I shall offer you a word of praise. Muichiro remained silent, her eyes closed, offering no reaction. Tenjin looked at Iguro in exasperation. There's nothing to be happy about just because you praised us. The reactions of his 3 wives varied. Hinetsuru appeared resigned, while Makio and Suma displayed anger. Suma boldly pointed at Iguro. You took your sweet time getting here. I'm going to beat you up. However, upon noticing the arrowhead coiled around Iguro's neck, she screamed and retreated to Tenjin's side. Ignoring the commotion, Iguro pointed at Tenjin and Muichiro. You both nearly met your demise over a mere skirmish with Upper Moon 6. How long will it take for you to recover? Tenjin, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to grin. Do not worry. Once we heal, we shall return to duty. Muichiro nodded slightly in agreement. Iguro scoffed. How perceptive. Your caliber far exceeds that of those inexperienced newcomers who have just arrived. Tenjin cast a glance at Tanjiro and the others, a hint of pride lacing his voice. The young ones you despise the most have indeed grown. Iguro raised an eyebrow. Looking at Tanjiro, who, though disheveled, possessed a resolute gaze, as well as at the awake Zenitsu and Inosuke beside him, his tone tinged with surprise. You must be joking. They survived? Meanwhile, at the distant Kenroji estate, Yoya Kenroji, bedridden and frail, suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood. Nearby, his sister, Kenroji Tane, hurriedly supported him, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lord Yoya. However, on the pallid visage of Kanamori Yoya, an expression of profound relief, even excitement, emerged. He clutched Amano's hand tightly, his voice trembling yet imbued with strength. Is it truly so? Have they vanquished the Upper Moons? Well done, Tenjin, Kimitsu, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke. After a century of unchanging circumstances is finally beginning to shift. He spoke fervently, dismissing Amano's attempts to temper his fervor. Do you comprehend? Amano. Destiny is on the verge of a monumental transformation. The ripples of this change will undoubtedly extend far and wide, drawing everything in its wake and inciting tremendous upheaval. Ultimately, it will be directed towards that man. In this generation, we shall eradicate you. Muzan Kabutsuji. We shall obliterate you, the sole blemish upon our clan. As he concluded, his emotions overwhelmed him, prompting a violent bout of coughing that expelled more blood. The children, hastening to his side, gazed at their father in alarm. Amano, suppressing his concern, calmly directed the children to prepare medicines and clean towels. Back at the ruins of Yoshiwara, Yuzui Tenjin, with the careful assistance of his 3 wives, prepared to depart. Taketu Kimitsu remained unable to move, surrounded by Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, who was barely able to walk. We did it. Tanjiro gazed at his surviving comrades, his voice thick with emotion. Oh, how wonderful. Zenitsu cried, a mix of laughter and tears. Inosuke snorted, yet there was a glimmer of relief in his eyes. A sense of survival. At that moment, a large contingent of the covert forces finally arrived at the scene, and upon witnessing the devastation akin to a natural disaster, everyone inhaled sharply. Quick, split up and search. Look for survivors. The captain of the covert team commanded loudly. Soon, a member spotted the group supporting one another. Along with Nezuko, the only one still standing, holding the others up. He shouted excitedly, found them. Over here. They are alive. The covert team members rushed over, producing stretchers to carefully lift the severely injured Kimitsu, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke. Nezuko quietly followed alongside her brother's stretcher. The sun had fully risen, its golden rays generously illuminating the ravaged land, and casting light upon the battered figures of the warriors who had ultimately triumphed. They would be taken to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment, awaiting the day when they would be healed and ready to confront the next challenge. Chapter 45. Journey to the Swordsmith Village. 2 months passed, the air within the Butterfly Mansion infused with the scents of herbs and the tranquility of slumber. It was on a sun-drenched afternoon that Tanjiro was jolted awake by Inosuke's distinctive, beast-like howl, echoing from the rooftop. "Hey, Tanjiro, are you awake? If you keep sleeping, you'll turn to stone." Inosuke's voice boomed, brimming with the wild energy of recovery. Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, adjusting to the long-absent light. He felt his body still weak, but the oppressive fatigue was dissipating. Just then, the door to his room gently swung open, and Kanao entered, cradling a bouquet of fresh wild chrysanthemums. Upon seeing him awake, she quickly placed them on his bedside and observed him quietly. Following closely behind was Aoi Kanzaki. Accompanied by the 3 little ones from the Butterfly Mansion, even the now lively Zenitsu squeezed in, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression of relief. "Tanjiro, you're finally awake. I thought you'd sleep until next year." Zenitsu lunged forward, ready to resume his customary wailing, only to be gently restrained by Aoi. Tanjiro looked at the familiar faces gathered around his bed. A warm current surged through his heart. He struggled to sit up, and Kanao gently assisted him. "Thank you all." Tanjiro's voice was still hoarse. He glanced around, but did not see the familiar figure always cloaked in white silk. "Where's Miss Kimitsu?" he inquired. Aoi replied, "Lady Takadu woke up about half a month before you. Once her injuries stabilized, she left the Butterfly Mansion, saying she needed to participate in a secret mission with Lady Shinobu." Tanjiro pondered, vaguely suspecting that this might be related to the Upper Moon blood they had previously collected, as well as the research of Lady Tamayo. However, he said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, Takatu Kimitsu had already awakened. Her recovery abilities were extraordinary, and coupled with the precise control of her breathing technique, she had immediately immersed herself in more urgent work after her condition stabilized. Collaborating with Shinobu and the hidden Tamayo, they were jointly developing a potion targeting Musen Kabutsuji and the life-draining effects of the mark. The blood of Upper Moon 6 contained elements strikingly similar to Musen's essence, leading to groundbreaking progress in their long stagnant research. They toiled day and night, confident that the day of success was not far off. During the month following Tanjiro's awakening, he recuperated peacefully at the Butterfly Mansion, gradually regaining his strength through treatment. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuke had already been whisked away by Kaijiro Rengoku for a new round of more rigorous training, embarking on relatively simple missions to hone their skills. Takatu Kimitsu, however, remained wholly engrossed in the development of the potion, returning to her room at headquarters only during rare moments of respite. Yet, the relentless intensity of her work, combined with her still healing injuries, did not go unnoticed by Shinobu and Tamayo, who recognized her fatigue. Moreover, a pressing reality loomed before them. Her Nichiren blade had been shattered during the fierce battle with Upper Moon 6. Tanjiro's sword had suffered severe damage as well. Unfortunately, the swordsmith who forged their blades had lost contact during this period. "Kimitsu, you need to rest, and you also require a new sword," Shinobu stated firmly during a brief intermission in one of their experiments. "Let us go to the swordsmith village. The environment there is tranquil, conducive for healing, and it houses the finest swordsmiths. Both your sword and Tanjiro's need to be reforged." Takatu Kimitsu paused for a moment, glancing at the final report on the potion's progress, which had entered the stabilization testing phase, in her hand, and nodded. She indeed felt the weight of her limits. A suitable Nichiren blade was an indispensable source of strength. Coincidentally, her 2 older brothers, Takatu Yuiichi and Takeda Muichiro, had also incurred damage to their Nichiren blades during a particularly challenging mission. Upon contacting their shared swordsmith, Mr. Tetsuzui, they received the heart-rending news that the always cheerful elder, who had wished for the safety and happiness of the 3 siblings, had passed away peacefully a month prior due to a sudden heart attack. The 3 siblings reconvened at headquarters, preparing to journey together to the swordsmith village. Their new swordsmith was said to be a disciple of Mr. Tetsuzui, named Kane Morigozo. Upon seeing his sister, Yuiichi's typically serious countenance darkened with concern. He scrutinized Kimitsu from head to toe, and despite her wearing loose-fitting clothing, he could still sense her weakness and the hidden injuries she bore. "What have you done to yourself this time?" His voice was laced with suppressed anger. "How many times must I tell you that no task is worth risking your life? Do you believe you are made of iron?" His agitation mounted, casting a glance at Muichiro beside him. "And you, as the elder brother, can't you keep a closer watch over her?" Muichiro, wearing his customary slightly cheerful yet somewhat helpless smile, did not retort. Takatu Kimitsu lowered her gaze, obediently absorbing her brother's admonishments, nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. They all knew that Yuiichi's ire stemmed from his deep-seated concern. Once Yuiichi had vented his frustration, the atmosphere lightened slightly. It was then that Muichiro spoke softly. A hint of nostalgia in his tone. Mr. Tetsuzi left us far too suddenly. Indeed, Yunming replied softly, harboring a hope for their safety and happiness. Yuiichiro let out a low hum, his tone shifting to a more somber note. That old man has fulfilled his own wish, departing in peace. He paused, attempting to steer the conversation away from the sorrowful atmosphere, musing about the craftsmanship of the iron hide and steel, hoping that they wouldn't squander their precious jade steel. With the decision made, the trio wasted no time. The journey to the swordsmith village was both fixed and rigorous. They were required to blindfold themselves and plug their ears. Carried by members of the hidden, navigating through a series of relays and a complex route. Only the guiding Raven Crow knew the direction. And with each leg of the journey, the carrying hidden member and the guiding Raven would switch, deliberately taking a circuitous route, traversing mountains and valleys to ensure the absolute secrecy of the village's location. It was a long and bumpy journey, deprived of sight and sound. They could only feel the undulations of their bodies and the steady footsteps of the hidden members. Shitou Yunming leaned against the back of a hidden member, eyes closed, feeling the tumultuous energy within her that had yet to settle, and the anticipation for the new Nichiren blade. She knew her brothers were nearby, and this silent companionship brought her solace. Time passed unmeasured, and with the changing of hidden members. When the final one gently set them down and removed their blindfolds and earplugs, they beheld a village hidden in the deep mountains, resounding with the clinks of metalwork. The air was infused with the scents of charcoal, metal, and the unique sulfur of hot springs. This was the swordsmith village. The guiding hidden member respectfully announced before quietly retreating. Before they could thoroughly examine this secluded village, a vibrant and sweet voice called out, "Ah, it's the Shitou siblings. You've come too." There stood Kanroji Mitsuri not far away, vigorously waving her hand, her pastel green ponytail swaying joyfully with her movements. She held her Nichiren blade, resembling a soft sword, which required special care. Miss Kanroji, Shitou Yunming nodded gently. Yuiichiro and Muichiro also offered a nod in greeting. "I'm here to repair my sword," Mitsuri exclaimed happily. Then noticing Yunming's slightly pale complexion, she inquired, "Miss Yunming, how is your injury? I heard you defeated the upper moon. That's truly impressive." Her gaze curiously flitted between Yuiichiro and Muichiro. "You three siblings have come together? That's quite rare. Our sword was also damaged during the mission," Yuiichiro succinctly explained. "I see." Mitsuri blinked her large eyes, suddenly suggesting, "I heard the village's hot springs are very effective for recovery. Miss Yunming, would you like to join me for a soak? It's very soothing." Shitou Yunming glanced at her brothers, but Yuiichiro immediately turned his face away. "You go ahead." He clearly had little interest in accompanying his sister to the hot springs and deemed it inconvenient. Muichiro smiled as well. "I'll go with Yuiichiro to the back mountain. I heard the terrain there is quite good, and we can stretch our muscles." He referred to their usual practice, a common way for the brothers to communicate. Thus, the three siblings temporarily parted ways. Mitsuri affectionately linked arms with Shitou Yunming, leading her towards the hot springs while chattering excitedly, sharing tales of the village. Meanwhile, Shitou Yuiichiro and Shitou Muichiro exchanged glances and walked towards the rear of the village, covered by lush forests, preparing to hone their swordsmanship in their own way during the days of awaiting the forging of their new blades. Life in Swordsmith Village quietly commenced in this seemingly mundane yet expectant atmosphere. Chapter 46, Daily Life in Swordsmith Village, Whispers of the Hot Springs. 1. Following Kanroji Mitsuri's lively steps, Shitou Yunming arrived at the hot spring area of Swordsmith Village. Nestled against the mountains, the air was thick with a more potent sulfur aroma, mingling with the fragrant essence of the forest, leading one to feel an involuntary relaxation. The hot spring cabins were simply divided into changing rooms. The two entered one, and Mitsuri swiftly began to unfasten her intricate and unique uniform, continuing her cheerful introduction. The hot springs here are said to contain special minerals that are particularly effective for alleviating fatigue and healing hidden injuries. Miss Yunming, with such severe injuries, you must soak frequently. Shitou Yunming replied softly, her movements deliberate and imbued with an inherent tranquility. She first removed her signature blue and white gradient haori, then peeled off her inner garments. Finally, she reached up to untie the simple hairband that had long bound her flowing hair. In that moment, it cascaded down like a waterfall of starlight or the gentle glow of moonlight. Her extraordinarily long white hair fell freely, its pure hue transitioning at the tips into a tranquil and profound blue, as if dyed by the sky or deep sea. The lengthy strands nearly touched the ground. With a hint of excess, instinctively, Yunming cradled the abundant ends of her hair to prevent them from dragging. "Wow!" Mitsuri exclaimed. Already donned in her yukata and preparing to undo her braid, her bright green eyes widening in awe at the sight. Miss Yunming, your hair is so long, so beautiful, like a waterfall woven from moonlight. And the tips are blue. How unique, how lovely. Shitou Yunming slightly turned her head to glance at Mitsuri. At that moment, Mitsuri also let her long hair down, the locks cascading to her waist, primarily a tender pink, but with the tips curiously displaying a fresh grass green. Reminiscent of the blend of early spring cherry blossoms and new leaves, equally captivating. Your hair is beautiful as well, Miss Kenroji. Yunming's voice remained as calm as ever, yet laced with sincerity. The fusion of pink and green exuded vitality, perfectly complementing her. Really? Really? Mitsuri's cheeks flushed a deeper hue, akin to a ripe apple, as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Very few people ever compliment my hair. Her voice trailed off, and a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered across her usually vibrant eyes. Shitou Yunming remained silent, yet her perceptive intuition, akin to the most delicate gauze, gently brushed against Mitsuri's emotions. She distinctly sensed the sudden swell of mixed feelings, self-doubt, grievance, and sadness, that contrasted sharply with Mitsuri's typical cheerful exterior. The two wrapped themselves in towels and stepped into the steaming outdoor hot spring. The warm water enveloped them, dispelling the chill of the deep mountains and the weariness accumulated over time. They leaned against the smooth rocks at the edge of the pool, allowing the warm water to wash over their shoulders. After a moment of silence, Shitou Yunming gazed at the swirling steam rising before them and quietly stated, not as a question but as a declaration, once, someone hurt you because of your uniqueness. Mitsuri's body quivered slightly, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Yunming. Despite the latter's gaze not being directed at her, there was an uncanny sense that she understood everything. In the relaxing atmosphere of the hot springs, under the silent watch of those blue eyes that seemed to reflect the depths of the heart, even though Yunming was not intentionally looking at her at that moment, the corners of Mitsuri's heart that she had long buried and was reluctant to touch appeared gently opened. She lowered her head, gazing at her blurred reflection in the water, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible hitch. Yes, I was once very strong, and I had a large appetite. The color of my hair is strange because I ate too many sakura leaf cakes as a child. She hesitantly recounted the painful experiences of her past, how others had looked at her with fear and disdain, comparing her to bears, pigs, and cows, and how they insulted her, declaring that no one would ever wish to marry a girl like her. At that moment, I truly felt peculiar, like an unwanted monster. Mitsuri's voice grew softer, and tears silently streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the warmth of the hot spring. Takatu Muichiro listened quietly, refraining from interruption. Once Mitsuri finished speaking, she slowly responded. Miss Kenroji, what do you believe enables us to become Hashira? Mitsuri lifted her tear-filled gaze, somewhat bewildered. It is precisely due to our differences. Takatu Muichiro's voice was clear and calm, akin to a mountain stream cascading over rocks. The extraordinary strength we possess serves as the foundation for protecting the vulnerable. The unique traits bestowed upon us by the heavens may be the credentials that allow us to reach higher realms. Your strength, your hair color, all constitute the singular pieces of the puzzle that form the formidable and beautiful existence of Kenroji Mitsuri. She slightly turned her head to look at Mitsuri. Although her gaze lacked focus, it enveloped Mitsuri in a warmth of complete understanding and acceptance. The one who denied you sees only the superficial and the shallow. He cannot comprehend, nor can he bear the value of your essence. His words are like the summer insects chirping on ice, utterly insignificant. Muichiro's tone was unadorned yet imbued with a resolute strength. The Demon Slayer core needs your power. This world requires vibrant, resilient lives like yours that dare to blossom. Please do not allow narrow-minded perspectives to diminish your self-worth. Mitsuri listened, entranced, as the grievances and shadows in her heart seemed to dissolve, gradually melting away with the warmth of the hot spring. Indeed, her current strength could protect many, and Mr. Iguro had never found her odd. Instead, he would gift her lovely socks, and powerful individuals like Muichiro and Rengoku Kyujiro affirmed her worth. Tears flowed more freely from Mitsuri, but this time, they resembled tears of relief. She nodded vigorously, revealing a tear-streaked, yet radiant smile. Thank you. I think I understand a little. With her heart unburdened, the atmosphere lightened instantly. Mitsuri regained her usual vivacity, chattering incessantly about the best meals in the swordsmith village, amusing anecdotes from her recent missions. And her curiosity mixed with a hint of fear and fondness for Mr. Iguro's snake, named Dumuru. Takatu Muichiro mostly remained a quiet listener, occasionally responding with a brief remark or posing a succinct question to encourage Mitsuri to continue. Her presence resembled the hot spring itself, embracing and warm, allowing Mitsuri to share everything without restraint. Meanwhile, on a relatively flat expanse behind the swordsmith village, Takatu Yuiichi and Takatu Muichiro stood facing one another. Both had changed into comfortable training attire, wielding wooden swords as temporary substitutes for their Nichiren blades. Let us begin. Yuiichi's tone was concise, his gaze sharp. Muichiro wore his signature, somewhat ethereal smile, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, both figures sprang into action simultaneously. Yuiichi's swordsmanship was fierce and swift, imbued with an undeniable decisiveness. The sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air was sharp and piercing, with attacks directed at vital points. His mist breathing was unpredictable, like sudden fog rising in the mountains, obscuring vision and concealing lethal intent. Muichiro's movements, on the other hand, were more agile and graceful. His mist breathing emphasized fluidity and rhythm. The wooden sword in his hand seemed to lose its weight, its trajectory elusive, sometimes flowing like drifting clouds, and at other times erupting with astonishing speed and power like the morning sun. He consistently evaded Yuiichi's strikes by mere inches, swiftly countering with exquisite precision. The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed crisply through the forest. The two brothers were intimately familiar with each other's breathing rhythms and combat habits, transforming the sparring into a harmonious dance of fierce competition. Sweat quickly soaked their garments, yet their eyes remained intensely focused, honing their skills through each clash while solidifying their unspoken bond. Back at the hot spring, the mist enveloped them, and the laughter gradually faded. Mitsuri leaned against the edge of the pool, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this feels incredible. It's as if all my fatigue has been washed away. Takatu Muichiro gently murmured in agreement, relishing the penetrating warmth of the hot spring that nourished her weary body. She held her long, flowing blue hair, gazing into the mist swirling through the valley, her thoughts drifting far away. Chapter 47. Daily Life in the Swordsmith Village. 2. The warmth of the hot spring seeped deeply into their bones, dispelling the fatigue and the lingering pain from recent days. When Takatu Muichiro and Kanroji Mitsuri emerged from the hot spring, their cheeks flushed. The sunset had painted the horizon in warm shades of orange and red. Ah, I'm so hungry, Mitsuri exclaimed, rubbing her belly with a cute whine. Muichiro, let us hurry to the butterfly mansion for dinner. The food in the swordsmith village is fantastic. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Takatu Muichiro nodded slightly, readying her remarkably long white hair, the blue tips shimmering in the twilight. The two walked side by side towards the butterfly mansion, a place run by female swordsmiths that served as both an inn and a dining hall. The restaurant within the butterfly mansion was spacious and cozy, and at that moment, enticing aromas of food wafted through the air. Upon entering, they spotted Takatu Yuiichi and Muichiro seated at a long table by the window, steaming dishes laid out before them. They appeared to have just finished training, with their hair tips still damp from sweat. Yuiichi, Muichiro, Mitsuri greeted them energetically, pulling Muichiro to sit beside them. Yuiichi glanced up at his sister, noting her slightly flushed face, and nodded almost imperceptibly in acknowledgement before his gaze fell upon the deep brown, fragrant simmered daikon radish on his plate, which he began to pick at with his chopsticks. Muichiro smiled back and asked, Miss Kanroji, was the hot spring enjoyable? It was so comfortable. Mitsuri nodded vigorously, her eyes darting to the menu in excitement. Wow, they have matsutake rice today, and salt-grilled sea bream and chikuzen and I. She immediately turned to the lady taking orders and said, Please bring me 5 servings of matsutake rice, 2 sea bream, and a large portion of chikuzen and I. Yes, just these for now? The lady taking the order, clearly accustomed to Mitsuri's appetite, smiled and noted it down without showing surprise. Soon, the fragrant matsutake rice was served, glistening with oil and accompanied by shredded carrots, matsutake mushrooms, and bacon, igniting their appetites. The salt-grilled sea bream was golden and crispy on the outside, while the chikuzen and I featured lotus roots, burdock, chicken, and other ingredients perfectly stewed. Mitsuri clasped her hands together and cheerfully declared, I'm going to dig in, before eagerly starting her meal. Takatu Muichiro's appetite was more moderate. She ordered a serving of matsutake rice and specifically requested a small dish of pickled plums. She ate her food in small bites, clearly enjoying the tangy plums. Yuiichi quietly consumed his simmered daikon and rice, showing little interest in the sea bream and other dishes. Muichiro, however, savored the matsutake rice and simmered daikon, occasionally picking at the chicken in the chikuzen and I with a composed demeanor. This matsutake rice is delicious. The rice has the perfect chew, and the matsutake is so fragrant. Mitsuri exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed, her words muffled with delight. The sea bream is perfectly grilled too. She glanced across the table at the quiet trio of brothers, particularly at Yuiichi, who was fixated on his daikon and couldn't help but ask, Yuiichi, aren't you going to try the sea bream? It's really tasty. Yuiichi did not look up, responding curtly, too much trouble to pick bones. Muichiro gently explained from the side, my brother has a more traditional palate. He prefers these stewed dishes. He then offered a piece of tender burdock to his elder brother. Brother, This is quite flavorful. Yuiichiro cast a fleeting glance and ultimately accepted the dish, leisurely savoring his meal. Observing this exchange, Muichiro's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile. Mitsuri watched their tacit understanding, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She also noted that Takatu Mujin seemed particularly fond of the plate of plums, taking one with every few bites of rice. Miss Mujin certainly has a penchant for sour flavors, Mitsuri remarked, swallowing her food. My favorite, however, remains Sakura Machi. Its pink hue, sweetness, and the fragrant aroma of cherry leaves are simply delightful. As she spoke, a dreamy expression graced her face, and she instinctively touched the tips of her pastel green hair. Mujin softly acknowledged her with a gentle hum. Suddenly, Mitsuri remembered something important and lowered her voice. I heard that the one responsible for forging my sword is the esteemed village chief, Tetsuzan Kaori. He is incredibly talented. My sword was crafted by him. Both soft and sharp. Her tone brimmed with pride, and then she turned to the Takatu siblings. And what about you? Miss Mujin's sword must be the work of Mr. Kenitetsuka, right? At the mention of Kenitetsuka Hayu, Takatu Mujin paused her meal slightly. Yuiichiro took over the conversation, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. Yes, Mujin's sword has always been forged by Mr. Kenitetsuka. However, he glanced at his sister. His and Tanjiro's swords have been consecutively damaged, and it seems Mr. Kenitetsuka is quite furious. We heard before coming here that he has been hiding in the swordsmith village, whereabouts unknown. Yuiichiro let out a cold snort, his tone complicated. That wind chime lunatic values his swords more than life itself. You've shattered his painstaking creations one after another. It's fortunate he hasn't fainted on the spot. Now he is hiding away, likely not wishing to see you sword destroyers again. Takatu Mujin fell silent, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the empty scabbard. She indeed felt a profound sense of guilt. Although Mr. Kenitetsuka exhibited eccentric behavior, his unparalleled dedication and love for swordsmithing resulted in blades that perfectly complemented her breathing techniques. The breaking of her sword was beyond her desire, yet the outcome had undeniably wounded the artisan's heart. She had hoped to communicate with Mr. Kenitetsuka in person during this visit, but it seemed that even that wish had become a luxury. Mitsuri looked at Mujin sympathetically. Mr. Kenitetsuka is undoubtedly a very devoted person, yet his skills are beyond reproach. Miss Mujin, do not worry too much, perhaps the other swordsmiths in the village. Her words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear to all. For a proud swordsmith like him, having others take over Kenitetsuka's work would likely be another blow. Mujin gently shook her head, her voice soft. No need. I shall wait for him. Dinner concluded in a somewhat somber atmosphere. As night fully descended, the swordsmith village fell silent, save for the distant sound of hammering and the whispering winds through the mountains. Mitsuri, content, rubbed her belly and retreated to her room, quietly slipping a small package of her homemade Sakura Machi to Mujin. Miss Mujin, do give it a try, though it's quite sweet. A bite might uplift your spirits when you're feeling down. The Takatu siblings returned to their respective rooms in the butterfly mansion. Yuiichiro continued to study the breathing technique scrolls under the oil lamp. Muichiro stood still in the courtyard, gazing at the night sky. Meanwhile, Takatu Mujin sat by the unlit window, staring at the twinkling stars outside, holding the pink Sakura Machi in her hand, savoring it slowly. The emptiness of her lost sword and concern for the absent swordsmith rendered the night particularly prolonged. She understood that the path to reforging a fine blade might prove to be more arduous than she had imagined. Chapter 48, Daily Life in the Swordsmith Village. Tanjiro arrives. 3. A month's time was sufficient for the herbs and recuperation at the butterfly mansion to mend most of the physical wounds. Tanjiro Kamado felt his strength returning to his limbs, and his breathing had become longer and more fluid. However, the emptiness of the unoccupied scabbard constantly reminded him of an unfinished matter, his Nichiren blade, and the swordsmith who had disappeared after its break. He submitted a request to his lord, Ubuyashiki Yoyai, to visit the swordsmith village and soon received approval. Accompanied by Nezuko, Tanjiro once again traversed the long and winding journey, blindfolded and earplugged, carried by the members of the shadows. When the blindfold and earplugs were removed, it was already afternoon, and the familiar air of the swordsmith village, mingled with the scent of charcoal and forest, greeted him. Thank you very much. I appreciate all your hard work. Tanjiro called out loudly and sincerely towards the last departing member of the shadows, his voice echoing through the valley. At that moment, in an outdoor hot spring somewhere in the village, Mitsuri Kenroji, submerged in the warm water, suddenly raised her head, her emerald eyes blinking. Huh. I heard a voice of gratitude. Is someone arriving? How exciting. Beside her, Takatu Mujin, eyes closed in meditation, nodded slightly, the white gauze set aside. Her voice calm and steady. Yes, that is Tanjiro's voice. Tanjiro stood before the village chief, Tetsuzan Kawahara. This elder, the smallest in stature yet the highest in rank within the village, had white hair, rosy cheeks, and kind eyes that sparkled with warmth. Nice to meet you, village chief. Tanjiro greeted respectfully. Oh, you've arrived. Tetsuzan Kawahara smiled warmly, his voice gentle. You understand the rules of the village, right? Be sure to follow them. Yes. I am Tanjiro Kamadu. I look forward to your guidance. Tanjiro bowed deeply again. What a good child. Come here, come here. The chief beckoned, retrieving a basin filled with flour candy from the side. Try some, it's delicious. Tanjiro accepted the basin with both hands, took a piece, and bit into it. His eyes lighting up. Thank you. This is wonderful. Isn't it tasty? The chief's eyes crinkled with delight, but then, as if recalling something, his tone shifted to one of mild exasperation. By the way, Hayu has gone missing. We are searching for him as well. Please bear with it for now. Hayu? Tanjiro expressed confusion at the endearing term. That would be Kinatetsuka Hayu, the chief explained, pride evident in his voice. I named him. Isn't it adorable? Unfortunately, he found it too cute and scolded me for it. He mimicked Hayu's likely irritable tone before sighing. He is always like that, throwing tantrums and disappearing without a trace. Lady Mugen has been here for quite some time because of this. I truly apologize. Miss Mugen is here too. Tanjiro realized, then recalled his own sword had been broken. Hastily apologizing, oh, it's my fault. I didn't mean to break the sword. It was just a chip. Before he could finish, the chief's amiable expression shifted dramatically, his tone turning serious. No, it's that child's fault. A sword he made should never break. This indicates his skills are still lacking. One of the two swordsmiths, resembling guards standing nearby, immediately began to crack his wrists, producing popping sounds. Once we find him, we'll bring him back. Rest assured. The other nodded vigorously in agreement. The chief nodded in satisfaction. Tanjiro felt sweat bead on his forehead and quickly waved his hands. Please, don't be too rough. Subsequently, the chief arranged for someone to guide Tanjiro to the back mountain, claiming that the hot springs there were extraordinarily effective for healing injuries and strengthening the body. As the villager led the way, he described the therapeutic benefits of the springs, causing Tanjiro to nod repeatedly in acknowledgement. Just as the guide left to prepare meals, a voice filled with excitement echoed from above. It's Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Suddenly, Mitsuri Kanroji dashed down the slope from the hot spring area at an astonishing speed, her pink-green hair and the hem of her yukata fluttering in the wind. Be careful. This is dangerous. Tanjiro exclaimed as he witnessed Mitsuri on the verge of falling due to inertia. Instinctively, he reached out and deftly grasped the back of her yukata, averting a potential wardrobe malfunction, a perilous situation indeed. At that moment, Takedo Muichiro casually descended the slope, evidently having been unable to prevent Mitsuri's impulsive behavior. Once Mitsuri regained her balance, she seemed entirely unfazed by the earlier scare, instead expressing her grievances to Tanjiro with a pout. Tanjiro, I was just over there, and someone completely ignored me. I greeted him, and he didn't even respond. She squatted down, gesturing animatedly, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. Who is it? Tanjiro inquired, puzzled. I don't know. Mitsuri huffed indignantly. Just then, Muichiro, who had moved closer, softly provided the answer. He is the adopted son of Mr. Haimaho. Kaneo Tsuyuri. I was just asking for his name, and he ignored me. Isn't that rude? I'm a Hashira after all. My good mood about soaking in the hot springs has been completely ruined. Mitsuri continued her lament while remaining crouched. Muichiro knelt beside her, gently patting her back, his voice still cool but imbued with a soothing undertone. Kaneo has a rather introverted disposition. He did not intend to offend. Tanjiro quickly offered words of comfort and attempted to shift the topic. Mitsuri, dinner will be served soon. I hear it's matsutake rice. Really? Upon hearing about food, Mitsuri's troubles instantly faded, her eyes sparkling anew as she eagerly tugged at Muichiro. Miss Muichiro, let us hurry back and continue soaking. Afterward, we can enjoy a hearty meal. With that, she bounced back, dragging the somewhat exasperated Muichiro along. Muichiro, in turn, took Nezuko's hand, who had quietly followed behind, and together they returned to the hot spring area. Tanjiro watched them leave, exhaling in relief, and decided to indulge in a soak to relieve his fatigue. However, he did not anticipate that in the hot spring, he would encounter the very Kaneo Tsuyuri who had ignored Mitsuri, resulting in an unexpectedly close initial greeting. It was primarily Kaneo's fierce gaze and dismissive demeanor that left Tanjiro perplexed. As dinner time approached, the Butterfly Mansion's dining hall buzzed with excitement. Takedo Muichiro, Mitsuri, Tanjiro, Nezuko, along with Takedo Yuiichiro and Muichiro, gathered around the long table. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, the most enticing of which was the fragrant matsutake rice. Tanjiro gazed in admiration at the mountain of rice and dishes before Mitsuri, exclaiming, Miss Mitsuri, You truly are impressive. Only by eating so much can you possess such strength. I must endeavor to eat more. Nezuko seemed particularly drawn to the tranquil aura emanating from Takedo Muichiro, snuggling into her embrace. Muichiro observed this scene with a gentle smile in his eyes. Yuiichiro, despite maintaining a stoic expression, allowed his gaze to linger on Tanjiro and Nezuko for a moment. They often heard their sister speak of this brave pair of siblings and had already recognized Tanjiro's resilience and Nezuko's uniqueness in their hearts. Eating more will expedite your recovery, Yuiichiro suggested, pushing a plate of fresh vegetables closer to Tanjiro, beneficial for replenishing energy. Without a word, Yuiichiro discreetly nudged a perfectly grilled salt-crusted sea bream nearer to Tanjiro. Though the meaning was unmistakable, Tanjiro felt the warmth of this unspoken kindness and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yuiichiro. Thank you, Mr. Muichiro. During a lull in the meal, Tanjiro could not resist bringing up the earlier incident by the hot springs. Inquiring Mitsuri about Kaneo Tsuyuri and his relationship with the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Mitsuri swallowed her food and replied, "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I only know they are brothers. After Sanemi became a Hashira, he has been particularly harsh on Kaneo, as if he wishes to drive him away. Yet, Kaneo still joined the Demon Slayer Corps." She tilted her head, puzzled. "I have 4 siblings myself, and we get along quite well. So I don't quite understand the situation between the Tsuyuri brothers. They seem a bit intimidating." Tanjiro pondered thoughtfully. "I see. Why is that?" His curiosity about the intricacies of their relationship was piqued. He instinctively glanced at the Takedo siblings across from him. Muichiro gently set down his chopsticks and spoke in a calm voice. "The bonds between family can sometimes manifest in unexpected ways. What matters is not to give up on understanding." His words bore a wisdom that transcended age. Yuiichiro grunted, his tone still brusque. Yet his message was not dismissive. "Since you have chosen the same path, you will come to understand in time." He cast a sidelong glance at Tanjiro, adding, "Just like you two." At that moment, Nezuko hopped down from Michiro's arms and dashed over to Mitsuri. Mitsuri playfully teased her. "What's wrong, Nezuko? Hee. I'm going to tickle you." Nezuko erupted into giggles, rolling on the tatami mat. Muichiro observed the playful interaction between Nezuko and Mitsuri, then glanced at her brothers, who, though expressing support in their own ways, were nonetheless united in their encouragement of the Kamadu siblings. A soft light flickered in his blue eyes. After dinner, the Takedo siblings departed first. Yuiichiro attentively adjusted Yuichiro's slightly askew collar. Although Yuiichiro still wore an inscrutable expression, he did not shy away. The 3 of them walked side by side along the path back to their lodging, their figures elongated in the moonlight, radiating an unspoken camaraderie and bond. Tanjiro and Mitsuri, meanwhile, held Nezuko's hands, unknowingly wandering near the small dwelling where Kaneo was temporarily staying, hoping to attempt communication once more, only to find the interior empty. Before long, Mitsuri's Nichiren blade was repaired, and a member of the Hashira appeared to report its completion. "Wonderful. My love breathing can be fully unleashed once again." She then bid farewell to Tanjiro and Nezuko, exclaiming, "Tanjiro, Nezuko, I must take my leave first. You both are amazing. I support you." Nezuko emitted a soft whimper of reluctance, tugging at Mitsuri's clothing. Tanjiro nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Miss Mitsuri, but I still have a long way to go. My previous victory was thanks to Mr. Yuzui and Miss Muichiro. I will continue to strive diligently, determined to defeat Muzan Kabutsuji." Mitsuri was moved by his resolve, and upon confirming that Tanjiro would remain here for a while, she leaned closer, lowering her voice to share a secret. "Tanjiro, let me tell you a secret about this village. It conceals weapons that can make one stronger. Make sure to explore thoroughly." With that, she waved goodbye to the arriving Hashira member and swiftly vanished into the twilight. Tanjiro stood still, reflecting on Mitsuri's words, gazing at the tranquil yet secret-laden swordsmith village before him, his heart brimming with newfound anticipation. The search for Mr. Kanazuchi, the quest to uncover the secrets of strength, and the enigma of the Tsuyuri brothers. His life in the swordsmith village seemed to have only just begun. The night was gentle, the stars began to twinkle, and new challenges and opportunities were quietly gestating. Chapter 49, Conflict. In the early morning, the mist flowed through the valley like a delicate veil, and Takedo Muichiro stood quietly in an open area on the back mountain of the swordsmith village, awaiting the elusive Mr. Kanazuchi. She was aware that this obstinate blacksmith was still brooding over the simultaneous damage done to their Nichiren blades, currently sulking somewhere within the village. However, Muichiro was not in a hurry. When one seeks a favor, patience is a virtue. Rather than fretting during her sister's wait, they might as well seek out the rumored automaton. Just after finishing their morning practice, Yuichiro sheathed his sword, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his brow. He was referring to the combat training automaton, Model 01, said to be located in the village. Muichiro nodded slightly. Her newly developed Rin breathing was still in its infancy, and indeed required more effective training methods for refinement. Yuiichiro stood quietly at her side, his gaze already directed deep into the forest. Thanks to Muichiro's innate keen perception, the three of them quickly located their target in a secluded area on the back mountain. A youth adorned with a fiery mask and a low ponytail stood anxiously guard before a figure shrouded in cloth, his striped kimono strikingly vivid in the morning light. "Hey, kid," Yuiichiro stated bluntly, "let us borrow that doll behind you." Little Tetsu bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately raising his defenses. "Enough already. Can't you take a hint?" Yuichiro's tone remained calm and unwavering. "You should be the one to exercise restraint. Squabbling is merely a waste of time. If I say no, then it's no. Go away." Little Tetsu waved his arms in agitation, his voice betraying a clear sense of resistance beneath his mask. Yunming gently interjected, attempting to ease the tension, "We merely require it for training. I assure you, we won't cause it any significant harm. I don't care if you're Hashira. Don't presume to dictate terms." Little Tetsu spread his arms wide, positioning himself defiantly before the Yuiichi Zero. "This is a treasure crafted by my ancestors, modeled after Yuiichi Tsukunodo. You all need to leave. I will not give you the key, nor will I divulge its methods." Yuichiro's patience waned rapidly as he stepped forward, his voice firm and unyielding. "Hand over the key." His tone brooked no argument. Nairo stepped up alongside him. "We cannot afford to waste time here." Yunming stood between her two elder brothers, sensing the tumult of fear, stubbornness, and deep-seated helplessness roiling within little Tetsu. She spoke softly, "We understand this is a treasured heirloom. But given the current dire circumstances, lives are lost every moment to the jaws of demons. We must enhance our strength without delay." At that moment, Tanjiro Kamado burst forth from the nearby thicket. "Please wait." He first apologized for his loud voice before quickly interposing himself between little Tetsu and the Shitou siblings. "Miss Yunming, you cannot compel a child like this." Yuichiro frowned slightly. "Your voice is too loud. You might disturb Yunming." Yunming shook her head gently. "I sensed Tanjiro's presence long before. It's quite all right." She had indeed detected the familiar aura as Tanjiro approached. Tanjiro stood resolutely before little Tetsu, his gaze earnest. "Please let this child be. Show him some kindness." Yuichiro scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. "You are weak. The weak have no right to dictate terms." "Brother," Yunming softly admonished. Her brow slightly furrowed beneath her veil. She understood her brother's eagerness to bolster their power, yet she also recognized the validity of Tanjiro's words. Yuichiro's gaze fell upon the wooden box slung over Tanjiro's back, recalling the presence of Nezuko within. He reached for the box, only to be swiftly rebuffed by Tanjiro. "Hey!" Yuichiro warned, his eyes sharp. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro pulled little Tetsu from the Shitou brothers' encirclement. "Are you all right?" Yet little Tetsu rejected his help, pushing him away forcefully. "Let go of me. I won't give the key to anyone, not even under torture. If you use it again, it will break." Yuichiro retorted sarcastically. "Have you undergone torture training? Most adults can't withstand it, let alone you. It seems you're rather dull." Nairo's voice remained calm, yet carried an oppressive weight. "And if it breaks, we can simply craft another. Do you realize how many lives are lost while you prattle on? This is the consequence of hindering the Hashira. The value of their time is vastly different from yours." Yuichiro pressed on. "Now, hand over the key. Know your place. You're not a mere child. The blacksmith cannot fight. They cannot save lives, for they are craftsmen." "Please, don't say that." Yunming interjected softly, sensing little Tetsu's feelings of grievance and helplessness. "Brothers, we could be a bit more tactful." She understood that while little Tetsu's words were sharp, he deeply cherished this ancestral legacy. Tanjiro again swatted away the Shitou brothers' hands, reaching for little Tetsu, his expression filled with disapproval. "I find this particularly uncomfortable. How should I put it? Considerate? You are being exceedingly inconsiderate. It is quite cruel." "Cruelty, you say?" Yuichiro began, but was interrupted by Tanjiro. "While much of what you say is fundamentally correct, I cannot say you are wrong. The blacksmith's role is critical and deserving of respect." Tanjiro inhaled deeply, his voice resolute and clear. "The blacksmith possesses exceptional skills, distinct from those of the swordsman. Without their forging, we would achieve nothing. Swordsmen and blacksmiths are mutually dependent. We are all engaged in battle, striving tirelessly on our respective fronts." Yunming nodded slightly, her eyes beneath the veil reflecting agreement. "Tanjiro speaks wisely. Brothers, we must also strive to understand the blacksmith's perspective." As she spoke, she keenly sensed that Mr. Kanetetsu was concealed behind a nearby tree, though she refrained from revealing his presence. Since he chose to hide, he must have his reasons. She felt the blacksmith observing everything from the shadows. Yuichiro and Nairo fell into contemplation, Tanjiro's words indeed struck a chord. However, the urgency of the impending battle and the pressing need to enhance their strength ultimately prevailed. You make a valid point, Nairo said calmly, but we still require the doll. Yunming added softly, this doll will significantly enhance our strength, greatly aiding us in vanquishing demons. We will do our utmost to avoid damaging it. She turned to little Tetsu, her tone gentle yet resolute. Please trust us. No sooner had she finished speaking than Nairo suddenly struck, a precise chop landing on Tanjiro's nape. Surprise flickered in Tanjiro's eyes. And before he could react, he crumpled to the ground. Little Tetsu gasped in shock, his face paling beneath the mask. Don't worry, we will handle it with care. Yunming assured little Tetsu as she followed her brothers towards Yuiichiro. In that fleeting moment of turning, she could distinctly sense little Tetsu's despair and helplessness. Yet for the greater good of combating demons, such firmness seemed a necessary sacrifice in her eyes. Once the trio's figures vanished in the direction of the doll, Kanatetsu cautiously emerged from behind the tree. He gazed at the unconscious Tanjiro, shaking his head in resignation, then looked towards the direction the Shitou siblings had departed. His expression complex. The morning light had completely dispersed the mountain mist. A new training session was about to commence. And this conflict arising from differing stances would ultimately find a subtle equilibrium under a shared objective. Chapter 50, Yuiichiro and the Inherited Blade. After obtaining the key, the Shitou siblings approached the figure of Yuiichiro. When the covering cloth was lifted, revealing the doll with 6 arms. Its ancient and oppressive form elicited a slight solemnity even from the already informed Shitou brothers. The training commenced immediately. Nairo was the first to step forward. Initiating the breath of mist, his figure flowing like vapor, engaging in combat with the doll wielding 6 wooden swords, its movements swift as the wind. The clash of wooden swords echoed like a torrential downpour, as Nairo weaved through the doll's storm-like assaults, seeking the fleeting openings. Next was Yuiichiro, whose breath of mist became even more fierce, his swordsmanship radiant as the dawn, striking with precision and lethality in a head-on confrontation with the doll. Testing their limits against one another, Yunming stood quietly to the side, meticulously observing the doll's movement patterns. When her turn arrived, she refrained from employing her still immature breath of frost, instead opting for the solid water breathing technique. Her swordsmanship flowed effortlessly, like water, skillfully neutralizing the doll's multiple attacks. Though less aggressive than her brothers, she focused more on observation and understanding, attempting to fathom the principles underlying this ancient mechanism. Meanwhile, hidden behind the distant grass, the awakened Tanjiro and little Tetsu cautiously peered on. Impressive. Tanjiro gazed down at the legendary battle unfolding below between the Tsutomu siblings and the automaton. Particularly striking were the 2 youthful boys, of a similar age to himself, who had already ascended to the rank of Hashira. A surge of admiration and a hint of self-doubt welled up within him. Was this the might of the Hashira? Meanwhile, Kodai anxiously clenched his fists. His gaze fixated on the UN-10, fearful of its potential damage. They mustn't ruin my precious treasure. In the midst of battle, Tsutomu Kumo paused slightly. Her extraordinary senses had already detected the distant onlookers. As she deftly blocked an automaton's horizontal slash, she quietly warned her brothers, who were just about to switch places. Brother, over there in the grass, Tanjiro and that child are watching. Let us be cautious not to damage the automaton. Yuiichiro snorted, shaking his slightly numb wrist. Understood, troublesome brat. Muichiro merely nodded in agreement, expressing his acknowledgement. Tanjiro, from afar, softly reassured Kodai. Don't worry, Kodai. Miss Kumo promised to be careful. He observed the 3 siblings below, showcasing remarkable strength and synergy in their combat, and marveled. They appear to be around my age, yet they are already so powerful, truly worthy of being Hashira. At that moment, 3 crows descended, fluttering their wings as they landed on nearby branches. Tsutomu Muichiro's crow, Jin, shook its black feathers. Its eyes, proud beneath long lashes, betraying a sharp intelligence. Upon hearing Tanjiro's admiration, it immediately interjected with a piercing voice. Of course. They are the descendants of the sun-breathing practitioners. They are geniuses, not of your world. Wahaha. Tsutomu Kumo's crow, Suki, adorned with a delicate blue wreath of shirin grass, possessed lively blue eyes and spoke with a gentle exuberance. Indeed, indeed. Lord Muichiro, Lord Yuiichiro, and Lady Kumo are all exceedingly formidable. Tsutomu Yuichiro's crow, Moku, entirely cloaked in black, bore a piercing gaze that radiated an aura of aloofness, coldly adding, undoubtedly. Tanjiro and Kodai exchanged astonished glances at the trio of crows. Are you the Tsutomu's crows? Tanjiro inquired with curiosity. So, the sun-breathing technique originates from them. They are indeed descendants of such formidable individuals. The 3 crows puffed out their chests, brimming with pride. Tanjiro then glanced down at Kumo, who was skillfully evading a series of strikes with the water-breathing technique, and voiced his confusion. But it seems they are not employing sun-breathing right now? Shut up, Jin screeched, as if stepped upon, suddenly ruffled, and darting over to flap its wings against Tanjiro's head. Do you dare question a genius's choice of breathing technique? Ah, Jin, don't be like that. Suki hurriedly flew over to calm the situation. Moku, maintaining its stoic demeanor, pecked Tanjiro's forehead lightly, expressing discontent. Surrounded by the three crows, Tanjiro flailed helplessly. Ah, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Tanjiro as he gazed at the six-armed automaton, and he exclaimed with excitement, I remember. I dreamed of this automaton. Alongside someone wearing sunflower paper earrings, the three crows halted their assault, perching on Tanjiro's shoulders and head, collectively mocking him. Jin remarked, Are you daft? Have you ever been to this village? What a ridiculous daydream. Suki chimed in. Oh, have you dreamed of it? What a curious fate. Moku added, coolly, a fool's dream. Jin continued to taunt. Have you really been to this village? It seems you were lost in dreams. Did you know a samurai from the Sengoku era? How old are you then? Haha. Tanjiro, overwhelmed by their relentless teasing, felt his face flush with embarrassment, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. He lowered his head and murmured, I'm sorry, I must seem strange. Not at all. Not at all. Kodai fervently shook his head, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Tanjiro. This must be the inheritance of memories. People in our village often say that life is passed down, not just in appearance, but also in memory. What you dreamt must be a memory of your ancestors. Tanjiro lifted his head, astonished by Kodai's understanding. Warmth flooding his heart. Jin was still shouting, daydream, daydream. Suki, however, spoke gently. He makes a compelling point. That is quite insightful. Moku remained silent, maintaining its aloof demeanor. Tanjiro expressed his gratitude to Kodai. Thank you, you are truly kind. Jin turned its head dismissively. It was then that Tanjiro remembered to introduce himself. I am Tanjiro Kamadu, and you are? I am Kodai. Kodai replied, glaring at Jin and Moku. You don't need to pay any mind to those wicked-eyed ones, and that sharp-tongued mother crow. The gentle one is quite nice. Hey, who are you talking about? Jin and Moku protested in unison. Tanjiro quickly interjected. Everyone, let us not quarrel. At that moment, a loud crash erupted from the training ground below. Startled, they turned to look. It was Yuiichiro, during an intense exchange, who had inadvertently shattered a wooden armor piece on the automaton's arm. Fragments scattered across the ground. Kodai's face drained of color, a wave of anger and sorrow overtaking him as he cried out, My Yuin-10. He turned and ran off, tears streaming down his face. Kodai. Tanjiro hastily pursued him, casting a worried glance back at the training ground. In the training arena, Tsutomu Kumo sighed lightly upon seeing the damaged armor. Oh dear, brothers. Yuiichiro frowned, examining his hand, seemingly surprised. I lost control of my strength. Muichiro calmly remarked, Be more careful next time. For them, causing slight damage during training appeared to be an acceptable risk, as long as the core functionality remained intact. After finally catching up and comforting the distraught Kodai, promising to assist in repairs, they returned near the training ground. At that moment, the Tsutomu siblings seemed to have just concluded their training and were preparing to depart. Is it over already? Tanjiro inquired. Tsutomu Muichiro regarded him, his gaze seemingly contemplating before focusing. The practice has concluded. The results are satisfactory. You are Tanjiro, correct? Tsutomu Yuiichiro merely acknowledged with a curt Tsutomu Kumo explained to Tanjiro and Kodai. The automaton is not irreparably damaged. Only its outer armor is affected, and it should be reparable. Upon hearing this, Kodai dashed over to examine his beloved automaton closely. Tanjiro followed suit, and as he turned back, he noticed the three crows had each settled onto their respective owners' shoulders. Jin held its head high in triumph. Suki gently nuzzled Kumo's cheek, while Moku scanned the surroundings with a keen gaze. Tanjiro sensed that Kumo's brothers bore no ill will towards him, yet the disdain emanating from Jin and Moku was unmistakable. Later, fueled by a complex desire to impress the Tsutomu siblings, Kodai resolved to assist Tanjiro in becoming stronger. Utilizing Yuin-10, he began to rigorously train Tanjiro. Through repeated failures and explorations, Tanjiro grew increasingly adept at wielding the dance of the fire god. In a crucial training session with real blades, inspiration struck Tanjiro, and he delivered a decisive blow, severing the head of Yuin-10. As the head rolled away, the automaton ceased its movements, leaving both Kodai and Tanjiro in stunned silence. However, as Kodai approached to inspect the automaton, he discovered an ancient yet well-preserved katana hidden at the next connection point. The blade still shimmered with a subdued, cold light, as though it had been in slumber for centuries. What is this? Little Iron's voice trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, This blade boasts a history of at least 300 years. It has been concealed within the Yuiichi Type 0. Tanjiro gazed at the ancient sword, sensing a profound resonance emanating from it, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Without hesitation, Little Iron presented the sword to Tanjiro, declaring, "Tanjiro, this blade rightfully belongs to you. It must be connected to your dreams and your ancestors." Just as Tanjiro cradled the ancient sword, overwhelmed with gratitude and confusion, a figure appeared abruptly, like a phantom, snatching the sword from his grasp with alarming swiftness. It was none other than the long-missing Kanetetsu Shinjiro. Adorned with a fire demon mask, he exuded an electrifying fervor that felt almost tangible. "This blade, this exquisite steel, this craftsmanship," he murmured, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. "Kanetetsu-san." Tanjiro gasped in astonishment. Kanetetsu abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the mask, seemingly glaring at Tanjiro, yet his attention remained fixated on the sword. "I shall forge it anew, combining it with fresh steel. It will undoubtedly become a magnificent weapon." His voice resonated with an undeniable excitement. It became evident that he had been observing from the shadows, and the sight of this rare ancient blade had completely eclipsed his anger towards Tanjiro for breaking his sword. Prior to this, thanks to his keen perception and patient waiting, Kaname Tsutomu had already encountered the hidden Kanetetsu by a secluded waterfall outside the village. During that meeting, Tsutomu witnessed the suppressed fury of the swordsmith for the first time. He had genuinely contemplated using the kitchen knife he carried to strike her. However, Tsutomu maintained a demeanor of respect and apology, earnestly explaining the brutality of the battle and the unfortunate breaking of the sword, once again earnestly requesting him to forge a blade for her. Perhaps moved by her sincerity, or perhaps lamenting the waste of her potential, Kanetetsu grudgingly forgave her, stipulating only that she ensure not to break the new sword so easily. The arrival of Kanetetsu heralded not only a resolution for Tanjiro, but also for Tsutomu's new sword. The ancient legacy intertwined with newfound hope seemed to silently exchange hands beneath the sun of the swordsmith village, cradling the ancient sword as if it were a rare gem. Kanetetsu swiftly vanished into the woods, this time heading towards the forge. Chapter 51, Daily Life, Waiting. Since that day when Kanetetsu had whisked away the ancient sword like a tempest, the rhythm of the swordsmith village appeared to have returned to its usual cadence. Albeit with an undercurrent of secret anticipation in the air, Tanjiro became a frequent visitor to Little Iron, engaging in arduous training day after day. The Tsutomu siblings temporarily set aside their puppet training, immersing themselves instead in refining their breathing techniques and recuperating. On a warm afternoon, sunlight cascaded gently over the backyard of the butterfly mansion. Tsutomu Yunmei sat alone on the porch, a steaming cup of warm water steeped with pickled plums beside her. She still wore a white veil, calmly attuning herself to a newly blossomed hydrangea in the courtyard, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the wooden walkway, as if mimicking the rhythm of a particular sword technique. In her mind, she repeatedly rehearsed the forms of the breath of frost, combining her previous experiences battling the puppets, striving to discover more exquisite points of control and explosive power. "Miss Yunmei," a gentle voice called out. Tanjiro approached, unbeknownst to him, his face glistening with sweat and fatigue from training, yet his eyes remained bright. Nezuko's wooden box rested quietly at his feet. Yunmei slightly tilted her head in acknowledgement. "Any news from Kanetetsu-san?" Tanjiro asked, scratching his head, somewhat bashful. He felt a twinge of anxiety regarding his new sword and the delay it caused for Miss Yunmei. "None yet," Yunmei replied softly. When Kanetetsu-san is engrossed in his work, he dislikes being disturbed. She understood the craftsman's habits. Once he immersed himself in forging, he became utterly cut off from the outside world. This waiting was the patience required to earn his acknowledgement of the blade. Tanjiro nodded in understanding and settled down nearby under the eaves, gazing at the courtyard. "I understand. It's just that seeing Mr. Muichiro and Mr. Yuiichi practicing with their swords makes me a bit anxious." He paused, a genuine admiration crossing his face. "Miss Yunmei, you seem remarkably calm." "Anxiety is futile," Yunmei replied, lifting her cup to sip the slightly sour plum water. Only with a tranquil mind can one perceive the breath of the sword. This was her insight as both a swordsman and a patient waitress. Tanjiro pondered her words. Just then, a cheerful fluttering sound resonated, and Tsukuyami, adorned with a clover crown, gracefully landed on Yunmei's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. "Tsukuyami," Yunmei murmured, gently stroking the crow's feathers. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure darted past. Landing steadily on the railing of the eaves, Jinji, raising his head, cast a glance at Tanjiro with his large eyes framed by long eyelashes, letting out an ambiguous huff. Mako, the silent sentinel, perched in the shadows of the courtyard wall, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings. Tanjiro chuckled at the trio of distinctly different crows and attempted to greet Ginji. Hello, Ginji. Who gave you permission to call me by my name? You fool. And it's Lord Ginji. Ginji immediately flared up, flapping his wings. Wait, don't be like that, Tsukuyami interjected. Lack of discipline, Mako coldly added, echoing Ginji's sentiment. Tanjiro shrank his neck at the reprimand, but still maintained his good-natured demeanor. I apologize, Lord Ginji. At that moment, Tsutomu Muichiro and Yuiichiro emerged from inside. Muichiro held a roll of somewhat aged parchment, seemingly an ancient text. Yuiichiro maintained his usual stoic expression, but his gaze softened momentarily when it fell upon his sister. Brother, Yunmei softly called. Muichiro nodded and sat down beside Yunmei, unfurling the parchment to examine it. Yuiichiro leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his eyes gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, Ginji immediately flew to Muichiro's shoulder, preening his feathers with pride, as if showcasing his special perch. Tsukuyami remained obediently on Yunmei's shoulder, while Mako stayed motionless on the wall. The courtyard fell into a serene quietude. Only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional rustle of Muichiro turning the pages of the parchment breaking the stillness. Tanjiro observed the harmonious interplay among the Tsutomu siblings, and the restlessness born of waiting strangely began to calm within him. He imitated Yunmei, closing his eyes and attempting to adjust his breathing, attuning himself to the flow of the surrounding air, the warmth of the sunlight, the fragrance of the plants, the distant sounds of hammering, and the steady rhythms of his companion's breaths and heartbeats. After a while, Little Iron poked his head around the corner, tools in hand, seemingly preparing to maintain the Yuiichiro Type 0. Spotting the group on the porch, he hesitated for a moment before approaching. Tanjiro and Tsutomu Dano, Little Iron greeted softly. Tanjiro smiled in response. Little Iron, you arrived just in time. Take a break. Yuiichiro glanced at him, but said nothing. Muichiro looked up from the parchment, offering a slight nod. Yunmei inclined her head in acknowledgement. Little Iron timidly sat beside Tanjiro, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the Tsutomu siblings, particularly the quietly seated Yunmei and the reading Muichiro, his eyes reflecting a blend of reverence and lingering discontent due to the earlier incident with the broken armor. Upon seeing Little Iron, Ginji quickly found a new target, screeching, Hey, kid, your puppet hasn't fallen apart yet, has it? Tsukuyami gently intervened. Ginji, don't say that. Mako coldly snorted in agreement with Ginji. Little Tetsu shot a disgruntled glare at Inzi, but refrained from retorting. Tanjiro swiftly diverted the conversation, inquiring, Tetsu, do you know where in the village I might find more resilient cables? I wish to see if I can reinforce the arm joints of the Yuiichiro Type 0. The mention of his doll instantly ignited Tetsu's enthusiasm, prompting him to gesture animatedly as he explained. Tanjiro listened attentively, occasionally posing questions. Unbeknownst to him, Takedo Muichiro's gaze had shifted from the parchment, now focused on the two engaged in discussion, seemingly listening in silence. Although Takedo Yuiichiro continued to avert his eyes, his ears appeared to twitch slightly. Kyumo, quietly sipping on his plum water, absorbed the tranquil atmosphere that flowed through the courtyard, the companionship of his brothers, the vivacity of Tanjiro and Tetsu, and even the lively, albeit noisy, interactions of the three crows made this waiting period anything but tedious. She understood that Mr. Kanatetsu was pouring all his heart and skill into his forge somewhere amidst a roaring blaze. Their task was to use this fleeting tranquility to adjust their states, preparing to welcome the new companion that lay ahead. The sun began its descent, casting a warm golden hue over the courtyard. Having concluded their discussion, Tanjiro and Tetsu prepared to visit the doll for practical application of their ideas. Takedo Muichiro folded the parchment and rose to his feet. Takedo Yuiichiro finally stirred, seemingly intending to return indoors. Miss Kyumo, we shall be on our way. Tanjiro bid farewell to Kyumo. Kyumo nodded gently, watching Tanjiro and Tetsu depart. Along with the moonlight that had settled back on her shoulder, a barely perceptible smile curved her lips. Waiting, perhaps, was not solely a torment, but also held moments like this, warm and worthy of treasuring. She redirected her gaze to the cluster of hydrangeas, softly whispering to herself, What will my new blade be like? As night enveloped the village, the lights of the swordsmith village flickered to life, the brightest glow undoubtedly emanating from Kanatetsu's forge. Hope, it seemed, was quietly germinating amidst the clanging of hammers. Chapter 52, The Crisis of the Swordsmith Village, The Night Visitor. On that clear morning, Tanjiro Kamado endeavored to forge a friendship with the solitary and fierce-eyed Genya Tsujikoni, only to be unceremoniously ejected from the room. Rubbing his slightly sore shoulder, Tanjiro sighed in resignation but remained undeterred. Upon returning to his room, he noticed Nezuko quietly seated by the window and, on a whim, decided to clumsily yet patiently braid her hair into 3 strands, mimicking the hairstyle of Mitsuri Kanroji from memory. Nezuko seemed to delight in it, obediently sitting still and occasionally emitting satisfied murmurs as her brother styled her hair. As nightfall quietly descended, the swordsmith village was enveloped in a serene stillness, save for the lingering warmth of steam from the hot springs. A returning swordsmith, passing along the village path, was captivated by a peculiar pot resting by the roadside. Its vibrant color and bizarre patterns shimmered ominously in the moonlight. Curiously, he bent down to inspect it. But just as his fingertips were about to brush the pot's surface, the opening suddenly gaped wide, and an unseen force yanked him inside in an instant. Moments later, the pot opened once more, expelling a grotesquely contorted and lifeless body. Not far away, in the shadow of another half of the roof, a strangely shaped demon with pale skin, adorned with fish fins and multiple small arms, lay silently, its yellow eyes glinting with a cruel, gleeful light. In the deeper shadows, the figure of an elderly man with a swollen forehead, his features resembling a ghoul, flickered into view, his eyes reflecting a complex interplay of fear and malice. Meanwhile, Takedo Kyumo and the Takedo brothers had arrived outside Tanjiro's room. Sensing the steady rhythm of breathing within, Kyumo gently knocked on the door and, without waiting for a response, opened it. Inside, Tanjiro and Nezuko lay deep in slumber on the tatami mats. Tanjiro slept soundly, while Nezuko curled up beside him. Her newly braided hair spread loosely over the pillow, exuding a serene tranquility. The Takedo siblings entered the room silently, settling naturally onto the tatami beside Tanjiro, as if it were merely a routine nighttime visit. Once seated, Takedo Muichiro's gaze fell upon Tanjiro's face, and he reached out, pinching his nose with precision. Tanjiro, feeling a sudden constriction in his breathing, stirred in his sleep, jolting awake. He propped himself up, squinting in the dim light to discern the three Tokidos surrounding him, his expression a mix of confusion and the disorientation of awakening. "Ah, Takedo? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Tanjiro exclaimed, instantly alert, instinctively scanning his surroundings. "Oh right. Did you just pinch my nose?" He rubbed his nose, oblivious to the peculiarity of three Hashira gathering in his room at such an hour. Takedo Muichiro, kneeling on the tatami, sat upright, his expression impassive as he acknowledged, "I did. I thought your reaction was rather dull." His tone was flat, as though stating a mere fact. Takedo Yuiichiro, adopting a more relaxed posture with his elbows resting on his knees, succinctly clarified their purpose. "Takahira is our new swordsmith. We cannot locate him. Do you know where he is?" Realizing their intent, Tanjiro immediately sat up, leaning forward with enthusiasm. "I'll accompany you. The more people, the quicker we can find him." Takedo Yuiichiro regarded Tanjiro's unfeigned eagerness with a furrowed brow, a hint of perplexity evident. "Why do you care so much about others? Shouldn't you focus on your own responsibilities?" To him, the path of self-improvement was the only righteous course. Yet Tanjiro responded without hesitation, his eyes clear and resolute even in the dimness. "If we help one another, it ultimately returns to ourselves. Besides, I also wish to find Kanetetsu. It's fortuitous to have company." This declaration momentarily startled both Takedo Yuiichiro and Muichiro. Their gazes shifted to Tanjiro, the earlier aloofness giving way to an unspoken consideration. Such unabashed concern and altruism were rare among those they encountered, reminiscent of the occasional care their own sister displayed towards her comrades. Just then, Nezuko, roused by the conversation, sat up drowsily, seemingly curious about the commotion. Her little head bobbed abruptly upward, colliding directly with Tanjiro's chin. "Ouch!" Tanjiro yelped, momentarily forgetting his own discomfort as he bent down to check on his sister. "Nezuko, you're awake? Are you hurt?" Nezuko appeared completely unfazed by the impact. Instead, she flailed her little arms on the tatami, reenacting the moment of collision with her brother, seemingly intrigued by whose head was harder, emitting soft murmurs of curiosity. Takedo Muichiro seemed to still be immersed in Tanjiro's earlier words about mutual assistance, his gaze somewhat vacant, kneeling there, as if pondering an incomprehensible conundrum. Takedo Yuiichiro remained silent, his eyes shifting between Tanjiro and Nezuko. Noticing this, Takedo Komoi edged closer, gently pulling the lively Nezuko into his embrace while soothingly patting her back. Tanjiro, rubbing his chin, proposed once more, "Let us go find Mr. Tetsuzan together." Both Takedo Muichiro and Yuichiro's gazes converged, drawn to the curious Nezuko, who was still wriggling in Komoi's hold. This little girl emanated a pure and peculiar aura on the tatami mat, evoking an indescribable sense of intrigue within them. "This child is rather strange," Muichiro suddenly remarked, his tone devoid of any derision, resembling a pure observation. "Is she really strange?" Tanjiro asked nervously, glancing at his sister and unconsciously adopting a formal tone. Muichiro tilted his head as if struggling to recall, his eyes somewhat dazed. "Can I not clearly express that I have seen her before?" Tanjiro, mimicking Michiro's head tilt instinctively, endeavored to comprehend. Observing this synchronized display, Nezuko also tilted her small head adorably, imitating the two. Unable to resist, Yuiichiro interjected calmly. You have seen her. At the pillar assembly, he had grown accustomed to his brother's occasional lapses in memory. Komoe gently added to awaken Michiro's recollection. That day at the pillar meeting, I mentioned the Kamadu siblings to you. Oh, Muichiro exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, his vacant expression refocusing as he nodded, recollecting the moment. In this somewhat peculiar atmosphere of communication, the expressions of Takedo Komoe and Tanjiro simultaneously sharpened. Tanjiro's keen sense of smell detected a faint yet potent scent of blood and foreboding wafting from outside the door. Meanwhile, Komoe's extraordinary perception discerned a powerful, cold, and malevolent presence mingling with the tranquility of the village night. A presence not singular, but multiple. One emanated a twisted artistry and cruel arrogance, while another was more complex, seemingly composed of fragments of various emotions, its core radiating extreme timidity and malevolence. Outside, Tanjiro lowered his voice, his gaze instantly sharpening as he pressed his hand firmly against the tatami, his body tense. Komoe gradually pushed Nezuko towards Tanjiro, her previously relaxed posture instantly shifting. Her back straightened, and the tranquility in her blue eyes vanished, replaced with icy vigilance. She subtly raised her hand, signaling her brother and Tanjiro to be on guard. The air within the room grew thick with tension. Creak. A slight, grating sound pierced the silence. The door they occupied was being slowly pushed open from the outside. A shadow, elongated and distorted by the moonlight, first stepped into the tatami room. Chapter 53, The Deadly Battle in the Swordsmith Village, Part 1. The door creaked open, revealing a trembling figure, sobbing as it crawled inside. It was an old man with empty eyes, a swollen forehead, protruding horns, and a face reminiscent of a wrathful apparition, curled up in anguish. Tears streaming down his cheeks as he muttered incessantly, "No, please don't bully me, it hurts so much." However, in Komoe's perception, this seemingly pitiable old man was enveloped in an overwhelming stench of malevolent aura that was nauseating. Almost instantaneously, as he crawled into the room, Komoe surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, wielding the makeshift trial Nichiren blade, which sliced downward with a chilling intensity. First form, frost dance of the breath of the mist. The pale blue arc of ice cleaved towards the old man's neck, accompanied by a flurry of icy mist. Yet, the old man's movements were eerily swift. His cries abruptly ceased as he leapt upwards like a gecko, narrowly evading the strike. His limbs clinging to the beams of the ceiling while still wailing, "It hurts so much." Simultaneously, both Takedo Yuiichiro and Muichiro grasped their respective trial blades, their figures flickering as they blocked the demon's potential escape routes. Tanjiro immediately seized his training blade, his expression sharp as he inhaled deeply. Hinakami Kagura, Sunlight Dance. The searing thrust surged toward the demon on the roof like a miniature sun. Nezuko emitted a low growl, her eyes turning crimson, veins protruding on her forehead as her petite form unleashed an astounding force, leaping with ferocity to deliver a powerful kick to the demon's back, sending it crashing down from the roof. "Nezuko, don't transform like this. It will only worsen your condition," Tanjiro exclaimed anxiously, constantly worrying about his sister losing control. In the moment the demon hit the ground, the Takedo siblings showcased an astonishing synergy, 3 trial blades thrusting simultaneously from different angles, converging precisely at the demon's neck. With a sickening squelch, the head was severed. "Takedo, do not let your guard down," Tanjiro warned, drawing upon his experience from battles with various upper moons. His warning was far from redundant. The headless body did not dissipate. Instead, it convulsed violently, swelling and instantaneously splitting into 2 distinctly different entities. One donned a kimono, its tongue inscribed with the character for wrath, wielding a staff entwined with lightning. The other was bare-chested, its tongue marked with the character for joy, brandishing a massive folding fan. The wrath demon lashed out with its lightning staff, bolts of electricity erupting forth. The joy demon, meanwhile, laughed gleefully as it fanned the air, generating a violent gust that slammed into Takedo Yuiichiro and Muichiro, sending them flying. "Brother," Komoe attempted to catch them, but only managed to grasp at the hem of their garments. In midair, Yuiichiro reacted swiftly, grabbing hold of Muichiro's arm, just before they were hurled out of the room. Muichiro calmly advised, "We will be fine. We will return soon. Be careful." The 2 figures vanished into the night, like kites severed from their strings, leaving behind a whirlwind of pressure and shattered doors and windows. Now, only Takedo Komoe, Tanjiro, and the demonized Nezuko remained, facing the 2 formidable demons that had just emerged. The Wrath Demon's lightning staff crackled ominously, sending blinding arcs of electricity towards Tanjiro and Komoe. "Watch out," Tanjiro attempted to push Kamui aside, but found himself too close to evade entirely. In that critical moment, a gunshot shattered the night. From the roof, a specially crafted bullet struck the Wrath Demon's staff with precision. Though it caused minimal damage, it successfully disrupted the gathering of electricity, causing the lightning to veer off course, barely grazing Tanjiro and Kamui as it tore through the wall behind them, leaving a charred hole. All eyes turned upward to see the indomitable Jinya, who had appeared at the gaping hole in the roof, gripping a black double-barreled shotgun with fierce intent, his expression taut. His previous impatience from his earlier confrontation with Tanjiro still evident. Yet, his timely intervention proved invaluable. Tanjiro, Jinya bellowed, acknowledging him while locking his gaze firmly on the two demons below. Jinya, Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. However, the crisis was far from averted. The Joy Demon fanned its folding fan again, unleashing an even stronger gust, while the Wrath Demon began to gather its lightning once more. These demons just keep multiplying. Tanjiro shouted in desperation. This method of beheading is futile. They are intentionally luring us into it. As if to validate his words, the old man's body, which had been kicked down by Nezuko and was supposed to perish, began to writhe once more, splitting into two new entities. One bore wings, its lower half resembling that of a bird, with the character for joy inscribed upon its tongue. The other was clad in warrior garb, wielding a cross-patterned spear, with the character for sorrow etched upon its tongue. Empty joy and utter sorrow. The four demons represented four extremes of emotion, transforming the small room into a bloody arena. The entity of joy opened its beak-like mouth, emitting a soundless shriek, an overwhelmingly destructive sound wave hitting Tanjiro and Mitsuri like a tangible force, causing them to feel dizzy and their eardrums to throb painfully. Meanwhile, sorrow silently thrust forth its cross-patterned spear, unleashing invisible shockwaves that sliced through the air, sealing off their escape routes. Nezuko, protect Tanjiro. Mitsuri, suppressing her discomfort, called out sharply, her trial blade moving rapidly in a defensive maneuver. Invoking the third form of the Breath of Frost, Ice Barrier. A swirling vortex of ice and fine ice shards instantaneously formed a circular shield around her and Tanjiro, barely withstanding the combined assault of sound and shockwaves, the surface of the ice shield cracking under the immense pressure. Seizing the moment, the ceiling's Jinya fired once more. The bullet aimed at the entity of joy in an attempt to interrupt its sonic onslaught. However, with a swing of Sorrow's spear, a shockwave accurately intercepted the bullet. Cola laughed merrily, once again fanning the air with a hand fan, this time directing the ferocious wind pressure primarily at Jinya on the roof, sending him, along with the shattered tiles, soaring into the air. Jinya! Tanjiro exclaimed in alarm. Amidst the chaos, the entity of joy utilized its flight ability, diving down like a hawk. Its talons seizing Tanjiro, who was slowed by the sonic assault, crashing through the wall and carrying him away from the room, soaring towards the forest beyond the village. Tanjiro! Mitsuri yearned to pursue, but found herself ensnared by the accumulating fury of lightning and the shockwaves of sorrow. Nezuko emitted a furious roar, intent on chasing after her brother, yet was thwarted by the violent winds conjured by Cola. Now, within the room remained only Mitsuri, Nezuko, and the recently struggling Jinya, faced with the relentless assault of the enraged demons, Cola and Sorrow. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was being taken deeper into the unknown forest by the entity of joy. Clutched in joy's grasp, Tanjiro soared through the night sky at breakneck speed, the intense wind pressure nearly preventing him from opening his eyes. Yet he did not relent, striving to adjust his breathing, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. In a clearing within the forest, joy hurled Tanjiro violently to the ground. Tanjiro rolled to dissipate the impact, immediately assuming a defensive stance with his blade. Joy seemed to revel in the exhilaration of toying with its prey, circling around and unleashing another piercing sound wave attack. Tanjiro felt as if his head was about to explode, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, employing total concentration breathing to temporarily seal off his hearing, relying on his sense of smell and sight to track the enemy's movements. He recalled his battles with the Daki siblings, remembering his father and Rengoku's teachings, the trajectory of the breath of the sun becoming ever clearer in his mind. No longer hesitating, he initiated his assault. Dance of the Fire God, Rondo. A searing arc of flame slashed toward Joy. However, Joy was exceedingly swift, easily evading the attack, and once more interfering with sound waves. The battle was extraordinarily arduous. New wounds continuously opened upon Tanjiro's body, yet he refused to surrender. In a moment of close quarters, inspiration struck him, and he thrust the tip of his blade toward Joy's tongue, inscribed with the character for joy. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced flesh. Joy emitted a wretched scream, its sound wave assault abruptly ceasing, and its regeneration visibly slowing for a moment. The tongue. Attacking their tongues can delay their regeneration. A realization washed over Tanjiro. He struggled to break free from Joy's clutches, relying on his memories of direction and the faint lingering sense of Mitsuri and Nezuko in the air. Desperately rushing towards the village, he had to share this discovery with his companions. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's room had already been reduced to ruins in the fierce battle. Mitsuri, Nezuko, and Jinya stood back to back, fending off the continuous attacks of the three demons. The fury of lightning from anger, the violent winds from Kola, and the shockwaves of sorrow intertwined to form a deadly web. Although Mitsuri's breath of ice was exquisite, under the pressure of the trial blade and the multi-directional assaults, it began to falter, several charred and scratched marks appearing on her body. Nezuko fought tenaciously, utilizing her demonic strength and regenerative capabilities. Yet the characteristics of her transformation became increasingly apparent, causing Mitsuri to worry in silence. Jinya utilized his firearm to harass from a distance, occasionally blocking close-range attacks with his Nichiren blade. His marksmanship was precise, causing significant trouble for the three demons, but bullets were ultimately finite. Fifth form of the breath of frost, frozen rain slash. Mitsuri unleashed several strikes imbued with the effects of frozen rain, forcing back the approaching sorrow. While the ice spikes formed on the ground slightly impeded Kola's movements. Jinya, attack their tongues. Tanjiro's voice suddenly resonated from afar, bloodied and breathless as he rushed back into the battlefield, loudly sharing his revelation. The three felt a surge of energy. They immediately adjusted their tactics, consciously targeting the demons' tongues. However, the Upper Moon demons were not easily subdued. They seemed enraged, their attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Anger roared, lightning cascading down like a waterfall. Kola's wind pressure swept the surrounding ruins into the air. Sorrow's shockwaves fell like dense raindrops. Thunderous explosions erupted in succession, nearly leveling the area. Smoke and dust filled the air, debris flying. The four were scattered by this fierce onslaught, each sustaining significant injuries, temporarily buried beneath the rubble, their breaths faint. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the four demons hovered in the air. Joy had returned as well, sensing the faint breaths below, beginning a meticulous search to utterly shred these defiant swordsmen. Tanjiro found himself trapped beneath several heavy wooden beams, agony and a sense of suffocation overwhelming him. He sensed Nezuko not far away, her breath also faint. I cannot give up, Tanjiro silently shouted within. He thought of his family, of Rengoku, of the countless lives lost to demons. Just then, he felt Nezuko struggling her way toward him, using her small hands to laboriously pry away the beams pinning him down. Then, she bit into her own wrist, allowing her blood, imbued with extraordinary power, to drip onto Tanjiro's tightly gripped Nichiren blade. A surge of searing energy instantly flowed from his palm, coursing throughout his body. Tanjiro felt his forehead heat up, as if some pattern was emerging beneath his skin. And simultaneously, the ordinary training Nichiren blade in his hand began to emanate a faint crimson glow, radiating intense heat. Crimson blade. Patterns. Almost simultaneously, not far away, a pile of rubble was blasted away by an icy force. Mitsuri slowly stood, her trial blade transformed into a crimson, blazing sword. She removed her eye veil, revealing the transparent world. Although she had refrained from fully unleashing her power for the sake of Tanjiro and Jinya's training, the perilous situation compelled her to employ this strength to ensure their safety. Miss Mitsuri. Tanjiro sensed the distinctly different, abyss-like aura emanating from Mitsuri. A mix of astonishment and joy flooding him. Can we still fight? Mitsuri's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Her gaze swept over Jinya and Nezuko, who were also struggling to rise. Yes. Tanjiro clenched the searing crimson blade, feeling the surging power within him. Jinya spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, fiercely nodding in agreement. Nezuko also let out a low growl, signaling her readiness. Armed with the crimson blade and patterns, Tanjiro, alongside Mitsuri's support from the transparent world, saw the tide of battle shift in an instant. The four comrades exhibited an extraordinary synergy. Tanjiro and Nezuko spearheaded the assault, while Yunming, utilizing his ability to foresee the demons' attacks through the transparent world, restrained and froze their movements. Jinya, armed with his firearm and the Nichiren blade, adeptly filled in the gaps, specifically targeting the demons' tongues. Dance of the Fire God, Hyberoten. Tanjiro's strike was imbued with searing flames of retribution. Blood demon art, explosive blood. Nezuko's kick ignited with pink flames. Breath of the Wind, 7th form. Ice pillar thrust. Yunming's thrust was accompanied by frigid ice spikes, slowing the demon's actions. Jinya's bullets and blade always found their mark from the most unexpected angles. Through their exquisite coordination, they finally seized the opportunity. Their strikes landed almost simultaneously upon the necks of four demons. Thud, 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 thud. For heads soared into the air. However, At the moment when Tanjiro's blade descended upon the final head, he was taken aback to witness a faint aura of demonic energy emanating from the nearby Jinya. His skin had turned pallid, his eyes glimmered with crimson, and saliva dripped uncontrollably from his mouth, yet his gaze remained alert, even more ferocious. "Jinya!" Tanjiro exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, Shitou Yunming, ever vigilant for potential changes, swiftly elucidated. It seems he possesses a unique constitution that allows him to temporarily demonize by consuming demon flesh, gaining strength. It appears he just ingested the blood and flesh of a certain clone. Panting, Jinya felt an unfamiliar yet familiar force surging within him and did not deny it. He turned towards Tanjiro, suddenly lunging forward and grasping Tanjiro's neck with a vice-like grip. "Don't get too full of yourself. Only I can slay the upper moon demon." Jinya's voice, now raspy and obsessive from the demonization, dripped with uncontrolled saliva. Tanjiro, finding it difficult to breathe yet not struggling, expressed concern. "Jinya, what's wrong with your saliva? Why is it dripping? And you're still choking me. I am the one destined to be a Hashira. Listen to me, you brat." Jinya growled, seemingly unleashing long-suppressed emotions. Tanjiro gazed back at him, his large eyes brimming with understanding. "I see, I understand. Nezuko, Yunming, and I will fully support you. Let us all give our best. There should be a fifth demon still." Jinya was momentarily taken aback by Tanjiro's unguarded response, loosening his grip unconsciously. "Huh, I know what you're plotting. Don't act like that." He stared into Tanjiro's pure, untainted gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, both Shitou Yunming and Tanjiro sensed a more obscure, timid, yet malevolent presence, akin to the center of a spider's web connecting all the clones. "He is coming," Yunming warned sternly. "It's not over yet." As if to validate her words, the four headless bodies, which had just been decapitated and were expected to dissipate, began to writhe violently once more. Flesh rapidly grew at the wounds, indicating imminent revival. "Once I locate the fifth demon, I will notify you immediately. You must hold on," Tanjiro decisively declared. Trusting his instincts and senses, Yunming nodded gravely, tightening her grip on the crimson blade. Nezuko assumed a battle stance as well. Jinya released Tanjiro's neck, wiped the saliva from his mouth, and his gaze transformed back into one of ferocity, entering the state of combat induced by demonization. Tanjiro closed his eyes, focusing all his breath, amplifying his sense of smell to its zenith, scanning every inch of his surroundings like a radar, filtering out the overwhelming presence of the four demons on the verge of revival, seeking that faint yet crucial core hidden deep within. At that moment, Tanjiro's nostrils became the most refined instruments of battlefield reconnaissance. Enhanced by the total concentration breathing technique, the surrounding scents were magnified infinitely, dissected. The thick metallic tang of his comrade's spattered blood, the acrid scent of charred air from lightning splitting the atmosphere, all these olfactory cues intertwined in his mind, forming a three-dimensional, chaotic labyrinth. Amidst this olfactory mire, a barely perceptible yet venomous presence radiating pure malice and cowardice was instantaneously locked onto. "Found it." The glint in Tanjiro's eyes sharpened, as if he could pierce through layers of darkness. His arm shot forth like an arrow, pointing northeast, his voice imbued with undeniable resolve. "Jinya, over there. Keep going straight. That one, the smallest, curled up like a pebble, is the main body." His words struck like a boulder plummeting into a boiling pot of oil. The four clone demons, previously engaged in a fierce clash with Yunming, suddenly erupted with fury as if their pain points had been struck, the raging fury of the wrathful, the grotesque grin of the mischievous, the shrill shriek of the joyful, and the somber demeanor of the despairing. They collectively unleashed a howl of agony. Their eyes gleamed with murderous intent, completely disregarding Yunming's threat, akin to four malevolent entities breaking free from their shackles, lunging at Tanjiro from different directions. Bent on annihilating this perceptive boy first. "Not on my watch." A chilling rebuke echoed, seemingly imbued with the power to freeze the air itself. Yunming's figure blurred, becoming merely a faint shadow, like the most steadfast shield, intercepting the demons in an instant, placing herself between Tanjiro and the four fiends. The crimson blade in her hand, resonating with her awakening, glowed with an intense heat, slicing through the air in a tragic yet dangerous arc breath of the frost, first form, frost dance. The pale blue arc of her strike accompanied by hissing, icy mist erupted suddenly, instantly depleting the moisture in the air, crystallizing into countless tiny ice shards, forming a formidable defensive ring of extreme cold. The furious assault of the four demons collided violently with this icy barrier, producing a deep thud, abruptly halting their advance. The chilling mist, as if alive, swiftly coiled around their limbs, rendering their movements sluggish and stiff. "Now is the time." Tanjiro's shout rang out like a clarion call. The ever-prepared Jinya and Nezuko sprang into action, transforming into two streaks of shadow, one a deep, menacing purple, the other a warm, vibrant pink, shooting through the gap Yunming had carved. Racing towards the direction Tanjiro had indicated, Jinya's eyes burned with long-repressed fury. The humiliation he had suffered at the hands of the clones was now transmuted into boiling intent to kill. Nezuko, despite her petite frame, unleashed astonishing energy, her crimson eyes reflecting her protective heart for her brother. In the brief moment of opportunity created by Yunming and Tanjiro, the duo quickly identified the target, a diminutive figure, nearly merging with the ground's shadow, huddled within a tree's gnarled roots, quivering and exuding an overwhelming stench of terror. Here, Jinya let out a guttural roar from his chest. The pent-up rage finally unleashed. His arms bulged with muscle as he swung the specially crafted Nichiren blade, pouring every ounce of strength into the downward strike. Akin to cleaving mountains and splitting stone, Nezuko, grasping his intent, executed a rapid spinning kick that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at the temple of that minuscule head. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated sound of the blade's severing bone did not resonate. Instead, a deafening clang echoed. Jinya's sturdy Nichiren blade had shattered in two. Half of the blade whirled away, embedding itself into the ground at a distance. Meanwhile, the minuscule head merely bore a faint scratch, barely breaking the surface. Nezuko's strike, powerful enough to shatter boulders, merely caused it to wobble like a weeble, regaining its balance without sustaining any damage. How could this be? Xuanya gazed intently at the remaining half of the shattered blade in his hand, his pupils constricting violently in response to an overwhelming shock. A chilling wave, tinged with defeat and self-doubt, surged through him. Unable to even breach the opponent's defenses, the vow he had made to become a Hashira now felt utterly feeble. The assault on his true form was like the final toll of a death knell, awakening the ferocity of his four doppelgangers. They keenly sensed the core's impending demise and the terror that accompanied it, their attacks turning frenzied and irrational, driven solely by the desire for annihilation. Particularly, the fury within surged forth. The lightning staff in its grasp erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, crackling with electric serpents that seemed ready to devour everything. It howled with rage, breaking free from the confinement of the icy mist with sheer brute force, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning, as thick as a giant python, warping the surrounding light and striking mercilessly towards the paralyzed Xuanya, whose heart was shaken by the severed blade. Danger! The warning from Takedo Muichiro seamlessly merged with his actions. Her figure flickered like a specter to Xuanya's side, her blade dancing like a wheel. Third form, Ice Vortex Barrier. The rapidly spinning shield, forged from countless ice crystals, took shape just in time to narrowly block the core of the lightning strike. Yet, the escaping arcs of electricity lashed against Xuanya like venomous whips, causing his body to convulse violently, the pain akin to being torn apart, nearly causing him to collapse. Tanjiro rushed to Xuanya's side, gripping his trembling shoulders firmly, his voice booming like a mighty bell, attempting to dispel the storm clouds within his heart. Don't give up. Xuanya, stand up. If one strike isn't enough, then 10. 100. We will create an opportunity for you. Did you not wager your life to become a Hashira? Let your will flow through the blade in your hand. Tanjiro's eyes, clear and untainted, along with his fervent shout to become a Hashira, struck Xuanya's heart like a searing hammer, shattering the ice that had encased it. He shook his head vigorously, spitting out blood tinged with the scent of singed electricity, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination more wild and resolute than ever before. Enough chatter. Let's finish it together. As the four doppelgangers descended into ultimate frenzy due to the peril of their core, their attacks surged like an unending tempest. Takedo Muichiro understood that the phase of conserving strength had passed. She had intentionally restrained her aura, not only to hone Tanjiro and Xuanya, these unrefined gems, in their combat skills and synergy, but also out of concern that revealing her full power too soon would drive the cunning and cowardly core into deeper hiding. But now, it was time to reveal her trump card. You three, focus your minds and sever the core's head. Takedo Muichiro's voice remained steady. Yet a chilling aura began to envelop her, freezing the very essence of their souls, as if a slumbering polar glacier had suddenly awakened. I shall deal with these noisy pests. She did not remove her signature eye veil, nor did she activate the profound realm of transparency. With merely the blazing blade in her hand, she unleashed nearly half of her long-repressed power. In an instant, the crimson glow of her blade surged. A light not warm like a flame, but a harbinger of a terrifying chill approaching absolute zero. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, emitting faint creaks, while countless minuscule ice crystals, akin to stardust, coalesced from thin air, swirling around her like obedient sprites. Tanjiro sensed the sudden eruption of an overwhelming and frigid pressure rising behind him, causing his heart to instinctively constrict, only to be engulfed by an even greater wave of trust. Without hesitation, he turned and shouted, "Nezuko, Schwanya, we press on. Trust in Miss Muichiro." As he beheld the fearless trio charging once more toward the solid core, Takedo Muichiro slowly raised her blade, emanating both searing heat and biting cold. The tip precisely aimed at the agitated four demons sensing their imminent threat. Her gaze, piercing through the thin veil, was as frigid as ice, capable of freezing time itself. Instilling a primal dread in the furious Fury, the mocking Kola, the shrieking Kongshi, and the somber Woe, all of whom felt a visceral tremor from the very essence of life. No, it should not be like this. The Fury emitted a howl that mixed fear and disbelief, its lightning flickering as if wavering under the bone-chilling cold. Takedo Muichiro granted them no respite. Her form moved, swift as lightning, graceful as a dragon. Fifth form, freezing rain slash. A flurry of strikes imbued with icy rain and bone-chilling winds roared forth, no longer confined to a linear path, but sweeping across a vast fan-shaped area. The moment the cold raindrops touched the demon's body, they transformed into solid icicles, not only hindering movement, but also inflicting excruciating pain. The subsequent slashes struck with the precision of death, targeting their vital points. Meanwhile, the ground cracked ominously, sharp ice spikes erupting, drastically compressing the doppelganger's escape routes. With just one person and one blade, she managed to firmly imprison the four formidable upper-rank doppelgangers in place, as if they were trapped in a frozen purgatory, thereby creating a crucial window for Tanjiro and the others to attack. On the other side, Tanjiro, wielding a broken blade, a seemingly frenzied Schwanya, and Nezuko, radiating pink flames, launched a relentless assault on the diminutive core. The crimson blade in Tanjiro's hand emitted a scorching heat wave, each strike leaving charred marks upon the indestructible surface. Nezuko's blood demon art, exploding blood, continued to burn, the pink flames lapping at the core, producing crackling sounds and a foul stench of burning flesh. Schwanya, having completely abandoned defense, harnessed the brute strength and speed acquired through demonization, relentlessly pounding the weak points of the core's eye sockets and joints with the fragmented Nichiren blade, treating it as a lethal spear. Finally, in a seamless collaborative assault, Tanjiro, utilizing Schwanya's fearless frontal attack to draw the core's attention, found the perfect moment as Nezuko's flames obscured its judgment. He inhaled deeply, the ancient and mighty pathway of the sun breathing illuminating his mind. The searing crimson blade embodying all his beliefs, his will, and his vow to protect, slicing toward the core's neck with unwavering determination, like the dawn tearing through the night. It struck true. The blade met with a palpable weight as it cut into the entity, and Tanjiro could distinctly feel that he had penetrated at least halfway. The goddess of victory seemed to smile. However, just at that decisive moment, a sudden upheaval occurred. From Takedo Muichiro's side, the four doppelgangers, on the brink of collapse under the pressure of the absolute zero domain, sensed the ultimate crisis of their core being on the verge of annihilation. They emitted a resonant howl filled with unwillingness, resentment, and despair, a sound so piercing it seemed to rise from the depths of the infernal abyss. In the next instant, their bodies twisted and swelled, as if merging like molten statues, drawing in and consuming one another. A surge of demonic energy, far surpassing any individual form, vast and violent, filled with boundless hatred, erupted like a volcanic explosion, shattering the ice barrier that Muichiro had meticulously maintained. Roar! The fusion birthed a monstrous entity known as the Anger of the Abyss, towering like a mountain, bearing several thunderous drums inscribed with the character for anger. Wielding a massive S-shaped drumstick, simply standing there, it exuded a terrifying aura potent enough to shatter the minds of ordinary swordsmen. It did not even spare a glance at Takedo Muichiro, who had just subdued it, its eyes, burning with a boundless hatred, fixated on Tanjiro and the severely wounded core. A colossal figure stirred up tempests and thunder, resembling an uncontrollable siege hammer, ruthlessly shattering every obstacle in its path, advancing towards Tanjiro and his companions with an overwhelming force. This is dire. Mitsuri Kenroji's gaze sharpened as she realized that the adversary could achieve such a transformation even in dire straits. She immediately summoned all her strength, her form transforming into a streak of azure lightning, racing forward with determination to intercept Akaza before he could reach Tanjiro and the others. Time was of the essence. Tanjiro and his companions could already perceive the oncoming, acrid wind laced with the scent of annihilation. In that critical moment, a voice, starkly contrasting the grim atmosphere, filled with vitality and a hint of sweet shyness, rang out like a clear dawn piercing through the gloom. "Oh my, it seems I have arrived just in time." How delightfully lively it is here. A delicate figure, clad in cherry blossom pink, burst onto the battlefield like a whirlwind of the most vibrant flowers of spring, moving at a speed almost impossible to track. In her hand, she wielded a uniquely shaped blade, flexible as a whip, which, with her flourish, transformed into a radiant, resilient wall of shimmering ribbons, effectively blocking Akaza's lethal path towards Tanjiro. "I'm here, Miss Kanroji." "Tanjiro," she exclaimed, tilting her head slightly, a charming blush adorning her cheeks. Yet her eyes were as sharp as a blade. Having received a call for aid from the nearby swordsmith village, she had rushed to the scene, dispatching the threat of a blood demon art-created fish monster that endangered the village head and its residents along the way, before hastening to the main battlefield. Akaza, incensed by this unexpected obstruction, let out a thunderous roar, wielding his massive drumstick with immense force, striking the taiko behind him. Undaunted, Mitsuri, thanks to the previous enlightenment from Kanroji and the sincere acceptance from Tanjiro and his companions, was now able to fully express her true self. Her supple form radiated astonishing elasticity and power, her sword dancing like a living serpent, executing the breath of love, sixth form, Cat-paw Love Wind. Her movements were as nimble as a cat prowling through the night, her strikes heavy as 1,000 pounds. The pink energy blades accompanying her fierce attacks clashed fiercely with the immense Akaza. Mitsuri was soon joined by Kanroji, and together, these two Hashira confronted the formidable foe. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and the rekindled spirit of Genya seized the opportunity to unleash their full firepower upon the core area, which was heavily shielded by wooden dragon vines. The battle had entered its final and most brutal chapter, as Tanjiro and his comrades engaged in a fierce struggle with Akaza and his true form. The sounds of fire and explosions erupted from various corners of the swordsmith village. At the other end of the village, two gray figures moved with astonishing speed through dense forest paths. It was the brothers, Muichiro and Yuiichiro Tsujikuni, slightly delayed by the residual effects of the earlier battle. Their hearts raced with urgency, for their sister, Kanroji, was facing a formidable enemy alone, and every second of delay could yield unforeseen consequences. The brothers, like ethereal winds, rustled the leaves along their path, their sole thought being to reach their sister's side as quickly as possible. However, a cacophony of panicked shouts and deep, monstrous growls abruptly blocked their way. Instinctively, they halted, their hawk-like gazes locking onto the source of the commotion. Not far ahead, a young boy named Kotetsu was frantically swinging a sun-shaped blade that was taller than he was, facing a gigantic, four-legged fish-shaped monster. The creature, ominously dark gold, bore asymmetrical, grotesque protrusions on its back, appearing both comical and terrifying. Kotetsu was clearly flailing without strategy, leaving numerous openings, and he was soon caught in the monster's massive forefoot. Hoisted into the air, perilously close to being engulfed by its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Although their previous interactions with Kotetsu had not been particularly pleasant, and had even involved some friction, upon witnessing the imminent demise of someone they recognized, the Tsujikuni brothers needed no exchange of glances to make their decision. They had absolute faith in their sister Kanroji's strength, believing she could hold her ground until they arrived. Thus, saving this reckless boy became their foremost priority. "Let him go." Yuiichiro Tsujikuni's command echoed as he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Muichiro Tsujikuni followed closely behind, moving with a silent grace that was equally swift. The giant, four-legged fish creature sensed a new threat and was about to react when a sharp strike, reminiscent of falling rays of sunset, swept through the air. Breath of mist, first form, distant horizon. Muichiro's target was not the creature's seemingly vital head, but rather, he aimed with precision at the peculiar protrusion on the other side of its back. This was the unique weakness of the demon, which the brothers had identified through their extraordinary insight as Hashira during their rapid journey. With a swift thrust, the creature's back ruptured as though a bloated, overfilled sac had been punctured, causing its massive body to convulse violently, emitting a pained wail, and releasing Kotetsu from its grasp. With a thud, Kotetsu landed hard on the ground, dazed and disoriented. He looked up at the Tsujikuni brothers, resembling divine warriors descending from the heavens, particularly noting Muichiro's eyes, which usually appeared devoid of emotion but now exuded a calm reliability. In the next moment, the overwhelming shock of having survived washed over him like a flood, demolishing his mental defenses. Wow! He sprang up from the ground, heedless of everything, rushing forward to tightly embrace Muichiro's waist, bursting into tears. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was done for. I really thought I was going to die. It was so scary." Wah! His tears and snot unceremoniously smeared onto Muichiro's pristine uniform. Muichiro's body stiffened at once, a rare flicker of discomfort crossing his usually placid eyes. Clearly, he was utterly unaccustomed to such sudden intimacy, his hands hovering uncertainly, unsure whether to push the boy away or to pat him on the back, ultimately remaining statue-like in his stillness. Meanwhile, Yuiichi's expression revealed no attempt to hide his disdain, his brow furrowing tightly as he sharply admonished, "Hey, you filthy brat, let go this instant. You're getting it dirty. Your tears and snot are going to ruin his clothes." However, Kotetsu clung on as if he had found a lifeline, refusing to loosen his grip, even tightening it further as he sobbed and blurted out, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I used to say you guys were seaweed heads to Tanjiro. I thought you were arrogant and unpleasant. I was wrong. I truly understand now. You are good people. You are truly wonderful people." Upon hearing this, Muichiro blinked in mild confusion, muttering to himself, "Seaweed heads, is that referring to me?" He seemed more intrigued by the nickname than angered. Meanwhile, Yuiichi's irritation flared up immediately, his forehead visibly throbbing with a clear vein. "Of course, it refers to both of us. How dare you give us such a nickname behind our backs?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kotetsu, startled by Yuiichi's wrath, abruptly released Muichiro, staggering back 2 steps, yet still sniffling. He bowed deeply before the brothers. "I'm sorry. I really disliked you before, thinking you were distant and unapproachable, but it was my narrow-mindedness." Shitou Yuiichiro waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the speaker. "Enough, enough. I have no time to listen to your lamentations of remorse. We have more pressing matters at hand. Find a secure place to hide, and do not complicate things further." With that, he grasped the wrist of the still-dazed Muichiro and turned to continue on their path. Glancing at the tear-streaked face of the sobbing Kotaro, Muichiro's lips moved slightly. But ultimately, he said nothing and obediently prepared to leave. "Wait, please wait." Kotaro, seeing them truly about to depart, hurriedly chased after them, his face etched with urgency and pleading. "Mr. Tetsuo Amesu. Mr. Tetsuo Amesu has also been attacked. I was on my way to help him when this monster set its sights on me. And Mr. Kotetsuka. He has been tirelessly working for days and nights to repair Tanjiro's Nichiren blade and forge a new one for Ms. Komoimi. He said that if he stops even for a moment, all his efforts will be in vain. I implore you, please help them." In his desperation, Kotaro's legs weakened, and he nearly sank to his knees to plead. Shitou Muichiro, quick as lightning, caught his arm before he could touch the ground. Upon hearing the names Tetsuo Amesu and Kotetsuka, the brothers' expressions shifted instantaneously. Tetsuo Amesu was the blacksmith responsible for forging their swords, while Kotetsuka was crucial to the combat prowess of Tanjiro and Komoimi. Their safety was paramount. Without a moment's hesitation, Shitou Yuiichiro stepped forward, bending down to hoist the still sobbing Kotaro onto his shoulder with the ease of lifting a sack of rice, his tone firm and unyielding. "Lead the way." Kotaro, taken aback by this sudden action and feeling a bit queasy from the pressure on his stomach, nonetheless quickly pointed in the direction of a thicket. "That way. Right over there." Once again, the 3 figures dashed through the forest, this time with Kotaro serving as a living compass atop Yuichiro's shoulder. Soon, they arrived at a relatively open glade. From afar, they could hear Tetsuo Amesu's panicked cries for help mingling with the heavy impacts of the monster. The diminutive blacksmith was desperately clinging to a large tree branch, trembling in fear. Below him, a somewhat smaller but equally ferocious giant 4-legged goldfish relentlessly crashed against the trunk, sending wood chips flying as the tree began to tremble precariously. "Tetsuo Amesu!" Kotaro shouted, even as he was carried. Shitou Yuiichiro glanced at the scene and, with no concern for formality, tossed Kotaro in the direction of Muichiro. Muichiro instinctively reached out, catching Kotaro and setting him down safely. Meanwhile, Yuichiro's figure had already vanished like a phantom beneath the tree. He did not even draw his sword. Instead, with a deft flick of his unsheathed Nichiren blade, he utilized a precise and supple force to gently lift the startled Tetsuo Amesu from the swaying branch, bringing him safely to the ground. As Tetsuo Amesu landed, he instinctively gripped a gleaming kitchen knife tightly. Regaining his composure, he watched in awe as Shitou Yuiichiro effortlessly dispatched the troublesome 4-legged goldfish with a mere flick of his blade sheath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he sincerely exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Lord Shitou. Your skill is truly remarkable. Tetsuo Amesu, I am relieved you are unharmed." Kotaro rushed over, calling out with concern, "Young Kotaro, you are safe too," Tetsuo Amesu said, a wave of relief washing over him as they both exchanged looks of gratitude, recognizing the shared terror they had just escaped. The Shitou brothers had no time to indulge in their reunion. Their focus remained on Tetsuo Amesu. Shitou Yuiichiro directly inquired, his tone laced with urgency, "Are you Mr. Tetsuo Amesu?" Kotaro immediately nodded vigorously, "Yes, that's him." Shitou Muichiro followed up with a question, his usually foggy eyes now glimmering with an imperceptible spark of hope. "Is our sword ready?" Tetsuo Amesu looked at the 2 young men, whose prowess was already extraordinary despite their youth, a relieved and proud smile gracing his features. Tanjiro once told me that crafting the right sword requires not only an understanding of the blade itself, but also of the one who wields it. Hence, after studying your combat style and breathing techniques, I have prepared it for you. He paused before adding, you can have it very soon. In that moment, even the typically aloof Shitou Muichiro displayed a fleeting glimmer of emotion, while Shitou Yuiichiro's tense expression softened slightly. Their impression of the blacksmith, whom they had previously interacted with only briefly, significantly improved, recognizing his evident dedication. Just as Tetsuo Mesu seemed poised to elaborate on the unique features of the swords he had crafted for the brothers, he was abruptly interrupted by a frantic Kotaro. Mr. Tetsuo Mesu, this is not the time for discussion. Hurry and retrieve the swords from Mr. Kodetsuka. It's more dangerous over there. However, at that moment, a chilling, viscous, and ominous aura suddenly enveloped them. The air resonated with the faint yet unnerving sound of cracking bubbles, sending shivers down their spines. Hee hee. What a touching reunion and act of camaraderie. A shrill, eerie voice, akin to nails scraping glass, shattered the brief tranquility. The group turned sharply towards the source of the voice, where they beheld a peculiar vessel, adorned with intricately twisted water patterns, having silently materialized in the center of the clearing. From within the pot emerged a grotesque head with pallid skin, golden eyes, emerald lips, and violet fins sprouting from its head, resembling a venomous water serpent. Its facial features were entirely misaligned, with its mouth situated where its eyes should be, and two golden irises positioned, one on its forehead and the other near its chin. The head was further adorned with several tiny, pale arms, akin to those of an infant, that flailed about unnaturally, creating a sight both bizarre and repugnant. Upper rank 5, Yoro has arrived. Its original target appeared to be the isolated cottage in the distance, where Kodetsuka remained blissfully unaware of the encroaching danger, wholly engrossed in hammering and refining a blade. Yoro, seemingly aware of the presence of the group, turned its misaligned eyes towards them, emitting an unsettling laugh. It seemed in no rush to attack Kodetsuka. Rather, it took a perverse delight in showcasing its so-called art. Releasing from the pot several villagers impaled by Nichiren blades, their forms grotesquely distorted as it gleefully twirled the knife handles. Instantly, the blood flowed profusely from the twisted figures, filling the air with a heavy scent of iron as the villagers screamed in terror. Kotaro and Tetsuo Mesu's faces turned pale, their stomachs churning violently. Though the Shitou brothers maintained their composure, the disdain and murderous intent in their eyes intensified. This must be resolved immediately. Otherwise, dire consequences await. Breath of the haze. In unison, the brothers unleashed a formidable wave of power and impeccable synergy. Ethereal and sharp, the sword beams of haze clashed fiercely with the bizarre aquatic creatures summoned by Yoro. The deadly needle-like fish, the viscous binding blood prison bowl, and the powerful octopus tentacles made Yoro's blood demon art remarkably unpredictable and treacherous. The battle raged with intensity. The Shitou brothers, utilizing their exceptional swordsmanship and seamless coordination, repeatedly defused crises. Yet, Yoro's blood demon art proved cunningly elusive, leaving them with wounds and even causing them to be grazed by several poison needles, the toxins causing a slight delay in their movements. Fortunately, they carried with them the highly effective antidote prepared by their sister, Kamoimi, which they quickly consumed to barely suppress the spread of the poison. Amidst the fierce combat, the four of them, including the protected Kotaro and Tetsuo Mesu, fought and retreated, gradually drawing closer to the cottage where Kodetsuka was located. In a moment of keen observation, Tetsuo Sim seized an opportunity, pulling little Tetsu as they charged into the small abode, only to swiftly emerge once more, cradling in their hands two long blades enveloped in cloth. Lord Shitou, your swords. Tetsuo Sim exerted himself to hurl the blades towards the two brothers engaged in battle. The Shitou brothers instinctively took a half-step back, extending their hands to catch the weapons, hastily unwrapping the coverings to reveal their own unique Nichiren blades, the sun wheel, glimmering with a faint, chilling light. The feel, weight, and synchronization with their breath were nothing short of perfect. In an instant, they discarded the trial Nichiren blades they had previously wielded, replacing them with the true extensions of their will. Simultaneously, one Ichiro darted into the small room, forcibly extracting the oblivious steel grave, who remained engrossed in his blade forging, and relocating him to a relatively safe area. Amusingly, even when pulled out, Steel Grave clutched his hammer and blade blank tightly, muttering incessantly about being so close. Just a little more, as he continued his meticulous work. With their new blades in hand, the Shitou brothers felt their breaths flowing more freely, power surging within them. In the heat of the fierce skirmish, one Ichiro astutely discerned an almost pathological obsession and grotesque pride in the artistry of the jade pot, those pots, and their forms. A bold plan instantaneously took shape in his mind. He deliberately raised his voice, laced with mockery and disdain, calling out to Muichiro, "Hey Muichiro, doesn't that fellow look particularly ludicrous? With those short arms and legs, combined with that fish-like head, doesn't he resemble a deformed crab dried out on the riverbank? Truly, he possesses a unique kind of ugliness." One Muichiro immediately understood the implication. His tone remained calm, yet his words pierced like poisoned ice needles. Striking at the jade pot's vulnerabilities. Isn't the pattern on that pot crooked? Completely asymmetrical, the colors muddied and chaotic, resembling a child's scribbles. Such art is both laughable and pitiable. These words struck the jade pot's warped, fragile self-esteem like a searing iron brand. You ignorant fools. Inferior beings. Superficial scum. The jade pot was indeed incensed, its voice twisting into a high-pitched, distorted shriek, even cracking under the strain. I shall transform you into my most perfect pot. You will witness true art through eternal suffering. In a fit of rage, the jade pot released all restraint, its body radiating a blinding brilliance as it abruptly expanded into its complete form, enveloped in shimmering scales reputed to be harder than diamonds. Its lower half morphed into a massive fish tail, rendering it a veritable merman, exuding an aura of dread that permeated the air. However, ultimate fury often brings forth deadly flaws. Just as the jade pot completed its transformation, its power heightened, yet its mindset thoroughly unbalanced. A long-dormant potential within the Shitou brothers awakened, ignited by the potent emotions and sense of crisis. Ethereal, cloud-like patterns gradually emerged on either side of their cheeks. Their hearts pounded like thunder, body temperatures soared, and their aura escalated to an entirely new level. Now was the moment. The brothers, in perfect harmony, required no verbal communication. The final form of the breath of the mist, under the blessing of these nascent patterns, erupted with unprecedented might and radiance. The once ephemeral and dreamlike light transformed into an omnipresent, indistinguishable web of lethal intent, enveloping the jade pot, which had just transformed and had yet to fully adapt to its surging power. The seventh form of the breath of the mist, obscurity. The light swirled, dreamlike and elusive, its form flickering, nearly impossible to capture. Accompanied by the jade pot's thunderous roar of fury, shock, and resentment, an extraordinarily brilliant yet perilous trail of light surged forth. Akin to the swiftest ray of dawn, precisely slicing through its hardened, scaled neck. With a sickening sound, the grotesque fish head flew off, adorned with an expression of utter disbelief, before swiftly disintegrating in the air, turning to ash. The battle concluded. The Shitou brothers leaned on their swords, breathing heavily. They bore some wounds, the effects of the poison still lingering, their faces pale, yet their injuries were not fatal, and their condition was sufficient. The patterns gradually faded, yet the sensation of power lingered. They had no time to recuperate, nor could they afford to explain themselves to the astonished Tetsu Asim and little Tetsu nearby. With resolute gazes, they turned towards the center of the village, where thunderous roars and powerful energy fluctuations echoed. Let us go. To Yume, one Ichiro declared solemnly. Without hesitation, the two figures transformed into gray shadows, racing towards the main battlefield with even greater speed and determination. Behind them, Tetsu Asim and little Tetsu watched their rapidly vanishing silhouettes, then glanced back at the small house where the persistent and rhythmic hammering of steel grave continued. Gritting his teeth, Tetsu Asim took a deep breath, crouched down, and hoisted the still-obsessed steel grave onto his back, addressing little Tetsu. Young Tetsu, we must also proceed. Though we may not contribute significantly, we cannot remain hidden here. Little Tetsu nodded vigorously, clenching his fists, his eyes resolute. The two hastened towards the main battlefield as swiftly as they could. Simultaneously, on the other side of the village, Kanroji Mitsuri and Shitou Yume joined forces to combat the formidable Kokushibo, while the relentless assault on the main body of Kibutsuji Musen was reaching its most critical juncture. With Taketu Muichiro, Nezuko, and Tanjiro locked in a life-and-death struggle, the fate of the entire Swordsmith village hinged upon these battlegrounds. Chapter 56, The Death Battle at Swordsmith Village, Part 2. A chilling cacophony of slicing air and ferocious roars intertwined beneath the night sky. The vibrant, rainbow-like blade light of love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri and the ethereal yet precise strikes of mist Hashira Shitou Yume formed an intricate web, ensnaring the ferociously powerful Kokushibo in place. No matter how it unleashed its blood demon arts, summoned wooden dragons, or wielded lightning, it could not break free from the combined pressure of the two Hashira, plunging the battle into a tense stalemate. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the atmosphere was equally fraught with tension. Neikaim-ju panted heavily, sweat mingling with blood trickling down his brow. He, along with Tanjiro and Nezuko, faced the frantically thrashing, impenetrable vines that protected the demon-esque core. The vines, like a living fortress, struck with a resounding crack, making it nearly impossible for them to advance. As the diminutive Kibutsuji Musen prepared to retreat into the suffocating darkness, a flicker of near-mad determination flashed in Ju's eyes. "We can wait no longer," he bellowed, executing an action that left Tanjiro utterly astonished. He lunged forward, opening his mouth wide, and with his extraordinary teeth capable of devouring demon flesh, he sank them into a vine saturated with potent demon energy. An indescribable stench and a chilling, bone-deep power surged into his throat, causing Ju's body to tremble violently, an overwhelming urge to vomit threatening to render him unconscious. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to swallow that section of vine. In the next instant, a strange and frenzied power briefly surged within him, coursing through his veins. Blood demon art, infinite wisteria. Ju roared hoarsely, unleashing an attack imbued with the same essence as the vine. Now was the moment. Though Tanjiro was taken aback, his instinct for battle propelled him to seize this fleeting opportunity. He and Nezuko, now enveloped in pink flames, shared a silent understanding, and together, they launched a combined assault. Their similar energies crashing against the vine barrier. Crack. Boom. At last, the obstinate barrier was cleaved open, creating a massive breach. The entity was thoroughly exposed beneath the moonlight, emitting a sharp, piercing wail reminiscent of a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. Its diminutive limbs flailed as it fled into the depths of the forest at an unimaginable speed. "Do not let it escape." Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro and his companions immediately surged forward in pursuit. Yet, the demon's speed was astonishingly swift, quickly widening the distance and threatening to vanish into the shadows of the dense woods. "This is dire. We cannot catch up." Panic surged within Tanjiro, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, recalling a certain individual who, amidst the usual clamor, would voraciously devour food while intermittently divulging crucial techniques during training sessions. Zenitsu Agitsuma, fragments of memory regarding the thunder breathing technique, which focuses all strength into the legs in pursuit of unparalleled speed, now emerged vividly. Total concentration. Enlightened, Tanjiro instinctively began to mimic that distinctive method of exertion. His muscles tensed instantaneously, his breathing technique rapidly adjusted, and all his strength and intent converged upon his legs. With a powerful push, he propelled himself off the ground, creating a shallow crater beneath him as his speed surged dramatically, akin to an arrow released from a bow enveloped in flames, overtaking Nezuko and Genya in an instant. Closing in on the fleeing hand demon, Hinakami Kagura, the Nichiren blade traced a searing arc, infused with his unwavering resolve, and struck fiercely at the demon's slender neck. Clang. The familiar, tooth-rattling sensation of hardness met him once more. The blade remained lodged. The demon, in its utmost fear, abruptly turned its head, its tear-filled eyes locking onto Tanjiro, issuing a mournful and absurd inquiry. "Do you not find me pitiable? Why must you bully the weak?" This inversion of right and wrong momentarily stunned Tanjiro. However, a more astonishing transformation ensued. The hand demon's body suddenly inflated like a balloon, swelling to a monstrous size in the blink of an eye. A muscular arm, imbued with a menacing wind, seized Tanjiro's mouth, the sheer force causing his eyes to bulge as he struggled to breathe. "You shall not bully the weak." The inflated demon roared, its twisted logic steeped in rage. "Your fallacious reasoning is nothing but nonsense." Genya bellowed as he charged forward, exerting every ounce of strength to grip the demon's wrist, which was clamping down on Tanjiro, the bones creaking under the immense pressure as he fought to create even a sliver of breathing space for his friend. At that moment, the demon opened its cavernous maw, gathering a dangerous and blinding energy, a powerful sonic wave capable of shattering internal organs. Meanwhile, Tenjin Yuzui, engaged in a fierce battle with Daki, sensed the subtle yet lethal energy fluctuations with acute perception. Her expression sharpened. Without even turning back, she deftly kicked up a sizable rock, akin to a grinding stone, dislodging it from the ground. "Mitsuri," she commanded, her voice piercing through the chaos of battle. "Understood." Mitsuri Kenroji, already attuned to her partner's intent, grasped the situation instantly. Her supple yet powerful waist unleashed an astonishing force, wrapping the Nichiren blade around the massive stone before heaving it forward. Whoosh! The boulder shot through the air like a cannonball, perfectly aimed to obstruct the demon's mouth, which was poised to unleash a devastating attack. Guh! The demon's throat was forcefully blocked by the boulder, rendering its impending sonic assault impotent. It stared in astonishment, wide-eyed, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden projectile. Seizing this opportunity, Nezuko arrived like a whirlwind, blood demon art, exploding blood. Scalding pink flames ignited instantly, wrapping around the demon's arm that was grasping Tanjiro. The flame's specialized effect against demons became immediately apparent. In agony, the demon emitted a muffled whimper, its grip on Tanjiro slackening. Yet throughout this ordeal, despite being choked and struggling for breath, Tanjiro's grip on the Nichiren blade remained unyielding, as though welded in place. The blade continued to press firmly against the demon's resilient neck, exerting relentless pressure. With the bindings slightly loosened, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling like a bellows. Roaring with renewed vigor. Crack! A faint yet distinct sound of shattering echoed. The blade had finally penetrated further. However, just as victory seemed within reach, the ground beneath them gave way without warning. It turned out that in their fervent chase, they had unknowingly reached the edge of a cliff. With the ground beneath them collapsing, Tanjiro, Nezuko, the inflated hand demon, and the pivotal boulder all plummeted into the abyss below. Tanjiro, Nezuko, Jinya shouted desperately from the cliff's edge, instinctively reaching out to grab them, only to be scorched by the remnants of Nezuko's explosive blood, his sleeve igniting in flames, forcing him to roll on the ground to extinguish the fire. Helplessly watching his comrades fall, anguish etched on his face. Below lay a relatively flat expanse. Nezuko was the first to hit the ground heavily, the impact rendering her temporarily unconscious. The hand demon's arms were scorched and severed by the exploding blood. With Tanjiro's Nichiren blade still embedded in its neck, its regeneration slowed to a torturous crawl. Its eyes were filled solely with an instinctive craving for fresh flesh as it limped toward a few petrified villagers nearby, frozen in fear. Tanjiro, however, was somewhat fortunate. During the fall, he was cushioned by several sturdy branches protruding from the cliffside, though he still landed heavily, momentarily dazed, struggling against the excruciating pain throughout his body. He quickly spotted his unconscious sister and the demon dragging itself stubbornly toward the innocent villagers. No, I cannot allow this. Tanjiro's heart screamed as he attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pain in his legs, forcing him to collapse beside Nezuko. With a resolute glance at her, determination flickered in his eyes as he inhaled deeply, preparing to forcefully employ the speed technique he had imitated from Zenitsu, fully aware it might shatter his leg bones. Tanjiro. At that moment, a familiar yet urgent voice echoed from above the cliff. Tanjiro looked up abruptly to see the figures of Muichiro Takedo and his brother, Yuiichi Tsujikuni, standing at the cliff's edge. In an instant, Muichiro, faster than lightning, seized a nearly completed, yet still glimmering sword from a nearby blacksmith, who was kneeling on the ground, frantically sharpening his blade and exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Mr. Kanamori, he shouted as he hurled the sword down toward Tanjiro. Hey, you little brat. Return my sword. What kind of joke is this? You're not allowed to use it. I've only finished the first stage of polishing it. Or else I'll kill you. Mr. Kanamori initially froze, then erupted in fury, his face reddening as he leaped up, claws bared to snatch at Muichiro. Nearby, the young blacksmiths reacted swiftly, one on each side, tightly grasping his waist. Take it, Tanjiro. Use that sword. Muichiro's voice remained oddly calm, yet in this dire moment, it resonated with undeniable trust and support. Hey, are you also going to act recklessly? Mr. Kanamori's wrath swiftly turned upon Muichiro, spittle nearly flying from his mouth. Do you have any idea what will happen if an unfinished sword is forced into use? It will dull. It will chip. It will ruin the painstaking effort I put into forging it. You uncultured brutes. Shitou Muichiro's expression remained unchanged as his gaze swept across the eastern horizon, now tinged with the pale light of dawn. Calmly, he responded with succinct words that struck at the heart of the matter. A broken blade can be reforged, but a life lost is irretrievable. He then reminded Tanjiro, daylight approaches, the demons will flee, while deftly evading the nearly tangible rage of Mr. Kanroji. Shitou Muichiro fervently nodded in agreement with his brother's words, exclaiming, Indeed, my brother speaks the truth. You stubborn clump of iron, your mind is as unyielding as your hammer. Calm down, and perhaps sip some loofah soup to temper your fury. Through their time spent together in the swordsmith village, this pair of originally disparate twins had forged a profound bond of trust and friendship with the kind-hearted and resilient Tanjiro, nearly akin to that of close comrades. What might appear to be a reckless and thoughtless act was, in fact, rooted in unwavering support and unconditional backing. Tanjiro, positioned at the cliff's edge, instantly comprehended their intentions. A warm current surging through his heart, dispelling the pain and chill that gripped his body. He responded earnestly, Yes, thank you. He securely grasped the new blade that descended from the heavens. Its hilt was cool to the touch and heavy, as if imbued with the weight of his companion's earnest hopes and entrustments. Those rascals. Mr. Kanroji, upon witnessing this, was incensed to the point of nearly erupting. his eyes darting around for something to wield. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist and hurled it toward the Shitou brothers, targeting Muichiro and the crouching Muichiro, who had been momentarily slower to react due to exhaustion. Bang! Ouch! His fist landed squarely. Muichiro had anticipated the blow, gritting his teeth in pain, while Muichiro, already on the brink, was struck with such force that stars danced before his eyes, and he let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the side. Muichiro gasped in horror and rushed to check on his brother's condition, then raised his gaze to glare furiously at Mr. Kanroji. You brute! You struck with no regard for severity. Nearby, little Tetsuro stood in stunned silence, exclaiming instinctively, wow! Mr. Kanroji did this. Iron Hashira and Mr. Kanroji were both flustered. Iron Hashira quickly clarified, no. Muichiro merely succumbed due to previous poisoning and fever. He fainted from exhaustion. Mr. Kanroji, equally agitated, protested, I swear. I said it wasn't me. He fainted on his own. In a flurry, Muichiro rummaged through his own robes and finally produced a small porcelain vial, one that Shitou Yunmei had previously entrusted to them, said to rapidly restore stamina and heal injuries. Now with only a drop remaining. Without hesitation, he poured it all out and carefully placed the entirety into Muichiro's slightly parted lips, leaving none for himself. Seeing Muichiro's breath gradually stabilize and his complexion regain a hint of color, he finally exhaled in relief. However, the string of tension, worry, and his own fatigue, compounded by the poison he had endured, caused his vision to darken, and he fell beside his brother, unconscious. Mr. Kanroji, witnessing the duo collapse, was infuriated, his hair nearly standing on end. I can't believe this. What on earth is happening? He pointed at the unconscious brothers and bellowed at Tetsuro and Iron Hashira. You all saw it. They fainted on their own. Not because of me. Little Tetsuro remained in shock, muttering, Mr. Kanroji killed both of them. Iron Hashira quickly attempted to mediate, his voice booming to drown out the chaos. Everyone, calm down. This is not the time for disputes. Look below, at the cliff's edge. Tanjiro was too preoccupied to notice the tumult above. He gripped the newly forged Nichiren blade tightly, feeling its distinct sharpness and an underlying resonance that was unlike the previous one. The coldness of the blade seemed to dispel his weariness, granting him renewed strength. The sun was about to pierce through the clouds. Time was of the essence. Total concentration, dance of the fire god. He shouted, his form transforming into a swirling, blazing wheel of fire, charging forth with unprecedented speed. He and the blade appeared as one, leaving behind only a scorching afterimage in the air. The blade's light sliced through the air like a shooting star. The demon's resilient head, which had withstood numerous strikes, finally soared into the sky, wearing an expression of disbelief. At that moment, the first golden rays of the sun pierced through the darkness of dawn, illuminating the earth. Tanjiro had no time to ascertain the outcome. He sheathed his blade and urgently turned toward Nezuko, who remained on the ground. At that precise moment, Nezuko stirred awake, seeing her brother rushing toward her. But upon noticing the villagers still in peril, she struggled to rise, dashing toward them. Tanjiro intervened, fearing for her exposure to the sunlight, only to realize the decapitated demon was still writhing. It struggled, stubbornly advancing step by step toward the petrified villagers. Not yet finished. What manner of monster is this? A wave of shock surged through Tanjiro, his previously relaxed nerves taut once more. At that instant, a figure descended like a graceful bird, nimbly navigating the protruding rocks and branches of the cliffside, landing swiftly and silently by Tanjiro and Nezuko. It was Shitou Yunmei, who had just resolved her battle with the demon and rushed to their aid. Upon landing, her gaze quickly scanned the unconscious brothers on the cliff, keenly noticing the faint, cloud-like markings appearing on their foreheads, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. However, her acute awareness of the world revealed to her that their life force was steady, and under the influence of the secret medicine, their previous exhaustion and injuries were rapidly mending. She temporarily set aside her concerns to address the most pressing danger at hand. She observed Tanjiro embracing Nezuko, whose arms and cheeks, exposed to the increasingly intense sunlight, began to show signs of severe burns, emitting wisps of smoke and even eliciting painful whimpers. Shitou Yunmei sensed within Nezuko a unique power, distinct from ordinary demons, resisting the sunlight, and her heart raced with astonishment. Yet, her extensive experience and calm demeanor allowed her to accept this incredible truth without hesitation. Tanjiro, be calm. Shitou Yunmei's voice rang clear, imbued with an extraordinary soothing quality that instantly steadied Tanjiro's frantic mind. Look closely. Nezuko will be fine. She is adapting to the sunlight. Tanjiro paused, suppressing his impulsive instincts, and focused intently. Indeed, while Nezuko's scorched skin was carbonizing, at the edges of the charred flesh, minuscule granulations appeared to be healing at an imperceptible rate. She was fighting against the sunlight. She was creating a miracle. Give her some time. Do not disturb her. What you must do now is to completely eradicate the last remnants of that demon. Shitou Yunmei pointed decisively at the headless demon still crawling, her voice resolute. Quickly. Now's your chance. I will protect Nezuko. Tanjiro hesitated, torn between safeguarding his sister and the urgency of the situation, but Nezuko seemed to fully comprehend Shitou Yunmei's words. Braving the excruciating pain of sunlight, she lifted her foot and forcefully kicked Tanjiro, her pink, urgent eyes silently urging him to act swiftly. I understand. In that instant, Tanjiro grasped his sister's intent, casting aside any lingering doubts. He spun around, his gaze fierce, locking onto the still wriggling demon body. His heart aflame with fury and resolve once more. He roared, akin to a lion pouncing upon its prey, charging forth again, the blade in his hand. A vessel of hope and camaraderie blazed forth with a brilliance more radiant than the rising sun, and he struck down with unyielding ferocity. Boom. This time, the remnants of Hantion Dog's corporeal form were cleaved in two with a single strike, one that encapsulated all power and will, executed with absolute decisiveness. Beneath the gradually intensifying sunlight, the bisected remains crumbled and disintegrated like ice thrown into a raging fire, ultimately transforming into ash, dissipating into the refreshing morning breeze. Simultaneously, atop the cliff, with the complete annihilation and dissolution of the original Hantion Dog, the once ensnared and suppressed Zenpu, who had been tightly bound by Kanroji Mitsuri's soft tenacity, let out a roar filled with profound resentment and bitterness. His massive form suddenly became ethereal and transparent, akin to a burst bubble or dew under the sun, vanishing without a trace as if he had never existed. Huh, disappeared? Kanroji Mitsuri's strike fell short, and she sheathed her ribbon-like flexible blade, wiping the glistening beads of sweat from her brow. A flicker of confusion passed through her pastel green eyes. Yet her keen perception soon confirmed the complete obliteration of the original's aura. She let out a long sigh of relief, her face breaking into a sweet smile of liberation, and turned, walking briskly towards the direction where Tsujikoni Yum and his companions stood at the cliff's edge. Below, the fierce battle that had raged throughout the night finally came to a halt, the crisis thoroughly resolved. Sunlight bathed the land, dispelling all shadows. Under the remarkable effects of Tsujikoni Yum's elixir, Tsujikoni Muichiro and Tsujikoni Yuiichiro stirred awake almost simultaneously. The heavy burden brought by their markings seemed to have been significantly alleviated by the medicine, and their injuries had miraculously improved. We're not dead? Muichiro blinked, gazing in bewilderment at the azure sky, feeling a long-lost sense of ease within him. Yuiichiro struggled to sit up, though his complexion remained somewhat pale. His stubborn demeanor quickly resurfaced as he scoffed. Of course not. With me as your brother, how could you possibly die? Yet, his slightly trembling hands betrayed the immense anxiety he had just experienced. Below the cliff, Tanjiro leaned on his blade, gasping for breath as every muscle in his body protested against the soreness from overexertion. Nevertheless, a relieved smile graced his face as he observed Nezuko, who, although still in pain, was no longer experiencing the spread of her carbonized skin and was even beginning to recover at an exceedingly slow pace. She was truly overcoming the sunlight. Meanwhile, Tsujikoni Yum crouched down, gently and meticulously examining Nezuko's unique physical condition. He glanced at the newly forged blade in his hand that had aided him in severing the formidable foe at a critical moment, its edge still glistening with cold light. And his heart swelled with gratitude. Finally, he turned his gaze towards his utterly reliable companions, Kanroji Mitsuri, who rushed down the cliff with tears in her eyes to embrace him, the Tsujikoni brothers, who shared gentle smiles as they supported each other, and the ecstatic little Koitetsu and Tetsuzan, along with the villagers of the Swordsmith village, who were overwhelmed with joy. After checking on Nezuko, Tsujikoni Yum made his way to the cliff's edge, extending his hand to assist her brothers down. The instigator of it all, Mr. Kanetetsu Koyomi, finally broke free from his constraints, tumbling down the cliff and nearly diving in front of Tanjiro. He snatched the new blade from Tanjiro's hands, his heart aching as if he were witnessing an injured child, scrutinizing the blade under the light while muttering incessantly, "My blade, my precious, must not be harmed. Otherwise, I shall have to deal with those brats." The warm sunlight poured over everyone, illuminating the faces of those who had survived the ordeal, as well as the once shadowed Swordsmith village. Hope, like the rising sun, brimmed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 57, Daily Life. The morning sun thoroughly dispelled the chilling remnants of night, casting a warm golden glow across the forest that had endured fierce battles. The air still carried a faint scent of charred remnants and earthy odors, yet more prominently, it resonated with the vitality of survival. Tsujikoni Yum supported his twin brothers, who, though awakened, remained frail. Sugikuni Yuiichiro insisted, "I can walk on my own," yet his body honestly leaned against his sister's slender but strong shoulder. Sugikuni Muichiro was much quieter, occasionally furrowing his brow due to internal injuries, his gaze consistently filled with concern for the others. Meanwhile, Tanjiro limped forward, aided by Nezuko and several villagers from the swordsmith village, who were still trembling yet filled with gratitude. His injuries were severe, especially in his legs from overexerting himself, with each step sending sharp pangs of pain, yet his face radiated with a clear and warm smile, as if the sunlight had melted into his crimson eyes. "Tanjiro, are you all right?" Muichiro tilted his head, his voice still tinged with the remnants of sleep, yet his concern was unmistakable. "Yes, I'm fine. Mr. Muichiro, Mr. Yuiichiro, Miss Yum. Thank you all, and everyone S-Blades." Tanjiro nodded vigorously, his voice resonant, attempting to reassure his companions. He looked towards Sugikuni Yum, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Particularly for her. I owe you one, Miss Yum." Sugikuni Yum gently shook her head, interrupting him, a subtle yet genuine smile gracing her lips. "It was your own will that severed the demon, Tanjiro. We merely did what was expected." Her gaze swept over Tanjiro's battered form, adding, "Your injuries need immediate attention." Nezuko, curious, reached out her small hand, gently patting the head of the nearby little Koitetsu, emitting adorable sounds of him. Koitetsu was initially startled, then gazed at the demon girl who had valiantly survived under the sun. His eyes reddened again as he rubbed his nose vigorously. Kaneo Tsuyuri stood a short distance away, her own body bearing numerous scratches and burns, yet considered light injuries compared to Tanjiro. She crossed her arms, observing the scene of reunion and mutual concern, and even her typically fierce expression softened into a barely perceptible smile. However, as memories of the peculiar power that had briefly surged within her after consuming the demon's vine crossed her mind, her brow furrowed slightly. As they prepared to leave, all the villagers of the swordsmith village, whether directly rescued or those who had come upon hearing the news, gathered around. Their faces bore the most sincere gratitude and reverence as they bowed towards the battered swordsman, expressing their thanks. "Thank you. Thank you, Hashira. Thank you, Mr. Kamadu. If it weren't for you, our village would have perished. Please, take care of your injuries." Faced with such heartfelt gratitude, Tanjiro felt a bit bashful and repeatedly waved his hands, while Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, "It's our duty," while embracing Nezuko once more. The Tsujikuni brothers, though unaccustomed to such displays, nodded in acknowledgement. Under the watchful eyes of the grateful villagers, the injured swordsmen were carefully escorted to the Demon Slayer Core Medical Facility, the Butterfly Mansion. Upon arrival, the urgent care and examinations conducted by Kanazaki Aoi and others confirmed that although Tsujikuni Yum had exhausted much energy during the battle, her injuries were mostly superficial and her strength depleted. She would recover with a few days of rest. In contrast, Tanjiro and the Tsujikuni brothers required more detailed treatment and an extended period of recuperation. Just as Tsujikuni Yum settled her brothers and prepared to check on Tanjiro's condition, a familiar shadow with flapping wings landed on her window ledge. Her messenger crow, Sukiyu. "Ka, Yum." A letter from Shizuku. Sukiyu skillfully spat out a small bamboo tube. Tsujikuni Yum untied the tube, extracting the letter inside, which bore Madame Shizuku's elegant and meticulous handwriting. The letter mentioned her latest analysis of Nezuko's blood, which might hold the key to overcoming sunlight. Simultaneously, she and Shinobu Kocho had successfully synthesized the remaining portions of the 2 experimental medicines they had previously researched alongside Kaneo Tsuyuri, with the next step being to focus on enhancing their efficacy and stability. At the end of the letter, Tamayo expressed her hope for Miss Tsuyuri's swift recovery, stating that her strength and insights were crucial to this research. Tsuyuri read through the letter carefully, pondered for a moment, and then took up paper and ink to respond. She first briefly recounted the events and outcomes of the battle at Swordsmith Village, confirming that she and her brothers were unharmed and would return shortly. Subsequently, she shifted her focus to another significant matter, Madame Tamayo, Miss Shinobu, during this battle. Muzan Kabutsuji exhibited a peculiar constitution that allows him to temporarily acquire blood demon arts by consuming the organs of demons. While this ability can enhance combat power in the short term, it poses grave risks, potentially leading to complete demonification. I earnestly request that you both begin researching ways to suppress this tendency towards demonification, or at the very least, to stabilize his condition. Furthermore, the development of a potion to fully revert Nezuko back to humanity, which has shown promising signs of progress against sunlight, should also be expedited. Our wish is to put an end to the scourge of demons in this world, providing a path back to humanity for every individual who has been forced away from it. I humbly ask for your assistance. She rolled the letter, placed it in a bamboo tube, and tied it back to the leg of Tsuyuri's pet, Tsujikuni Muichiro. Muichiro affectionately nudged her fingers with his beak before taking flight, vanishing into the azure sky. The ensuing days were a rare period of rest and respite. The medical standards at the Butterfly Mansion were exceptionally high, and coupled with the extraordinary recovery abilities of the Hashira, Tanjiro, and the Tsuyuri brothers' injuries were healing at a remarkable pace. It was anticipated that they would recover significantly within 3 days, an outcome that was indeed commendable. This brief period of convalescence was particularly precious for warriors who had long been embroiled in the chaos of battle. Seizing the opportunity while her brothers were stable, Tsuyuri received permission from her lord and returned home with Tsuyuri Muichiro and Tsuyuri Kanata. No longer shrouded in darkness or heavy oppression, the familiar courtyard basked in sunlight. As a gentle breeze caressed the wind chimes on the porch, producing a sweet, melodious chime, their parents had long awaited at the entrance. And upon seeing their 3 children return, though injured, yet in good spirits, they were overwhelmed with joy and tears. Their mother, Chiyo, grasped the hands of Tsuyuri and Muichiro, chattering incessantly, while their father proudly patted Kanata's shoulder, his eyes brimming with pride and concern. Kanata, though still a bit awkward, insisted that his injuries were minor and there was nothing to worry about, yet he did not shy away from his father's hand. Muichiro quietly sat beside his mother, soaking in the long-missed warmth of home, his face reflecting a nearly pure, relaxed expression. Witnessing this scene, Tsuyuri felt the corners of her heart, hardened by relentless battles, gradually soften amidst this affectionate atmosphere. They shared a sumptuous yet simple home-cooked meal, exchanging amusing anecdotes from their training, naturally, only the positive ones. While listening to their parents recount the trivialities of the neighborhood, there were no demons, no slaughters, no life-and-death urgencies, only the simple, genuine happiness of everyday life. For demon slayers who were perpetually prepared to face death, this was an invaluable solace. The 3-day holiday swiftly came to an end, yet the warmth and joy of family reunion were sufficient to wash away their weariness, nourishing their spirits and infusing them with renewed strength and resolve for the more formidable challenges that lay ahead. After their respite, they would once again grasp their Nichiren blades, continuing forward to protect the ordinary yet precious smiles they cherished. Chapter 58, The Meeting, 3. On the 4th day, the Tsuyuri brothers and Tsuyuri returned to headquarters in the early morning. The fatigue from the series of fierce battles had not yet completely dissipated, but more pressing matters demanded their immediate attention. Inside the Hashira meeting room, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Kaneo Tsuyuri sat like a rock at the front, unusually tearless, merely fiddling with her prayer beads. Shinobu Kocho knelt beside her, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes held a probing curiosity. Beside her sat Tsuyuri, tranquil as a delicate ink-wash painting. Tsuyuri Muichiro and Kanata occupied seats opposite them, the 2 brothers side by side, yet their demeanors were strikingly different. Muichiro's gaze was ethereal, as if he were lost in another realm. Kanata sat with a serious demeanor. How late we are. A boisterous voice shattered the tranquility as Shinazugawa Sanemi burst in, his clothes still dusted with remnants from the field. Following closely behind was Iguro Abanai, his tone subdued. Apologies for keeping you waiting. The bandaged serpent, Kaburomaru, peered out from around his neck, flicking its tongue. Just glad to be back safely. Rengoku Kaijiro's voice boomed, his smile radiant. Yuzui Tenjin chimed in with his flamboyant tone. Returning in such a splendid manner is already an excellent opening. Kaneo turned to face the assembly, her voice steady. It's no bother. You all worked hard on your missions. Not at all. Sanemi waved his hand dismissively, eager to dive into the matter at hand. I heard that Kanroji and the Tsuyuri trio had yet another skirmish with the Upper Moons. His intense gaze swept over Kanroji Mitsuri and the Tsuyuri siblings. Mitsuri called out, straightened her back, her pink-green braids swaying gently. Yes. It was exhilarating. Fighting alongside Miss Tsuyuri felt incredibly effortless. Her cheeks flushed with pride, though she credited it to everyone working together. She looked toward the Tsuyuri brothers. Right, Tsuyuri? Indeed, Tsuyuri Muichiro replied softly, his expression unchanged. Tsuyuri Kanata merely nodded slightly. Tsuyuri responded with a quiet nod, her gaze lingering momentarily on Sanemi and Abanai, contemplating that their experiences the previous night were likely no less arduous. Sanemi, resting his chin on his hand, muttered, I envy you all. I never seem to encounter the Upper Moons. Abanai, with his characteristic calmness, remarked, life is unpredictable. Those we do not encounter cannot be compelled. His gaze shifted to Mitsuri and the Tsuyuri siblings, his tone noticeably softening. Kanroji, Tsuyuri, how are you all faring after that encounter? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Iguro. I'm feeling much better. Mitsuri replied immediately, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, internally thinking, Mr. Iguro is so kind. He's worried about me. Tsuyuri Muichiro added, I am as well. My condition has improved significantly thanks to my sister's medicine. Kanata interjected, no serious issues. Sayuri nodded again, a smile creeping onto her face as she mused. Mr. Iguro, I suspect you were primarily inquiring about Miss Mitsuri's condition, weren't you? Haha. At that moment, the usually silent Kaneo Sayuri shed tears, her voice resounding. Namu Amida, Butsu, may we never lose another Hashira. It is indeed a rare blessing that we could eliminate 2 upper moons and return unharmed. Haha, absolutely. Rengoku laughed in agreement. Yuzui, brimming with confidence, declared, we shall magnificently eradicate Muzan Kabutsuji and continue to live on. Shinobu tilted her head slightly, glancing at Ju Tomioka, her voice gentle yet sharp. By the way, those few seem to be recovering at an unusually rapid pace. Has something extraordinary occurred? To everyone's surprise, Ju Tomioka, usually reticent, promptly responded, albeit with his usual placid demeanor. What our Lord is about to discuss may encompass this matter. No sooner had he spoken than the paper door was gently pulled open. Kanroji Mitsuri entered, gracefully accompanied by 2 children, presenting herself before the assembly with poise. All the Hashira immediately turned, sitting upright and attentively facing the main seat. Thank you for your patience, she began, her voice clear and gentle. Today, I, Kanroji Mitsuri, will preside over this meeting in place of Kanroji Yoya. She paused, and the atmosphere instantly thickened. Furthermore, due to the deterioration of the head of the household, Yose's condition, he will no longer be able to present himself before you all. I sincerely apologize to each of you. With that, she bowed deeply along with her 2 children. This news struck everyone like a heavy hammer. An atmosphere of concern and disbelief permeating the air, yet the Hashira swiftly and uniformly returned the gesture. Kanroji Mitsuri, suppressing her grief, spoke on behalf of the group, stating, understood. We sincerely wish for the enduring flame of our Lord's life to continue to burn bright. We also hope that Lady Amano remains strong in the face of this adversity. Amano raised her gaze, sweeping her eyes across every Hashira. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. She continued, it is likely you have already heard that a demon capable of overcoming the sun has emerged. Kabutsuji Muzan will undoubtedly strive to possess her, for he seeks to conquer sunlight himself. A large-scale, all-out war is imminent. Her words caused the temperature in the room to plummet. According to reports, during the battles against Upper Moons 4 and 5, both Kanroji Mitsuri and the Takedo brothers exhibited uniquely shaped markings. Additionally, as you know, Miss Kumagumo was born with such markings. At that moment, outside the conference room, 4 crows stood quietly in the corridor. These 4 birds exuded an air of pride, having sensed the significance of the moment their masters were being mentioned. Amano said, I hope the 4 of you can provide insights on the conditions under which these markings appear. The Takedo brothers and Mitsuri initially appeared bewildered. Markings? Are you referring to the ones on Kumagumo? Meanwhile, the informed Takedo Kumagumo and her companion, Shinobu Kocho, exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that the main event was just beginning. Lady Amano began to recount the untold secrets from the previous meeting, revealing them to the public. During the Warring States period, swordsmen utilizing the first breathing techniques had driven Kabutsuji Muzan into a corner. It is said that they too bore markings resembling those of demons. This is oral tradition. Miss Takedo mentioned it at the last meeting, but did not elaborate. Now, it is time to disclose this matter. Why wasn't it detailed last time? Were you concealing it from us? Shinazugawa Sanemi's brow furrowed tightly, his tone tinged with agitation. Amano calmly explained, historically, many individuals have fallen into despair for failing to manifest the markings, some even straying down dark paths. The decision to withhold this information previously stemmed from such concerns. The legacy regarding the markings is inherently vague, either due to a lack of emphasis at the time or the near annihilation of the Demon Slayer core resulting in a break in transmission. However, there is a crucial point. As soon as one person with markings appears, those around them resonate, making it easier for others to manifest them. A brief silence enveloped the room as everyone processed this astonishing information. The black-haired child beside Amano raised an exceedingly ancient tome at the opportune moment. This contains the words of one of the swordsmen who utilized the first breathing technique. Amano continued, in the current generation, the first individual to exhibit markings is Miss Takedo Kumagumo. The second individual, who is not a Hashira, is Mr. Kamadu Tanjiro. However, he himself is completely unaware of how the markings appeared. Miss Takedo Kumagumo was previously unable to disclose this for certain reasons, hence it was temporarily set aside. Following him, 3 more Hashira have awakened their markings. She looked towards Mitsuri and the Takedo brothers, nodding in acknowledgement. Kanroji Mitsuri, Takedo Muichiro, and Takedo Yuiichiro. Huh, yes. Upon being called out, Mitsuri immediately became flustered, her mind momentarily consumed by Lady Amano's beauty. Lady Amano is truly stunning. It wasn't until she realized that everyone's gaze was fixed upon her that she snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing bright red. It was like this. She struggled to recollect, gesturing with her hands in an attempt to recreate the sensation. I remember my body felt incredibly light. Let me think. And then, suddenly, it just came. Just like that. She pressed her hand against her heart, which was racing wildly. She waved her arms, mimicking the motion of wielding a blade, feeling a surge of power. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone was taken aback by her vividly imaginative, yet somewhat nonsensical description. Shinazugawa Sanemi's mouth twitched, finding her description almost provocative. Iguro Abanai sighed in exasperation, both amused and affectionate at Mitsuri's naive straightforwardness. Ah, now I see. That is quite clear. Rengoku Kyujiro was the first to break the silence, expressing understanding with his signature cheerfulness. Haha, your words are as splendid as a performance. Yuzui Tenjin also laughed in support, alleviating Mitsuri's embarrassment. Mitsuri breathed a sigh of relief, offering an awkward smile. At that moment, Takedo Muichiro spoke calmly. Since that is the case, let us elaborate. He and Yuiichi exchanged glances, ready to provide a more precise and substantial explanation. They clearly outlined the extreme physiological conditions necessary to awaken the markings, a body temperature exceeding 39 degrees Celsius and a heart rate of over 200 beats per minute. Surviving in such a dangerously heated state, with a racing heart, is essential for the potential awakening of the markings. They explained the phenomenon of resonance, stating that when an individual with existing markings is nearby, it becomes easier for others to meet these conditions. They used their own experiences during treatment, where both brothers experienced high fevers, while the already adapted Kumagomo remained unaffected, to illustrate the basis for measuring body temperature. Mitsuri listened with wide eyes, her face filled with admiration as she gazed at them, internally marveling. The Takedo brothers are so impressive, expressing everything so clearly. TCH, Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed after hearing this, realizing how simple it was. To him, reaching such physical extremes did not seem arduous at all. The usually silent Tomioka Ju, with a complex inner turmoil, thought, Sanemi can view matters with such pure, uncomplicated clarity, free from the burdens of intricate concerns, living more straightforwardly. Thus, he instinctively muttered under his breath, I truly envy your seemingly simple mindset regarding such matters. What did you say? Sanemi sharply caught the remark, his gaze turning hostile. Abanai also shot him a questioning look. It's nothing. Ju averted his eyes. Ha, I see. You are truly remarkable. Rengoku Kyujiro's hearty laughter once again enlivened the atmosphere. Yuzui Tenjin stroked his chin. A heart rate over 200, a body temperature of 39 degrees. Sounds like a magnificent challenge. I feel as though I could splendidly awaken my own markings. Just then, the rain outside began to fall steadily, the raindrops tapping against the eaves, as if heralding the solemn, yet uncertain prelude to a meeting that would determine the future direction of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 59, Meeting 3, continued. The sound of rain pattered softly outside, tapping against the windows of the Butterfly Mansion, further adding a damp gloom to the heavy atmosphere within. Lady Amano, dignified as ever, knelt in the main seat, her voice calm and soothing as always, yet she dropped a bombshell of news that would send shockwaves through the hearts of every Hashira. Should one manifest the markings, there would no longer be any choice. Every individual bearing the markings, without exception, would not live beyond the age of 25. Silence. It was as though even the sound of rain was momentarily blocked by an invisible barrier. The air became thick, pressing heavily on each person's heart. Sanemi's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. Mitsuri's verdant eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow. Abanai's arrows shifted nervously on his shoulder. Even Rengoku's eternally fiery gaze flickered with a shadow of despair. Kanroji Mitsuri clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face as she softly recited prayers for this cruel fate. This cost, akin to a bucket of icy water dousing a flame, extinguished the urgency that had just ignited within them due to the necessity of awakening the markings. However, amidst the almost suffocating silence, two figures remained remarkably stable, Shinobu Kocho and Takedo Kumagomo, who sat quietly beside her. With a gentle whisper, Shinobu Kocho broke the silence, her face adorned with that tender yet enigmatic smile. Though the circumstances were undeniably sorrowful, there was a glimmer of good news to share. Instantly, the eyes of the gathered turned to her and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kaneo slightly tilted her head, exchanging a silent glance with Shinobu, and then calmly produced a delicate glass vial. Within it swirled a crystalline liquid, sparkling faintly with starlight, emitting a soft luminescence even in the dim light. Hey, even at a time like this, why the riddles? Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed impatiently, yet her gaze remained fixated on the vial. Jiomi Himejima and Sanemi Shinazugawa simultaneously glanced at their sister. A flurry of memories rushed through Jiomi's mind. Those countless nights when Kaneo returned from the butterfly mansion, her fatigue barely concealed, and sometimes bearing the weight of exhaustion that left her utterly drained, a truth she never revealed when questioned. A pang of regret surged within him. Sanemi's typically impassive face bore the faintest crease of concern, his eyes reflecting pure worry. Kanroji's eyes widened in surprise, quickly morphing into anticipation. Miss Kocho missed Sayuri. What is this? Kaneo gently positioned the vial at the center of attention, her gaze serene as it swept over each Hashira present. Her voice was clear and steady, alternating with Shinobu's as they unveiled a closely guarded secret, one shared with Yae Takahashi. They recounted their encounter and alliance with Lady Tamayo, the demon doctor who had escaped Musen Kabutsuji's control, tirelessly seeking redemption and vengeance for centuries. They described how, in the hidden laboratory deep within the butterfly mansion, humans, demons, and those of special bloodlines had set aside their grievances to pool their wisdom and strength. Their ambition had always transcended mere retribution against Musen. It encompassed overcoming the curse of the mark itself. This is the potion we've diligently researched with Lady Tamayo, Shinobu explained, her fingertip lightly tapping on the vial. While it cannot entirely reverse the drain on one's life force caused by the mark, it can significantly slow the process. As our research progresses, we are confident in our ability to refine it further. Our ultimate goal is to negate its side effects entirely, ensuring that those marked can live out their natural lifespans. Portions of the potion are still in production, but we can distribute some now. The truth was unveiled. It turned out that during the last Hashira meeting, Kaneo's private discussions with the leader and her subsequent clandestine research with Shinobu had all been leading to this moment. The once misinterpreted aura of mystery surrounding Kaneo transformed into a reassuring foundation. So that's what my sister was up to, Jiomi murmured softly, his tone woven with both pride and concern. Sanemi nodded in quiet agreement, his gaze never straying from Kaneo. Nemo Amida Butsu. The chanting of the grieving Yuiichiro conveyed a sense of solace. It was a blessing amid misfortune, a thread of hope wrought from wisdom and toil. Tenjin Yuzui was the first to break into laughter, his voice regaining its former grandeur. Ah, what a splendid reversal. Truly remarkable, you all. Kaijiro Rengoku's robust voice dispelled the last remnants of gloom. This is wonderful. With this, we have nothing to fear. Let us charge forward against the mark and enhance our strength. The atmosphere surged from despair to fervor, filled with renewed hope. Lady Tamayo deeply bowed to Shinobu and Kaneo. On behalf of the Takahashi clan and all potential bearers of the mark, I express our profound gratitude for your efforts and for Lady Tamayo's assistance. Even the typically hostile Sanemi merely clicked his tongue, not voicing any opposition, his gaze lingering momentarily on the potion, tacitly accepting this limited collaboration with demons. Should what they say be true, then Lady Tamayo is indeed a remarkable existence. Much like Nezuko, Shinobu noted quietly to Mitsuri. Mitsuri nodded enthusiastically, tears of joy glistening at the corners of her eyes. This is fantastic. Everyone is truly wonderful. Outside, the rain had gradually ceased, and golden rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, softly illuminating the interior. Seizing this moment of clarity, Shinobu and Kaneo briefly touched upon other research advancements. The special antidote targeting Musen Kabutsuji had reached the theoretical stage, and the potion to fully restore Nezuko to humanity was also showing promise. Each revelation inspired awe, as if the dawn of an end to a millennium of conflict was becoming increasingly tangible. As the last remnants of rain clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky, four jays flitted their wings, chirping joyously as they landed on the roof, seemingly celebrating this hard-won hope. Lady Tamayo departed, filled with gratitude and a renewed sense of mission. The meeting did not immediately adjourn. The Hashira remained, absorbing the immense information and seamlessly transitioning into the next agenda, preparing for the impending final battle. As the eldest Hashira present, Yuiichiro spoke in a deep voice. Now that our concerns have considerably lessened, our focus should shift to maximizing our collective strength. Namo Amida Butsu. Exactly, Kaijiro added. I believe we should take turns training the squad members, sharing our experiences and skills as thoroughly as possible. Tenjin concurred, a sound strategy. Let those with potential undergo rigorous training. Sanemi crossed his arms. I have no objections. It's time to put those kids through some serious practice. Iguro quietly nodded in agreement. Mitsuri eagerly raised her hand. I can take charge of training them as well. Remarkably, Jutomioka did not quietly withdraw this time. Nor did he utter his signature line about being different from the others. He simply sat there quietly, responding succinctly when Kaijiro mentioned training. Yes. This unusual reaction raised Sanemi's eyebrows. He refrained from sarcasm, merely grunting, Seems you've finally come to your senses. Perhaps only a select few were aware of the transformation that had taken place. Prior to this, Kaneo had uniquely connected with Tanjiro, prompting him to reach out to Ju. Ultimately, it was Tanjiro's concerned punch and words about Kaneo, responsibility, and his own worth that opened Ju's previously sealed heart. He began to truly accept his identity as a Hashira, willing to shoulder that responsibility and integrate into the collective. Seeing the spirits high and opinions unified, Yuiichiro concluded. In that case, let us promptly devise the training plan. The time for preparation has arrived. Let us give our utmost. Yes, the resounding agreement echoed through the butterfly mansion. Filled with unprecedented resolve and strength, Kaneo gazed quietly at her comrades, sensing the fervor and rekindled hope burning within them. Sunlight danced through the windows, illuminating her flowing blue and white hair, reflecting the calm, yet determined expression beneath her veil. The seeds she had sown with Shinobu and Lady Tamayo finally broke through the soil after the rain, bringing a glimmer of hope to this harsh world. The road ahead remained perilous, but at the very least, they now held more tokens of resistance in their hands. Chapter 60, The Blade Drawn. As the night descended, the pillar assembly concluded amid an atmosphere suffused with a blend of heavy resolve and clandestine hope. The pillars exchanged farewells, their silhouettes gradually vanishing into the shadows, each preparing for the impending war, and more urgently, for an unprecedented pillar enhancement training directed at all members. On the following dawn, as the first light broke, a member of the Hidden Corps hurriedly approached, reporting to the tranquil Kaneo Tsuri, who was immersed in the delicate dance of morning dew in the courtyard. Master Rengoku, the blacksmith Mr. Kanamori has arrived at the Butterfly Mansion, bringing your new Nichiren blade. He first went to visit Tanjiro Kamadu, who is currently over there. Kaneo nodded slightly, her expression serene behind her veil. Thank you, I shall go now. She walked steadily towards the Butterfly Mansion. Before she could step into the sick room, a piercing voice struck the air like a hammer on steel, invading her senses. The voice, which had held a note of joy just a moment before, suddenly escalated into a volcanic fury. I told you all. I just finished one, and you went ahead and used it. Look at this blade. The rust hasn't even been cleaned off. Is this how you treat my craftsmanship? It's an affront to my dedication. Do you want me to end you? Inside the room, a sweating Tanjiro sat upright on the bed, repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. Mr. Kanamori. Truly, I am very sorry. Kaneo maintained her usual composure and entered the room. Good morning, Mr. Kanamori, Tanjiro. Miss Tsuyuri. You're here. Tanjiro exclaimed, as if he had found a savior. Kaneo calmly stated her purpose. I have come to collect the blade. However, this timely interruption did little to quell Mr. Kanamori's fury. Seeing Tanjiro dare to greet her, and noticing Kaneo's presence, an offender in his eyes, old grievances surged anew. Although they had barely reconciled last time, that fragile piece was as delicate as gossamer in the face of Mr. Kanamori's exacting standards. His wrath enveloped the room, his finger nearly poking Tanjiro's nose before whirling towards Kaneo. And you, don't think you're off the hook. Are you not aware of how badly the last blade broke? You two reckless fools. Both of you. My blade. My labor. Amidst the spittle flying, Tanjiro recoiled, his neck shrinking as he continued to apologize. Kaneo stood quietly, refraining from retorting, merely tilting her head slightly to attentively absorb the artisan's wrath. After all, compared to last time, Mr. Kanamori at least brought the new blade while expressing his anger. Perhaps Kaneo's composed demeanor, mainly her silence, had a slight effect. Or perhaps Mr. Kanamori had grown weary of scolding, as his fury finally began to wane. Yet, it was evident that he would not let it go so easily. He suddenly seized Tanjiro's still recovering face and yanked it outward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tanjiro couldn't help but cry out. Mr. Kanamori, please be gentle. The hidden member watching was horrified, hastily intervening, but he is still severely injured. Although you are hurt too, he is much worse. Mr. Kanamori paid no heed, still unsatisfied, and harshly grabbed Tanjiro's crimson hair, bellowing, listen up, you little brat. And you. He glared at Kaneo, from now until the end of time. You must always bring me Mitarashi Dango as an apology. Do you hear me? Do you understand? Tanjiro grimaced, teeth bared, hurriedly agreeing. Yes, yes. I will definitely bring it. Kaneo nodded in agreement, her tone unwavering. Understood, Mr. Kanamori. Satisfied with the response, Mr. Kanamori finally released his grip. He handed over a long blade, carefully wrapped in white cloth, his movements contrasting sharply with his tempestuous words, imbued with a near-reverent solemnity. After the exchange, he said nothing further, limping away with an air of indignation, not looking back. Thank you. Please take care. Tanjiro called after his retreating figure, rubbing his sore cheeks and scalp. Kaneo offered a slight nod of appreciation in the direction he departed. The sick room fell into a temporary quietude. Nearby, The injured Jinya covered his ears, visibly irritated, muttering, "It's so loud." Tanjiro sheepishly glanced at him. "Sorry, Jinya, it's over now? Did it disturb you?" Kaneo gently caressed the new blade in her hand, sensing the ice-cold aura within, distinctly different from before, lost in thought. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, with a crash, the window shattered, splinters flying as a figure clad in a boar's head mask, agile and robust, burst in like a cannonball, landing firmly with a triumphant exclamation, "Boar rush." "Ah!" Tanjiro nearly leapt from the bed in fright. "Inosuke, what are you doing bursting through the window?" Kaneo looked towards the source of the commotion. Seemingly accustomed to such disturbances, the hidden member nearly fainted, pointing at the broken window, trembling. "Are you insane? Damaging the Butterfly Mansion's property will get you killed by Lady Kane." Jinya painfully closed his eyes, pulling the blanket over himself, muffled groans escaping. "I want to change rooms." Amidst the chaos, Kaneo calmly spoke, her voice quiet yet penetrating through Inosuke's excited huffs. Inosuke, quiet. Perhaps it was Kaneo's unique, undeniable composure that caused him to momentarily quiet down, his exuberance subdued. Just as Tanjiro sighed in relief, Kaneo dropped a bombshell. 3 days from now, she addressed the occupants of the sick room, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Jinya, who is clearly eavesdropping under the covers. The pillar enhancement training officially begins. Each pillar will conduct specialized training for you. Specialized training from the pillars. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with a yearning to grow stronger. That sounds amazing. Humph. Inosuke immediately struck a pose, hands on hips, his voice brimming with pride beneath the boar mask. Of course. The king of the mountains deserves the strongest training. Lost in excitement, Tanjiro could not help but ask, "Miss Tsuyuri, will you and your brothers train us too?" "Certainly." Kaneo affirmed, "My brother and I will be responsible for high-speed movement and reaction training. Prepare yourselves, it won't be easy." Her tone was calm, yet it sent a chill down both Tanjiro's and Inosuke's spines. After laying out the details, Kaneo did not linger, gripping her new blade as she turned to leave the sick room, which had just weathered a storm and was on the brink of facing an even greater tempest. The remaining individuals were left with diverse thoughts, yet all shared a palpable tension and anticipation for the hellish training session crafted by the pillars, set to commence in 3 days. At this moment, Kaneo Tsuyuri, holding her new blade, sensed the subtle resonance emanating from it, silently contemplating. New blade, new training, new battles, everything is about to begin. Chapter 61, Tsuyuri's Training. On the 3rd day following the pillar assembly, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters transformed into an unquenchable crucible of training. The air was saturated with the anguished cries of the members and the clang of weapons clashing, heralding the commencement of the most grueling pillar enhancement training in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. In the wake of the grueling trials designed to test the extreme endurance and rhythmic sensibility of the sound Hashira, Tengen Yuzui, as well as the fiery resolve of the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, the team members now faced a daunting challenge that was enough to pale even the stoutest of hearts. It was a training regimen overseen by the Tsutomu siblings. At this moment, Zenitsu Agitsuma, Inosuke Hashibara, and Jinya Shinazugawa, along with a handful of other survivors from Yuzui and Rengoku's recent trials, stumbled into the training ground, their bodies on the verge of collapse. Each step a laborious endeavor through the ethereal morning mist. Tanjiro, due to injuries, had temporarily paused his training after completing the initial courses, leaving the others as the fortunate first group to experience the Tsutomu siblings' rigorous training. Inosuke, adorned with his boar mask, proclaimed with bravado, "Watch as I turn this place upside down." Jinya followed silently, his expression grave, acutely aware of the Tsutomu siblings' formidable prowess as the son of the stone Hashira. The training ground was a spacious tatami room, where light filtered through the paper doors, casting a serene glow over the motes of dust suspended in the air. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. The morning instructor was Muichiro Takedo, who stood at the center of the arena, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the new recruits. In the battle against demons, even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Your movements are riddled with flaws." The training commenced with wooden swords, yet Takedo's demands were exceedingly stringent. He would appear instantaneously before the trainees, pinpointing their exposed weaknesses with his wooden blade upon their wrists, elbows, and ribs. Too slow, incorrect angle, excessive movements. Each critique cut coldly like a blade. Inosuke, with his inhuman flexibility, struggled to keep up, but his wild attacks were mere openings in Takedo's eyes. Acting on impulse, Takedo effortlessly deflected his dual swords, the tip of the wooden blade resting against Inosuke's throat, declaring, "Next time, you would be dead." In the afternoon, The instructor changed to Kaname Tsutomu, whose severity mirrored that of Muichiro, yet his words were sharper. Is this all you can do? If you cannot even manage basic movements, how do you expect to slay demons? The atmosphere in the room tightened when Kaname announced, now, we switch to real swords. The chilling gleam of the true blade sent a palpable tension through every nerve in the trainees' bodies. Kaname focused on honing their rapid movement and body control. Move. Don't be like a wooden post. He chided a rigid trainee. In battle, hesitation equals death. He demonstrated swift footwork, compelling the trainees to mimic his movements. Those who failed would endure countless repetitions of the same drills. During this rigorous session, a minor incident occurred when a trainee lost his balance during rapid movement, nearly colliding with a nearby sword rack. In a flash, Kaname steadied him. You will repeat the basic footwork 100 times. His voice remained stern, yet his timely intervention had averted disaster. 2 days later, Zenitsu finally joined the training, dragging his weary body in with cries of despair. I don't want to. Why must I endure this hell? The Tsutomu brothers softened slightly at Zenitsu's arrival. Knowing Tanjiro, they were also aware of the golden-haired boy, another heir of the flame Hashira. Muichiro merely stated, since you're here, train earnestly. Kaname offered a succinct evaluation after Zenitsu barely managed to evade an attack. Your reflexes are adequate. The true transformation emerged with the arrival of Kumiai Tsutomu, who appeared at noon, her face adorned with a delicate veil. Compared to her brothers, Kumiai's demeanor was gentler. Zenitsu, Inosuke, Jinya, she greeted softly, I shall lead your training from here. As she commenced, her gentleness transformed into a different form of strictness. Close your eyes, Kumiai instructed, her voice clear and calm. Feel the airflow with your skin and listen with your ears. Demons do not only appear when you can see them. She guided the trainees to sense her movements and attacks while blindfolded. This was an immense test for Zenitsu's extraordinary hearing, as he had to discern her almost imperceptible sounds amidst a cacophony of distractions. No, it's not to the left, it's to the right. Zenitsu floundered. Kumiai gently advised, do not rely solely on one sense, Zenitsu. Try to integrate your hearing with your other senses. Initially, Inosuke flailed about like a headless fly, frequently struck by bamboo, swords from seemingly nowhere. However, after numerous failures, his instincts as a forest hunter began to awaken. He ceased his blind charges, lowering his body to gauge the subtle vibrations of the ground. Kumiai noticed his transformation and, after a successful sidestep, softly commended, well done, Inosuke, keep it up. Jinya, with unwavering determination, gritted his teeth to complete each movement, receiving subtle nods of approval from Kumiai. During breaks in training, the Tsutomu brothers often retreated to a quiet corner, while Kumiai would approach the trainees, offering water and softly inquiring about their well-being. On one occasion, Inosuke collapsed to the ground, his boar mask askew, exclaiming, I'm starving. Kumiai retrieved a rice ball wrapped in clean leaves from her small pouch and handed it to him, saying, Here, this is for your training. Inosuke snatched it up and stuffed it into his mask, devouring it hungrily. Zenitsu muttered, Why is she so nice to that boar? Kumiai turned to Zenitsu with a gentle smile. Do you need anything, Zenitsu? These small interludes somewhat alleviated the tension of training. Whenever Muichiro caught sight of Kumiai conversing with the trainees, his gaze lingered on her with a softness. Kaname, during one handover, casually placed a water bottle beside Kumiai, saying, Remember to drink water. His tone remained neutral, yet the gesture concealed his concern. The training conducted by the Tsutomu siblings was akin to placing the trainees into a finely tuned grinder, meticulously refining each of their movements. The stamina accumulated from Tenjin Yuzui and the fighting spirit ignited by Kaijiro Rengoku were transformed here into heightened precision and acute perception. As the trainees finally emerged from the Tsutomu siblings' training, dragging their more fatigued, yet increasingly focused bodies towards the next training ground, their understanding of combat had subtly shifted. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, having recovered from his injuries, swiftly immersed himself in Kaijiro Rengoku's lessons, striving to keep pace with his comrades. This relentless relay of hellish training within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was still ongoing. Each individual struggled and transformed at their limits, gathering every ounce of strength for the impending final battle. In her spare moments, Kumiai would hastily rendezvous with Shinobu Kocho and Tamayo, as the enhancement of medicinal research was an indispensable aspect of this survival struggle. Her figure traversed the headquarters quietly, fulfilling her duties. Chapter 62, The Promise on a Paper Plane. After spending a full 2 weeks in the training grounds of Kaijiro Rengoku, which felt as though they had been purified by raging flames, Tanjiro finally stepped into the realm overseen by the Tsutomu siblings, his body exhausted yet imbued with newfound strength. The atmosphere here was starkly different from that of the flame Hashira's domain. An almost palpable seriousness hung in the air, punctuated only by the sharp sound of wooden swords slicing through the air and the dull thuds of impacts against flesh. In the training ground, the brothers Takedo Muichiro and Takedo Yuiichiro were diligently instructing their comrades, their movements so swift that they seemed to leave behind afterimages. The arrival of Tanjiro was akin to a stone cast into still waters, prompting both brothers to simultaneously cease their actions. In an instant, they appeared before him like the wind. "Tanjiro, you have finally arrived," Muichiro exclaimed, his face adorned with his characteristic cheerful demeanor. Yuiichiro, arms crossed, scrutinized Tanjiro with his piercing gaze and remarked in a flat tone, "You've been dawdling, making us wait. Zenitsu and Inosuke have already commenced the next phase." Tanjiro quickly inhaled deeply, nodding vigorously, his voice resonant. "Yes, I sincerely apologize. I look forward to your guidance." The morning training was led by Muichiro, whose teaching style was both precise and demanding. His figure flitted through the training area like a specter, always appearing at the most unexpected angles. The wooden sword in his hand deftly pinpointing even the slightest flaws in Tanjiro's technique. "Too slow." His cold voice accompanied the gentle tap of the wooden sword against Tanjiro's ribs. "Your center of gravity is off." A light nudge to the back of his knee followed. "Is this the extent of your focus? Can you not maintain concentration?" Each critique was succinct, causing Tanjiro to sweat profusely as he struggled to adjust. In the afternoon, it was Yuichiro's turn. He switched to an unsharpened katana, and the chilling glint of the blade instantly heightened Tanjiro's senses. "Move. This is no time for idleness," Yuichiro barked, demonstrating a speed akin to the wind. The whistle of the blade forced Tanjiro to maintain absolute control of his body and steady his breath amidst rapid evasion. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he found himself laboring painfully, his steps faltering, nearly stumbling several times. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his gaze unwavering, refusing to relent in the slightest. At noon, the door to the training ground creaked open, revealing a slender figure in the interplay of light and shadow. It was Takedo Kaname. "Miss Kaname," Tanjiro said, wiping the sweat trickling down his cheek and greeting her politely. Kaname inclined her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her veiled features. "Tanjiro, you have worked hard in your training." She spoke softly yet clearly. "All right, the break is over. We shall now commence sensory training." In the ensuing session, Tanjiro was instructed to blindfold himself and respond solely to the sounds, sensations, and currents of air generated by Kaname's bamboo sword. In the absence of sight, it was exceedingly difficult to detect Kaname's movements, which seemed to meld with the environment. At times, he misjudged her attacks, feeling the gentle tap of the bamboo sword upon his shoulder or side. "No, heed the subtle breeze your footsteps create. The attack is coming from the right," Kaname would advise at opportune moments, offering gentle affirmations when he successfully evaded an attack through instinct. "Well done. Maintain this awareness of your surroundings." During breaks, the Takedo siblings would take Tanjiro to view a small room specially crafted by their master, filled with various tools and materials for the meticulous care of the Nichiren blades. Time flew swiftly amidst sweat and perseverance. The Takedo brothers, especially Yuichiro, were relentless in their critiques, their biting words falling like cold rain upon the hearts of their fellow trainees. Low murmurs of discontent began to circulate in the rest area. "Your movements are as clumsy as an uncivilized monkey," Yuichiro's scorn echoed through the venue. "With such skills, encountering a lower moon demon would be tantamount to seeking death. You don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. TSK, unable to achieve basic bodily coordination? I wonder how you managed to progress through previous training." These frigid remarks lashed at the spirits of the trainees. Even Tanjiro, whose resolve was as steadfast as iron, felt the sting of such words was indeed excessive. He observed the exhaustion in his peers' eyes, mingled with a sense of frustration and suppressed anger born from verbal assaults. Tanjiro understood that the Tokidos merely wished for them to grow swiftly, ensuring they would not easily lose their lives on the true battlefield. Yet, this stern approach was undeniably difficult to endure. Kaname sensed the oppressive atmosphere and, comprehending her brother's intentions, would occasionally interject softly when their words became too sharp, encouraging focus and reminding them that they could perform better. After class, she would quietly offer food and solace to the downcast trainees. Gradually, everyone began to appreciate the Takedo siblings' sincere intentions. 5 days later, Tanjiro finally managed to withstand the combined onslaught of the Takedo trio, even managing to graze their garments on occasion. This was a significant advancement. On the day training concluded, as everyone prepared to leave with legs that felt as if leaden, Tanjiro met the standard and was eligible to enter the next phase of training. He glanced at Yuichiro's perpetually stern profile, then at the subdued expressions of his fellow trainees. Taking a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a momentous decision, he summoned the courage to call out, "Mr. Muichiro, Mr. Yuiichiro, Miss Kaname, please wait a moment." The three halted simultaneously, turning to face him. Muichiro's gaze remained indifferent, questioning. Yuiichiro raised an eyebrow, his expression clearly conveying, "What do you want now?" Kaname tilted her head slightly. Under the curious gazes of those around them, Tanjiro deftly produced several discarded training schedules from his pocket, a habit he had cultivated to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With nimble fingers, he quickly and earnestly folded them into several well-shaped paper airplanes. He raised one, a serious expression gracing his face, and proposed loudly, "How about we have a paper airplane throwing contest? If I throw it the farthest, will you promise to tone down your harsh words during training, Mr. Muichiro and Mr. Yuiichiro?" This sudden, almost childlike suggestion rendered the previously fatigued and somber training ground silent enough that one could hear a pin drop. All the departing trainees froze in place, astonished as they turned to look at Tanjiro, then cautiously glanced at the Takedo brothers. Yuiichiro was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Huh? Have you lost your mind from training? You think you can use that?" He pointed at the paper airplane in Tanjiro's hand. To Tanjiro's surprise, Muichiro regarded the paper airplane with a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes and gently nodded. "A paper airplane sounds fine." Kaname, initially taken aback, then allowed a subtle smile to curve her lips as she softly remarked to her brothers, "This seems rather entertaining." Yuiichiro, arms crossed, scrutinized Tanjiro thoroughly, his gaze assessing him like a peculiar specimen. He then cast a sidelong glance at the other trainees, who, though hesitant to speak, bore glimmers of anticipation and amusement in their eyes. Finally, he huffed, adopting a tone that was almost condescending. "All right then. It won't waste too much time. However, this is a one-time opportunity. If you lose, do not bring up such trivial matters again." Agreed. Tanjiro's spirit ignited, his grip tightening around the paper airplane. The competition was officially underway. Tanjiro positioned himself at the designated starting line, steadied his stance, and with all his might, hurled the paper airplane forward. The airplane, carrying his hopes, surged ahead, yet its flight path was erratic, wobbling in the air before taking an unfortunate nosedive to the ground, landing far short of his expectations. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed through the crowd. Next, it was Muichiro's turn. He picked up the paper airplane that he had just subconsciously adjusted, his expression remaining placid. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the motion was fluid and natural. The paper airplane seemed to be infused with life and the blessing of the wind spirit. Zipping through the air with a whoosh, gracefully traversing the atmosphere at remarkable speed, its trajectory steady, far surpassing the landing point of Tanjiro's airplane, and gliding forward with elegance. A low gasp of awe escaped the crowd. Yuiichiro scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "It seems there's no need for me to intervene at all." Nevertheless, he casually took another paper airplane from Tanjiro's hands, scarcely examining it, merely pinching the nose with indifference, before casually tossing it. Remarkably, the paper airplane shot forth like a willful arrow released from a bowstring, propelled by a sharp momentum, following an almost straight trajectory as it effortlessly caught up to Yuiichiro's airplane, the two flying in tandem as if in a competition towards the training ground's end. Tanjiro stood there, dumbfounded, witnessing this extraordinary display of flight, his mouth agape enough to accommodate an egg. This skill transcended all his expectations. It appeared that the outcome was undoubtedly a failure. Kamadu Tanjiro. Yuiichiro clapped his hands together, as if brushing away non-existent dust, announcing the final result. Wait. Tanjiro snapped back from his shock, his face flushed with urgency and embarrassment as he waved his arms, exclaiming, "That was just a warm-up. It doesn't count. Please, grant me another chance. Just once." Yuiichiro, amused by his almost petulant plea, still wore an expression of impatience. Yet, the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. "TSK, it's truly exasperating dealing with someone so stubborn. Fine, out of benevolence. I shall grant you 10 chances. If you fail all 10 times, you must remain silent." "Thank you, Yuiichiro-san." Tanjiro immediately perked up, diligently studying the paper in his hands, striving to craft a more perfect model. The ensuing scene almost transformed into a paper airplane workshop and performance exhibition led by the Tsujikuni brothers. Tanjiro strained his mind, experimenting with various folds, throwing angles, and force techniques. His paper airplanes soared repeatedly, their results fluctuating. Yet he could never shake the record set by the two brothers at the outset. Meanwhile, Yuiichiro and Yuiichiro seemed to have rekindled some long-dormant interest from their childhood, shifting their focus from merely achieving distance to executing intricate stunts. Yuiichiro's airplane could trace graceful spirals in the air, deftly maneuvering around obstacles. Yuiichiro's could perform thrilling near-ground flights before suddenly ascending, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The team members transitioned from nervous anticipation for Tanjiro's potential miracle to being completely captivated by the brothers' exceptional flying skills, gradually forgetting their fatigue and tension, gathering around. Eyes glued, occasionally bursting forth with suppressed exclamations and admiration. The suffocating gloom that had enveloped the training ground was effortlessly replaced by an atmosphere of novelty, liveliness, and a hint of joy. Yum stood quietly to the side, observing, a slight smile gracing her lips and her shoulders relaxed, indicating her enjoyment of this rare moment of ease. Tanjiro's 10th and final attempt approached. He summoned nearly all his strength and every technique gleaned from his previous failures. Launching the paper airplane with a determined force, it soared forward, its trajectory stable, speed commendable. Just as hope reignited in Tanjiro's heart. The airplane ultimately faltered just inches short of where Yukaru's initial airplane had landed, exhausting its final vestige of energy and gently descending to the ground. Tanjiro let out a frustrated wail, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily, his face etched with profound disappointment and regret. I still can't do it. I'm sorry, everyone. I've failed. Yuiichiro stepped forward, looking down at him from his height, elongating his tone. The 10th chance has been exhausted. Now are you finally convinced? Kamadu Tanjiro? Tanjiro, like a defeated rooster, lowered his head, his voice muffled and tinged with dejection. I concede. Just then, however, Yuiichiro abruptly shifted his tone. Though it was still far from gentle, the sharpness of his words miraculously dulled. He crossed his arms, scanning the eager faces of the team members, now vibrant and eager to participate in the impromptu paper airplane contest, and huffed. Humph. Although you lost, and quite thoroughly. However, he paused, seeming somewhat awkward. Perhaps swayed by their current, somewhat animated demeanor, unlike the earlier half-dead atmosphere. Yuiichiro gently added, we shall be more mindful of our manner of speaking. This statement acted as a pardon, leaving all team members, including Tanjiro still seated on the ground, momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment washed over every face. Really? Yuiichiro-san. That is wonderful. Thank you, Yuiichiro-san. Tanjiro, well done. It was unclear who initiated it, but the team erupted in cheers. Eagerly picking up discarded paper from the ground or pulling out notepads from their pockets, excitedly folding their own paper airplanes. In an instant, the training ground was filled with a myriad of white and gray paper airplanes soaring into the air, carrying with them the pent-up emotions of the team members and the exuberance of the moment, tracing arcs of freedom and hope across the sky. Yuiichiro and Yuiichiro did not intervene in this chaotic scene, but rather permitted it, with Yuiichiro even guiding a nearby team member's clumsy folding technique. Yum, smiling, picked up a piece of paper, skillfully folded it, and joined in the flight. Tanjiro leapt up in jubilation, refolding another airplane. Someone shouted, 3, 2, 1, fly. As the countdown echoed, dozens of paper airplanes took off simultaneously from various corners of the training ground, akin to released doves, embodying fleeting ease and joy, weaving a dynamic and vibrant tapestry in the sky. Afterward, Tanjiro stood at the entrance of the training ground, on the verge of entering his next phase of training. He turned back, vigorously waving to the Tsujikuni siblings and his fellow trainees. Goodbye. Thank you so much for your guidance. Yuiichiro nodded gently. Yuiichiro remained with his arms crossed. Yet the corners of his mouth seemed to soften ever so slightly, while Yum smiled and waved farewell. Tanjiro turned away, sunlight bathing his silhouette. His steps lighter than when he first arrived, yet equally resolute as he strode toward his next challenge, carrying with him all that he had learned here. Not only the skills, but also the fleeting yet invaluable courage that those paper airplanes had cut through the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 63, Bait. In the days following Tanjiro's departure, the training at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters showed no signs of slackening. After guiding the team members, the Tsujikuni siblings would invariably head to the designated area for Hashira, engaging in more intense battles each night, their synergy reaching its zenith. However, during the first week of the second month, this seemingly mundane night rippled with unusual undertones. As training time approached, Yuiichiro and Yuiichiro had already gathered their wooden swords, but they found their sister Yum still standing quietly in the corridor, showing no sign of departure. Yum, are you not coming? Yuiichiro gently inquired, concern evident in his gaze. Yunming slightly tilted her head, her voice calm and unwavering. You brothers may proceed first. I wish to conduct a nearby patrol. Upon hearing this, Yuiichiro instinctively furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with a brotherly concern that was somewhat rigid. Patrolling is designated to specific personnel, especially at night. There is no need for you to take such unnecessary action. I understand. However, I sense something amiss and must confirm it. I shall be absent from tonight's training. The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of their sister's almost supernatural perception. Her words were far from baseless. Yuiichiro nodded, instructing her, be cautious. His brother added, return swiftly, do not linger. Understood. Yunming nodded in response, her form shifting slightly, and in the next moment, she melded into the heavy darkness outside the corridor, leaving behind a whisper of a breeze that stirred the wind chimes, producing a delicate chime. She did not venture far, but merely extended her formidable perception, spanning a radius of 100 meters like an invisible domain. The breaths of the flora, the dampness of the soil, the rustling of nocturnal creatures, and even the faintest energy flows in the air all crystallized into vivid imagery within her heart. Suddenly, a chilling, foul presence, incongruous with the surrounding vitality, was instantly locked onto by her senses, akin to oil slicks upon water. The aura was exceedingly faint, attempting to conceal its escape. Like a thunderbolt, Yunming's right hand shot out, her fingers tightening like iron clamps to seize an object with precision. The touch was icy and slick, emanating a nauseating stench peculiar to the undead. Opening her palm, her perception clarified the object, a still slightly pulsating eyeball, within which the number 4 was distinctly etched. The fourth moon. A chill coursed through Yunming's spine, a sudden realization dawning upon her. The headquarters was about to be exposed. In that fleeting moment, she tightened her grip fiercely. A sound, exceedingly soft and akin to the bursting of a berry, echoed as the cold, slippery eyeball was crushed in her hand, its viscous texture vanishing in an instant. Immediately, the shattered remnants disintegrated as if consumed by an invisible flame, transforming into a small cloud of ash that drifted away from her fingers, dissipating into the night wind without a trace. In 1 month's time, Musen would surely descend upon us. The sense of urgency washed over her like a cascade of icy water, sharpening her focus. There could be no delay. Without hesitation, she turned and rushed towards the residence of her lord, Tanjiro, her figure slicing through the night like a blurred white line. Arriving at the unadorned yet elegant abode, Yunming was about to knock when her movements paused slightly. Within her perception, aside from her lord's gentle yet resilient presence, akin to a candle flickering defiantly in the wind, there was another, a powerful entity exuding a heavy, compassionate aura, the sorrowful yet steadfast presence of Jiomei Himejima. Her lord and Mr. Himejima were engaged in a late-night discussion. Yunming's thoughts raced, and she stilled her breath. Standing quietly outside the door, she did not intend to eavesdrop, yet her acute senses had captured the almost palpable weight of the atmosphere within. "Is that you, Yunming? Come in." The soothing voice of Tanjiro resonated at just the right moment, as if he had anticipated her arrival. Yunming entered upon his invitation, first bowing respectfully to Tanjiro seated at the head, then offering a slight nod to Jiomei beside him. At this moment, Jiomei's face bore no tears, only a profound solemnity. "My lord, Mr. Himejima," Yunming cut straight to the point, foregoing any need for physical evidence, and reported directly. "I have just discovered and swiftly eliminated all of the fourth moon's eyeballs at the headquarters perimeter. The stronghold may have been compromised." Tanjiro's gaunt visage did not betray any surprise. Instead, he let out a soft sigh that bore the weight of unspoken burdens. Jiomei clasped his hands together, reciting a prayer, "Namu Amida Butsu." As expected, we could not escape it. Yunming immediately grasped the implication. "My lord, you anticipated this?" She keenly sensed that the tremor in their emotions was not one of sudden shock, but rather a resolute acceptance of a heavy omen that had finally come to fruition. Tanjiro did not conceal the truth, gazing at Yunming with eyes that, though gradually losing their sight, still reflected the depths of the human heart. He spoke with a gentle yet unwavering tone. "Indeed, once this place is exposed, Musen's primary target will undoubtedly be me. At that time, my family and I will remain here as bait. Sufficient explosives have been prepared beneath this house." Jiomei added in a grave voice, akin to a boulder rolling. "I have understood and accepted my lord's intent." The air seemed to solidify in that moment. Yunming stood still, her white veil obscuring her expression, yet her hand at her side tightened subtly, her knuckles whitening from the force. The unyielding resolve in her lord's words, intent on perishing alongside the Demon King, coupled with Mr. Himejima's complex emotions of profound sorrow and absolute obedience, surged through her perception like a tumultuous undercurrent. A warmth welled in her eyes, which she forcibly suppressed to maintain her composure. Silence enveloped the room, yet Yunming's mind raced in the stillness. Her lord intended to sacrifice himself as bait, paving a path for the Demon Slayer Corps in the future with a road forged in death. Such realization was both admirable and heart-wrenching. Yet, was this truly the only course of action? A vague yet bold thought began to take root and sketch itself in her typically calm and meticulous mind. The risks were unpredictable, the outcome uncertain. But it was worth the gamble. Now was not the time for declarations. She understood her lord's resolve was unwavering, unwilling to drag more comrades into this deadlock. Her thoughts, bordering on rebellion, demanded absolute secrecy. After a moment, Yunming gradually relaxed her grip, her voice returning to its usual tranquility, even laced with a hint of acquiescence. I understand, my lord. She bowed respectfully, her tone sincere. Please rest assured, I shall not mention this to anyone else, lest it waver the morale of the troops. I will undoubtedly support your plan. Her response revealed no hint of discord, her breath steady as before. Tanjiro sensed this and nodded slightly, a look of relief crossing his features. Thank you, Yunming. You may go. Yes. Yunming bowed once more, acknowledging Jiaomi before turning to exit the room, gently closing the door behind her, temporarily sealing away the heavy resolve within. She did not linger, nor did she first return to her dwelling or the training grounds. Instead, she swiftly retrieved a note, hurriedly scribbling a few lines, and then summoned the raven, Tsukuyami, which had been lingering nearby. She carefully tied the note to Tsukuyami's leg, stroking its jet-black feathers and whispering, "Deliver this to my brother. Inform them I have urgent matters to attend to and shall not return tonight. Do not worry." Tsukuyami emitted a low croak, flapping its wings to merge with the night sky. Watching Tsukuyami vanish, Yunming moved once more, this time with a clear and resolute direction, not returning to her residence, nor seeking her brother, but directly racing towards the hiding place of Lady Tamayo and her assistant, Yuiichiro. The night wind rustled, brushing against the trailing ends of her white veil and scattering her gradually darkening hair. The ashes of the crushed eyeball seemed to remind her of the urgency of time. A clear and perilous plan continuously unfolded and refined in her mind. She must see Tamayo at once. While her lord intended to serve as bait, she sought to find a sliver of potential assistance from another dimension before the ultimate explosion occurred, to slay Muzan. Her steps were swift as the wind, her figure disappearing into the shadows of the buildings under the moonlight, heading straight for her target. Chapter 64, The Final Battle. A month prior, the promise that Takedo Muichiro made deep within her heart ignited an everlasting flame within her soul, fervently propelling her forward. The laboratory she shared with Tamayo and Shinobu was ablaze with light, often competing with the stars outside until dawn's arrival. Countless days and nights of relentless struggle, where sweat and intellect intertwined, ultimately bore fruit. They not only enhanced a terrifying potion capable of allowing Kibutsuji Muzan to celebrate 100 birthdays in a mere second, but also perfected an antidote that could free the Hashira from their fated demise upon the unlocking of their marks, and even prepared the elixir to restore Nezuko to her human form. What is even more commendable is her prophetic insight that timely rescued the elder Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, who, in despair over the betrayal of his disciple, had contemplated seppuku. Fortunately, their leader showed understanding, and the Hashira ultimately forgave their mentor. On the night of the final confrontation, the moon was shrouded by ominous clouds. Kibutsuji Muzan arrived as expected, his steps composed, exuding an elegance that hinted at his condescension towards all. He wielded such overwhelming power that he effortlessly neutralized the toxic miasma surrounding the Kikuchi estate, enveloping the area in a hazy mist. Two little girls were innocently playing with a ball outside, their childish melodies wafting through the night air. This seemingly innocuous scene momentarily softened the crimson glow of his eyes. "You've come, Kibutsuji Muzan," spoke Kikuchi Yoya, reclining calmly on the tatami mat. Muzan's frigid gaze swept over him. "I've long sensed the repugnant, corpse-like odor emanating from you. Do you harbor thoughts of killing me? Kill you?" Muzan scoffed disdainfully. "I have no particular desire to take your life. You are simply too much of a hindrance." "Indeed." Yoya sighed. "I should have perished half a year ago. Yet the conviction to witness your downfall has compelled me to struggle on until now. Tonight, both you and your ethereal dreams will meet their end at my hands." Muzan's voice was cold as ice. Yoya did not rage in response. Rather, he began to question the significance of Muzan's millennia-long existence. Muzan mocked the absurdity of divine retribution, boasting of his unpunished deeds over the centuries. When asked whether dreams are eternal, a greedy flame ignited in Muzan's eyes. "My dream is on the verge of realization. Once I absorb that girl who can stand in sunlight, I shall attain perfect, eternal life. Your dream will not come to fruition." Yoya's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable force. "No one can achieve eternity. Only the beliefs and will of humanity can endure, like the leaves dancing in the wind. The will of fire shall never extinguish." As their dialogue unfolded, a silent assassination had already commenced. Takedo Muichiro, utilizing the potent hallucinogen crafted in collaboration with Tamayo, and concealed by the blood demon art of Yuiichiro, had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity. The hallucinogen silently permeated Muzan's senses, and the self-proclaimed god of demons belatedly realized he had fallen into a phantasm. When Yoya uttered his gratitude, Takedo Muichiro sprang into action. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the night sky. Under Yuichiro's cover, Takedo Muichiro, like a specter amidst the flames, rapidly whisked the Kikuchi couple and their 2 daughters away from the epicenter of the blast. Almost simultaneously, Madame Tamayo commanded fiercely now. The ever-patient demon beside her unleashed her blood demon art with all her might, sharp spines erupting from the ground like venomous serpents to ensnare the charred, disheveled Kibutsuji Musen, immobilizing him where he stood. Lord Kikuchi! The anguished roar of Shinazugawa Sanemi echoed from afar. He stormed onto the rooftop like a tempest, his white haori billowing, veins bulging on his forehead, the Nichiren blade aimed directly at the ensnared demon king. Musen, you bastard! What have you done to Lord Kikuchi? His voice trembled with fury, the winds around him spiraling uncontrollably. Kill him! Avenge Lord Kikuchi! Shouted Rengoku Kaijiro, his voice booming yet filled with lethal intent. The Hashira and Tanjiro arrived in succession, their eyes wide with horror at the scene before them. Utter grief transformed into a tempest of rage. 11 figures surged forth like arrows loosed from a bow, imbued with a deathly resolve aimed at the immobilized target. At this moment, Takedo Muichiro, having successfully evacuated the Kikuchi family, quietly instructed the hidden squad, take care of Lord Kikuchi, maintain absolute secrecy. She glanced back at the tragic charge, her gaze resolute. The sacrifice of their leader ignited the final fighting spirit of the Demon Slayer Corps. Once arrangements were complete, she turned to the shaken yet understanding Kikuchi family. Muichiro, you. Yoya's breath was faint, momentarily at a loss for words. Lord Kikuchi, please forgive my unilateral actions. Takedo Muichiro knelt on one knee. None of us can accept that you would use your life as the prelude to this final battle. The Demon Slayer Corps still needs your guidance. Along with that of the young master. The distant roar of Sanemi's fury signaled that battle had commenced. Takedo Muichiro promptly rose, hand on her blade. Lord Kikuchi, please wait here. The final battle has begun. I must go and provide support. The Kikuchi family solemnly bowed in gratitude, and Takedo Muichiro returned the gesture respectfully. Her figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, hastening towards the core of the battlefield, now a hellish arena. Upon arrival, she witnessed the tearful Mitsuri Kanroji wielding her meteor hammer, fiercely striking down upon Musen's regenerating head. The other Hashira and Tanjiro unleashed their most powerful attacks with the ferocity of wild beasts. In an instant, Takedo Muichiro drew her blade. Merging with her brothers as their blades intertwined like a web, the 3 of them charging toward Musen's vital points. The climactic final battle had reached its zenith. The Hashira's sorrowful power blended seamlessly with the meticulously prepared potions of Takedo Muichiro and her allies, collectively heralding the final requiem of Kibutsuji Musen. Chapter 65, The Final Confrontation. The aftershocks of the explosion had yet to subside when Madame Tamayo, her eyes ablaze with centuries of hatred, surged forth like a piercing purple lightning bolt, directly targeting the temporarily confined Kibutsuji Musen. Her 5 fingers, united with resolute intent, plunged mercilessly into his charred, writhing chest. The sound of flesh being torn was excruciating. Within her palm, the potion shattered instantly, a ghostly blue liquid surging wildly into Musen's body. Ugh! Musen's body convulsed violently, emitting inhuman howls. More terrifying still, his flesh, driven by a primal instinct to consume, retaliated immediately. Tendrils resembling grotesque growths ensnared Tamayo's arms, desperately attempting to absorb and assimilate her. In that critical moment, clang! A clear and eerie sound of a pipa resonated unexpectedly, as if striking at the very souls of all present. In the next instant, the ground beneath them warped chaotically. What is happening? Be careful. The Hashira and Tanjiro, poised to join forces with Tamayo for the final strike against Musen, suddenly felt the ground give way beneath them, their bodies spiraling uncontrollably into the abyss of endless darkness below. Infinity Castle, that grotesque maw, had already gaped open, not only on the main battlefield. In the distance, Shinazugawa Jinya, aiming his gun, exclaimed in shock as both he and his weapon tumbled into the intricate wooden corridors, the world spinning around him. The ravenous Inosuke, alongside his beloved food, plummeted, letting out an ecstatic roar mid-air. Wah! Exciting. He remained remarkably composed, deftly donning the wild boar headgear and skillfully seizing his 2 signature, jagged Nichiren blades. The ordinary patrolling members and the crows of the Demon Slayer Corps were not spared. All swept into this sudden alternate dimension. Kanai Kocho exhibited astonishing calmness during the fall, even finding the leisure to extend her hand and assist an unbalanced comrade in regaining stability, as they both alighted gracefully upon a beam like feathers. Meanwhile, Zenitsu Agatsuma, for once, bore no trace of his usual timidity or panic. With his eyes tightly shut, he surrendered to the free fall, his golden bangs swirling chaotically in the weightlessness. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, as a singular voice screamed in his mind. Kaigaku has found him. Reckoning awaits. Everyone, Stay vigilant and adapt to the circumstances. The resounding voice of Kyojuro Rengoku, reminiscent of roaring flames, echoed through the intricate corridors of Infinity Castle, instantly calming many hearts. All members adeptly adjusted their stances during the descent. Ju Tomioka executed a nimble somersault in midair, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tanjiro, exchanging a silent yet profound understanding in a mere glance. He swiftly grasped the plummeting boy, and the two, as if dancing partners, landed securely on the same platform. Stay close to me, Tanjiro, Ju instructed in a low voice, his Nichiren blade already half unsheathed. Mitsuri Kanroji and Kaneo Tsuyuri, meanwhile, had already grasped each other's hands in perfect unison, twirling gracefully like two butterflies amidst the chaotic descent, landing elegantly. Mitsuri, stay behind me, Kaneo whispered, her Nichiren blade peeking from her collar, its crimson tongue flickering slightly. Mitsuri's cheeks flushed as she nodded earnestly. Yes, Kaneo. The three siblings, Muichiro Takedo, Ichiro Takedo, and Yunming Takedo, naturally clasped hands, embodying a singular entity. The formidable figure of Jiyomi Hamejima descended like a boulder beside them, a dull thud resonating as he readied his broad axe and meteor hammer. Yuzui Tenjin and Kyojuro Rengoku instinctively gravitated towards Shinobu Kocho, together forming a robust triangular formation, alertly surveying the eerie stillness surrounding them. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing air suddenly erupted. From the shadows, several distorted figures charged forth with a sinister wind. Combat ignited the moment they touched ground. In a narrow corridor, numerous crimson-eyed demons, each grotesque in form, howled as they lunged at the seemingly frail Mitsuri Kanroji. Yet, before Mitsuri's whip-like Nichiren blade could strike, a swift, venomous arc of light sliced through the air. Kaneo's blade, arriving with precision, traced lethal trajectories, and in an instant, the heads of all the advancing demons soared into the air. How dare trash approach Mitsuri? Kaneo sheathed her blade, her tone icy, embodying unwavering protection. Admiration sparkled in Mitsuri's eyes as she cupped her heart with her hands. Kaneo, you are so incredibly cool. Elsewhere, Ju Tomioka and Tanjiro Kamado stood back to back. The steady, flowing cadence of water breathing intertwined seamlessly with the fervent, explosive rhythm of the Hinakami Kagura. Tanjiro adeptly evaded the claws of demons while executing horizontal slashes, the fiery arcs forcing back their foes. Unable to contain his admiration, Ju, your swordsmanship is exquisite. Ju did not respond, yet his strikes grew increasingly fluid and precise, each cut imbued with a chilling intent that froze and tore apart the approaching demons. Mitsuri Kanroji, like a wild wolf unleashed, navigated the maze-like paths with wild abandon, her twin blades dancing as if she were a true lord of the mountains relishing the thrill of the hunt. Ha! Charge ahead. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the expansive castle. Jinya Shinazugawa clutched his specially crafted firearm, anxiously weaving through the dizzying wooden structures, the sound of bullets chambering echoing clearly. Brother, where are you? I hope you are safe. Concern for his elder brother, Sanemi, filled his heart, yet his gaze remained resolute. Zenitsu Agitsuma, his expression dark as storm clouds, radiated an oppressive atmosphere. He moved with such swiftness that only a golden afterimage remained. Any demon daring to obstruct his path was cut in twain before even realizing his presence, reduced to ashes amidst a barely audible rumble of thunder. Shut up and get lost. His acute hearing expanded like the most sophisticated radar, filtering out all distractions, solely to lock onto that specific, nauseating presence, Kagaka's breath and heartbeat. The trio of the Takedo siblings and Jiyomi Hamejima exhibited astonishing efficiency in their extermination efforts. Their blade strokes seemed to have undergone meticulous calculation. Muichiro's mist breathing floated ethereally. Ichiro's swordsmanship was unyielding and fierce. Yunmei's technique combined strength with agility, while Jiyomi's broad axe and meteor hammer crushed as if they were unyielding boulders. Often, in a mere exchange, several lower-ranked demons found themselves decapitated, without even a chance to resist. The sheer number of demons here was extraordinary, their powers far exceeding the norm. As Jiyomi swung his heavy weapon, he analyzed the situation coolly, tears cascading from his blind eyes. It seems they intend to exhaust our strength and time, delaying our encounter with Muzan Kabutsuji. Muichiro's brow furrowed with concern. I wonder if Lord Tamayo and the others are safe. Ichiro ran alongside them, his tone resolute. There is no need for Lord Tamayo to sacrifice himself for that demon, Muzan Kabutsuji, who has committed countless atrocities. Jiyomi replied solemnly, indeed. Knowing the truth of Lord Tamayo's demise, Yunmei merely pressed his lips together tightly, refraining from further words, yet he wielded his Nichiren blade with increased fervor. With a resolute conviction, Jiyomi's voice resonated like a bell. We will utterly eradicate Musen Kibutsuji. We will end this millennia-old curse. The bloody battle in Infinity Castle had only just begun. Each individual, within this vast and eerie labyrinth, gritted their teeth, wielding their blades towards the deeper darkness, unflinchingly forging ahead for their own goals and beliefs. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the aura of death. As the wooden structures beneath their feet creaked ominously, as if the living castle itself awaited to devour these brave intruders. Chapter 66, Doma. While traversing the intricate corridors of Infinity Castle to exterminate the demons, the trio of Shinobu Kocho, Yuzui Tenjin, and Kaijiro Rengoku stumbled upon a peculiar area. Behind a massive door intricately carved with ominous lotus patterns lay a magnificent, yet foreboding palace, exuding an unsettling aura. This place is truly splendid, yet rather sinister. Yuzui raised an eyebrow, deftly twirling his twin blades. It seems a significant figure resides within, perhaps a major adversary awaits. Kaijiro's gaze burned fiercely, his voice booming in agreement. Whoever it may be, since they have taken residence here, they must certainly be an accomplice of Musen Kibutsuji. We have an obligation to confront them. Shinobu Kocho remained silent. Her iconic, gentle smile now appearing somewhat rigid, as if frost had settled deep within her violet eyes. She merely tightened her grip on the specially crafted, wasp-thin Nichiren blade, and took the lead into the chamber. Yuzui and Rengoku exchanged a glance before promptly following her. The interior of the palace was even more expansive than it appeared from the outside, suffused with a sickeningly sweet aroma that hung heavily in the air. They cautiously traversed several vast halls, eventually pausing before a slightly ajar door. From within, a faint, chilling sound of chewing could be heard. Without hesitation, Rengoku Kaijiro kicked the door open. The scene within the room caused even the seasoned Hashira to widen his eyes in shock. A young man with multicolored eyes and a head as vividly red as if splattered with blood sat elegantly in a lavish chair, cradling a severed human arm in his hands. He lifted his handsome yet hollow face upon seeing the intruders, and instead of displaying panic, he broke into an exceedingly radiant, almost innocent smile. "Ah, what a rare visitor," he exclaimed in a melodious voice. "A pleasure to meet you. I am the leader of the Eternal Bliss sect, Doma. Have you lost your way?" Shinobu's body trembled imperceptibly, her gaze fixed intently on Doma, the last remnant of her fake smile evaporating, replaced by an overwhelming tide of hatred. "You are Upper Moon too, Doma," she stated, her voice icy and piercing. Yuzui Tenjin spat in disdain. "Bah? A charlatan like you is infuriating just to behold." Rengoku Kaijiro's eyes widened in fury, his voice booming. "To wantonly devour humans is a grievous sin. Prepare to meet your end, foul demon." Doma seemed unfazed by Rengoku and Yuzui's furious rebukes, his gaze curiously lingering on Shinobu, particularly on the haori she wore. "Oh, this lovely young lady. Your haori is quite special. Have we met somewhere before?" Shinobu abruptly tightened her grip on her haori, her knuckles whitening from the strain, and her voice emerged through clenched teeth. "You are the one who killed my sister, Shinobu Kane, aren't you? You bastard, do you remember this haori?" Doma tilted his head, feigning contemplation before clapping his hands as if struck by a sudden realization. "Ah, I remember now. That girl who used the breath of flowers? She was such a gentle soul, with a blood and flesh that bore the fragrance of flowers, truly unforgettable. Alas, I couldn't consume her in time due to the impending sunrise. I had intended to savor her completely. Unforgivable." Shinobu's rationality shattered in an instant, her petite frame bursting forth with an astonishing murderous intent. Breath of insects, dance of the butterflies. Like a phantom, she darted forward, her blade leaving 5 puncture marks on Doma's body, injecting purple poison. Doma easily deflected her subsequent fierce thrusts, chuckling. "This poison is stronger, isn't it?" However, his muscles rippled, and the toxin was swiftly neutralized. "My apologies, it seems I've broken it down. The blade makes a sound when sheathed. You must have adjusted the poison then. How delightful. The sensation of being poisoned is rather addictive. Don't get too cocky." Rengoku Kaijiro roared as he lunged forward. First form of flame breathing, unknowing fire. The sound of the first form of sound breathing resonated powerfully. Yuzui Tenjin clashed his dual blades, producing a sonic explosion. An intense battle erupted instantaneously. Doma wielded his fan, conjuring a colossal icy bodhisattva apparition, its frigid breath and countless ice lotuses sweeping across the room, causing the temperature to plummet. Ninth form of flame breathing, purgatory. Rengoku Kaijiro shouted, as a massive fire dragon charged towards the ice Buddha. The clash of water and fire generating a misty haze. Divine ritual slash of sound breathing. Yuzui Tenjin moved at high speed amidst the explosion, searching for an opportunity to decapitate Shinobu, utilizing her petite form and rapid movements. performed the centipede dance of the breath of insects. Her movements were erratic and unpredictable as she attempted to breach Doma's defenses, aiming to inject poison into his neck. However, Doma's strength surpassed expectations. The Ice Buddha's defense was formidable, and his attack range vast. The trio found themselves momentarily suppressed, small ice crystals beginning to mar their skin, their movements slowing due to the chilling air. Master! At that tense moment, an anxious female voice called from the broken doorway. Kanaho Tsuyuri rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, she unhesitatingly joined the fray. Fifth form of flower breathing, fruitless peony. 9 razor-sharp slashes approached Doma from the side, temporarily alleviating Shinobu's pressure. Another lovely young lady has arrived. Doma effortlessly deflected the attacks, yet his gaze lingered on Tsuyuri's technique. The breath of flowers is truly nostalgic. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous crash echoed as a large hole was smashed through another wall, with splinters flying as a figure donned in a boar's head mask charged in with a roar. Boar rush. Looks like there's a fight to be had. Count me in. Inosuke Hashibara brandished 2 serrated blades, pouncing towards the Ice Buddha like a true beast. His twin blades crashing violently against the ice, sending shards flying. First Fong of beast breathing, piercing strike. Doma's gaze swept over Inosuke's unique form and wild swordplay. He knocked off Inosuke's headpiece, genuine surprise flashing in his multicolored eyes, which quickly morphed into a disquieting affection. That appearance. Are you perhaps the child of Kodoha? Kodoha? Inosuke's movements abruptly halted, his beastly instincts causing his heart to race. What did you say? Who is that? Doma, with his signature emotionless yet melodic voice, recounted how he deceived Inosuke's mother, ultimately devouring her. She is my mother. So I wasn't abandoned. You consumed my mother? Inosuke was struck as if by lightning. Unleashing a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes beneath the boar mask instantly filled with blood. Rage consumed him entirely. I'm going to kill you. Fifth Fong of beast breathing, frantic mauling. He became a mindless beast, attacking recklessly, his dual blades swirling in a tempest, even disregarding the incoming ice lotuses, sustaining several wounds in the process. Inosuke, calm down. Rengoku Kaijiro shouted, simultaneously swinging his blade to deflect a lethal ice spear. Tsuyuri inhaled deeply, a resolute glint in her eyes. Final form of flower breathing. Crimson Eye of the Other Shore. She forcibly enhanced her vision, her pupils tinged crimson, her aura surging. The Nichiren blade transformed into elusive streaks of light, targeting the weaknesses in Doma's defenses. With the addition of Tsuyuri and the furious Inosuke, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Tsuyuri's crimson eye could pierce through vulnerabilities, while Inosuke's reckless assault significantly diverted Doma's attention. Now's our chance. Shinobu seized the moment when Doma was preoccupied with Inosuke and Tsuyuri, executing once more. Centipede dance of the breath of insects. With unparalleled speed, she approached like a specter. This strike was for her sister and for Inosuke's mother. The blade pierced Doma's neck with a soft sound, injecting the highest concentration of wisteria poison stored within. Doma let out a piercing scream as his body began to violently disintegrate. At the final moment, he cast a glance at Inosuke, his face still adorned with that hollow smile. Kodoha, what an amusing farewell. Do not dare to utter my mother's name. Inosuke roared, his dual blades descending with fierce intent. Breath of flowers, 6th form, whirling peach. Kanaho's strike arrived simultaneously. Under the relentless assault of the group, especially the lethal toxin from Shinobu Kocho, the upper moon too, Doma, was utterly reduced to ashes amidst the shards of ice and lotus. The battle concluded, leaving the palace in disarray. The 5 were all panting heavily, their bodies marred by wounds. Kaijiro Rengoku's Haori was torn by ice blades, while Tenjin Yuzui's magnificent headband was stained with ice debris. Both Shinobu and Kanaho were physically drained, with Kanaho's crimson eyes bringing further burdens. Inosuke, on the other hand, due to his frenzied attacks and emotional turmoil, bore multiple lacerations from the ice lotuses, blood flowing profusely as he weakly knelt upon the ground, emitting suppressed whimpers akin to an injured beast beneath his boar mask. Quick, administer the medicine, Shinobu urged, mustering her strength as she swiftly produced the special remedy developed collaboratively by herself, Muichiro Takedo, and Lady Tamayo, distributing it among them. The effects of the medicine were remarkable. The bleeding ceased rapidly, and their exhaustion significantly alleviated. Tenjin Yuzui gazed at the dissipating Doma, exhaling in relief. Though we allowed that scoundrel to linger a while longer. The conclusion was indeed splendid. Kaijiro Rengoku approached Inosuke, refraining from his usual vigorous pat, and instead gently resting his large hand upon Inosuke's trembling shoulder. You did exceptionally well. Young Inosuke, your mother would undoubtedly be proud of you. Shinobu also stepped forward to Inosuke and Kanaho, her eyes glistening with tears, yet radiating warmth and relief. Thank you. Thank you for arriving just in time. We have avenged my sister, as well as your mother, Inosuke. Kanaho and Shinobu embraced one another, weeping. At that moment, the crow delivered the news of Zenitsu Agitsuma's solitary conquest of Upper Moon 6. That kid Zenitsu performed admirably. Tenjin Yuzui grinned broadly. The successive good tidings dispelled their fatigue as Kyojuro Rengoku's resounding voice echoed once more. Victories keep coming. Everyone, take a moment to rest. The final battle awaits us. Let us muster our strength and bring an end to this century-long darkness. The flames of hope burned ever more fiercely within each heart. They supported one another. Tending to their injuries, their gazes resolutely fixed upon the deeper, darker recesses of the Infinity Castle. Chapter 67, Kokushibo. Ga. Report. Tanjiro Kamadu, Ju Tomioka. They have engaged Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Both are exhausted and unconscious. The crow's wail pierced the stagnant air of Infinity Castle, delivering the far-off news. Here, the silence was starkly different from the battlefield with Akaza. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper mixed with a faint trace of blood. Oppressive enough to stifle one's heartbeat. Muichiro Takedo, Yuiichi Tsujikuni, and the imposing figure of Jyomi Himejima formed a half-circle, confronting the presence at the center. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, also known as Michikatsu Tsujikuni, towered before them, his massive form draped in a purple serpent-patterned kimono, 6 crimson eyes scanning them with a chilling indifference. Breath of mist. Second form, 8-layered mist. Muichiro moved, his figure transforming into a fleeting mist, slashes falling like a gentle rain. Breath of mist, 7th form, hazy. Yuiichi's blade gleamed like a sudden flash of cold light in the fog, targeting a vital point. The brothers' synergy was flawless. However, Kokushibo merely raised his abnormal katana. Covered in eyes, with calm composure. Breath of moon, 14th form, catastrophe of the crescent moon. In an instant, a swirling vortex of overlapping slashes erupted, accompanied by countless minute crescent blades, effortlessly shredding through the misty offensive, forcing the brothers to stagger back as blood splattered from their newly acquired wounds. Demon, perish. Jyomi-I's voice boomed like thunder, as his meteor hammer and broad axe descended with a deafening roar. Breath of rock, 1st form, serpent's rock duality. Breath of frost. 5th form, frozen rain continuous cuts. A crisp female voice rang out as Michiro's Nichiren blade traced a cold trajectory. Freezing raindrops transforming into sharp icicles that countered the heavy assault of rock. Her veil, which had long concealed her eyes, was now removed, revealing clear and piercing orbs. The transparent world had been unveiled. Kokushibo's 6 eyes moved unnaturally, accurately locking onto every attack. Breath of moon, 3rd form, eclipsed moon. A massive arc of slashing energy not only deflected the onslaught, but also bore an eerie chill, momentarily stifling the breaths of Jyomi and Muichiro. His gaze finally settled upon the unique sword technique radiating an icy aura from Muichiro, the refracted light of the blade seemingly piercing his decayed memories. What sent a shiver through him was the realization that this girl bore the same birthmark as that individual. He then slowly swept his gaze over Muichiro and Yuiichi, their faces vaguely reminiscent of his own. You are my descendants. An ancient, deep voice echoed, devoid of any ripples. State your names. Muichiro tightened his grip on the hilt, suppressing the pulsations of his lineage, and proclaimed loudly, I am Muichiro Takedo. This is my elder brother Yuiichi, and my younger sister Kanaho. Takedo, Kokushibo repeated, his 6 eyes scrutinizing the 3 young warriors, particularly lingering on the faint birthmark on Kanaho. How old are you? At such a young age, your swordsmanship has reached this level. To face me without succumbing to fear, you are indeed of my blood. Even if the surname has changed, my lineage continues. Who are your descendants? Yuiichi interrupted with a shout, his voice trembling with rage. We are the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, and today we shall slay you here. Kokushibo let out an enigmatic low chuckle, his gaze drifting across their faces marked by the clear cloud-like patterns and the Nichiren blade in Kanaho's hand, which was gradually turning crimson from its heat. So this is the birthmark of the Crimson Blade. Remarkable. That birthmark, that heat, pierces through my ancient memories. A red figure entwined within my mind flashes by, one that has haunted me for centuries. Breath of wind, 1st form, dust whirlwind slash. A furious roar shattered the stillness as Sanemi Shinazugawa, like a blue whirlwind, swept into the battlefield, wind blades howling as they struck towards Kokushibo. You bastard of Upper Moon 1. Your head, I shall claim it. Brother. Jinya Shinazugawa followed closely, wielding a specially crafted firearm, his eyes fierce and resolute. Sanemi's entrance ignited the battle instantly. The ferocity of the breath of wind intertwined with the weight of the breath of rock, the agility of the breath of mist, and the uncanny nature of the breath of frost woven net of death. Breath of frost, 7th form, ice spire thrust. Kanaho seized an opening. the tip of her blade coalescing into freezing icicles, striking directly at Kokushibo's side. Kokushibo blocked with his blade, the explosive cold from the shattered icicles causing a momentary delay in his movements. This chill starkly contrasted with the searing brilliance of the sun in his memories, provoking an inexplicable irritation within him. An unfamiliar breath, with a unique rhythm and an unpredictable trajectory, intriguing. Before he could finish his thought, an even more ferocious assault ensued. Breath of Moon, sixth form, eternal night solitude. Countless new moon blades rained down, instantaneously adding numerous injuries to their bodies. Sanemi, despite his wounds, pressed forward with determination. Breath of Wind, ninth form, Vaishravana's typhoon. The swirling slashes frantically tore through the air. Jinya, Sanemi shouted amidst the tempest. Understood. Jinya pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. While not fatal, they carried a peculiar disruptive energy, continuously weakening Kokushibo. In the midst of the fierce combat, Jinya spotted a vulnerability and launched himself forward. Don't move, he roared fiercely as the blood demon art activated. Wooden tendrils erupting from the ground to ensnare Kokushibo's legs with relentless tenacity. Now is the moment. The roar of the underworld echoed as the meteor hammer shook the very fabric of space. The fifth form of wind breathing, cold autumn mountain wind, sliced through the air with precision. The deadly strike of the 11th form of ice breathing descended from above. The ice dragon unleashed by Yunming let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with the might to freeze all in its path. However, the horror of the upper moon once surpassed all imagination. Kokushibo bellowed, his flesh transforming into blades that violently severed the roots, enduring this combined assault with sheer force. His gaze fell upon the battered but fiercely determined siblings, Takedo and the indomitable Muichiro, whose bloodied arms still clutched the Nichiren blade. That stubborn glint in their eyes, that defiant stance against death. My descendants. A twisted allure tinged his voice as if through them he glimpsed another figure, eternally unattainable. Abandon your fragile humanity and serve that great one. Your arms shall regenerate, and your blood shall cease to flow. To perish from mere loss of blood would be an utter waste. Your swordsmanship should not be extinguished here, just as he once did, choosing a different path to pursue that elusive shadow. Not a chance. Though weakened from blood loss, Muichiro's voice was unwaveringly resolute. We are born as humans and shall die as souls of humanity. Yunming, enduring excruciating pain, positioned her Nichiren blade before her, the chilling aura coalescing once more as she met the gaze of the six terrifying eyes. What we inherit is the will to protect, not the power gained through forsaking humanity. Her voice was clear and icy, imbued with an undeniable determination, stubborn and unyielding. Kokushibo's murderous intent surged forth like a tide of ice. This refusal, this steadfast gaze, was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the brother who cast a shadow over his life. Yuiichi, it is not over yet. The indomitable Kaneo struggled to rise, making a startling move. He seized a shattered fragment of Kokushibo's blade from the ground and swallowed it whole. Aya! The excruciating pain made him scream, but a more potent blood demon, art, surged forth. Countless robust wooden tendrils erupted like a colossal serpent, binding Kokushibo firmly in place. Brother, Mr. Himejima, Muichiro, Kanamori, Yunming. Kaneo's face was twisted in agony, blood streaming from his orifices, yet he summoned the last of his strength to shout, attack. There is no time for hesitation. This is the only opportunity forged by our comrades' lives. The secret art of the breath of mist. Muichiro and Kanamori, in perfect harmony, surged forward, their Nichiren blades transforming into the final rays of mist, slicing across Kokushibo's neck. The searing heat of the crimson blade and the corrosive mist instantly shattered the core of the demon's regeneration. The 8th form of wind breathing, initial gale slash. The 5th form of stone breathing, rock wool punishment. The 12th form of ice breathing, frost dance. Kaneo, Himejima, and Yunming unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. The tearing winds, the shattering rocks, and the freezing ice erupted within Kokushibo's body. Impossible. Kokushibo's form began to disintegrate, cracks appearing for the first time on his eternally unchanging visage. Not merely in flesh, but in the heart that had been frozen for centuries. In the moment of his complete dissolution, his gaze fixated on Takedo Yunming. This descendant, flowing with his blood, bearing similar markings to Yuiichi, wielding a form of breathing he had never witnessed before. Through her cold yet resolute eyes, her indomitable stance, he seemed to see once more that boy clad in red with white hair, his brother, Yuiichi, the son he had spent his life pursuing yet could never touch. Endowed with divine talent, yet expressing a desire to grow stronger alongside his elder brother. He felt jealousy, envy, even hatred, yet deep within his soul, He could not erase the existence of that shadow. Yuiichi, a complex and ineffable emotion. Jealousy, resentment, a flicker of regret buried by the sands of time, and ultimately, a hollow sense of release flashed in his 6 eyes. At last, he and his moon breathing faded into dust, dissipating in the frigid air of Infinity Castle. The moonlight, ultimately, could not vie with the brilliance of the blazing sun. The battle had concluded. The injured warriors were nearly spent. Muichiro and Kanamori supported each other, gasping for breath. Yunming leaned on her blade, her complexion pale, yet she immediately steeled herself, casting her gaze towards the fallen Kaneo, whose breath was weak and faltering. Yunming, Kanamori called out with concern. I am fine. Save Mr. Kaneo first. Yunming staggered to Kaneo's side, kneeling beside him, swiftly administering treatment, offering him the medicine that would restore his humanity, and combining her breathing technique with healing. She carefully tended to the severe internal injuries caused by his forced consumption of the demon blade. Kaneo rushed over, witnessing his brother's wretched state. This typically hot-headed man's eyes glistened with tears, fists clenched, body trembling slightly. Under Yunming's tireless care, Kaneo's condition finally stabilized, his consciousness gradually returning. He opened his eyes to see his brother's gaze filled with worry and guilt. Brother. Kaneo's voice was hoarse and weak. Foolish younger brother. Kaneo's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Why did you act so recklessly? I'm sorry, brother. Tears mingled with blood streamed down Kaneo's face. I have caused you so much trouble and always blamed you. I am truly sorry. Kaneo abruptly turned his head away, his shoulders shaking. His voice heavy. The one who should apologize is me. I failed to protect you. I let you endure so much suffering. Kaneo struggled to muster a smile. Just as you have always protected me, I wish to protect you. Brother, our feelings are the same because we are brothers. He took a deep breath, gazing at his brother's chiseled profile, and continued, I hope that after enduring so much hardship, you can find happiness, for to me, you are the kindest person in the world. Kaneo could no longer contain himself, turning to grasp his brother's hand tightly, tears streaming down his scarred cheeks. No more words were needed. The long-standing barriers and misunderstandings between the brothers melted away in that moment, washed away by their tears. Nearby, the Takedo siblings and Himejima quietly observed this scene. Muichiro sighed with relief. Kanamori patted his brother's shoulder, and Yunming's weary face broke into a faint, comforting smile. They had achieved a hard-fought victory and witnessed a precious reconciliation. After a brief respite, the final battle awaited them at the heart of Infinity Castle. Yet at this moment, hope and warmth flickered quietly within their hearts. Chapter 68, The Final Showdown. A cold sensation coursed through his fingertips as Yuiichiro, through mastering the demon arts, fixated on the terrifying form of Muzen Kibutsuji, which was gradually breaking free from its bonds, his eyes devoid of tears, filled only with a burning hatred and resolve. Lady Tamayo. She has been completely absorbed. The figure he had devoted his life to following and protecting for countless years had thus dissipated within Muzen's being. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Let Muzen Kibutsuji accompany Lady Tamayo to her grave. Yuiichiro, focus. The gentle yet steady voice of Kagaya Ubuyashiki pulled him back to reality. Within the command post, Hiryuza and his sisters were engrossed in the intricate projections of the infinite castle structure, conjured by the blood demon technique of Yuiichiro. As they meticulously constructed a strategic battlefield map, the presence of Ubuyashiki Kuya and Lady Tamayo served as a formidable psychological support. The spatial manipulation wielded by Nakime was exceedingly vexing. Gritting his teeth, Yuiichiro resolved to disrupt her. He sought not only to chart the terrain but also to engage in a silent confrontation with the Biwa-playing woman, employing his own blood demon arts. Meanwhile, deep within the infinite castle, the battle had escalated to its zenith. First form of the breath of the sun, dance of the sun. Fifth form of the breath of water, flowing dance. Fourth form of the breath of flame, blazing inferno. Fifth form of the breath of wind, autumn wind on cold mountain. The roars and strikes of the Hashira intertwined, their vivid breathing techniques illuminating the battlefield as they sought to tear through Muzen Kibutsuji's seemingly invincible defenses. However, the black thorny whips of Muzen's blood demon technique, the black blood thorn, writhed like sentient beasts, effortlessly parrying most assaults. Its horrifying regenerative abilities rendered any inflicted damage ephemeral. With near-perfect control over his physical form and hyper-rapid regeneration, he appeared to stand invulnerable. The intensity of the combat was staggering. Every second saw warriors being flung through the air, their blood staining the peculiar floor of the infinite castle. This could not continue. Mitsuri Kenroji, the mist Hashira, deflected an incoming whip, the biting cold emanating from her blade momentarily crystallizing frost upon the dark whip's surface. Although swiftly shattered by Muzen's might, This brief delay slightly hindered the whip's movement. Her mist breathing struggled to achieve its full controlling potential amidst such chaos. The stalemate needed breaking. His regeneration was too swift. He must be restrained. She scanned the battlefield with keen eyes, noting that while Musen's defenses were impenetrable, he instinctively prioritized blocking or evading the most significant threats, particularly those posed by Tanjiro's sun-infused attacks. An opportunity, Mitsuri silently resolved, her form darting like a specter between the chaotic whips, seeking that fleeting moment. Sixth form of the breath of the dawn, moonlight mist. The silhouettes of Shinobu Kocho and her sister, Kaneo Tsuyuri, danced like wisps of fog, diverting some of Musen's attention. Now was the moment. Mitsuri inhaled deeply, her internal chill reaching its zenith. Seventh form of the breath of cold, ice spire thrust. With a sudden thrust of her Nichiren blade, she targeted not Musen's core, but the seemingly vacant area before him. At the instant of her thrust, an elongated, sharp ice spire, gleaming with a chilling luminescence, erupted from the blade's tip, extending to more than 3 times the length of her sword. This unexpected ranged assault, launched with precision and blinding speed, aimed not to inflict grievous harm, but rather to pierce the joint of his arm, just as he had deflected Rengoku's flame-imbued blade. The old force fading, and the new yet to be summoned. The ice spike struck true. A burst of frigid air erupted, penetrating flesh and rapidly spreading a cerulean hue that encased the joint and part of the writhing flesh. Musen let out a muffled grunt, a blend of pain and fury. Although this freezing effect could not completely halt his regeneration, it undeniably slowed the process, rendering his arm momentarily incapacitated. This brief pause was more than sufficient for the elite demon slayers. Well done, Mitsuri, Rengoku roared, seizing this fleeting opportunity. Second form of the breath of flame, rising inferno. Flames surged upward, striking fiercely at Musen's immobilized arm. Ju Tomioka's water slash and Mitsuri Kanroji's wind blades simultaneously aimed for the same spot. Under this relentless barrage, Musen's temporarily frozen arm was severed. Though the severed stump writhed in a frenzied attempt to regenerate, its pace was significantly reduced. Effective, Kaneo commented, her serpent-like pupils narrowing. Utilize the breath of ice to restrict him. Create opportunities for us. The booming voice of Shinobu echoed, affirming Mitsuri's strategy. Enraged, Musen unleashed a torrent of black blood thorns directed at Mitsuri, clearly perceiving her as a primary threat. Third form of the breath of cold, ice barrier. Unfazed, Mitsuri spun her blade, forming a rotating ice shield adorned with sharp icicles. The incoming thorns clashed against the ice, producing a grating sound, some even sliced apart, their chilling essence further eroding their mass. Fourth form of the breath of cold, frosty flash. After withstanding a fierce assault, Mitsuri's form shimmered, splitting into several afterimages wrapped in ice mist as she swiftly retreated. The illusions were shattered by the pursuing whips, exploding into a flurry of ice shards, further disrupting Musen's onslaught. Her combat style altered the rhythm of the battlefield. No longer was it a mere clash of brute force. She adeptly utilized the properties of her breath of cold, perpetually creating windows of opportunity for her allies while disorienting Musen's regeneration and attack tempo. She danced like an ice butterfly upon the edge of a blade, each graceful movement imbued with lethal chill, paving the way toward ultimate victory. At that moment, the spatial fabric of the infinite castle twisted violently, shaking. The wooden structures surrounding them began to crumble and dissipate. Sunlight, the first rays of dawn, pierced the gloom of the infinite castle. It was Yuiichiro. He had succeeded. Gasps erupted as it became clear that, at a crucial juncture, Yuiichiro had sacrificed everything to forcibly disrupt and briefly control Neikheim, provoking Musen's wrath. In his fury, the demon king obliterated Neikheim. With her demise, the core sustaining the infinite castle vanished, causing the entire space to collapse, casting all present, including Musen and the demon slayer core, downward. The horizon glowed with the increasingly vivid light of dawn. Time was of the essence. Before the sun fully rose, they must eradicate him. Ubuyashiki Hiryu's voice resonated across the battlefield. Musen let out a frenzied roar, his attacks growing ever more savage. He must not escape into the shadows. Rengoku bellowed. Mitsuri, continue to restrain him. Yuzui Tenjin shouted amid the billowing smoke of the explosions. His sound breathing synchronized with Mitsuri's ice breathing, creating a fascinating resonance that sent ice shards scattering across a wider area. Though Mitsuri felt the strain of exhaustion, her gaze remained unwavering. She understood this was their final opportunity. Fifth form of the breath of cold, freezing rain slash. She lunged once more, her blade unleashing a flurry of strikes imbued with freezing rain, dense ice spikes raining down, further hampering Musen's movements. Tenth form of the breath of cold, binding frost cloud. Aiming at the moment, Ju created a brief, tranquil domain with his calm technique. Mitsuri summoned her breath with all her strength, sending forth a ribbon of ice cloud. Far more solid and frigid than before. It coiled around Muzin's recently regenerated arm and part of his torso, the icy crystals spreading rapidly, seeking to anchor him to the ground. Roar! Muzin thrashed violently, cracks rapidly spreading across the ice cocoon, threatening to shatter it entirely. This binding cannot endure for long. But even if it can only grant a mere second or two, now is the time. Tanjiro! Mitsuri Kanroji commanded fiercely, her complexion pale from the strain of exertion. Yet her grip on the sword's hilt remained steadfast as a rock. No further words were necessary. Understanding her intent, Tanjiro poured all his strength and will into the edge of his blade. The 13th form of the breath of the sun, wheel of rebirth. The scarlet flames of the sword's light descended as if the sun itself had arrived, transforming into an unending cycle of slashes that cleaved mercilessly into Muzin's body. Following the path forged by Kanroji, which had been bound by the frigid clouds. Aya! Muzin emitted a scream of unprecedented agony. The searing heat of the breath of the sun, combined with the previously accumulated effects of the breath of frost's chilling deceleration and his current state of restraint, finally dealt him an unprecedented blow. In the depths of despair, Muzin's body underwent a horrific transformation, his flesh grotesquely swelling until he morphed into a massive, hideous infant. Attempting a final counterattack. This grotesque infant form possessed terrifying defensive capabilities and vitality, its desperate struggles proving immensely powerful. Everyone! The final strike! Himejima Jyomi roared. All the Hashira poured their final reserves of strength, pushing their breathing techniques to the utmost limit, merging into a torrential wave that crashed upon the giant infant that Muzin had become. Kanroji drew in her last breath and unleashed the 11th form of the breath of frost. Ice Dragon Shatter, a fearsome ice dragon imbued with a soul-freezing chill, charging toward the monstrous infant. Under the relentless onslaught of countless slashes and the purifying flames of the sun, the giant infant ultimately collapsed, disintegrating into ash. We have won. However, that strand of black blood, imbued with Muzin's final curse, still found its way into Tanjiro's body. As the demonized Tanjiro bit Nezuko, Kanao injected the antidote. And while Tanjiro struggled in the realm of his mind, Kanroji, despite her overwhelming fatigue, rushed forward to assist. She swiftly assessed Tanjiro's condition and administered the auxiliary antidote she had meticulously developed alongside Tamayo and Shinobu, designed to stabilize vital signs and neutralize the raging demonic energy. In conjunction with Nezuko's blood and Kanao's wisteria toxin, to stabilize Tanjiro's condition. Her expertise and profound understanding of the mechanisms of demonization played a crucial role at this moment, aiding Tanjiro's body in better accepting the antibodies and medicinal properties, balancing the internal conflicts within him. Ultimately, with the collective calls and assistance of those around him, Tanjiro triumphed over Muzin's consciousness, successfully reverting to his human form. Sunlight flooded the earth entirely. Kanroji gazed at Tanjiro, who was peacefully asleep, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Nearly collapsing to the ground, supported by Mitsuri beside her, she displayed a weary yet content smile before promptly resuming her duties as a researcher and healer, distributing the meticulously prepared antidotes to suppress the side effects of the markings and efficient healing potions to every injured comrade. Thanks to her prior preparations, her crucial control and assistance during the battle, and the unwavering resilience of everyone involved, aside from the unfortunate sacrifice of Lady Tamayo and a few fallen comrades. The main fighting force, the Hashira, miraculously preserved their bodies without severe physical mutilations. The wind, carrying the breath of rebirth, blew through. Kanroji looked upon her comrades, who supported one another, and gazed at the azure sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. The collaborative efforts she had made with Tamayo and Shinobu had finally borne the fruit of hope. This millennia-long war had finally reached a halt in their generation. Her ice was not meant to freeze life, but to freeze evil, safeguarding the hard-won, radiant future. Chapter 69, The Conclusion. As the surviving Hashira and comrades returned to the ravaged headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, their weary, battered bodies leaning on each other, the air was thick with the complex scents of gunpowder, blood, and the remnants of survival. Each face bore an indelible weariness and a deep-seated fear of the possibly catastrophic outcomes that had transpired. Yet, at the edge of what was once the residence of Ubuyashiki Yoya, now reduced to scorched earth, a figure sat quietly upon a cleared stone platform, accompanied by his wife, Kaname, and their two daughters. The sunlight pierced through the dawn's haze, casting a golden halo upon them. It was the master. The master. Rengoku Keijiro's trademark booming voice rang out first, trembling with disbelief, his golden eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing the most miraculous phenomenon in the world. His flame-patterned haori was severely torn, yet at that moment, the light in his eyes burned brighter than any flame. How wonderful! Kanroji Mitsuri instantly burst into tears. Her pink-green ponytail swaying with her excited jumps, nearly rushing forward. She was cautiously held back by Iguro Abanai, who stood nearby. But even his bandaged face was filled with shock and uncontainable joy. What on earth is happening? A crack appeared on the usually stoic face of Tomioka Ju. As he murmured to himself, his azure eyes fixated on that unharmed figure, as if seeking confirmation that this was not an illusion. The master is alive. Tsujikuni Yuiichi shouted hoarsely, while the silent Shinazugawa Sanemi merely stared intently. His tightly clenched, pale-knuckled hands and slightly reddened eyes betrayed the tumult within him. Namo Amida Butsu. Haimajima Jiomiai clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face like a bursting dam, but this time, they were genuine, profound relief and gratitude. His massive frame trembled with excitement. Tsujikuni Muichiro and Yuiichiro simultaneously exhaled, their previously tense shoulders sagging. They instinctively glanced toward their sister, Kanroji. Kanroji stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, a slight smile gracing her lips, indicating that she had long foreseen this outcome. Kamadu Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agitsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara also squeezed into the throng. Tanjiro's eyes shimmered with tears. He could distinctly sense that the gentle yet resolute aura belonging to the master had not dissipated, filling him with immense comfort. Zenitsu, amidst tears and snot, exclaimed how wonderful it was, truly wonderful. Though Inosuke shouted about the noise, his gaze remained fixated on Ubuyashiki Yoya. Yuzui Tenjin surveyed the scene, his once grandiose catchphrases now sounding rather simple. This is truly too unadorned. No, it is exquisitely splendid. Master, how did you? Ubuyashiki Yoya wore his characteristic gentle smile, but this time, the smile lacked the frailty and restraint of the past, radiating an unprecedented vitality. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation of his explanation. Apologies for causing everyone concern. His voice remained gentle, yet clear and powerful. Imbued with a vitality never before felt by the crowd, I am able to reunite with all of you here and stand so healthily before you, thanks to you. It is your sacrifices that have utterly vanquished Kibutsuji Muzan. He paused, allowing this monumental truth to resonate in the hush. With Muzan's complete annihilation, the curse that had plagued the Ubuyashiki family for a millennium had finally dissipated. Esteemed guests, the fate of our family has reached its conclusion. His tone was serene, yet it carried an earth-shattering potency. A gasp of disbelief erupted from the crowd, swiftly followed by a wave of unrestrained jubilation. However, Ubuyashiki Yoya raised his hand and continued. My survival is attributable to the invaluable assistance of Kamadu, as well as Miss Tamayo and Shinobu. Instantly, the gaze of the assembled multitude converged upon Taketu Muichiro. Feeling the weight of their stares, Muichiro offered a slight nod, refraining from further words. Ubuyashiki Yoya elaborated on how Muichiro and Tamayo utilized potions and blood demon arts to create visual deceptions and conceal their presence, thereby safeguarding him amidst the explosion. To ensure that the plan went undetected by Muzan or his perceptive demons, Muichiro even took part in the thorough masking and misdirection of their presence at the very last moment. Which is why she appeared slightly later in the final confrontation with Muzan. She bore the critical task of early containment and protection upon her shoulders. Upon hearing this, the Hashira were astonished. So that is the case. Kochu Shinobu covered her mouth, her violet eyes filled with realization and dread. Pondering what Muichiro and Tamayo had concealed from her during the concoction of the potions, ultimately, to save their leader. Well done. Kanroji Mitsuri crossed her arms. Though her tone remained brusque, the sharpness in her gaze towards Muichiro softened, infused with a hint of acknowledgement. I knew it. Miss Muichiro would never falter at a crucial moment. She must have been engaged in something even more formidable. Kanroji excitedly waved her fists, tears streaming more fervently down her cheeks. Tenjin Yuzui remained silent, but offered a slight nod in Muichiro's direction. Iguro Abanai's snake, coiled around his neck, gently flicked its tongue. Ha! Truly, a proud moment for the Taketu family. Taketu Yuiichi rarely displayed a broad smile, patting his brother's shoulder with vigor. Though Taketu Muichiro said nothing, the warmth and pride in his gaze towards his sister spoke volumes. Rengoku Kyujiro strode confidently before Muichiro, his voice booming and sincere. Taketu Muichiro, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. You have safeguarded our leader, a contribution of immeasurable value to the Demon Slayer Corps. Your resolve and wisdom are commendable. Yuzui Tenjin executed a flamboyant turn, giving Muichiro a thumbs up. Now that was an ultimate and splendid rescue operation. Marvelous. Kanroji Mitsuri, tears streaming down her face, bowed deeply towards Muichiro. Namo Amida Butsu Muichiro. Thank you for preserving our leader's life, and our final hope and aspirations. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke squeezed their way forward, with Tanjiro exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Miss Muichiro." Zenitsu chimed in beside him, "Incredible. To deceive that monster." Inosuke shouted, "Hey, white-clad lady, teach me that trick next time." In the face of the crowd's gratitude, admiration, and curiosity, Taketu Muichiro merely lowered her head slightly, the white fabric obscuring her eyes, revealing only a hint of a softened smile at the corners of her mouth. She spoke softly, her voice remaining calm, yet seemingly imbued with an imperceptible warmth. "It is what I ought to do. It is my honor to protect our leader. The ultimate victory is a result of the collective blood and will of us all." The dawn's light obliterated the darkness, illuminating this land that had endured tribulations, as well as the faces of each survivor. The survival of our leader and the cessation of the curse ignited an indelible flame amidst the depths of despair, providing everyone with the most steadfast strength to stride towards the future. The name Taketu Muichiro, too, would leave a profound imprint in the annals of the Demon Slayer core history. In another form,